Chapter 1. Transmigration. Li Xiaobo, a model student embarking on his freshman year, had just finished dinner this evening when he purchased a tattered landscape painting on Antique Street. In a surreal twist of fate, he was struck by a large truck and, in an instant, darkness enveloped him, marking the beginning of his extraordinary journey. Li Xiaobo found the absurdity of the situation staggering. How could he possibly have returned to the womb? He attempted to move his limbs, only to discover he could only curl up in a fetal position. Surrounding him was a warm, enveloping darkness, accompanied by the gentle rhythm of his mother's heartbeat. As he pondered the bizarre circumstances of his transmigration, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head, and he glimpsed a faint point of light flickering in his mind. As if, concealing boundless secrets, a surge of astonishment washed over him. What could this phenomenon be? Did it have any connection to his transmigration? He concentrated intently, striving to draw closer to the light. As he approached, the point expanded, revealing vague images reminiscent of ancient runes or enigmatic chaos. Just as he became engrossed in his exploration, a powerful movement stirred within, and an external voice remarked, "Madam, the fetus is quite active. Could it be an early delivery?" Startled, Li Xiaobo abruptly halted his investigation, fearing that his reckless curiosity might jeopardize his mother's safety. The prospect of being born prematurely in this unfamiliar ancient environment filled him with trepidation regarding his survival. Thus, he resolved to set aside his fascination with the light and patiently await the moment of his birth. Curiosity piqued, Li Xiaobo endeavored to touch the spherical entity surrounding him with his consciousness. The instant his awareness made contact, a torrent of information surged into his mind. It appeared that this sphere functioned as a repository of memories, containing fragments of the past experiences of its former owner. Through these recollections, he discerned the stark differences between this world and Earth, a realm rich with peculiar spiritual energies and boundless expanses. After assimilating this knowledge, he once again directed his consciousness toward the sphere. To his astonishment, he discovered he could enter the inner space of the sphere. As he stepped into this realm, a blinding light flashed, and an ancient scroll gently descended before him. He reached out to catch it, and upon opening it, he found a profound cultivation technique within its pages. The text was cryptic and esoteric, yet every character seemed imbued with a magnetic allure, captivating his very essence. Guided by the teachings within the technique, Li Xiaobo attempted to circulate the energy within him, and to his delight, the surrounding spiritual energy gradually converged towards him. Elation coursed through him as he recognized the extraordinary nature of this technique. With each moment of practice, he sensed his strength augmenting. Even the restraints that had previously bound him within the womb began to loosen. At that juncture, an ethereal voice resonated within the space. "To the fated one, this is the Chaos Pearl. I hope you utilize it wisely." Li Xiaobo was taken aback, astonished to have acquired such a treasure. Resolute in his determination, he vowed to diligently cultivate this technique and carve out his own destiny in this alien world. Immersed in this extraordinary sensation, he continued to absorb the spiritual energy, oblivious to the passage of time, until fatigue eventually overcame him. After all, he had yet to truly be born, and such exertion was proving to be overwhelming. He exited the realm of the Chaos Pearl, his consciousness returning to the maternal vessel. At this moment, the surroundings were warm and tranquil, yet his body felt as though it had endured a fierce battle, his eyelids growing heavier until he succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned scenes from shortly after his birth. With the aid of the Chaos Pearl and an esoteric cultivation technique, he swiftly rose to prominence as a formidable figure in the local realm. He effortlessly commanded various forms of spiritual energy, traversing the rugged mountains with ease, while the peculiar creatures he encountered appeared remarkably docile. Before him, however, peril lurked in the shadows, as powerful dark forces coveted the Chaos Pearl he possessed, seeking to seize it for themselves. Undeterred, he brandished his sword, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, bracing himself for the imminent challenge. Just as the battle was poised to erupt, he felt a sudden jolt. It was his mother, inadvertently shifting her position, abruptly severing his dream. Awakening with lingering trepidation, Li Xiaobo recognized that the future would undoubtedly be fraught with trials and tribulations, yet simultaneously brimming with opportunities. That he re-entered the space of the Chaos Pearl to delve deeper into its myriad functions. To his delight, he discovered that beyond cultivation, there existed a small storage area. He mused that this was an invaluable asset for stashing precious items or herbs. 8 days turned into weeks. Li Xiaobo diligently practiced within the confines of his maternal abode. At long last, the moment of his birth arrived. With a piercing cry, he entered the world of Douluo continent. Upon his arrival, he immediately sensed the abundant spiritual energy enveloping him. Eager to showcase his abilities, he found himself restrained by the limitations of his infantile form, suppressing the fervor within. Upon gazing at him for the first time, his parents discerned that this child was unlike any other. Li Xiaobo's eyes were clear and profound, seemingly harboring boundless wisdom. Meanwhile, he silently plotted his path to growth, determined to enhance his strength and discover ways to safeguard the Chaos Pearl against the encroaching darkness. Li Xiaobo meticulously pieced together fragments of memory. Feeling both astonished and elated, he marveled at his arrival in such a perilous and unfamiliar world, yet rejoiced in possessing some means of navigating it. At long last, Li Xiaobo was born. The outside world was blindingly bright, rendering him unable to open his eyes, but he heard those around him respectfully address him as young master and similar titles. As time passed, Li Xiaobo gradually matured, becoming accustomed to the ways of this world. One afternoon, while resting alone in his chamber, he suddenly heard a faint rustle of wind outside the window. Alert, he stealthily approached the window to peer outside, catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting past. Chapter 2. The sister's mischief. He gently approached the window and slowly pushed open the tightly shut pane. As the window creaked ajar, a narrow gap revealed itself. Through this opening, he curiously peered outside. The world beyond seemed to crystallize in clarity. A gentle breeze caressed his cheek, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. The distant sky shone as blue as a sapphire, while fluffy white clouds floated like cotton candy. Down below, pedestrians hurried along the bustling street. Vehicles flowed continuously, and a tapestry of sounds intertwined to create a symphony of urban lithy, a vibrant tableau of existence. After a meticulous observation, he found no signs of anything amiss. This revelation allowed the tension that had gripped his heart to finally ease, the weight that had hung heavily upon him dissipating into thin air. In that moment, he experienced an unprecedented sense of relief and tranquility, as if the burdens he bore vanished without a trace. Yet, in that instant, Li Xiaobo felt as though he were enveloped by a shadow from behind, an inexplicable chill coursing down his spine. Almost immediately, he sensed a hand lightly resting on his shoulder. Its touch was cold and unfamiliar, sending a shiver through him. With a heart full of curiosity and a hint of trepidation, Li Xiaobo slowly turned his head. Upon recognizing the figure, his astonishment swiftly transformed into joy. It was his long-lost sister. She stood there, smiling warmly at him, her gaze imbued with the intimacy and warmth of a long-awaited reunion. Li Xiaobo embraced his sister tightly, exclaiming, "Sis, how did you come back? I've missed you so much." She affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "Dear brother, of course I had to return to see you. Besides, I am now a 34th level soul master. My power has greatly increased, allowing me to protect you better." Li Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Sis, you're amazing. I also want to awaken my martial soul and become a powerful soul master like you." She patted his shoulder encouragingly. "You can definitely do it, brother. You have great potential with diligent training. Your martial soul awakening will surely lead to remarkable achievements." As she spoke, she produced a luminous orb and handed it to Li Xiaobo. "This orb will aid you in your martial soul awakening. Hold on to it and prepare well." Li Xiaobo carefully accepted the orb, feeling a mysterious energy coursing through his hands. Clutching it tightly, he declared, "Sis, I will make good use of it and strive for an early martial soul awakening." The siblings exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. Li Xiaobo followed his sister along the path home, exhilarated by the prospect of spending time together after such a long separation. Before long, their home came into view. As he pushed the door open, the robust waves of his father's soul power enveloped him. Upon seeing Li Yuanmei return, Li Lingfeng erupted into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, their mother, Feng Linger, gently drew Li Yuanmei close, scrutinizing her for any signs of injury or change. Then, Li Yuanmei turned to her parents, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Mom, Dad, I've missed you and my brother so much." Mother gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, offering comfort. "Xiaobo, focus on your training. Perhaps one day you'll have the opportunity to fight alongside your sister. At that time, our family will have even more moments to reunite." Li Xiaobo clenched his fists and nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will definitely strive to improve." At that moment, sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the faces of the family filled with hope. The family gathered together, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Xiaobo asked his sister, "Sister, have you encountered any particularly formidable opponents at the academy?" Li Yuanmei took a sip of water and replied slowly, "Of course. During one practical training session, my opponent was Zhao Gang, who possesses a powerful attack-type martial soul. His offensive capabilities were exceptionally strong. As soon as the battle commenced, he launched a fierce assault, and I could only rely on the power of the Hunyuan Pearl to defend myself continuously. As she spoke, Li Yuanmei picked up the Hunyuan Pearl to show her family. This pearl not only enhances my defensive capabilities, but can also reflect a portion of the damage at critical moments. I seized the opportunity and used the pearl's power to rebound some of his attacks, catching him off guard, and ultimately triumphed narrowly. The family listened with great interest, and their father stroked his beard, nodding in approval. My daughter is truly both wise and courageous. Subsequently, Li Yuanmei shared tales of her amusing teachers and classmates at the academy, as well as the various peculiar martial souls. Li Xiaobo listened to his sister's stories. His yearning for the awakening of his own martial soul grew stronger, and he secretly resolved to train diligently, aspiring to shine. At the academy, just like his sister, while Li Yuanmei was animatedly recounting her experiences, they were suddenly interrupted by a loud rumbling from Li Xiaobo's stomach. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, and upon seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. We were so engrossed in conversation that we forgot Xiaobo hasn't eaten yet. Mother chuckled. Thus, the family rose and made their way to the dining room. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes, exuding tantalizing aromas. Li Xiaobo's eyes lit up, and he eagerly sat down, ready to indulge. Eat slowly, don't choke, his sister reminded him with concern as he stuffed food into his mouth. He mumbled indistinctly, Sister, the food at the academy must not be as good as home. Indeed, home-cooked meals are infused with our parents' boundless love, Li Yuanmei teased. Father suddenly set down his chopsticks, his expression turning grave as he gazed at Li. Xiaobo, next week you will awaken your martial soul. This is a significant event in your life, and you must prepare in advance. Li Xiaobo's eyes brightened, a mixture of anxiety and excitement flooding his heart. Dad, how should I prepare? After a moment of contemplation, his father replied, First and foremost, you must adjust your mindset. Your mental state is crucial during the martial soul awakening. Additionally, focus on strengthening your physical fitness during this time, ensuring your body is in optimal condition to potentially bear the arrival of a more powerful martial soul. His mother chimed in, Yes, indeed. Make sure to eat nutritious foods. I will prepare delicious meals for you every day. Li Yuanmei encouraged, Broder, don't worry. With your talent, you are sure to awaken an extraordinary martial soul, but if you encounter anything you do not understand, feel free to discuss it with me. I have learned quite a bit about martial soul awakening at the academy. Li Xiaobo nodded earnestly. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Thank you, sister. I will give it my all. Subsequently, the family joyfully reminisced about the formidable martial souls that had once graced their lineage, filling Li Xiaobo's heart with anticipation as he envisioned himself wielding a powerful martial soul, galloping across the world. Chapter 3. Martial Soul Awakening. Time flowed swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. At last, the long-awaited, exhilarating day of martial soul awakening had arrived. The entire Earl's mansion was imbued with an atmosphere of tension and excitement, as people eagerly discussed the impending momentous occasion. Children were awakened early by their parents, donning their finest garments and approaching the martial soul awakening hall with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. The entrance was thronged with onlookers, some peering curiously, while others cast encouraging glances towards the children participating in the awakening ceremony. The sunlight bathed the ancient edifice in a golden hue, as if heralding a day replete with miracles and possibilities. Li Xiaobo accompanied his father to the central martial soul awakening chamber of the Earl's mansion. A number of peers had already gathered there, their faces a tapestry of tension and expectation. The elder in charge of the awakening ceremony stood solemnly before an ancient and mysterious array, his gaze serious. Upon noticing the arrival of Li Xiaobo and his father, he gestured for Li Xiaobo to step forward. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobo slowly entered the array, which instantly illuminated with a radiant glow, enveloping him in its light. He felt a strange power surging within him, as if every corner of his being were being explored. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light shot skyward, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around him. Before his eyes, a golden martial soul resembling Li Xiaobo gradually materialized behind him. Li Ling Tian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes, for he had awakened an exceptionally powerful and rare martial soul. The elder nodded in approval, remarking, This child's future is boundless. Li Xiaobo clenched his fists. Brimming with excitement and determination, he understood that his journey along the path of martial souls had only just begun, with countless challenges and opportunities awaiting him ahead. Just as the crowd believed the awakening of the martial soul was nearing its conclusion, a sudden, intense flicker of golden light erupted, transforming into strands of golden threads that radiated outward. Wherever these threads touched, the fabric of space rippled as if stirred by unseen hands. The elder's expression shifted dramatically, for such an occurrence had never been witnessed before. Li Xiaobo felt a more formidable force tugging at him, and despite his attempt to struggle, he found himself immobilized at that moment. The golden martial soul erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, intertwining with blue strands. As the brilliance merged, the martial soul began to transform, its singular form fracturing into multiple smaller golden figures that swirled around Li Xiaobo. In a state of shock, the elder murmured, "Could it be the legendary evolution of a martial soul? What extraordinary constitution does this child possess?" Li Xiaobo gazed in wonder at the miraculous scene unfolding before him, his heart bubbling with curiosity. Yet he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that this was an opportunity to embark on the path of a true warrior. As the crowd stood in awe, the smaller golden figures suddenly fused into a colossal golden silhouette, wielding a long spear that emanated a chilling light. Li Xiaobo could distinctly feel the powerful waves of energy radiating from the spear, as if a mere flick could rend the very fabric of the sky. The elder inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "This is the manifestation of a divine-level martial soul. This child is surely chosen by the heavens." The crowd erupted in astonishment. However, Li Xiaobo remained unfazed. He reached out to touch the spear held by the golden figure. As his hand made contact, a flood of ancient memories surged into his mind. He was transported to a time long past, witnessing a colossal figure wielding a similar weapon, battling against sinister forces. From this vision, Li Xiaobo gleaned profound insights into spear techniques. With resolute determination, he drew forth the spear. In an instant, the skies darkened and thunder rumbled ominously. Li Xiaobo understood that he had embraced a new destiny from this moment forth. He would wield the unexpectedly bestowed powerful martial soul and divine spear, embarking on a journey to uncover the mysteries of martial souls and protect this continent. With the awakening of his martial soul, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and stepped forward. In a dazzling flash of light, a peculiar silhouette emerged around him. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as they beheld a spear radiating a ghostly blue glow, its surface adorned with flowing enigmatic runes. The soul master responsible for the awakening of the spirits was taken aback, his eyes sparkling with astonishment after testing the soul power, innate super soul power. Indeed, it was innate super soul power. This revelation sent a wave of excitement throughout the crowd. Li Lingtian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, while his sister, Li Yuanmei, wore an expression of immense pride. Meanwhile, the few children possessing the non-Huanyuan pearl martial souls clenched their fists in silent determination, aware that this boy named Li Xiaobo would become their target of pursuit. Whispers surged through the crowd as they speculated about Li Xiaobo's future achievements. Standing in place, Li Xiaobo was filled with exhilaration and anticipation. He tightly clenched his fists, silently vowing to carve out his own domain within this world of martial souls. Li Lingdian, his expression grave, surveyed the surroundings and lowered his voice to address the assembly. "This matter is of utmost significance, pertaining to the future of our esteemed family. I implore you all to keep it confidential." The crowd exchanged glances, each nodding in understanding. Subsequently, they filed out one by one, leaving the room soon occupied only by Li Xiaobo and his father, Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's demeanor remained solemn, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xiaobo, as if he had something of great importance to convey exclusively to him. Li Lingtian gazed at Li Xiaobo with a serious expression, earnestly advising him, "Xiaobo, there is a matter of utmost importance that I must bring to your attention, no matter the time or place. You must never reveal your twin martial souls or that innate super soul power to anyone. This is a secret that pertains to our very survival. Should it come to light, it could invite countless troubles and dangers." He grasped Li Xiaobo's shoulders tightly, as if seeking to convey the gravity of the situation through this gesture. He then lowered his voice and continued, "Do you understand? Twin martial souls are exceedingly rare, and innate super soul power is even more unique. Once such a gift is exposed, it will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of various factions. Those with ulterior motives will stop at nothing to seize this power, plunging us into an endless abyss of peril. Therefore, you must remember to keep this under wraps, even from those closest to you. Only in this way can we navigate this world fraught with crises and challenges safely." Following this, Li Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Li Xiaobo. With a tone tinged with curiosity and anticipation, he inquired, Xiaobo, may I ask what your awakened martial soul is? His question hung in the air, imbued with a palpable eagerness to unveil this mystery. Chapter 4. The Martial Soul of the Divine Spear and the Herbal Compendium Dad. Li Xiaobo exclaimed with excitement, my martial soul is called the Reverse Divine Spear. It is an offensive-type martial soul. At this moment, pride and anticipation gleamed in his eyes. The Reverse Divine Spear seemed to possess boundless power. Its sharp tip radiating a chilling light, while its shaft was inscribed with mysterious and ancient runes, each one seemingly harboring immense energy. Look at my physique, he added. Having fused and tempered with my martial soul, I have become stronger than ever. My muscles are well-defined and brimming with explosive potential, as if I could unleash astonishing power at any moment. Furthermore, as my mastery over the martial soul continues to grow, I can feel significant enhancements in my speed, reflexes, and endurance. What astonished me even more was the revelation of possessing a mysterious and formidable martial soul. At that moment, my left hand slowly rose, as if drawn by an invisible force. As my hand ascended, the air around it seemed to quiver slightly, and a faint glow began to emanate from my palm. Initially weak, the light gradually intensified, resembling a star awakening from slumber. Li Tian, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, gazed in disbelief at Li Xiaobo, who was revealed not to possess a twin martial soul, but rather a rare three-life martial soul, unprecedented in the annals of Douluo continent. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo spoke eloquently about this martial soul, which resembled a mysterious illustration of myriad herbs, containing within it a vast space akin to a magical treasure chest that would expand with his cultivation, growing ever more boundless. Furthermore, time within this martial soul flowed at an astonishing pace. A single day outside equated to 10 days within. Moreover, as his cultivation continued to advance, this temporal ratio would further escalate. Following this, Li Tian proceeded to assess Li Xiaobo's innate soul power, as the previously used crystal ball could only measure soul powers up to level 10. When Li Xiaobo placed his hand upon the crystal ball, it illuminated 2/5 of its surface. Given that this crystal ball could gauge up to level 50, Li Xiaobo's innate soul power was an impressive level 20. Li Xiaobo felt a surge of pride within. After all, with a divine martial soul, an innate level of 20 seemed perfectly reasonable. Of course, this was a thought he dared not voice. Li Tian regained his composure and addressed Li Xiaobo, saying, Xiaobo, you must never disclose the nature of your innate soul power to anyone. From now on, you shall present yourself as possessing full innate power. This will prevent inciting jealousy, for there are only a few who achieve full innate soul power every few years. Li Xiaobo nodded, indicating his understanding. Li Tian then remarked, Xiaobo, you mentioned that your herbal diagram contains a vast space. Li Xiaobo replied, indeed, the space within it will expand as my cultivation progresses. Subsequently, Li Tian led Li Xiaobo to the Earl's Estate's worship hall, where the elders exhibited keen interest in the herbal diagram martial soul. The Grand Elder, Li Qinghua, arranged for a variety of rare plant seeds to be brought forth for Li Xiaobo to experiment with, and indeed, every attempt proved successful. To validate the extraordinary capabilities of the herbal diagram martial soul, Li Qinghua specifically selected a batch of rare plant seeds from an herbal garden situated miles away and entrusted them to Li Xiaobo for testing. Li Xiaobo planted the seeds within the martial soul's space, and within 3 days, the seeds astonishingly sprouted and grew at a visible pace, even evolving into new varieties within the space. He then proposed the idea of cultivating plant-type soul beasts within the space, which piqued the astonishment and curiosity of the family elders, prompting them to gather some young plant-type soul beasts. These soul beasts thrived rapidly within the herbal diagram, displaying unprecedented mutation abilities. The family elders were astounded and resolved to classify Li Xiaobo's martial soul as a family treasure, providing additional resources for him to further his research. Upon planting the seeds within the herbal diagram martial soul, Li Xiaobo unexpectedly discovered that not only could the plants grow at an astonishing rate, but their tiers could also be elevated. Li Qinghua and the other elders were taken aback by this revelation and pledged their full support for Li Xiaobo's studies. Li Xiaobo proposed the notion of nurturing plant-type soul beasts, which Li Qinghua deemed a bold endeavor, thus instructing others to collect some rare plant-type soul beast cubs. Under Li Xiaobo's meticulous care, these soul beasts not only grew rapidly, but also exhibited unprecedented capabilities during their evolutionary processes. Ultimately, Li Xiaobo's herbal diagram martial soul emerged as the family's secret weapon. Li Qinghua, tomorrow, I will take Xiaobo to obtain the soul ring. We must not delay his growth. Li Lingtian, I shall accompany Xiaobo tomorrow. He then instructed someone to take Li Xiaobo back to rest. Chapter 6. Unexpected joy. A sudden change arose as the night enveloped the surroundings in a thick, inky darkness, heavy and profound. In this silent and still night, Li Xiaobo was abruptly seized by an unprecedented wave of agony, as if something within the depths of his being were striving to break free. He doubled over in pain, clutching himself tightly, as though this act might alleviate the excruciating torment tearing through him. However, the suffering did not relent as he had hoped. Instead, it intensified with each passing moment. At last, Li Xiaobo could bear it no longer. His knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, mingling with the dust beneath him. He opened his mouth to cry out, but all that escaped was a hoarse and anguished roar, a sound that resonated with haunting sorrow through the stillness of the night sky. Li Lingtian was originally standing not far away, witnessing the unfolding events. A sudden shock coursed through him as he intended to approach and assess Li Xiaobo's condition, when he unexpectedly observed a transformation occurring behind the latter. A pair of ebony wings slowly unfurled, emanating a faint blue luminescence, reminiscent of the wings of a demon emerging from the abyss. Li Lingtian stood frozen, his eyes filled with astonishment. As a distinguished soul master, he was acutely aware of the implications of this revelation. An external soul bone, an entity comparable to 100,000-year soul bone, represented a coveted treasure long sought after by countless soul masters. Yet, at this moment, it manifested upon Li Xiaobo. What could possibly account for this extraordinary occurrence? At this moment, Li Xiaobo's inner world was tumultuous. He could distinctly perceive the formidable power bestowed by those wings, a force both potent and thunderous, as if capable of annihilating everything in its path. His heart was a mixture of astonishment and elation. He was astonished by the sudden upheaval and elated at the prospect of acquiring an unprecedented strength. However, this power was not easily tamed. Li Xiaobo quickly realized that his consciousness was seemingly being eroded by the ferocious energy. He struggled to maintain clarity, yet felt increasingly powerless. He understood that he must swiftly make a choice, either be consumed by this force, becoming a mere shell of his former self, or endure this trial, mastering the power and emerging as a true force to be reckoned with. Li Lingtian gazed at the agonizing struggles of Li Xiaobo, his heart a tumult of emotions. He yearned to rush forward and offer assistance, yet he was acutely aware of his own impotence in this moment. All he could do was watch helplessly as Li Xiaobo underwent such a profound transformation before his very eyes, silently wishing for him to endure this trial. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that instant. The anguished cries of Li Xiaobo gradually diminished, replaced by the sound of his labored breaths. The dark wings that adorned his back ceased their frantic flapping, resting quietly behind him. Everything appeared to return to tranquility. But Li Lingtian knew this was merely the calm before the storm. At long last, Li Xiaobo rose slowly to his feet. His gaze had deepened, imbued with a newfound resolve, as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. The black wings behind him stirred gently in accordance with his will, heralding the dawn of a new era. Li Lingtian gazed at Li Xiaobo before him, a profound sense of emotion welling up within his heart. Li Xiaobo stood amidst the pitch-black expanse of the soul-hunting forest, his eyes shimmering with a blend of anticipation and trepidation. He inhaled deeply, slowly unfurling the newly formed wings that sprouted from his back. These were wings imbued with formidable power, as if they contained the most tempestuous force of thunder that the heavens and earth could muster. With each gentle flap, the surrounding air seemed to tremble with an electric resonance. Gradually, Li Xiaobo's body began to rise from the ground, lifted by an invisible force, slowly liberating him from the shackles of gravity. This was an unprecedented experience, filling him with exhilaration and a hint of fear for the unknown. Yet, he understood that this moment marked a significant turning point in his life. Moments later, he found himself hovering in the sky, resembling a newly birthed deity. Behind him, thunder manifested, akin to silver dragons weaving through the clouds. Should a mortal behold this spectacle, they would undoubtedly perceive it as a divine visitation, utterly astonishing. After a brief suspension in midair, Li Xiaobo endeavored to master the control of his wings, wobbling slightly as he descended. His movements, though somewhat clumsy, already exuded a nascent majesty. Upon touching the ground, he eagerly dashed towards his father, Li Lingtian, his face radiating an unmistakable thrill. "Father, look," Li Xiaobo exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the wings upon his back. "This external soul bone has bestowed upon me two powerful skills. The first is 3,000 thunder movements, which can enhance my speed by 300. Just imagine how swift my movements will be in the future." Li Ling Tian listened to his son's narration, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, but predominantly he felt a deep sense of pride and satisfaction. He understood that his son had embarked upon an extraordinary journey. What about the second skill? Li Ling Tian inquired with curiosity. The second skill is called Thunder Radiance of the Nine Heavens, Li Xiaobo replied, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. It is a domain-type skill. Within the realm of Thunder Radiance of the Nine Heavens, I can significantly amplify my lightning elemental power, and I can unleash indiscriminate attacks upon my foes within the domain. It is truly my ultimate weapon. Upon hearing this, Li Ling Tian could not help but feel a surge of joy for his son. He understood that these two skills would serve as significant catalysts in Li Xiaobo's journey of growth. What brought him even greater solace was the realization that Li Xiaobo had not succumbed to arrogance or complacency due to his newfound strength. Instead, he cherished it and endeavored even harder. From this moment forth, Li Xiaobo's life would turn a new page. He would embark on a path strewn with challenges and opportunities, accompanied by the spirit of thunder. All of this began on that dark night. With the gentle fluttering of his wings, Li Ling Tian gazed at his son, Li Xiaobo, with immense pride, imparting his earnest advice. Xiaobo, it is imperative that you conceal your external soul bone, for it is a treasure of the blood river, its value rivaling that of 100,000-year-old soul bone. Li Xiaobo nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Li Ling Tian continued, your two skills are quite remarkable. You may practice diligently in secluded corners. As the night deepened, the stars twinkled like scattered jewels. The two walked side by side, the path beneath them feeling even more familiar than before, leading towards the soul-hunting town. Their steps conveyed a sense of urgency, yet fatigue was evident in their demeanor. After a day filled with exertion, both body and spirit had reached their limits. The outline of the soul-hunting town gradually became discernible, yet the hour was late, with the night enveloping them and the streetlights casting a dim glow. They exchanged a knowing smile, both understanding that they could only pause here for the night. The soul-hunting hotel emerged as their sole option. Within the embrace of the night, the hotel's lights glowed warmly and gently, infusing a touch of vitality and comfort into the shadowy edge of the forest. Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo entered the hotel lobby, where the wooden floorboards creaked gently beneath their feet. Surrounding them, the walls were adorned with murals depicting the legends of the soul-splitting forest, each one vibrant and shrouded in mystery. The air in the hotel was imbued with a subtle scent of wood, harmonizing perfectly with the essence of the forest. After completing their check-in, they made their way to a spacious and immaculate guest room. Though the amenities were modest, the space exuded a rustic charm. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a dappled array of light and shadow upon the wooden floor, creating a picturesque scene of intertwining beauty. Li Ling Tian sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze filled with affection and anticipation as he observed Li Xiaobo, who was busily organizing his belongings. He understood profoundly that this son not only inherited his bloodline but also displayed an unparalleled talent in martial spirits. That external soul bone was not merely a symbol of strength. It bore a weighty responsibility. Xiaobo, you must remember, Li Ling Tian said earnestly, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The strength bestowed upon you by this soul bone is not meant for ostentation or misuse. Rather, it is to be wielded in the service of those in need, to uphold peace and justice in this world. Li Xiaobo paused his actions and lifted his gaze towards his father, a resolute gleam illuminating his eyes. I understand, father. I shall cherish this power and wield it to pursue what is right. Li Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction, gently stroking his son's hair. I believe in you, Xiaobo. It's getting late. You should rest early. We need to rise early tomorrow for our journey. As the night deepened, the moonlight poured like water into every corner of the soul-splitting forest. In this tranquil night, both Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo were immersed in their respective sweet dreams, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the morrow and the adventures and challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 5. The Hunt for Soul Beast at Dawn. Li Xiaobo awoke with fervor, exhilarated at the thought of officially becoming a soul master. After a quick wash, he excitedly sought out Li Ling Tian. Upon reaching the living room, he discovered that his mother, Feng Ling had already prepared breakfast, and his sister was already at the table. Feng Ling urged Li Xiaobo to sit down and eat quickly. After hastily finishing his meal, he inquired about his father's whereabouts, for his impatience was palpable. Just then, Li Ling Tian entered from outside, asking, Xiaobo, are you ready? Li Xiaobo nodded, and he followed Li Ling Tian as they headed outside. They made their way directly to the soul-hunting forest. Due to Li Ling Tian's careful guidance, They reached Soul Hunting Town by evening, where they spent the night at the Fierce Soul Tavern, replenishing their energy in preparation for the next day. At dawn the following day, Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo stepped into the soul hunting forest. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sunlight. Li Ling Tian led Li Xiaobo through the dense foliage, searching for the perfect soul ring that would resonate with him. In the boundless Douluo continent, soul rings are treasures coveted by every soul master. They not only signify a soul master's strength but also symbolize their honor and status. However, the process of obtaining a soul ring is fraught with uncertainty and peril. Every hunting expedition is a rigorous test of a soul master's courage and wisdom. Today, Li Ling Tian stands as a paragon within the realm of soul masters, embarking on a journey toward the soul hunting forest. Their goal is clear: to procure the legendary and exceedingly rare high-level soul ring to enhance Li Xiaobo's prowess. The soul hunting forest is a mysterious and treacherous place. Dense trees obscure the sky, while sunlight filters through the layered leaves, casting dappled shadows. In this dimly lit environment, various soul beasts lurk, some cunning, others fierce, always poised to deliver a fatal blow to any intruder. Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo cautiously traversed the forest, one following the other. His gaze was sharp and his ears slightly twitched, leaving no rustle of the grass or whisper of the wind unnoticed. Years of experience as a soul hunter had imparted to him the understanding that in this woodland, any lapse in vigilance could exact a grievous toll. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from nearby, causing the leaves to tremble and fall. Li Lingtian's expression hardened as he whispered to Li Xiaobo, "Be on guard. A rare soul beast is lurking." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's spirits were instantly lifted. Their journey was indeed aimed at seeking rare soul beasts to procure their soul rings. Although fraught with peril, opportunities and challenges coexisted harmoniously. He gripped the soul device in his hand tightly, fully prepared for battle at any moment. The sounds of combat erupted from two colossal soul beasts, the Nether Serpent and the Thunder Hawk, as they vied for dominion over a territory rich in energy. Li Lingtian and Li Xiaobo concealed themselves, keenly observing the fierce clash between the two creatures. The Nether Serpent was inadvertently struck at its vital point by the Thunder Hawk, leading to its defeat as the latter emerged victorious. Seizing the opportunity, Li Lingtian acted swiftly to subdue the Thunder Hawk, urging Li Xiaobo to swiftly eliminate the soul beast. After all, while the Thunder Hawk may not rival the mighty Diamond Titan, it was nonetheless a remarkable soul beast in its own right. Li Xiaobo tightly clutched a uniquely shaped soul-guiding dagger, which glimmered with a chilling radiance under the faint glow of the setting sun, as if whispering untold secrets. Not far away, a thunder eagle, ensnared by his father Li Lingtian's extraordinary technique, glared with piercing eyes, thrashing in furious desperation. Its wings were bound by an invisible restraint, and each attempt to break free appeared both feeble and hopeless. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, his footsteps heavy as he approached the thunder eagle. At this moment, his heart was engulfed in tumultuous emotions. Yet today, he was compelled to end its life with his own hands. Why must he do this? Li Xiaobo questioned himself countless times. Was it the unyielding command of his father, or was it in pursuit of his own so-called breakthrough? He could find no answer, only mechanically drawing closer to the furious creature. In the eyes of the thunder eagle, Li Xiaobo's figure seemed to be reflected. What a gaze it was, one of fury, intertwined with profound sorrow. It stirred layer upon layer of ripples within Li Xiaobo's heart. At last, he stood before the thunder eagle. He slowly raised the soul-guiding dagger in his hand, the blade tracing a mournful arc through the air. In that moment, time appeared to stand still, leaving only him, the thunder eagle, and the dagger poised to descend. The sound of the dagger piercing flesh resonated starkly in the stillness of the night sky. The thunder eagle emitted a heart-wrenching cry, then gradually collapsed to the ground. Li Xiaobo stared blankly at his hands, as well as the lifeless thunder eagle that lay before him. An indescribable emotion surged within him, yet he could not decipher its nature. He stood silently, allowing the evening breeze to disperse the confusion that clouded his heart. On this day, Li Xiaobo made the most arduous decision of his life, embarking on a path fraught with uncertainty and challenges. The soul-guiding dagger would forever remain a source of pain and memory within him. Absorbing a soul ring was no trifling matter. Standing before the colossal form of the thunder eagle, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and slowly extended his hands. He was acutely aware that he was about to confront unprecedented agony and trials. As his soul power surged, the energy from the thunder eagle's soul ring gradually flowed into his body. In that instant, it felt as though he had been struck by lightning. his entire being quaking violently. Within his meridians, the elemental force of thunder raged like a wild beast, rampaging without restraint. Li Xiaobo felt as though his body might be torn asunder by this overwhelming power. He clenched his teeth tightly, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Yet he refused to relent. He understood that this was an essential path to his ascension. Only by persevering could he attain the formidable strength akin to thunder's might. As time elapsed, Li Xiaobo's consciousness began to blur. However, in this critical moment, a powerful suction force erupted from within his soul power, completely absorbing the final vestiges of energy from the Thunder Eagle's soul ring. A wave of warmth coursed through his body, and Li Xiaobo realized he had succeeded. After the absorption was complete, he rose to his feet, feeling the surging soul power within him. He discovered that not only had his strength significantly increased, but he had also acquired a new skill, Thunderous Might. This ability would allow him to harness the surrounding power of lightning, amplifying his own, ensuring that each attack he unleashed would be suffused with the force of thunder. Li Xiaobo exuberantly demonstrated his newly acquired skill to his father, Li Lingtian. With a mere wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the distance with tremendous force. The sheer power of it left even Li Lingtian astounded. He understood deeply that his young son had embarked on a path uniquely his own, destined for greatness. Li Xiaobo absorbed the soul ring of the Thunder Eagle, which not only enhanced his physical constitution but also bestowed upon him the ability to wield lightning. Chapter 7. Rest in the morning. Upon awakening in the Soul Hunting Hotel, Li Xiaobo joined Li Lingtian for breakfast. After their meal, they hastily returned home. Once back, Li Xiaobo eagerly boasted to Feng Linger about his martial soul skill. He proclaimed, "My first martial soul skill is called Thunderous Might. This ability allows me to absorb the surrounding power of lightning, amplifying my own strength, so that each of my attacks is imbued with the force of electricity." Feng Linger, taken aback, exclaimed, "This skill is extraordinary. Even a 10,000-year soul beast's soul ring may not possess such a technique, and it is, moreover, a rare amplification skill. Skills of 100-year amplification can be utilized by title Douluo." However, Feng Lingo cautioned, "Xiaobo, you must not become arrogant. Although your skill is formidable, you are still quite weak and cannot defeat many others." Li Xiaobo nodded in acknowledgement. Then he declared, "I must practice my soul skill to ensure its application becomes second nature, thereby enhancing my combat capability." With that, he dashed towards the training grounds to commence his practice. Li Xiaobo arrived at the training grounds and sought out a spacious corner to focus intently on his practice. With his eyes closed, he endeavored to guide the soul force within him, and as the energy flowed, faint currents of electricity flickered in the surrounding air. However, his initial progress was far from smooth. The soul force continually faltered at critical moments, causing erratic bursts of lightning. Yet, Li Xiaobo remained undeterred. After several adjustments, he finally succeeded in gathering a small surge of lightning energy in the palm of his hand. He abruptly opened his eyes and unleashed this bolt of energy towards a massive stone ahead, resulting in a thunderous explosion that left a charred mark upon the stone's surface. Just then, a commotion erupted from another side of the training area. It turned out that several noble youths were engaged in a contest, one of whom demonstrated an exceptionally formidable defensive soul technique that rendered all attacks from their opponent futile. Observing this, Li Xiaobo pondered to himself that although his soul technique was powerful offensively, overcoming such a defensive expert would likely pose a significant challenge. It appeared he would need to dedicate more time to practice and strategize accordingly. Taking a deep breath, he immersed himself once more into the cultivation of his soul techniques. As night descended, the moonlight spilled over the earth like water. Inside, Li Xiaobo was wholly absorbed in his training, with time slipping away unnoticed until it was well past midnight. When he finally ceased his practice, he felt utterly fatigued yet invigorated in spirit. After a brief respite, he trudged to the kitchen and prepared a simple dinner. Once satiated, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and without a moment's thought, he hastily climbed into bed, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. However, just as he was lost in dreams, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door jolted him awake. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Li Xiaobo felt a flicker of annoyance. Who could be knocking at such an hour? Grumbling, he reluctantly rose from his bed and hastened to the door, opening it with a swift motion. The moment the door swung open, a rich aroma of herbs enveloped him. Upon closer inspection, he found Li Lingtian standing at the threshold, carrying a wooden tub from which steam billowed, clearly containing something special. "Xiaobo, I've brought you a medicinal bath," Li Lingtian declared as he strode into the room and set the tub down on the floor. It turned out to be a specially concocted herbal bath, infused with various precious herbs and elixirs, capable of significantly enhancing the cultivation speed of its user. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo's face immediately brightened with joy. That's wonderful. Thank you, father. Li Lingdian smiled and nodded, saying, Xiaobo, having just completed your training, your body is in need of nourishment. Quickly immerse yourself in the medicinal bath. This will enhance the absorption of the therapeutic effects. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaobo swiftly shed his garments and leaped into the wooden tub. The warm medicinal liquid enveloped his body, bestowing upon him an unparalleled sense of comfort. Following Li Lingtian's instructions, he discreetly began to circulate the techniques he had mastered. As he did so, Li Xiaobo was elated to discover that the potency of the medicinal bath seemed to be drawn towards him, flowing incessantly into his being. The previously sluggish rate of absorption now surged dramatically, and this sensation was utterly exquisite. Meanwhile, Li Lingtian, observing that Li Xiaobo had successfully entered a meditative state, nodded in satisfaction and softly remarked, Focus on your cultivation. I shall take my leave for now. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek me out. With that, he turned and exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Li Xiaobo was immersed in the wondrous sensations brought forth by the medicinal bath, as if his very soul were being nourished. As time passed, the potency of the herbs in the bath was gradually absorbed by him. He slowly opened his eyes. Feeling invigorated, his spirit power significantly more robust than before. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs and, upon sensing the surging energy within him, resolved to return to the training grounds to test his skills. Upon arriving at the training arena, he fortuitously encountered the formidable descendant of a soul clan he had previously observed. The moment the individual spotted Li Xiaobo, a glimmer of challenge flickered in his eyes. Unfazed, Li Xiaobo boldly invited him to a duel. As the battle commenced, Li Xiaobo unleashed his enhanced lightning-based soul technique, bolts of electricity coiling like ethereal serpents as they surged towards his opponent. The clan descendant, as before, employed his defensive soul technique, erecting a formidable barrier. Yet this time, Li Xiaobo's lightning force pressed relentlessly, each strike more potent than the last. In the heat of the confrontation, the clan descendant began to show signs of strain, his defenses revealing subtle fissures. Ultimately, with a thunderous shout from Li Xiaobo, a robust bolt of lightning shattered the defenses, striking true. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, while Li Xiaobo stood at the center of the training ground, his heart brimming with anticipation for the path of cultivation that lay ahead. Li Xiaobo reveled in the joy of victory, yet he was acutely aware that his journey was far from over. At that moment, Li Lingtian, who had consistently observed his growth, made a reappearance. Li Xiaobo, Thunderous Legions. This skill harnesses the power of lightning, converging it into an immense force akin to a myriad of cavalry. Its might is not only formidable, but also spans an extensive area. Li Xiaobo commenced his demonstration, his hands gracefully dancing as countless bolts of lightning converged around him, instantly transforming into a magnificent army of 1,000 steeds galloping forth, their momentum seemingly capable of shattering mountains and rivers. As he unleashed the might of his thunderous legion, the entire training ground was illuminated by the brilliance of lightning, a formidable aura radiating outward, capturing the attention of all present. Sensing this overwhelming power, Li Xiaobo's heart brimmed with confidence for the future. Resolutely determined to forge ahead on his path of cultivation, overcoming all obstacles with this extraordinary skill. Li Xiaobo was about to say something further when Li Lingtian raised his hand to signal him to be silent. Xiaobo, your progress is commendable, yet you must not become complacent. This Douluo continent is a realm filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and many formidable opponents await you. Li Xiaobo respectfully replied, Yes, father, I understand. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted at the edge of the training arena. Everyone turned to see a young man clad in a black robe striding forward. He exuded an air of mystery, his gaze cold and piercing. Who is this person? He seems quite formidable, whispered the descendants of various families. The black-robed youth approached Li Xiaobo directly, stopping before him and coldly stating, I have heard that your lightning-based soul skills are impressive. I wish to challenge you. Li Xiaobo felt a jolt of surprise as he sensed the pressure emanating from the person before him, yet his inherent pride was also stirred. Then let it be so. The two stood facing each other, and an atmosphere of tension instantly enveloped the training arena. The crowd held their breath, eagerly anticipating the commencement of an intense battle. Chapter 8. The Black-Robed Youth. Li Yongjia, hailing from the esteemed Earl's residence, is a distinguished figure of the Second Elder's lineage, a rare prodigy that has scarcely been seen in a century. In his early years, he exhibited an astonishing innate talent, possessing a soul power that soared to an impressive level of 9.5. This extraordinary gift rendered him an unequivocal choice for the family's core disciples, earmarked for intensive cultivation. As time flowed by, the now 13-year-old Li Yongjia has remarkably ascended to the 40th level of the Soul Master realm, achieving an unparalleled pace of development that surpasses common comprehension. Even more striking is his unparalleled and formidable martial soul, the Golden Unicorn Beetle. Typically, an ordinary Golden Unicorn Beetle martial soul possesses considerable offensive and defensive capabilities. However, Li Yongjia's variant has evolved into a premier attack-type martial soul, greatly amplifying its potency and transforming it into a lethal weapon in combat. This morning, as sunlight cascaded upon the ancient and solemn family gates, casting mottled shadows, Li Yongjia returned, weary yet resolute, from a lengthy and arduous external training journey. Upon stepping into the family territory, his keen intuition immediately sensed an unusual stir. What was usually a tranquil training ground was now abuzz with excitement. A group of spirited youths had gathered closely, their voices erupting in waves of astonishment and cheer. Li Yongjia, filled with curiosity, hastened towards the training grounds. In the heart of the crowd, a figure was passionately showcasing his remarkable skills. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Xiaobo, demonstrating his captivating soul technique. Li Xiaobo moved with the grace of a swallow, each strike accompanied by a surge of soul energy that caused the surrounding air to quiver ever so slightly. Li Yongjia observed quietly, secretly admiring Li Xiaobo's remarkable progress and skill. However, a surge of fierce determination also welled up within him. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward and declared, "Brother Xiaobo, such splendid soul techniques ignite my eagerness. Might I have the honor of engaging in a friendly spar with you?" Li Xiaobo gazed intently at the young figure clad in black robes before him, his gaze gradually shifting to Li Lingtian, who stood nearby. Li Lingtian nodded slightly, granting his consent. Subsequently, both parties ascended the arena, where Li Xiaobo declared in a measured tone, "Spirit embodiment, a level 12 assault system soul master." Li Yongjia responded with a resonant voice, "My spirit is the Golden Unicorn Beetle, with a soul power of level 43 battle sect." Without delay, Li Xiaobo initiated the offensive with his first soul skill, Thunderbolt Strike, which surged towards Li Yongjia's cheek like a bolt of lightning. In response, Li Yongjia bellowed. First soul skill, Piercing Smoke Tread, enhanced thrice, increasing attack power by 100% and launching the enemy. Li Xiaobo was instantly sent flying. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. As he landed, he charged once more toward Yongjia. Just as Li Yongjia sought to gauge the potency of Li Xiaobo's soul skill, Li Xiaobo unleashed Thunderbolt Strike again. In that instant, Li Yongjia felt a formidable surge of electricity coursing through him, rendering his body paralyzed and unable to move. Helplessly watching as Li Xiaobo resumed his assault, Li Yongjia, wary and vigilant, shouted, "Third soul skill, Fierce Army of 10,000, a powerful strike to the ground," inflicting 150% damage and imposing a 1-second control. As Li Xiaobo once again rushed toward Li Yongjia, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force restraining him, hindering his movements. Realizing this was the effect of Li Yongjia's soul skill, Li Xiaobo promptly activated his own. Li Yongjia proclaimed, "Invincible Charge, a brief charge that inflicts 40% damage and sends the enemy flying." Seeing this, Li Xiaobo hurriedly employed Thunderbolt Strike to bolster his resistance. Li Yongjia launched an attack directly at Li Xiaobo's chest, sending him flying once more. Li Yongjia swiftly followed, striking Li Xiaobo again. In the moment of his descent, Li Xiaobo unleashed Thunderbolt Strike yet again, attacking Li Yongjia. Though he fought valiantly, his strength was waning. Meanwhile, Li Yongjia grew increasingly emboldened, his soul power surging with greater intensity. Fourth soul skill, Swarm of Golden Beetles, summoning a multitude of golden beetles to charge at the enemy, each inflicting 30% damage. Li Yongjia exclaimed. Before long, a myriad of shimmering golden beetles surged toward Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo widened his eyes, summoning every ounce of strength for one last thunderous effort, attempting to break through the tide of insects. Yet, the disparity in power proved insurmountable as the golden-armored beetles swarmed over him, inflicting excruciating pain. And he fell heavily to the ground. "You are formidable, but alas, the gap between us is too vast," Li Yongjia remarked as he approached Li Xiaobo, struggling to rise. Li Xiaobo collapsed once more, managing a bitter smile as he said, "Today's battle has illuminated my shortcomings. I shall diligently train and return for a rematch." Li Yongjia nodded slightly, admiring Li Xiaobo's fighting spirit. "I look forward to that day." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Li Xiaobo on the ground. His gaze filled with both reluctance and determination, silently vowing to become stronger. Soon after, Li Lingdian strode purposefully towards Li Xiaobo, his expression serious as he regarded the somewhat youthful boy before him. "Child," he spoke softly, "gaze upon this vast and boundless world, where geniuses abound like countless stars. Therefore, you must not allow even the slightest complacency. You must devote yourself entirely to your cultivation. Only through constant growth can a truly powerful genius earn the heartfelt respect and admiration of others." As his words hung in the air, Li Lingdian gently extended his arms, embracing Li Xiaobo with warmth and strength, before slowly turning and walking with steady steps toward Li Xiaobo's bedroom. Throughout the journey, the father and son exchanged no further words. Yet an invisible understanding flowed between them. Upon returning to the bedroom, Li Lingtian carefully laid Li Xiaobo on the bed, tucking him in securely before gazing thoughtfully at the youthful face brimming with vitality and resolve. He then quietly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. However, Li Xiaobo, lying in bed, did not immediately succumb to sleep. He stared at the ceiling, silently vowing, "I will double my efforts in cultivation. One day, I shall become a remarkable title Douluo. Only then will I have the right to stand atop this world, gazing down upon all beings." With this thought, he clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, gradually closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing rhythm, preparing to immerse himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation. He understood well that in the world of Douluo continent, to stand out, one must exert far greater effort than the average person. Moreover, he was fortunate enough to possess a coveted golden finger, which undoubtedly provided him with boundless confidence and motivation to pursue the exalted realm of the God King. As time slipped away, the night deepened, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Yet, Li Xiaobo sat there like a statue, utterly still. His mind was completely absorbed in the operation of the cultivation technique, and his breath flowed in harmony, with a faint glow flickering around him. Thus, the night swiftly passed. When the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated Li Xiaobo, he finally opened his eyes. After a night of rigorous cultivation, although his body felt somewhat fatigued, his spirit was remarkably invigorated. Reflecting on the intense confrontation with Li Yongjia the previous day, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It was precisely this contest that had restored the calmness of his previously inflated heart. At this moment, Li Xiaobo understood that even with the unparalleled advantage of a golden finger, one must never succumb to arrogance or complacency. The road ahead is long and arduous. Only through unwavering perseverance and relentless self-improvement can one truly embark on the path to becoming a God King. Thus, without hesitation, he rose, stretched his limbs, and once again plunged into the more arduous training ahead. Chapter 9. Whale glue. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Throughout this lengthy week, Li Xiaobo had diligently engaged in exceptionally strenuous training. However, despite his monumental efforts, the enhancement of his own strength was negligible, leaving him feeling profoundly frustrated and perplexed. Just as Li Xiaobo found himself engulfed in confusion, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Conjuring the image of a miraculous treasure known as whale glue, mentioned in the Douluo series. It is said that this whale glue is a closely guarded secret among nobles, a treasure whispered about with reverence, possessing astonishing effects, particularly regarded as an excellent aid for rejuvenating one's vigor. With this thought, a flicker of hope ignited within Li Xiaobo's heart, as if he glimpsed the dawn of a solution to his current predicament. Li Xiaobo turned without hesitation and strode purposefully towards the study of the Earl. Fully aware that Li Lingdian spent the majority of his time engrossed in the myriad complexities of official duties within that very room. Before long, Li Xiaobo arrived at the door of the study. He gently pushed the door open and immediately beheld Li Lingtian, who was deeply immersed in his work. At that moment, Li Lingtian, keenly attuned to the presence of another, looked up and recognized his son, Li Xiaobo. He then paused his writing, a smile gracing his face, and inquired, "Xiaobo, what brings you to me today? Have you encountered difficulties in your training?" Li Xiaobo hastened to the desk, slightly bowed in reverence, and replied, "Indeed, my esteemed father. In recent days, I have diligently dedicated myself to rigorous training, yet my progress remains exceedingly minimal, with results scarcely noticeable. Thus, I have come to humbly request your assistance in procuring a particular item." Li Lingtian, intrigued, nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Oh, what is so significant that it requires your father's intervention? Do share, so I may ponder whether it is worth my assistance." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, summoning his courage to reply, "Father, what I seek is whale resin." No sooner had he spoken than Li Lingtian's previously gentle demeanor transformed dramatically. His brow furrowed, his eyes widened, and he bellowed in anger, "You foolish boy. At such a tender age, you have resorted to whale resin? Speak the truth. Who has introduced you to such matters? If you do not clarify, do not blame your father for being unkind. I shall ensure that the instigator is apprehended and punished severely." Seeing his father's fury, Li Xiaobo felt a pang of anxiety and quickly bowed in response, "Father, I implore you to calm your wrath. You have misunderstood my intent. Whale resin is not merely an aphrodisiac. In fact, it possesses far more significant benefits. Firstly, it can enhance physical fitness and strengthen the body. Secondly, it notably extends the duration for which one can absorb soul rings. Moreover, the older the resin, the more potent its effects become. However, such a precious substance must be meticulously refined by a high-level soul master before it can be consumed. Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian's tense expression gradually softened, though a glimmer of doubt lingered in his eyes. He spoke softly, "Is it true that whale resin possesses such miraculous properties? Why have I never encountered this before? Very well, I shall trust you this time." With that, he gestured to the attendants nearby, instructing them to hasten and procure the whale resin. Before long, a servant hurried back, cradling several pieces of whale resin. Upon closer inspection, Li Lingtian noticed one piece radiating a gentle glow, crystal clear and resembling a millennium-old whale resin, alongside two slightly inferior, yet still remarkable pieces approximating 5,000 years in age. Additionally, 5 pieces of 1,000 years and 3 pieces of 100 years of whale resin were neatly arranged together. Li Lingtian waved his hand, dismissing the attendant, and turned to Li Xiaobo, inquiring, "Xiaobo, which age of whale fin do you truly desire? Furthermore, what preparations must be made prior to utilizing the whale fin?" Li Xiaobo pondered for a moment, then replied, "Father, a fin of excessive age would be beyond my capacity to endure. Thus, I have chosen one that is 5,000 years old, yet I still require several barrels of ice water." Thereupon, Li Lingtian instructed his servants to prepare the ice water. Once everything was in order, Li Xiaobo grasped the 5,000-year-old whale fin in his hand. The moment it touched his palm, a gentle yet potent energy emanated from it. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobo gradually placed the fin into his mouth. In an instant, a searing energy surged down his throat. He hastily employed the methods he had previously learned to guide this force within his body. However, the energy proved to be far more tumultuous than he had anticipated. Before long, Li Xiaobo was flushed and drenched in sweat. Li Lingtian, witnessing this, was filled with concern yet refrained from interrupting. Just as Li Xiaobo felt he could no longer withstand the intensity, he rushed towards the prepared barrel of ice water. With a splash, he plunged into the frigid depths, the icy water enveloping him instantly. The sharp contrast of heat and cold sent shivers through his body. Yet the power of the whale fin gradually softened in response to this struggle, nourishing his physique and merging with his soul force. After a considerable duration, the water settled, and Li Xiaobo emerged from the barrel, radiating a faint luminescence of soul force. A confident smile graced his face, for he felt a significant enhancement in his strength. Clad in his garments, he approached Li Lingtian and proclaimed, "Father, my soul force has ascended by 2 levels, and I sense my body has become considerably more robust." Li Lingtian, upon witnessing this, nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, your soul power has ascended by 2 levels, and your physical strength has also seen significant improvement. It is truly commendable progress." Li Xiaobo, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and, feeling the surging soul power within him, eagerly inquired, "Father, when shall we embark on the quest to capture my second soul ring? I can hardly contain my eagerness to further augment my strength." Li Lingtian paced thoughtfully with his hands clasped behind his back. After a brief moment, he replied, "Do not rush. Although you have made some progress, the pursuit of soul rings remains fraught with peril. We must carefully select suitable soul beasts, which will require some time for preparation. However, given your current condition, we shall be ready to embark in 3 days. During this interval, you must strengthen your soul power and familiarize yourself with the application of your newly acquired strength." Li Xiaobo's gaze was resolute as he replied loudly, "Yes, Father. I shall not slacken my efforts over the next 3 days." With that, he turned and made his way toward the training room, his heart brimming with anticipation for the impending hunting expedition, while secretly vowing to acquire a formidable second spirit ring, thus embarking on the path toward greater strength. After Li Xiaobo departed, Li Lingtian quietly perused the family's treasured compendium of high-level spirit beasts. It is crucial to understand that procuring a spirit ring is no trivial matter and must not be approached with frivolity. He must deliberate meticulously to select the most suitable spirit beast for Li Xiaobo. After all, the previous failure to capture the Diamond Titan, resulting in the fortuitous acquisition of the Thunder Eagle, was sheer happenstance. Indeed, spirit beasts of the caliber of the Thunder Eagle are exceedingly rare. Without a fierce competition between two tigers, how could one hope to attain such an exquisite spirit ring? Now, as they sought to obtain the second ring, it was imperative to carefully examine the records and devise a strategy. Subsequently, Li Lingtian calmed his mind and began his study. Diamond Tiger, Fearclaw Bear, Blazing Lion, Whiteboard Rhinoceros, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. After 3 days of preparation, Li Xiaobo, under the guidance of his father Li Lingtian, set forth. Along the way, Li Lingtian elaborated on the perils of the spirit hunting forest and the nuances of hunting spirit beasts, particularly emphasizing the importance of respecting the spirit beasts and refraining from the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. They traversed mountains and valleys. Finally reaching the outskirts of the spirit hunting forest, Li Lingtian carefully surveyed the surroundings and selected a relatively safe entry point, leading Li Xiaobo into the forest. Within the woods, they encountered several low-level spirit beasts, which Li Xiaobo handled effortlessly under his father's tutelage. At the forest's edge, Li Lingtian instructed Li Xiaobo on how to identify and evade perilous plants, as well as how to utilize these flora to construct traps and concoct potions. They chanced upon a pack of spectral wolves foraging for food, and Li Lingtian demonstrated his strength as a spirit saint, effortlessly repelling the wolves while imparting the harsh realities of survival within the forest to Li Xiaobo. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they stumbled upon a forgotten ancient ruin, prompting Li Lingtian to seize the opportunity to hone Li Xiaobo's exploratory skills. Chapter 10. The Gift of the Time and Space Deity at Dawn. As the sunlight gently graced the earth, Li Lingtian and Li Xiaobo entered the enigmatic and ancient ruins. As they gradually approached the relics, the first sight to greet them was a dilapidated and crumbling city wall. This wall seemed to have endured countless years of erosion and the ravages of war, its surface marred with deep and shallow fissures, while in certain areas it had collapsed entirely, creating vast gaping holes. Beyond the wall lay an expansive area strewn with numerous abandoned structures. Some of these buildings had roofs that had long since caved in, supported only by a few solitary beams. Others bore walls that had been weathered beyond recognition, leaving only faint outlines discernible. The entire scene evoked a sense of desolation and ruin, as if a terrible catastrophe had once transpired here. Nevertheless, Li Lingtian was not dismayed by the sight before him. He carefully held Li Xiaobo's hand and slowly ventured deeper into the ruins. Each step was taken with utmost caution, wary of triggering any latent traps or awakening unknown forces that lay dormant. As they advanced, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, a stale and decayed odor permeating the air, rendering each breath somewhat laborious. Before them stood a magnificent complex of palaces, grand in scale and imposing in presence. Although the passage of time had left its mottled marks upon this ancient edifice, one could still faintly discern its former splendor and grandeur. The towering halls and pavilions, arranged in a harmonious disarray, were adorned with exquisite carvings and opulent decorations, as if narrating tales of a once thriving splendor. Li Lingtian turned to his son Li Xiaobo, his expression grave as he spoke. Xiaobo, observe this relic closely. In my humble opinion, it is a precious treasure left behind from ancient times. After a brief moment, let us part ways to explore further. Remember to remain vigilant of your surroundings and search for any traces of spirit guiding devices. It is crucial to recognize that most of the spirit guiding devices we currently utilize have been unearthed from similar relics. Li Xiaobo nodded solemnly and replied, "Understood, father. Rest assured, your son will diligently investigate and leave no stone unturned." After speaking, the father and son exchanged a knowing glance before turning in unison to embark on their separate paths, each commencing this journey of treasure hunting filled with uncertainty and peril. Li Xiaobo approached the Grand Palace, located at the very center, with a heart full of trepidation and curiosity. Above the palace, a plaque hung prominently, inscribed with the 3 powerful characters Tai Chi Palace in an elegant and dynamic script. As he gently pushed open the heavy palace door, a wave of antiquity and mystery enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though an ethereal tableau unfolded before his eyes, vividly depicting the scenes that had transpired here in days of yore. Li Xiaobo focused his gaze and beheld within the grand hall 9 robust pillars of purple gold, each adorned with vividly carved dragon motifs, their fierce claws and bared fangs exuding an overwhelming aura. At the pinnacle of this magnificent hall stood an exquisite dragon throne, resplendent in gold and azure, radiating an air of formidable majesty. He approached the throne, which symbolized supreme authority, with slow yet resolute steps. As he drew near, he noticed a broad table upon which lay a purple gold token. The token flickered with a faint glow in the dim light, as if silently recounting the historical vicissitudes it had once witnessed. Li Xiaobo gingerly extended his hand and grasped the token. Upon turning it over, he discovered that the reverse side bore two ancient characters, Hylan, deeply engraved. As he examined these characters with keen interest, the token suddenly appeared to come alive, violently breaking free from his grasp and soaring into the air. As it ascended, a dazzling brilliance erupted instantaneously, illuminating the entire dimly lit hall. The radiance sliced through the night like a bolt of lightning, nearly blinding him. Gradually, the light receded until it vanished entirely, revealing a vague silhouette that slowly materialized. The figure seemed to awaken from an ancient slumber, moving with a somewhat sluggish and solemn demeanor. When he finally stood fully revealed before the onlookers, he donned an archaic and enigmatic robe, its sleeves gently fluttering in the breeze. The apparition turned slowly to face Li Xiaobo, its voice resonating as if traversing through the corridors of time. I never anticipated that in this world, there would still be someone capable of discovering this place. Calculating carefully, it has likely been millions of years since anyone last ventured here. After speaking, he slightly tilted his head, gazing thoughtfully into the distance, as if reminiscing about those long-forgotten tales of yore. After a brief pause, the figure turned back, surveying the surrounding environment, observing this once familiar yet now alien realm. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Alas, one ultimately cannot withstand the relentless erosion and wear of time. However, at that moment, his gaze fell upon Li Xiaobo, standing not far away, and a fleeting glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. After a moment of silence, the figure seemed to make a decision. Raising his right hand and extending his index finger, gently pointing toward Li Xiaobo. In an instant, a resplendent beam of light shot forth like a lightning bolt, striking swiftly towards Li Xiaobo and, in the blink of an eye, entering his forehead. Subsequently, the light swiftly expanded, enveloping Li Xiaobo in a soft halo. Following this series of actions, the figure appeared increasingly frail and weary. His form began to grow translucent, ultimately transforming into specks of starlight, gently dissipating into the air, leaving behind only a faint ripple as evidence of his existence. Li Xiaobo gradually emerged from his state of shock, his heart still racing and a fine sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. He dared not delay for a moment. Hastily, he sought a suitable spot to sit, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind, commencing the practice of his cultivated technique. It was imperative to maintain a heightened sense of vigilance towards the actions of any stranger, especially one as formidable as this. As he engaged in the cultivation process, Li Xiaobo's consciousness gradually descended into the sea of awareness. This realm resembled an endless ocean, profound and enigmatic. When his gaze finally reached the deepest recesses of this sea, he was astonished to discover, alongside the ever-present Chaos Pearl, a token lying quietly there. That very token was the one he had just held in his hand. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, cautiously extending his consciousness to gently touch the mysterious token. The moment his awareness made contact with the token, a tremendous force erupted violently, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, surging directly into Li Xiaobo's sea of consciousness. Following this, a torrent of intricate and complex information flooded into his mind. Chapter 11. The divine position from another realm. To his astonishment, this seemingly ordinary token concealed an astonishing secret. It was a legacy of divine authority. The deity represented by this inheritance was known as Hylan, a remarkably powerful god-king. Even more intriguingly, upon acquiring this divine position, the path to godhood would no longer require the conventional ascent to the divine realm. This was due to the fact that this god-king did not originate from the current world but hailed from the distant, enigmatic realm of the primordial world. The legendary primordial world is an unparalleled domain of immense power. In that realm, deities abound like countless stars, their numbers beyond reckoning. Among them, those far more formidable than the deities of the current world are countless. The great Pengu wielded earth-shattering force to create the cosmos, while Nuwa skillfully crafted humanity. The ancient heavenly court looms majestically, accompanied by numerous unmatched sages. These mythic tales have been passed down through generations, deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. When Li Xiaobo realized that the divine inheritance symbolized by this token was connected to the primordial world, a tumultuous wave surged within him. After all, in his previous life, He was already well acquainted with the myriad legends of the primordial world. However, he never imagined that this god king named Hyland truly originated from that realm, which existed solely in lore. At this moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting the upheaval of his entire worldview. Meanwhile, in a distant place, a fearsome figure suddenly sensed something, displaying a look of bewilderment. After all, he could hardly fathom encountering someone he recognized in the world of Douluo, let alone receiving his legacy. Li Xiaobo gradually emerged from his state of shock, his heart igniting with fervor. For long, he had contemplated acquiring the divine inheritance or even establishing his own divine status. Yet, he was acutely aware that achieving divinity would inevitably distance him from his loved ones. For the laws of this world dictated that a deity could only remain for a century after ascension. Furthermore, even if he were to attain godhood, the limits of this realm were finite. Had he not possessed memories of his past life, it might have been easier to accept. However, he was cognizant of the existence of myriad realms. After all, the divine positions in this world constrained one's true potential. Nevertheless, such concerns were now trivial, for he was in the presence of a deity from the primordial era, while Li Xiaobo was still lost in his reverie, savoring his own triumph. A faint sound of footsteps suddenly reached his ears from behind. The unexpected noise startled him, prompting a hasty glance over his shoulder. Upon recognizing Li Lingtian, his heart, which had been racing, finally settled, and he exhaled a long breath of relief. Li Lingtian strode towards him, a hint of perplexity etched on his face. This relic is truly peculiar. I have wandered here for so long without uncovering a single useful item. Xiaobo, how about you? Have you discovered any soul-guiding artifacts or treasures? Li Lingtian inquired, shifting his gaze towards Li Xiaobo. Hearing his father's question, Li Xiaobo momentarily froze, only for an uncontrollable excitement to bloom across his face. He hurriedly approached Li Lingtian, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Father, I have splendid news. I have obtained the divine inheritance. Initially, it seemed that Li Lingtian did not take Li Xiaobo's words to heart, casually responding, "Oh, I see." However, moments later, as if struck by a sudden realization, he whirled around, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed an intense gaze upon Li Xiaobo. Wait, what did you just say? Divine inheritance? Is this truly real? In response to Li Lingtian's overwhelming enthusiasm, Li Xiaobo feigned indifference, nodding slightly before casually replying, "Oh, it's nothing much, just a divine inheritance." Li Lingtian, witnessing Li Xiaobo's feigned demeanor, was instantly overwhelmed with fury. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Li Xiaobo's face. The sharp crack echoed in the air, causing Li Xiaobo to see stars. You impudent brat, what are you pretending for? This is a divine legacy. Countless individuals yearn for such an opportunity, yet here you are, putting on airs. What is your true intention? Li Lingtian bellowed, his anger palpable. Li Xiaobo, holding his cheek, looked at Li Lingtian with a face full of grievance and innocence, yet inwardly he could not suppress a chuckle. Then, he noticed Li Lingtian's serious expression as he regarded him with a weighty demeanor, as if bearing an immense burden. He spoke slowly, Xiaobo, you must not breathe a word of this to anyone else. Otherwise, should the news escape, those with ulterior motives will undoubtedly harbor murderous intent towards you. You must understand. With the potential you have displayed and the achievements you are destined to reach, it is as if a deity has descended upon this world. Yet, who among us genuinely wishes to witness the rise of a new god? They will undoubtedly seek every means to extinguish this threat in its infancy. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded solemnly and replied, Father, please rest assured. I am acutely aware of the gravity of this matter and have grasped its implications. Even in the presence of those closest to me, I shall not utter a single word regarding the matter of the divine position. Li Lingtian let out a long sigh of relief, nodding with satisfaction. He then remarked, It is good that you can comprehend this. Now, time is of the essence. We should hasten our departure and return. We must swiftly prepare for your second spirit ring to elevate your strength to new heights. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, the father and son together advanced towards the entrance. However, as they reached the threshold, Li Xiaobo abruptly halted, turning to face the magnificent Tai Chi hall behind him. With utmost reverence, he bent down and performed 3 deep bows, each gesture infused with profound respect for the palace and the black-scaled divine king within. Once he completed the bows, he straightened his posture and resolutely turned away, following his father on their journey homeward. At noon, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, generously casting its scorching rays upon the vast expanse of the soul-hunting forest. The entire forest appeared to be enveloped in a golden veil, shimmering with brilliance. Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo had just stepped out of the enigmatic ruins, and they could not help but exhale deeply. Having spent an extended period in a dim environment, their eyes struggled to adjust to the intense sunlight. Squinting and shielding their foreheads with their hands, they endeavored to alleviate the discomfort in their vision. After a brief period of adjustment, they managed to open their eyes slightly. Yet they were still met with a blinding haze. However, with time pressing, they had little opportunity to fully acclimatize to the sudden shift in brightness. Resolutely, they steeled themselves and began their concentrated search for a suitable spirit beast for Li Xiaobo. An entire afternoon passed as they navigated through the dense woods, meticulously scouring every nook and cranny. Yet, their efforts yielded disappointing results. Either the spirit beasts encountered did not meet their requirements, or they were entirely unlike the creatures they had envisioned. As time flowed on, the sun began its descent, casting a vibrant array of colors across the horizon. The afterglow fell like scattered gold, draping the forest in a resplendent mantle, creating a dreamlike, breathtaking spectacle. Just as Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo took a moment to rest, a thunderous roar suddenly shattered the tranquil atmosphere, reverberating through the air. They instinctively lifted their heads, their gazes converging on the source of the sound, their expressions a blend of astonishment and exhilaration. Almost in unison, they exclaimed, "Titan of steel." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo sprang to their feet, racing towards the origin of the roar like arrows released from a bow. Before long, they arrived at the source of the sound, where they beheld a colossal titan of steel, its body enveloped in a hide as tough as iron, leisurely indulging in a sumptuous feast of forest deer meat. The titan exuded a palpable aura of dread, its muscular form defined, as if it contained boundless strength within. As Li Ling Tian beheld this scene, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed his martial soul manifestation ability. In an instant, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from within him, enveloping his form. He then uttered a low command, "Martial soul manifestation. First soul skill, Dark Crown Devour." As his voice resonated, a colossal entity formed from dark energy materialized out of thin air. This energy embodiment resembled a ferocious beast, bearing its fangs and claws as it lunged towards the titan. With Li Ling Tian, a formidable soul sage, exerting his full strength, this strike bore tremendous might. The titan, previously indulging in its feast, barely had time to react before being struck by this overwhelming energy. A thunderous sound echoed as the titan's massive body trembled violently before crashing to the ground, instantaneously rendered immobile. Chapter 13. The pitiful child's sunlight cascaded upon the streets, illuminating Li Xiaobo's buoyant steps. With a smile gracing his face and joy filling his heart, he strolled through the bustling thoroughfare, his bright eyes curiously surveying everything around him. The lively shouts of street vendors, the laughter and playful antics of children, along with various unfamiliar and intriguing sights filled him with immense exhilaration. At that moment, Li Xiaobo inadvertently caught sight of several elegantly attired individuals strutting confidently ahead. Surrounding them was a throng of ragged, weary souls, their expressions betraying helplessness and confusion. A wave of curiosity welled up within Li Xiaobo, prompting him to hasten forward to investigate. Upon approaching, he realized this group was heading towards a narrow alleyway. Li Xiaobo halted, turning to address the attendant from the count's household trailing behind him, inquiring, "Who are these people? What is that place used for?" The attendant's expression shifted slightly, and in a hushed tone, he replied, "Young master, that is a notorious location where human traffickers deal in slaves. Among those individuals, some are impoverished citizens from the Tiando Empire or other remote regions. Others are women from families within our Xinglua Empire that have been annihilated for their crimes." Li Xiaobo felt a surge of anger rising to his head, his chest heaving with intensity. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he had thrived as a fine youth under the vibrant banner of the five-starred red flag. He had always received a commendable education and nurturing, and therefore found it utterly intolerable to witness such injustice and inhumanity. However, as he gradually regained his composure, he could not help but remember that he now found himself in the Douluo continent, a world brimming with fantasy and the unknown. Here, it seemed that all the rules were in stark contrast to those of the world he was accustomed to. With this thought, a profound sense of defeat washed over him. Nonetheless, Li Xiaobo did not allow this sentiment to linger for too long. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the cringing servant behind him and said, "Let us proceed and take a look." Without heeding the terror etched on the servant's face, he strode purposefully toward the narrow, dimly lit alley ahead. The moment Li Xiaobo stepped into the alley, the scene before him caused him to pause in mild astonishment. He beheld a group of elegantly attired individuals gathered together, eagerly selecting what they deemed suitable slaves. Their expressions varied. Some were haughty, as if appraising mere goods, while others bore critical looks, occasionally pointing at a particular slave with disdain. Li Xiaobo gradually approached the crowd, his gaze sweeping over one slave before shifting to another. He meticulously scrutinized each slave's eyes, hoping to discern some hint of their inner thoughts. Indeed, some individuals still exhibited a faint glimmer of light in their eyes, perhaps indicating that they had not entirely relinquished their yearning for freedom and dignity. However, the majority appeared vacant, resembling mere walking corpses, their depths filled solely with an abyss of despair and numbness. Before long, a man with large, yellowed teeth and a sycophantic grin hurriedly approached Li Xiaobo. Bowing slightly, he ingratiatingly remarked, "Esteemed sir, my name is Wang Jinping. Might I inquire what type of child you are seeking? Allow me the pleasure of providing you with a detailed introduction." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo gently nodded in agreement. Witnessing this, Wang Jinping could not help but feel a surge of elation. It is worth noting that, judging by Li Xiaobo's attire and demeanor, he certainly did not appear to be someone in want of money. Thus, Wang Jinping hastily and courteously led the way, guiding Li Xiaobo further inside. As they walked, Wang Jinping continued to speak, introducing Li Xiaobo to the surroundings. "Esteemed young master, what you see here are our finest selections. They are all children of soul masters. Look, these little ones have yet to turn 6, and thus have not yet awakened their martial souls. However, rest assured, when the time comes for them to awaken, their potential will be remarkable. Moreover, they are quite reasonably priced, at merely 100 gold soul coins each. Would you care to select a few to take home?" Li Xiaobo followed the direction indicated by Wang Jinping and, indeed, beheld a dozen or so charmingly innocent children confined within. The youngsters huddled together, their eyes brimming with fear and helplessness. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo pointed to several of the children, then directed his finger towards the one nestled in the far corner, stating, "Let us first bring forth those few, along with the child in the corner, so that I may have a look." Upon hearing these words, Wang Jinping's smile instantly radiated with even greater brilliance. It was worth noting that Li Xiaobo had selected as many as 7 children. Consequently, the commission he stood to gain was quite substantial. With this thought in mind, Wang Jinping promptly assented, eagerly rushing to unlock the cage and ushering the chosen children out one by one. Before long, the group emerged slowly from the room, their faces filled with curiosity as they gazed at Li Xiaobo, their expressions rife with confusion and uncertainty. Upon observing their expressions, Li Xiaobo's lips curled into a subtle smile, hinting at his satisfaction. He gently nodded, indicating his approval of their performance. He then turned his gaze towards a servant behind him and, with a steady tone, instructed, "Please settle the payment with him, and then we shall return to the Earl's residence." Without hesitation, he pivoted and strode towards the direction of the Earl's estate. As Li Xiaobo stepped into the Earl's abode, a melodious chime of wind bells danced in his ears. Following the sound, he saw the wind bell rushing towards him, her face adorned with concern. She quickly approached Li Xiaobo and, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Xiaobo, what is going on? I heard from the servants that you brought back several individuals." Li Xiaobo gazed at his mother's anxious expression and offered a faint smile, gently elucidating, "Mother, today I chanced upon a human trafficker conducting his nefarious business on the street. The sight of those children was utterly heart-wrenching, and I could not bear it. So I purchased their freedom." As he spoke, he gestured towards the group of children standing a short distance away. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo shifted his gaze back to Feng Linger and continued, "Upon my observation, I discovered that they have yet to awaken their martial souls. Therefore, I believe we can assist them in this awakening. Perhaps among them lies a child with extraordinary talent." After hearing her son's words, Feng Linger nodded in agreement. She refrained from further elaboration and silently turned to head towards the martial soul awakening chamber, with Li Xiaobo closely trailing the group of children as they gradually moved away. Chapter 12. The Second Soul Skill. Upon witnessing that the Diamond Titan had lost its capacity for movement, Li Lingtian turned to Li Xiaobo beside him and spoke in a solemn tone, "Swiftly end its life. Do not allow it to endure unnecessary suffering." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo unsheathed his soul-guiding dagger and stepped towards the Diamond Titan. With a swift motion, he brought the blade down, swiftly extinguishing the Titan's life. As the diamond titan perished, a deep yellow soul ring materialized above its lifeless form. Observing this, Li Xiaobo immediately channeled his energy to absorb the soul ring. As the ring enveloped him, he was momentarily struck by a wave of pressure. However, after a brief interval, he adapted to the sensation. Having previously endured the refining process of 5,000 years of whale resin to absorb his second soul ring, gradually, he began to fully absorb the energy. After 2 hours, having completed the absorption, Li Xiaobo slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Clenching his fist and feeling the newfound strength coursing through him, he was filled with elation. With an expression of delight, he approached Li Lingtian and exclaimed, "Father, the second soul skill I have acquired is named Indestructible Diamond. Once invoked, it forms an impenetrable shield upon my body. This shield is formidable. As long as the opponent's soul power does not exceed 2 ranks above mine, they shall find it impossible to breach my defenses." Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his gaze as he remarked, "This soul skill is indeed remarkable. Firstly, it offers formidable defense, safeguarding oneself against formidable foes. Secondly, if employed unexpectedly during combat, it can disrupt the rhythm of the opponent. However, you must not allow complacency to take root. Although this soul skill boasts substantial defensive capabilities, your offensive techniques remain somewhat lacking. After all, one must possess both offense and defense to thrive in this world. You still need to practice this soul skill until it becomes second nature, as it will undoubtedly serve as a trump card in the future." Li Xiaobo listened attentively, nodding solemnly in agreement, secretly resolving to diligently cultivate this soul skill. At that moment, Li Lingtian patted Li Xiaobo on the shoulder and said, "Now that your strength has increased, you must not become complacent. The soul-hunting forest is fraught with danger. We must hasten our return." Li Xiaobo respectfully nodded in acknowledgement. However, just as they prepared to depart, the surrounding trees suddenly began to shake violently, a deep, menacing roar resonating through the air. The expressions of the 2 men changed drastically as they realized that a powerful soul beast had been drawn to the commotion. Li Xiaobo gripped the dagger tightly, his gaze resolutely fixed on the source of the sound. Li Lingtian formed hand seals, bracing himself for battle. Before them emerged a colossal wolf, emanating a haunting blue luminescence. Its crimson eyes were firmly locked onto the 2, drool continuously dripping from its maw. A new crisis was upon them, and Li Xiaobo understood that this was the moment to test the newfound powers he had acquired. Li Xiaobo was the first to launch an attack, his figure darting towards the ethereal wolf like a bolt of lightning. As his soul power surged, he unleashed the formidable thunder strike. In an instant, arcs of lightning erupted from his palms, striking towards the ethereal wolf. However, the wolf nimbly leapt aside, its gaping maw aimed at Li Xiaobo as it lunged to bite. Unfazed, Li Xiaobo channeled his soul power, causing his skin to gleam with a metallic sheen. This was his second soul skill, the Indestructible Diamond. The ethereal wolf's bite met his skin with a resounding clash of metal, its teeth failing to penetrate his defenses. Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity to counterattack, delivering a powerful blow to the head of the spectral wolf. The creature recoiled in pain, retreating several steps. However, it swiftly lunged forward again, its sharp claws gleaming with a frigid light as they aimed for Li Xiaobo. With nimble footwork, Li Xiaobo leaped high into the air, unleashing a mighty bolt of lightning once more. This time, the electric discharge struck the spectral wolf with precision, causing its body to convulse violently. Li Xiaobo seized the opportune moment, delivering several powerful punches upon landing, each infused with tremendous force and electric energy. Ultimately, the spectral wolf let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground, a yellow soul ring materializing as it ceased to breathe. Observing this, Li Lingtian nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Excellent. We can now depart with peace of mind." Subsequently, the 2 swiftly made their way toward the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Upon exiting the forest, they followed a narrow path. As twilight descended, a delicate mist enveloped the surroundings. Entering a quaint town, they discovered it bustling with activity. The streets were lined with various stalls, and the 2 chose to check into a hotel that appeared particularly clean. That night, Li Xiaobo diligently consolidated the gains of the day. Soon, the rising sun cast its radiant light across the continent. Li Xiaobo gradually awakened from his slumber, blinking to adjust to the ambient light. Once his vision acclimated to the environment, he swiftly arose and tidied his attire. He hurried to find Li Lingtian. Before long, Li Xiaobo located Li Lingtian, who was enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing Li Xiaobo approach, Li Lingtian beckoned him to join. After their morning meal, the 2 embarked on their journey homeward. pressing onward without a moment's respite. Sunlight bathed the earth, illuminating their hurried figures as sweat trickled down their foreheads, yet they remained undeterred. Their minds focused solely on one thought: to return to the Count as swiftly as possible. Thus, the two raced forward, unwittingly nearing noon. After a long and arduous trek, they finally beheld the Count's estate in the distance. Gazing at the dwelling so close at hand, both felt a sense of relief, and Xia instinctively quickened his pace. As they entered the Count's estate, they fortuitously encountered Fenglinger. She gazed at them in astonishment, perplexed as she inquired, "Why have you returned so early? I had thought this soul-hunting expedition would take several days." In response to her question, Li Ling Tian laughed. We were extraordinarily fortunate this time. In just 2 days, we found a suitable soul beast. During this time, Xiaobo's strength has significantly increased, which naturally hastened our journey home." He patted Li Xiaobo on the shoulder. His eyes filled with admiration. Fenglinger smiled and said, "Oh dear, I completely forgot to ask whether you had lunch. If not, it would be perfect for us to eat together." Li Ling Tian replied with a chuckle. Haha, it seems we have returned just in time. To be honest, Xiaobo and I have been traveling through wind and rain over the past 2 days. Before long, Fenglinger led Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo to the living room. As soon as they entered, their eyes were drawn to the lavish spread laid out before them. The aroma of the delectable dishes wafted through the air, making one's mouth water. Without hesitation, Li Xiaobo began to devour the food voraciously, relishing every bite as if he had not eaten in days. In contrast, Li Ling Tian and Fenglinger appeared considerably more elegant. They leisurely savored the delights that the exquisite cuisine offered. Once Li Xiaobo swept away the food with the ferocity of a tempest, he contentedly extended his right hand, gently wiping the glistening corners of his mouth. Subsequently, he lifted his gaze towards his parents seated across the table, his face radiating with an expectant smile as he softly uttered, "Father, Mother, I wish to take a stroll in the streets. Look at me. I have grown into adulthood, yet in this vast Douluo city, I have not yet taken the time to explore it properly. Now that I have successfully ascended to the rank of a Grand Soul Master, surely it would not pose a significant issue for me to venture out alone, would it?" Fenglinger, seated nearby, was momentarily taken aback by his words, her delicate brows knitting together as she pondered deeply. After a brief pause, a smile finally graced her beautiful visage, and she gently replied, "Yes, it is indeed permissible. But Mother must assign some attendants to accompany you, for that would ensure your safety without doubt." Upon hearing his mother's consent, Li Xiaobo could not contain his joy, his excitement evident in every gesture. He abruptly sprang to his feet, resembling a jubilant little bird, and eagerly dashed towards the door. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished beyond the threshold. The moment his feet touched the bustling street, he stood transfixed, as if turned to stone. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the vibrant thoroughfare before him, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of awe. As he surveyed the scene, he noted the shops flanking the road, each closely nestled against the next. Pedestrians jostled against one another, flowing continuously. The cacophony of vendors' calls harmonized into a lively symphony of life. For Li Xiaobo, who had long resided in a tranquil and secluded environment, witnessing such splendid prosperity was truly astonishing. It was important to note that this was no ordinary town, but rather one of the 2 renowned capitals of the Douluo continent, Douluo City. Chapter 14. Yen Yueshir with a gentle smile. Fenglinger addressed the children. "Before I awaken your martial souls, please line up in an orderly fashion." Upon hearing her soothing words, the children promptly organized themselves into a neat queue. Soon after, a spirited child with a round face stepped forward, ascending the awakening platform. Fenglinger nodded slightly and raised her delicate hand, enveloping the child in a soft glow. Moments later, a heavy and solid iron hammer gradually materialized above the child's right hand. Observing closely, Fenglinger softly remarked, "Your martial soul is an iron hammer." She then continued, "Let us proceed to test your innate soul power." With that, she gently placed a crystal-clear orb in front of the child. Almost instantaneously, the orb seemed to respond to some mysterious force, illuminating with brilliance. As the light grew increasingly radiant, a satisfied smile graced Fenglinger's face. "Remarkable. Your innate soul power is at an impressive level 5. You are truly a child of great potential. All right, you may step down now." Allowing the next child to take their turn. Filled with joy from her affirmation, the child descended from the platform, followed in succession by others who climbed the awakening stage to discover their martial souls. Before long, an array of extraordinary martial souls was revealed to the audience. Some children awakened a formidable battle tiger martial soul, boasting an innate soul power of level 4. Others possessed a healing staff martial soul capable of mending wounds, with an innate soul power reaching level 6. Yet another wielded a razor-sharp Gale sword martial soul, equally endowed with level 6 innate soul power. Most astonishingly, one child awakened a powerful flame shield martial soul, with an astonishing innate soul power of level 7. At this juncture, aside from 2 children yet to awaken, all others had successfully completed their martial soul awakening. Among the remaining 2 individuals, one is a slender boy with resolute eyes, while the other is a girl with a stern countenance, exuding an air of indifference. Feng Linger smiled gently at these 2 charming children and softly spoke. "All right. Now only you 2 little ones remain. Brave young boy, please step forward first." Upon hearing Feng Linger's tender words, the boy swallowed nervously, took a deep breath, and with a determined yet slightly trembling gait, swiftly approached the awakening platform, standing firmly upon it. The moment the boy set foot on the platform, a peculiar surge of energy abruptly erupted from his diminutive frame. To the astonishment of all present, a majestic and powerful steed materialized behind him seemingly out of thin air. This magnificent horse was enveloped in shimmering dragon scales, each scale radiating an aura of boundless strength and authority, instilling a sense of awe. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Feng Linger momentarily froze, a flicker of surprise igniting within her. It is indeed rare to summon a spirit of such formidable stature. It could very well be a top-tier martial soul. Nevertheless, as an experienced martial soul awakener, Feng Linger quickly regained her composure and began assessing the boy's innate soul power level. After a thorough observation and sensing, she revealed a delighted expression, nodding her head as she announced, "Innate level 8. Quite impressive, young one. With such remarkable talent, if you diligently cultivate in the future, there is great hope for you to become a formidable soul Douluo who will command respect across the continent." With that, her gaze shifted, filled with anticipation, towards the girl who remained expressionless, radiating an air of coldness. "All right, dear child, it is your turn. Do not fear, relax your mind, for I shall awaken your martial soul shortly." Feng Linger once again offered a warm smile, encouraging the girl to ascend the awakening platform. The girl silently stepped forward, taking her place on the platform with quiet poise. As Feng Linger initiated the awakening ceremony, the girl closed her eyes tightly, focusing intently on the surging power within her. Before long, a brilliant firelight began to emanate from her right hand. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a beautifully crafted fan, ablaze with intense flames, appearing in her grasp. Simultaneously, the girl clenched her left hand tightly, seemingly striving to restrain some emotion or force from being unleashed. It felt as if something was attempting to break free, testing her innate soul power. At that moment, the crystalline orb erupted with a dazzling brilliance that left one spellbound. The radiance was so intense that the entire room was illuminated as brightly as day. Feng Linger gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Incredible! It is an innate full soul power." She stared in disbelief at the scene before her, marveling at the emergence of such a rare talent. Swiftly regaining her focus, Feng Linger scanned the line of children standing before her, then raised her hand to signal for the children in front to step out first. After their departure, the room was left with only the 2 children and herself. Feng Linger took a deep breath, steadying her thoughts, and spoke softly. "All right. Now it is just the 2 of you. Please tell me your names and the nature of your martial spirits." The slender boy was the first to respond, nervously rubbing his hands as he said, "My name is Ma Ronghua, and my martial spirit is the Golden Dragon Horse." Meanwhile, the little girl appeared hesitant, remaining silent for a considerable time before softly uttering, "I am Yin Yuesher, and my martial spirit is the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan." Seemingly concerned that others might doubt her, she quickly added, "Moreover, my martial spirit can manipulate 5 different flames and the powers of 7 flying creatures." Feng Linger smiled and nodded. "Indeed, that is quite impressive. This is an extraordinarily high-level martial spirit. Rest assured. Tomorrow I will arrange for someone to guide you in hunting for your soul rings. As for you, there is no need to rush. Once you successfully advance to level 10, I will also send someone to assist you in obtaining your soul ring." With that, she turned her gaze to Li Xiaobo and gently instructed, "Xiaobo, please take them to your courtyard. From now on, they will reside here with you. So it is essential that you coexist harmoniously." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo promptly nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "Certainly, no problem at all. I shall escort them over immediately." With that, he enthusiastically waved to the two individuals before turning and striding towards his own courtyard. In no time, the trio arrived at the spacious and tranquil yard. Once Li Xiaobo had firmly established his stance, he extended his hand to gesture towards the left, saying, "Ma Ronghua, behold this side." The room on the left is designated for you, while Yan Yuesher's chamber is located to the right. As for the middle room, that is, of course, my abode. Should you encounter any matters requiring assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. By the way, considering the long journey everyone has undertaken, it would be wise to retire early this evening, especially the two of you, as tomorrow you shall be occupied with acquiring your soul rings. Li Xiaobo gazed at the exceptionally gifted youth before him, who possessed an innate spirit power of level 8, and spoke with profound sincerity. Perhaps you should first attempt to experience the process of hunting for a spirit ring. It is essential to understand that with your current strength and level, you shall soon embark on the true path of acquiring spirit rings. After saying this, he gently shook his head and turned to leave. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he suddenly seemed to remember something of great importance. He slapped his forehead, murmuring, "Oh dear, what a memory I have. I completely forgot this crucial matter. You two Haven Tea had a drop to drink today. You must be famished. Come, let me take you to the dining hall to satisfy your hunger." Before long, the three arrived at the entrance of the dining hall. It was dinner time, and the hall was bustling with activity, filled with people. As he surveyed the scene, he noted that the tables were crowded with diners. Groups of 3 or 5 engaged in lively conversation, while others sat alone, quietly savoring their meals. Clearly, for those immersed in cultivation and various responsibilities, cooking their own meals was not a prudent choice. Thus, the dining hall naturally became their preferred venue for addressing their basic needs. Chapter 15. Hunting for spirits in the early morning. The sun had just risen above the horizon, casting a gentle light through the window into the room. Li Xiaobo awoke languidly, stretched widely, and promptly rolled out of bed to wash up. After preparing himself, he energetically approached the door of Yan Yuesher's room. Standing before the door, he raised his hand and gently knocked a few times while calling out, "Time to rise. Hurry up and get ready for breakfast. After we eat, we must set off to hunt for spirits. The journey is quite long and will take an entire day." Having delivered his message, he turned and headed in another direction to rouse Ma Ronghua. Before long, a faint sound emanated from within the room, and soon after, Yan Yuesher, still bleary-eyed, opened the door. Her hair was slightly disheveled as she looked at Li Xiaobo outside, puzzled, and inquired, "Is it just you? Are the three of us, myself, you, and Ma Ronghua, going together?" Li Xiaobo smiled and nodded, responding, "Of course not. Besides the three of us, there is another person who will accompany us, a seasoned old butler from the estate. Do not be deceived by his age. His prowess is formidable, as he is a genuine soul emperor. However, he typically refrains from intervening unless absolutely necessary." With that, he winked at Yan Yuesher. Her eyes brightened at the thought of having a soul emperor by their side, providing an added layer of security. At that moment, Ma Ronghua emerged, rubbing his eyes. The four of them made their way to the dining hall, where a sumptuous array of food awaited them. The old butler had been waiting and greeted them with a slight bow. They began to eat quietly, and soon after satiating their appetites, they prepared to set off. Upon exiting the main gate, a number of horses were already saddled and ready. They mounted their steeds and galloped towards their destination. The scenery shifted continuously along the way. They initially passed through a bustling market town before traversing a dense forest. Suddenly, a low growl echoed ahead, startling the horses. Li Xiaobo calmed the mounts while keeping a vigilant eye forward. Emerging from the woods was a decades-old shadow wolf, its eerie green eyes fixated on the group, drool dripping from its maw. The old butler remained composed, stepping forward to release a powerful aura of soul energy. The wolf, sensing the overwhelming pressure, let out a low howl and fled back into the depths of the forest. They continued their journey, drawing ever closer to the fabled soul-hunting grounds. After a full day of relentless travel, they finally arrived at the enigmatic soul-hunting town as the sun dipped below the horizon. Li Xiaobo wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing up at the darkening sky. With a deep sigh, he remarked, "It is getting quite late. Let us take a moment to rest here and rejuvenate our energies, so we may commence our soul-hunting endeavors early tomorrow." Before he could finish, he strode towards a rather grand hotel situated along the street. Upon entering the hotel, Li Xiaobo adeptly negotiated with the front desk, swiftly securing several comfortable rooms. Soon after, the four gathered in the spacious and brightly lit lobby, taking their seats in anticipation of a lavish dinner. The dining table was laden with delightful dishes, including aromatic roasted meats, steaming fresh soups, and exquisite pastries. As they feasted, they engaged in light conversation, sharing tales from their journey and expressing excitement for the upcoming soul-hunting adventure. Once they had dined to their heart's content, they bid each other good night and returned to their respective rooms to rest. The night was tranquil, enveloping the entire town in a sweet slumber. Throughout that night, no unusual occurrences transpired. Everything remained serene and peaceful. As the first light of dawn broke the horizon, Li Xiaobo could hardly contain his eagerness and began knocking on his companions' doors, calling out for them to rise, wash up, and have breakfast. He understood well that time was of the essence. Only by finishing breakfast promptly could they enter the perilous yet opportunity-laden soul-hunting forest at the earliest hour. Li Xiaobo chewed his food, speaking indistinctly to Yan Yuesher. Yuesher, have you ever contemplated what type of soul master you wish to become? Will you pursue the path of a powerful attacker, or perhaps that of a controller? It is worth noting that the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan in your possession possesses tremendous power, capable of inflicting considerable damage. Yan Yuesher furrowed her brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. I believe that perhaps becoming a powerful attacker would suit me better. After all, the intensity of the flames unleashed by the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan is exceptionally high, and if utilized effectively, it could unleash tremendous might. Moreover, I have always yearned to become a truly formidable soul master. Sitting nearby, Ma Rongwa nodded in agreement, expressing his support for Yan Yuesher's perspective. Li Xiaobo swallowed the morsel of food in his mouth and then spoke. In that case, let us embark on a quest to seek out a fire attribute soul beast today. However, soul beasts possessing specific attributes are relatively rare, so it is likely that we shall spend considerable time in our search. Furthermore, do you have any particular thoughts regarding your first soul skill? For instance, what effects do you hope it to possess? Yan Yuesher replied without hesitation, I wish to acquire a soul skill that has an amplifying effect. Because a purely offensive soul skill that is merely a few hundred years old may prove to be less effective as my own strength continues to grow, particularly in the later stages. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo could not help but display a look of astonishment, curiously inquiring, Oh my! Who would have thought you possessed such extensive knowledge about soul masters? Have you perhaps studied this subject in depth before? In response to Li Xiaobo's question, Yan Yuetian's once bright eyes dimmed momentarily. She gently nodded her head, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy as she replied, Yes, I once studied it a little. Li Xiaobo's expression revealed his discomfort as he sincerely apologized. I am truly sorry for unintentionally bringing up your painful past. Yan Yuesher gently shook her head, feigning a fa-ade of strength as she replied, It's quite all right. Those events are behind me now. However, if I can become powerful enough one day, I will undoubtedly seek vengeance from my parents. Hearing Yan Yuesher's resolute words, Li Xiaobo nodded in agreement and responded, Indeed, you are right. Therefore, during our upcoming soul-hunting expedition, we must assist you in locating an exceptional top-tier soul beast. It is crucial to understand that the strength of the soul skills endowed by different types of soul beasts vary significantly. Only by acquiring formidable soul skills can you swiftly enhance your abilities and achieve your aspirations. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiaobo fell silent, hastily finishing the remnants of his meal. Observing this, the others also quickened their pace in eating. Before long, everyone was satiated, and after packing their belongings, they set off towards the enigmatic and elusive soul-hunting forest. Chapter 16. Fiery Phoenix. The group cautiously entered the soul-hunting forest, gazing up to behold ancient trees soaring into the heavens, their boughs and leaves forming a verdant canopy that obscured the sky, allowing scarcely a glimmer of sunlight to penetrate. These venerable and colossal trees appeared to be the guardians of this woodland, having endured the ravages of time and witnessed the rise and fall of countless lives. Amidst the robust branches, numerous diminutive squirrel-like soul beasts frolicked, deftly navigating the foliage, occasionally pausing to pluck nuts with their tiny paws, while ever vigilant of the intruders below. Due to the sheer enormity of the ancient trees, sunlight struggled to pierce the dense layers of leaves to reach the forest floor, resulting in scant growth of weeds. Even the occasional resilient blades of grass that emerged were predominantly younger plant-type soul beasts, with the blue silvergrass standing out most prominently. This tenacious herb thrived abundantly, resembling a vast ocean of blue, swaying gently in the breeze. Curiously, various other types of soul beasts indulged in feasting upon the blue silvergrass. Witnessing this scene prompted Li Xiaobo to reminisce about the blue silvergrass soul beast he had previously integrated into his second martial spirit, the 100 herb diagram. He wondered how many years it had matured after such an extended period. It is worth noting that the age of a soul beast is not dictated merely by its actual growth duration, but rather determined by its inherent cultivation. Just as Li Xiaobo became engrossed in contemplation of the blue-silver grass soul beast within the 100-herb diagram, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Yin Wushi and the others. He abruptly returned to reality, realizing that he was in the perilous soul-hunting forest, a place where distraction could lead to unforeseen dangers. Thus, he silently admonished himself. From this moment forth, he must maintain heightened vigilance, regardless of the time or place, and never again allow himself to be so inattentive. Beneath the blazing sun, high in the sky, 4 individuals journeyed forth, unwittingly arriving at the zenith of noon. At this moment, the relentless rays of the sun poured down mercilessly, as if intent on scorching the very earth itself. Sweat cascaded from Ma Ronghua's forehead like a spring. His face flushed and breath coming in labored gasps. It was no wonder, for among this group, his prowess was comparatively feeble, and his martial spirit bore no affinity to the element of fire. In the face of such sweltering heat, he found it exceedingly difficult to endure. Li Xiaobo wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and spoke. We have searched diligently for an entire morning, yet not a single shadow of a fire attribute soul beast has graced our eyes. In my opinion, we should alter our course this afternoon and venture westward in hopes of better fortune. Having said this, he turned to Yin Wushi, awaiting her response. Yin Wushi nodded slightly in agreement, saying, Very well, we shall follow your lead and explore the west this afternoon. Throughout the discourse, neither had solicited Ma Ronghua's opinion, as he was primarily present for the sake of expanding his horizons. After a brief respite, the group rose to continue their journey toward the western plain of sycamore trees. Along the way, they beheld the tall and stately sycamores standing in neat rows, resembling loyal sentinels guarding the land. As Li Xiaobo gazed upon these trees, a sudden thought sparked within him, and he exclaimed with excitement, Did you know? It is said that the phoenix does not perch unless it is upon the sycamore. If fortune favors us, we may yet discover a soul beast bearing the bloodline of a phoenix. Upon hearing this, Ma Ronghua's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly responded. Is that truly the case? I have heard that the phoenix is unparalleled in beauty and radiance. If we could find such a soul beast, it would surely be a perfect match for Sister Yin Wushi. At this, Yin Wushi couldn't help but smile faintly, softly remarking, It would indeed be wonderful if we could find one, but even if we do not, there is no need for worry or fear. After all, there are numerous fire attribute soul beasts in this region. We simply have yet to encounter a suitable one. With that, the group quickened their pace, filled with anticipation as they entered the enigmatic grove of sycamores. They had searched tirelessly throughout the day from dawn to dusk. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, the horizon was painted with a splendid evening glow. The crimson hues of the setting sun cast a warm glow over the lush sycamore forest, illuminating the entire grove with a radiant brilliance. Gold and red intertwined, creating a breathtaking tapestry that captivated the senses and lifted the spirit. Yet, despite the enchanting scenery before them, a sense of disappointment and despondency lingered in the hearts of the 4. After a day of relentless searching, they remained empty-handed, and the weight of their initial hopes began to grow heavier. Just as they resigned themselves to returning empty-handed yet again, a sudden, melodious cry of a phoenix echoed through the air, shattering the tranquility surrounding them. At the sound, the 4 sprang to their feet as if electrified. Ma Ronghua trembled with excitement, his eyes wide with disbelief as he murmured, A phoenix? There truly is a phoenix here. Beside him, Li Xiaobo was equally exhilarated, his face alight with surprise as he exclaimed, I can hardly believe it. A soul beast with the bloodline of a phoenix exists here. It seems our objective for today is finally within reach. He then turned to the visibly excited Yin Wushi, his eyes filled with warmth and concern. After all, this soul-hunting expedition was primarily to assist her in finding a suitable soul beast. Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 dashed toward the stream. Before long, they arrived at the clear, crystal-bottomed brook. From a distance, one could discern a graceful green figure leisurely preening its feathers in the stream. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a resplendent phoenix. Its emerald wings shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, akin to finely carved jade, exuding an aura of mystique and nobility. Witnessing this scene, the seasoned steward acted decisively, invoking his soul manifestation ability. In an instant, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted from within him, enveloping him in a thick, protective shield. Immediately, he darted forward with the swiftness of an arrow, launching a fierce assault upon the fiery phoenix. At that moment, the fiery phoenix was blissfully indulging in the soothing pleasure of its bath. It was well aware that it was the undisputed sovereign of this vast forest, possessing an unparalleled fire attribute power and flowing with the illustrious bloodline of the phoenix. Thus, in merely a few short years, it had ascended to dominance over the woodland realm. The fiery phoenix had always believed itself to be untouchable in its territory and never entertained the thought that anyone would dare to challenge it. However, just as it reveled in its relaxing bath, a sudden onslaught struck like a bolt of lightning. By the time it sensed the impending threat, the steward's lethal strike was already upon it. Despite being a top-tier spirit beast of immense strength, the fiery phoenix was limited by its mere 400 years of cultivation. Against the terrifying full-force attack of a soul emperor, it proved insurmountable. In an instant, the fiery phoenix was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, shrieking as it collided violently with a towering tree before tumbling to the ground, clinging to the last vestiges of its life. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and his companions were still reeling from the sudden upheaval when the steward swiftly approached them, holding the barely breathing fiery phoenix. Observing the astonishment on Li Xiaobo's face, the steward offered a faint smile and explained, "Young master, you may not realize this, but this is a top-tier spirit beast, and a rare avian at that. Had I hesitated, capturing it would have become an exceedingly difficult endeavor later on." Chapter 17. The Fire of Rebirth. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo did not reveal much distress on his face. He understood clearly that the old housekeeper's actions stemmed entirely from concern and protection for them. Moreover, given their current strength, it would be nearly impossible to forcibly retain such a formidable fire phoenix. Thus, Li Xiaobo slowly turned his head, his gaze settling on Yin Yuesher beside him, and softly said, "Yuesher, proceed." Granted a swift end, allowing it to suffer less. Yin Yuesher nodded slightly in understanding and walked resolutely towards the fire phoenix. In her hand, a glimmer of cold light flashed as the sharp blade sliced through the air like lightning, swiftly ending the life of the fire phoenix. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A century-old yellow spirit ring, adorned with peculiar red patterns, slowly floated up from the corpse of the fire phoenix. Witnessing this scene, aside from Ma Ronghua, the other three, Li Xiaobo included, gaped in disbelief, their faces marked with confusion. It is known that for ordinary spirit masters, the colors of spirit rings typically follow a fixed pattern. The 10-year spirit ring shines a pure, snowy white. The 100-year spirit ring glows with a bright, dazzling yellow. The 1,000-year spirit ring emits a mysterious, profound purple light. The 10,000-year spirit ring appears a deep, inky black, while the 100,000-year spirit ring is as vivid as blood red. This knowledge regarding spirit ring colors is deeply ingrained, yet the red-patterned 100-year spirit ring before them shattered all previous understanding. Especially for Li Xiaobo, who possessed a deeper knowledge of spirit rings than others, he had never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary spirit ring on a 100-year spirit beast. To his knowledge, above the 100,000-year spirit ring, if the lifespan of a spirit beast increased by every 100,000 years, a resplendent golden pattern would appear on its corresponding spirit ring. However, the emergence of red patterns on a 100-year spirit ring was unheard of and unseen. Yin Yuesher turned her head, gazing at Li Xiaobo with a face full of doubt. After all, she had been utterly ignorant of such circumstances prior. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow slightly, lost in momentary contemplation. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke. "I have heard that the spirit rings produced by certain top-tier spirit beasts may exhibit some extraordinary colors. For instance, plant-type spirit beasts typically bear green spirit rings, while those with unique elemental attributes possess their own distinctive hues. I surmise that perhaps the reason this fire phoenix's spirit ring displays such an unusual color is due to the profound phoenix bloodline it harbors within. Nevertheless, there should be no inherent issue with this spirit ring." Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's words, Yin Yuesher's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally began to relax somewhat. It is well understood that top-tier spirit beasts are exceedingly rare, let alone those that resonate with one's own spirit. With this thought, Yin Yuesher hesitated no longer. She stepped forward to the spirit ring, then sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to absorb the spirit ring. At that moment, a remarkable scene unfolded. The soul ring, as if drawn by an enigmatic force, soared autonomously above Yin Yuesher's head and settled securely around her. Initially, her expression bore a semblance of tranquility, but soon beads of perspiration began to appear on her forehead, and her once fair complexion gradually turned pale. The three observers, Li Xiaobo and the others, felt a sudden tightening in their chests, their nerves strung to the utmost. They understood that the fiery phoenix, being a top-tier soul beast, rendered the absorption of its soul ring far more challenging than that of an ordinary soul ring of the same rank. Moreover, The peculiar transformation of the soul ring at that moment infused the entire process with uncertainty and peril. Despite their growing anxiety, they found themselves powerless to assist Yin Yuesher, as they lacked the requisite strength and capability to provide substantial aid. Ultimately, it was her indomitable will that would dictate the outcome. While the trio was consumed with worry for Yin Yuesher, unbeknownst to them, a breathtaking battle was already unfolding within the depths of her profound consciousness. The fiery phoenix roared in fury. Never did I imagine that I would face a day of being hunted. Yet, I shall not allow you to succeed with ease. As the words left its mouth, it lunged towards Yin Yuesher's spiritual essence like a blazing inferno. Upon witnessing this, Yin Yuesher's heart jolted. It is known that only those formidable soul beasts with millennia of cultivation can unleash such a terrifying force capable of soul disturbance. However, she was astonished to realize that she was merely absorbing a soul ring that was a mere century old. Nevertheless, she understood the gravity of the situation and knew she must remain vigilant. Without hesitation, she summoned her martial spirit, the 5-Fire 7 Birds fan, and entered a heightened state of defense. In the blink of an eye, as the fiery phoenix charged towards her with overwhelming force, the 5-Fire 7 Birds fan, which she had been holding calmly, suddenly radiated an extraordinarily brilliant light. To her astonishment, the magical fan seemed to possess a will of its own, rising into the air and unleashing an irresistible gravitational force upon the fiery phoenix below. Witnessing this spectacle, the fiery phoenix was struck with dread, its countenance pale with fear. And it cried out in astonishment, "What kind of martial spirit is this? How can it possess such unfathomable power?" In an instant, the fiery phoenix was entirely drawn into the 5-Fire 7 Birds fan. At that moment, an astonishing event transpired. Suddenly, the surface of the 5-Fire 7 Bird fan manifested a vividly lifelike silhouette of a phoenix, gracefully extending its wings before transforming into a streak of light that swiftly returned to Yin Yuesher's hand. Yin Yuesher, witnessing this spectacle, stood in a daze, her face etched with confusion and bewilderment. She was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the bizarre transformation her martial soul had undergone. Meanwhile, outside, when the soul ring successfully enveloped the 5-Fire 7 Bird fan, a weight that had burdened Li Xiaobo and the others finally lifted from their hearts. They exhaled deeply, for this indicated that Yin Yuesher had successfully absorbed the soul ring. After a considerable time, Yin Yuesher slowly opened her eyes, yet her gaze remained somewhat vacant, clearly still in shock from the extraordinary event she had just experienced. Observing her condition, Li Xiaobo hastily inquired with concern, "Yuesher, how do you feel now? Can your body withstand the absorption of this soul ring?" However, Yin Yuesher merely shook her head gently, choosing not to respond to his question. She remained lost in the enchanting experience she had just undergone, unable to extricate herself from its grip. After a while, she gradually returned to her senses. Turning to look directly at Li Xiaobo, her tone laced with uncertainty as she asked, "Xiaobo, do you think our martial souls might actually be alive?" Hearing this, Li Xiaobo was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "What makes you suddenly think that? Could it be that your martial soul has developed self-awareness?" Yin Yuesher nodded and replied, "Indeed. Just now, I distinctly felt my martial soul move of its own accord. Thus, I began to wonder if perhaps all martial souls are, in fact, living entities." Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Regarding this matter, it indeed depends on the specific circumstances. Take for instance the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the top 3 sections. The son of their sect master once encountered such a rare situation. He was meant to awaken a powerful and majestic Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul. But who could have anticipated that it would ultimately undergo a mutation and transform into an ordinary pig? However, this pig is no mere lifeless entity or illusion. It is very much alive and even capable of consuming food just like any normal creature." Chapter 18. The Fire of Nirvana. Yin Yuesher exclaimed in astonishment, "So, are you saying that martial souls truly possess life?" Li Xiaobo gently shook his head and began to elucidate, "In truth, it may not be entirely accurate to label martial souls, this enigmatic existence, as possessing life. Martial souls are more akin to a part of our soul and bloodline, intricately intertwined and mutually influential. The unique case of Yu Xiaojiang is exceptionally rare, a phenomenon that occurs but once in a century. Furthermore, martial souls exhibit the characteristic of growth. For instance, with weapon martial souls, every time we attach a soul ring, it is akin to conducting a comprehensive enhancement and upgrade. It is comparable to a common iron block, which, after enduring arduous forging and the addition of various extraordinary materials, ultimately becomes increasingly resilient and formidable. Therefore, if one were to insist that martial souls possess self-awareness, it would be more accurate to say that we, as humans, imbue them with soul or perhaps infuse a fragment of our own essence into the martial soul. At this juncture, Li Xiaobo paused briefly before inquiring, "Now, let's set aside these arcane theoretical discussions. Please, tell me about the soul skill you have acquired." Yin Yuesher nodded with excitement, eager to respond. "My first soul skill is called Fire of Nirvana. It possesses two entirely distinct and wondrous effects. Firstly, it can continuously augment the vitality of myself or others. Conversely, it can scorch the life force of my enemies. Of course, how I choose to wield these two effects entirely depends on my will." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo was momentarily taken aback, soon succumbing to a brief silence. His gaze was fixated on Yin Yuesher, as if he sought to penetrate the layers of her joyous expression for deeper insights. After a moment, he slowly inquired, "Did you just say the soul technique is called Nirvana Fire?" Yin Yuesher, brimming with excitement, nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with fervor as she replied, "Indeed, it is the Nirvana Fire. Moreover, the potency of this soul power is intricately linked to my level. As I continue to cultivate and elevate my rank, its strength will grow ever more formidable." At this revelation, Li Xiaobo's heart surged like tumultuous waves. He recalled the legends he had once heard concerning the 5 Flames and 7 Birds fan, initially only noting a superficial similarity in names. However, witnessing Yin Yuesher's manifestation of a soul technique strikingly akin to that fabled treasure, he could not help but ponder if there existed a deeper connection. It is noteworthy that the 5 Flames and 7 Birds fan is an exceedingly powerful spiritual treasure originating from the primordial era, once possessed by one of the innate 3 ancestors, the Divine Phoenix. Although the power displayed before him appeared relatively feeble at present, considering Yin Yuesher's current capabilities, it was somewhat forgivable. Furthermore, Li Xiaobo's own divine rank, the Black-Scale Divine King, had also mentioned its origins in the primordial realm. This led to a bold conjecture swirling in his mind. Could it be that Yin Yuesher's martial spirit also hails from that enigmatic and ancient primordial land? While coincidences do indeed occur in this world, the striking resemblances present here are exceedingly difficult to attribute merely to chance. The more he contemplated, the more he found this possibility compelling. Meanwhile, in the vast and untamed primordial world, the Black-Scale Emperor was leisurely surveying his domain. Suddenly, this formidable figure, renowned throughout the realms, let out a great sneeze without warning. Rubbing his nose, the Black-Scale Emperor mused aloud, "Who could be speaking of me? It is undoubtedly that Divine Phoenix gossiping behind my back again." At this thought, the Emperor furrowed his brow, only to soon relax. For he was reminded of an acquaintance he encountered on the Douluo continent. It seemed there were indeed many traversers from the ancestral stars of myriad realms. The Black-Scale Emperor murmured to himself, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his eyes. However, at that moment, he sensed an impending danger, causing his demeanor to shift to one of gravity. Without a moment's hesitation, the Black-Scale Emperor swiftly invoked his powers, waving his hands to conjure a resplendent spatial portal that materialized from thin air. In a flash, he darted into it, vanishing without a trace. Just as the Black-Scale Emperor departed, the void shimmered, and a breathtakingly beautiful woman emerged gracefully. This lady was none other than the Divine Phoenix, her enchanting eyes ablaze with fury as she stamped her foot, exclaiming, "How infuriating! That cunning old mudfish has escaped once again. Should I encounter that fellow again, I shall undoubtedly strip away the dragon scales that adorn him. What sort of hero runs away all day long?" Despite the fury that simmered within her, Ling Huang quickly regained her composure. With a thoughtful glimmer in her lively eyes, she mused, "At least this time I have uncovered the subtle traces left by you. Old mudfish, Douluo continent, let us see what you can achieve there. Yet, I find it curious, given your status and strength, why you would take an interest in such a feeble world." Ling Huang gently bit her crimson lip, pondering momentarily before a sly smile graced her lips. "Regardless of your intentions, I fear you not. I have already surreptitiously placed my life's spiritual treasure within that realm. Should you dare to make a move, you shall not escape my watchful eye. Beware, old black-scaled one, do not fall into my grasp." In that instant, a jolt surged through Ling Huang's heart, as if an invisible hand was gently plucking the strings of her soul, evoking a powerful sense of summons that washed over her. Almost instinctively, her beautiful eyes followed this mysterious aura. Her gaze pierced through layers of void, ultimately fixating on the vast and fantastical Douluo continent. To her astonishment, the companion spirit treasure she had carried with her began to tremble ever so slightly, its once impenetrable seal having inexplicably loosened, emanating an almost imperceptible, faint aura. Ling Huang's gaze transformed into two bolts of lightning, directed straight towards the unsealed area of the treasure. As her eyes inadvertently brushed past Yin Yuesher, she suddenly detected another remarkably familiar aura, subtle yet unmistakable to someone of her formidable prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, she shifted her focus to Li Xiaobo, who stood adjacent to Yin Yuesher. Her expression turned cold and piercing, her silver teeth clenched as she uttered a chilling proclamation. I never expected you to dare leave your mark here. Very well, let this empress personally witness what it truly is. Before her words had even faded, Ling Huang unleashed her transcendent powers, sending her formidable consciousness directly into Li Xiaobo's sea of consciousness. In an instant, the scene within that realm unfolded before her, revealing two treasures radiating with enchanting light, an ancient token and a pearl infused with boundless chaotic energy. Upon sighting these treasures, Ling Huang's expression shifted slightly, her exquisite eyes betraying a hint of undeniable surprise. She murmured softly, "So it is a fragment of the Chaos Pearl, imbued with the thread of your divine power's law. It is evident that you hold this individual in high regard. Nevertheless, since that is the case, I shall take the opportunity to meet him properly." With that, Ling Huang gracefully waved her hand, and a dazzling beam of law's light surged forth. This brilliance whirled through the air, coalescing in an instant into an ancient-looking token. Immediately, with a flick of her wrist, the newly formed token soared through the sky like a shooting star, accurately darting towards Yin Yuesher, who stood below on the Douluo continent. Chapter 19. The position of the Phoenix God. As Li Xiaobo fell into deep contemplation, a dazzling radiance suddenly streaked across the heavens like a meteor, hurtling towards Yin Yuesher with astonishing speed. This light, as swift as lightning, reached her in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the distant center of the divine realm of Douluo continent, 5 supreme deities were gathered, earnestly deliberating the future direction and plans for the divine realm. However, as their heated discussion unfolded, an immense and powerful divine force surged forth, penetrating the entire world and reaching Douluo Star without warning. The 5 divine kings were the first to feel the shock of this divine power, their expressions instantly turning grave, and a wave of intense shock and panic surged within them. After all, they were the pinnacle of the divine realm. Such a silent, undetected divine force could only originate from a being of a higher civilization, they surmised. Almost instinctively, their gazes converged upon Douluo Star, eager to discern the unfolding events. They beheld the mysterious light racing towards the girl named Yin Yuesher like an arrow released from its bow. To their astonishment, when the light made contact with her body, it vanished in an instant, as if it had been consumed, leaving not a trace of its presence. The 5 divine kings exchanged perplexed and worried glances, their expressions reflecting their mutual concern. Moments later, as if connected by an unspoken bond, they exclaimed in unison, "The legacy of the divine position." The destruction god king furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, what kind of extraordinary genius could compel a foreign deity to expend such great resources to bestow upon her the legacy of divinity? His words were imbued with curiosity and reverence for the mysterious girl. The Shura god king nodded thoughtfully, solemnly stating, "It appears that our original plans for the divine realm must undergo significant revisions. Yet, I wonder what hidden intentions lie behind the actions of this foreign deity." His gaze was profound and distant, as if he had glimpsed some concealed conspiracy lurking in the shadows. The evil god king snorted in disdain. His face contorted with anger as he declared, "Humph! This foreign world dares to belittle us, as if we are of no consequence. Once I uncover the truth, I shall ensure they pay a heavy price." Just as the evil god king finished speaking, a low yet commanding voice seemed to echo from the depths of the abyss, penetrating his ears. "What do you intend to do? Do you seek death?" This sudden inquiry struck the evil god king like a thunderclap, leaving him paralyzed with fear, as if his very backbone had been wrenched away. His complexion turned as pale as paper, and his body trembled involuntarily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. In his panic, he stammered an explanation. No, I absolutely did not mean that. I swear, I will do everything in my power to protect your successor. Please, noble one, show mercy and spare my life." As these words of supplication escaped his lips, the terrifying pressure that enveloped him slightly eased. The malevolent god king breathed a sigh of relief, silently grateful for his quick reflexes. However, it was evident that the mere utterance of a careless remark had drawn the attention of this mysterious extraterrestrial deity, signaling the depth of their formidable strength. The other 4 god kings were equally astonished, their faces etched with disbelief. They had never anticipated that this alien civilization possessed such immense power. At that moment, they had yet to catch even a glimpse of the extraterrestrial deity, yet the menacing voice appeared in each of their ears, like a ghost, without warning. The four exchanged glances, fear and unease reflected in their eyes. After a brief hesitation, they almost simultaneously turned and hurried toward the temple's entrance, as if something dreadfully terrifying was pursuing them from behind, with none daring to linger for even a second longer. They were acutely aware that within this mysterious and ancient temple, there might be hidden deities from beyond their realm. Should they inadvertently provoke these exalted beings, endowed with boundless power, the consequences would be unimaginably dire. Merely envisioning such a scenario sent chills down their spines. Yet at that moment, Yin Yuesher remained rooted in place, seemingly frozen. She had just emerged from the arduous process of absorbing a soul ring. However, before she could fully regain her senses, a strange and shocking message surged into her mind, accompanied by a vague yet commanding silhouette. This figure gradually became clearer, revealing itself to be a magnificent and noble spirit phoenix, radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to a blazing sun. The spirit phoenix spoke. I am the primordial divine being from the primordial chaos. Today, I see that you are fated to be here, and I bestow upon you a divine position. I am a member of the Foam clan, one of the 3 tribes of the innate mountain. I now impart the divine position of the phoenix to you, hoping that you will one day undertake the sacred duty of safeguarding the phoenix bloodline in this world. Should you urgently need to enhance your strength to face future crises, you may acquire the necessary soul rings through hunting. Remember, only by becoming sufficiently powerful can you truly protect them. Furthermore, the legacy I grant you does not require ascension to the divine realm. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Li Xiaobo was equally astonished by the unfolding scene. His eyes widened as he fixated on the part of Yin Yuesher that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. His mind filled with shock and confusion. To him, this radiance was all too familiar. It was unmistakably the hallmark of a divine position inheritance. The dilemma lies in the fact that this place does not appear to be one where divine inheritance could occur. What could possibly compel a being of the God-King level to manifest at this moment and bestow their divine position upon Yin Yuesher? Li Xiaobo was perplexed, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Moreover, as he scrutinized the phoenix emblem upon Yin Yuesher's forehead, he increasingly felt its striking resemblance to the legendary phoenix god. It is noteworthy that the phoenix god is the divine entity possessed by the second-tier deity, Shenma Hongjun. Could it be that they have intercepted a divine position that rightfully belonged to the Shrek 7 monsters? With this thought, Li Xiaobo found himself ensnared in profound reflection. Just as he was grappling with these intricate thoughts, Ma Ronghua abruptly shattered the silence, his face etched with confusion as he inquired, Brother Xiaobo, what exactly transpired just now? Why did a radiant glow suddenly emanate from Sister Yuesher? Meanwhile, the old steward also gazed intently at Li Xiaobo, his eyes brimming with intense curiosity, clearly eager to unravel the mystery. Li Xiaobo pondered for a brief moment before gradually lifting his head, his tone imbued with gravity as he spoke. There is nothing of great consequence, but you must absolutely refrain from divulging today's events. After making this statement, he turned his gaze directly towards Yin Yuesher, earnestly admonishing her. You too must keep this matter confidential. The fewer individuals aware of it, the better. Upon hearing these words, Yin Yuesher's heart jolted. She perceptively sensed that Li Xiaobo seemed to possess some knowledge regarding the inheritance of the divine position. Chapter 20. The Divine Discourse. Li Xiaobo gazed intently at Yin Yuesher, his heart already knowing that she would not easily divulge matters to others. Thus, he turned his head with a slight sense of relief, his gaze sweeping over the other 3 individuals, and spoke softly, Time is of the essence. We must travel through the night to return. The old steward, witnessing this scene, understood that since the young master preferred silence, it would be inappropriate for him to inquire further. However, Ma Ronghua, standing nearby, appeared disinterested, a hint of annoyance crossing his features. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from speaking. Once the words were spoken, the 4 mounted their swift steeds and galloped towards Soul Hunt Town. The sound of hooves echoed through the night sky, as if attempting to shatter the oppressive silence of darkness. Before long, they arrived at Soul Hunt Town. Li Xiaobo looked up at the grand clock hanging outside the tavern, noting it was only 7 in the evening. Based on their current pace, if all went well, they should reach the Earl's residence by 6 in the morning. With this thought, he turned and led the others towards the carriage parked by the roadside. Once everyone boarded, the coachman cracked his whip and the wheels rolled forward, commencing their relentless journey. After a day of strenuous travel along the Soul Hunt path, Ma Ronghua was utterly exhausted. Not long after entering the carriage, he succumbed to slumber, emitting soft snores. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and the other two, endowed with greater strength and elevated status, managed to maintain their spirits. As time passed, the night deepened, and the moon ascended high, resembling a radiant lantern suspended in the heavens. Dots of twinkling stars sparkled amidst the celestial tapestry, harmonizing beautifully with the luminous moonlight. The cool silver glow cascaded down, enveloping the entire carriage in a shroud of silvery splendor. After a night of arduous travel, the weary travelers finally welcomed the dawn of a new day. In the eastern horizon, the sun rose, its resplendent rays akin to golden flames, swiftly dispersing the lingering shadows of night. Concurrently, a thread of mysterious and auspicious purple mist drifted gently from afar, imbuing the morning with a sense of sanctity and tranquility. The warm sunlight bathed a lavishly adorned carriage, causing its somewhat worn surface to glimmer with a faint golden sheen. At this moment, the carriage stood steadily before the magnificent Earl's residence. The driver gracefully dismounted and knocked lightly on the carriage door, softly calling, "Young master, we have arrived." A faint rustling came from within, and the door was slowly pushed open, revealing a young man, Marangawa, who, still groggy but handsome, stepped out while stifling a yawn. After a brief moment of adjustment, the group hurriedly made their way towards the grand entrance of the Earl's estate. Before they could approach the door, an observant servant had already spotted them and swiftly relayed the news to the maid, Fenglinger. Upon receiving the message, Fenglinger wasted no time and hurried over with light, nimble steps. From a distance, she appeared in a delicate light blue gown, her skirt billowing in the breeze like a blooming flower. As she drew closer, concern etched on her face, she inquired, "Xiaobo, what has happened to you all? Why the hurried return so early in the morning? Have you encountered some troubles along the way?" Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Li Xiaobo's expression was grave as he shook his head and replied, "This is not the place for discussion. Furthermore, where is my father at this moment? I have urgent matters to confer with him in person." With that, he turned his gaze, subtly indicating to Yan Yuesher to follow in his footsteps. Upon witnessing this, Fenglinger smiled gently and replied, "Your father is currently in his study attending to affairs. You may go directly to him without hesitation." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded slightly in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the information, mother." After expressing his appreciation, he took the lead, striding towards the study, with Yan Yuesher closely trailing behind. Before long, the two arrived at the door of the study. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and extended his right hand to gently push open the door. With a soft creak, the door slowly swung open, revealing a spacious and elegantly arranged study. The air was filled with a faint aroma of ink, and the bookshelves were adorned with a variety of books and scrolls. At that moment, seated at the desk and intently engaged in official business was none other than Li Xiaobo's father, Li Lingtian. Noticing their entrance, Li Lingtian did not raise his head but simply waved his hand casually. The previously open door seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, closing automatically. He then set down his pen, lifted his gaze towards Li Xiaobo and Yan Yuesher, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Why have you returned so swiftly? And at this hour to seek me? What is the matter?" Li Xiaobo, with a grave expression, addressed his father. "Father, Yan Yuesher has unexpectedly obtained the divine position inheritance." Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian's face displayed profound astonishment as he hurriedly inquired, "What on earth is happening? What exactly transpired? Please, elaborate for me." Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and began to recount the tale. "Originally, we set out to assist Yan Yuesher in acquiring a soul ring. The soul beast in question was a fire phoenix with 400 years of cultivation. However, to our astonishment, the soul ring bore mysterious red patterns. Once Yan Yuesher absorbed it completely, an extraordinary beam of light descended from the heavens, followed by the arrival of a resplendent divine position upon her, culminating in the completion of the inheritance ritual." Upon hearing his son's account, Li Lingtian turned his gaze towards Yan Yuesher, who calmly began to elucidate. "The divine position I have inherited is known as the God of the Phoenix. Furthermore, the one who bestowed this divine status upon me mentioned that she is not a deity of our realm. It is said that she hails from a mysterious place called Honghuang and is one of the so-called primordial three clans. Additionally, she refers to herself as the Spirit Phoenix." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Are you saying she hails from the primordial era and is indeed a member of the innate three clans?" Yan Yuesher gently nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Li Lingtian turned to Li Xiaobo and inquired with curiosity, "Xiaobo, judging by your reaction, Is it possible that your divine status also originates from the primordial era? Furthermore, it seems you possess considerable knowledge about this place. Faced with his father's question, Li Xiaobo paused for a moment before finally responding with a slight nod. Well, one could say that. Regarding matters of the primordial era, I have indeed heard some whispers and am aware of certain legends and tales. Chapter 21. The Division of Worlds. Li Xiaobo spoke with a grave demeanor. Are you aware that the legendary world is divided into multiple tiers? These include the enigmatic secret realm, the wondrous cave of heaven, the bountiful blessed land, the self-contained little world, the vast middle world, the grand great world. And beyond that lies the alluring small thousand world, the magnificent middle thousand world, the awe-inspiring great thousand world, as well as the eternal and indestructible eternal great world. Yet, the realm we currently inhabit, the Douluo world, is merely a diminutive small thousand world. Pausing briefly, Li Xiaobo continued, as for the primordial chaos, it is a true eternal great world. It is said that in the beginning, the entire world existed in a state of utter chaos, devoid of any semblance of life. However, within this chaos resided the embodiments of 3,000 great paths, known as the 3,000 demon gods. Among these formidable beings was one named Pangu. The chaotic world at that time was boundless and desolate, lacking any trace of life. Witnessing this desolation, Pangu was filled with a heroic resolve and vowed to transform it. Thus, he bravely engaged in a cataclysmic battle with the other 3,000 demon gods. This fierce conflict raged on for an extensive duration, and ultimately, Pangu, with his unparalleled might, triumphed over many of the demon gods, albeit sustaining grievous injuries in the process. Despite his wounds, Pangu remained undeterred. With the last vestiges of his strength, he resolutely cleaved the heavens and the earth, birthing an entirely new world. Yet, during this cosmic creation, Pangu ultimately could not persevere, departing the mortal realm with profound regrets. However, his physical form did not vanish. Instead, it transformed into all things within the world. His eyes became the blazing sun and the cool moon, illuminating this newborn world. His bones morphed into majestic mountains, supporting the heavens. His lifeblood coalesced into rivers that surged endlessly, nourishing the land. His breath turned into gentle breezes that caressed every inch of earth. And his muscles evolved into the expansive terrain, cradling the proliferation of countless lives. Moreover, Pangu's flesh and blood gave rise to a myriad of wondrous beings, among which the 3 primordial clans were once the illustrious protagonists of the primordial era. Li Xiaobo took a sip of water to soothe his throat and continued. The 3 primordial clans are the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin Clan. The Dragon Clan governs the waters, their colossal forms adorned with scales as hard as iron, capable of summoning winds and rains and stirring the seas. The Phoenix Clan reigns over the skies, radiating resplendent light, their feathers ablaze like fire, their cries piercing the heavens, and their wings stirring the tempest. The Qilin Clan dominates the land, resembling a horse yet distinctly not, adorned with horns and enveloped in an aura of auspiciousness. They gallop across the earth like a flash of lightning. The 2 listeners were captivated, yet Li Xiaobo shifted the tone of the narrative. However, great prosperity often leads to decline. The 3 primordial clans, due to their overwhelming strength, engaged in fierce wars against one another to seize more resources and territory. This conflict nearly shattered the primordial world, leaving devastation in its wake. Countless weaker races faced near extinction in the turmoil of war. The 3 great clans themselves suffered tremendous losses, their vitality severely depleted, gradually succumbing to decline. Thus, the landscape of the primordial world underwent a profound transformation, as new forces emerged, establishing a new equilibrium. Upon finishing, the 2 remained immersed in the grand tapestry of the ancient past. Li Lingtian gradually regained his composure, his gaze reflecting a hint of perplexity and contemplation. So, you mean to say that the divine positions you possess actually originate from that enigmatic and legendary era of the primordial age? However, I find it difficult to comprehend why such formidable power would be bestowed upon our comparatively insignificant realm of the lesser thousand worlds. What profound significance might lie behind this? Beside him, Li Xiaobo was similarly ensnared in thought, his brow furrowing slightly. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. In my view, this may all be intertwined with Yin Yuesher's martial soul. It is worth noting that the progenitor of the Phoenix Clan is renowned for their might, and their accompanying spiritual treasure is known as the 5 Flames and 7 Birds Fan. The very name suggests a potential subtle connection between Yin Yuesher's martial soul and this artifact, which could have drawn the attention of those ancient beings who chose to pass down the divine positions. As for myself, my acquisition of the divine position was purely serendipitous. I stumbled upon its existence within a relic, as if it were destined. At this point, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but marvel at the wondrous design of fate. Yan Yuesher blinked her bright eyes, a look of incredulity gracing her face as she exclaimed, "So my divine position is indeed so formidable? How astonishing! I had never imagined that this world possessed such multitudes of layers." She tilted her head slightly, as if yearning to peer through the roof towards the endless firmament and the realms of the unknown. Li Xiaobo nodded solemnly in response, stating, "Precisely. Which is why all information regarding the divine positions must remain confidential. Currently, only the three of us are privy to this matter. However, what perplexes me is that my divine king position has never been mentioned in those ancient legends. Thus, I cannot ascertain whether the primordial age we discuss is indeed the one that resides in my mind. After all, in the myriad of widely circulated tales, there has never been a mention of the Black-Scale Emperor." He furrowed his brow, lost once more in contemplation. Yan Yuesher gently shook her head, her tone resolute as she countered, "Although there are no pertinent records, that does not imply its non-existence. Perhaps, in some obscure corner, or in times long past, stories occurred that remain unknown to us." At this moment, the previously silent Li Ling Tian finally spoke. "Xiaobo makes a valid point. Therefore, even after uncovering such astonishing secrets, we must not let our guard down nor relax our vigilance. By the way, did you both encounter any special trials when receiving the inheritance of the divine positions?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo responded, "My experience of inheriting the divine position has been remarkably smooth, devoid of any form of tribulation. The only significant transformation is that since attaining the divine rank, my path of cultivation has encountered no bottlenecks. Even upon reaching level 100, a height unattainable by ordinary individuals, I continue to achieve breakthroughs within the Douluo realm. Furthermore, my lifespan has been vastly extended, to the point where I am uncertain how much longer I shall live." At this juncture, a hint of sentiment and confusion flickered across his visage. Yan Yuesher promptly concurred. "Indeed, my circumstances mirror yours closely. The inheritance of the divine rank has similarly bestowed upon me a journey of cultivation devoid of any trials, allowing my practice to progress effortlessly without the dread of encountering obstacles." Li Ling Tian's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and with a solemn expression, he spoke, "Although the potential you two possess is nothing short of extraordinary, and you stand at heights unattainable by ordinary individuals, coupled with the endowment of divine inheritance, your path in cultivation shall likely encounter few obstacles in the future. However, at this moment, you remain but saplings, yet to spread your wings, and must not let your guard down, nor be careless. It is imperative to understand that only a genius who flourishes can truly be regarded as such." After a brief pause, Li Ling Tian continued, "Moreover, Miss Yan Yuesher, you have successfully acquired the divine inheritance. Given time, when you achieve success and renown, you shall undoubtedly have the opportunity to avenge your grievances. Thus, may I inquire if you would consider joining my family? After all, you currently have no place to call home. Of course, if your heart lies elsewhere, we shall not impede your choices." Upon hearing this, Yan Yuesher furrowed her delicate brows, lost in profound contemplation. After a moment, she parted her crimson lips and responded slowly, "Indeed, at present, I am quite alone, without support. Moreover, Li Xiaobo has also received the divine inheritance, which means we can mutually support and look after one another in our pursuit of this divine legacy. In light of this, I shall agree to join the Li family." Seeing Yan Yuesher nod in agreement, Li Ling Tian's face broke into a joyous smile, and he exclaimed, "Excellent. Truly excellent. I believe that once you join the Li family, you will thrive and your future will be boundless. Furthermore, with both you and Xiaobo now bearing divine inheritances, it is indeed possible that you may become celestial partners in the future." With that, a hearty laughter erupted, reverberating through the air, lingering long after. Chapter 21. The Primary Soul Master Academy. Upon hearing these words, a charming blush instantly graced Yan Yuesher's fair cheeks, resembling a ripened apple, radiant and alluring. She lowered her head slightly, unable to meet the gazes of those around her, her heart racing like a startled deer. Beside her, Li Xiaobo, noticing her discomfort, quickly intervened. "Oh dear father, please refrain from jesting at our expense. To be honest, Yuesher and I have only known each other for a mere few days. As for how our relationship may evolve, that will depend on how we interact moving forward. So, please, do not rush us." As he spoke, he waved his hands towards Li Ling Tian, his face displaying a blend of helplessness and mild embarrassment. At this moment, Li Ling Tian, seeing the situation, laughed heartily and ceased his playful teasing of the two. Yet, within his profound and keen gaze, a subtle glimmer of anticipation and mirth was evident. By the way, you both have successfully acquired your soul rings, but your knowledge of soul master-related subjects remains woefully inadequate. Therefore, I intend to send you to the Soul Master Academy for further education. This will not only allow you to absorb more knowledge about being a soul master, but also enable you to meet like-minded companions. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "What? No way. I am already at the great soul master level. You want me to go to that primary academy? Surely, this is a jest." Beside them, Yin Yuesher gazed at Li Xiaobo with a face full of astonishment. She had always believed him to be merely an ordinary soul master, never anticipating that he had now ascended to the realm of great soul master. Li Lingtian, dismissing Li Xiaobo's protests, turned his attention to Yin Yuesher and inquired gently, "Yuesher, may I know your thoughts on this matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Yin Yuesher obediently nodded in response. "I will defer to uncle's arrangements. To be honest, it is indeed imperative for me to delve deeper into the knowledge of soul masters at this juncture." Hearing her compliant and sensible words, Li Lingtian felt a wave of relief wash over him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then abruptly turned to Li Xiaobo, his expression stern and authoritative, demanding in a low voice, "Xiaobo, what exactly is your stance? Speak plainly." Confronted with Li Lingtian's imposing inquiry, Li Xiaobo was rendered speechless, standing there with a look of helplessness and silence. With a slight pout, he murmured, all right, I will heed your words." Li Lingtian's expression softened as he continued. Though the Junior Soul Master Academy focuses on foundational education, it boasts many formidable instructors and a plethora of unique training resources. Thus, the trio made their way to the Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon seeing Li Xiaobo's rank, the admissions officer exhibited a look of surprise, yet proceeded with the testing process. The results revealed that although Li Xiaobo was a great soul master, he was riddled with gaps in fundamental knowledge. In contrast, Yin Yuesher displayed remarkable talent and a solid grasp of the basics. After completing the enrollment procedures, Li Lingtian cautioned the two, "Study diligently here and avoid causing trouble." With that, he turned and departed. Li Xiaobo surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and turned to Yin Yuesher, stating, "Since we are here, we might as well make the most of it. We must strive to prove ourselves." Yin Yuesher nodded gently, her eyes brimming with determination. At that moment, a brazen young man swaggered past, deliberately bumping into Li Xiaobo and scoffing disdainfully. Li Xiaobo clenched his fists, sensing that a confrontation was on the verge of erupting. Li Xiaobo regarded the individual before him with palpable disdain, sneering, "Humph, it appears that the character of those within the Junior Soul Master Academy is rather lacking. I am quite curious as to which faction has sent you here, so brazenly audacious." With his arms crossed, his gaze radiated contempt. The man referred to as Jinda, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in fury and bellowed, "What do you mean by that? Do you truly believe that your count's estate holds any significance? Listen well, you insolent wretch. I am the madman Jinda, servant to the Shadow Count's heir." With that proclamation, he puffed out his chest, attempting to project an air of authority. However, Li Xiaobo remained utterly unmoved, letting out a derisive laugh as he mocked, "Oh, so you are merely a lackey, daring to act recklessly before me. You audaciously declare your name. Yet alas, a character as insignificant as you has never even crossed my ears." He shook his head, as if to convey his utter disregard for Jinda. Jinda's face flushed crimson with rage, his entire being trembling with indignation. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he seethed, "What an arrogant and ignorant fool. Merely boasting with words is hardly a skill. If you possess any courage, let us engage in a true battle and see who the genuine warrior is." As his words echoed, a barely perceptible smirk flickered at the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Li Xiaobo, equally unwilling to yield, responded with a proud demeanor, "Since you are so eager to humiliate yourself, I shall oblige. Let us settle this on the dual soul platform." With that, he turned resolutely and strode confidently towards the arena, leaving behind a striking silhouette of poise and assurance. Jinda hastily followed suit, and the two took their positions on the dual soul platform. Soon, a crowd of students gathered below, eager to witness this thrilling confrontation. At the referee's signal, Jinda launched the first attack, summoning his martial spirit, the Shadow Wolf, which lunged at Li Xiaobo. Remaining composed, Li Xiaobo unleashed his first soul skill, Thunderclap. A brilliant bolt of lightning struck Jinda's Shadow Wolf, causing it to howl in anguish as part of its form dissipated. Jinda's face paled in shock, taken aback by his opponent's formidable strength. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to go all out and summoned his most powerful skill. However, Li Xiaobo offered no reprieve. Another bolt of lightning descended, catching Jinda off guard and sending him flying. The outcome was clear. Li Xiaobo retracted his soul power and gazed calmly at the fallen Jinda. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and Yin Yushi exhaled in relief. Her eyes filled with admiration. Jinda, struggling to rise, shot a venomous glare at Li Xiaobo before retreating in disgrace. Li Xiaobo descended from the dual soul platform and approached Yin Yushi, smiling. This was merely a minor episode. Now we must diligently study the knowledge of soul masters. Yin Yushi nodded with a smile, and the two walked side by side towards the classroom. Meanwhile, Jinda crashed heavily to the ground, the impact resonating with a dull thud against the hard surface. Blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth, resembling a grotesque flower blooming on his pale visage. Struggling to prop himself up, he wiped away the blood with a trembling hand, his gaze rife with resentment and defiance. Li Xiaobo, you will pay for this. Jinda, vow that you shall suffer for all that you have done today. Do not think that your connection to the Earl's estate and that century-old soul ring grants you the right to be so arrogant, he bellowed, his voice shaking slightly with rage. A few onlookers nearby witnessed this scene but remained silent, simply watching with muted expressions. These individuals hailed from ordinary backgrounds, unable to contend with the powerful lineage of Li Xiaobo. In a world where strength and familial influence dictate one's standing, they often found themselves with the most meager soul ring allocations, often possessing only a dismal 10-year soul ring. Reflecting on this, several of them sighed deeply in unison, their helplessness palpable. Subsequently, one person stepped forward cautiously to assist the injured Jinda. The others gathered around, collectively lifting Jinda as they trudged slowly towards the office of the healing teacher. Throughout their journey, the atmosphere was heavy with despondency, as if a thick layer of dark clouds loomed overhead. Chapter 22. The first lesson. Li Xiaobo and Yin Yushi remained utterly indifferent to the fierce battle unfolding on the Duhan platform, as if it were merely an inconsequential farce that bore no relevance to them. Side by side, they strolled with buoyant steps towards their dormitory. These two little fellows, nearly 6 years of age, appeared innocent and carefree, yet they bore significant responsibilities. In accordance with Li Lingtian's special instructions, the school had thoughtfully arranged for them to share a double room. It is worth noting that this was Xinglua City, a place renowned for its abundance of affluent individuals. Consequently, the living conditions of the students were exceptionally favorable. Upon entering their shared dormitory, one would immediately notice the spacious and well-lit area, tastefully decorated to evoke warmth and comfort. Moreover, the room was equipped with a private bathroom, allowing them to indulge in moments of relaxation whenever they pleased. After a brief respite, they began to organize their belongings, neatly folding their clothes into the wardrobe and arranging their books on the desk. In no time, the initially disordered dormitory transformed into a picture of orderliness. Once everything was in place, they glanced at the clock and realized that there was little time left before class commenced. Thus, they hurriedly made their way to the classroom. After all, as new transferees to this class, it would be quite disastrous to arrive late on their very first day. Upon reaching the classroom door, they could already hear the teacher's voice resonating within. Exchanging a glance, they gently knocked on the door and then stepped inside. Li Xiaobo was the first to step onto the stage. Clearing his throat, he said, "Hello everyone, my name is Li Xiaobo, hailing from the Count of Huanyuan's estate. I hope to forge more friendships here and become a formidable soul master." Following him, Yin Yushi also briefly introduced herself. After the teacher nodded in satisfaction, he began to explain the classifications of soul masters. They are divided into categories such as assault, agility, control, and support. Assault soul masters are renowned for their immense offensive power. For instance, those possessing a flame martial spirit can unleash devastating fire abilities. Agility soul masters excel in speed, like those with wind attributes, capable of swiftly traversing the battlefield to deliver unexpected strikes to their foes. Control soul masters can restrict the actions of their enemies through their martial spirits, such as ice-type martial spirits that can freeze opponents. Although support soul masters may lack offensive prowess, they play a crucial role in enhancing teammates' abilities and healing, serving as vital assets to the team. Today, you are to tentatively determine the direction you wish to pursue. The students listened thoughtfully, while Li Xiaobo contemplated which category he might belong to. Yin Yushi, with a determined gaze fixed on the blackboard, was diligently absorbing the information. It is important to note that she possessed 3 martial spirits. Although the medicinal herb diagram was of little use in combat, she still had two other martial spirits at her disposal. Presently, she showcased her physical martial spirit in the formidable reverse god spear. As for her primary martial spirit, aside from enhancing her strength, it lacked any particularly powerful offensive techniques. However, the reverse god spear, while mighty, had yet to acquire a soul ring. According to Li Xiaobo's original plan, he intended to first bestow a soul ring upon his primary martial spirit, and once his body was sufficiently robust to endure a 100,000-year soul ring, he would then seek to enhance the reverse god spear. That said, if fortune smiled upon him and he encountered elite soul beasts, such as the dark golden terraclaw bear or the titan giant ape, that could rival 1,000 or even 10,000-year soul beasts at merely a century old. Should he encounter a 10,000-year soul beast, it would not be out of the question to consider it for a soul ring for the reverse god spear. However, at this moment, such discussion seemed premature, for Li Xiaobo was currently only at the modest level of 27, still in the great soul master stage. Nevertheless, under the prevailing circumstances, he anticipated that within approximately 3 months, he would successfully ascend to level 30. If he were to utilize the precious resource of whale glue during his training, the time required to reach level 30 might significantly decrease. Yet, at present, Li Xiaobo publicly claimed to have just attained the 21st level of soul power. It is noteworthy that his family had disclosed to the outside world that Li Xiaobo was born with a 10th level soul power and had successfully advanced to level 20 by absorbing 2 pieces of 1,000-year soul bones. If he were to begin absorbing a third soul ring at this moment, it would undoubtedly reveal his extraordinary talent. After all, both the myriad families of the Martial Soul Hall and the Dai family of the Xingluo Empire possess a formidable foundation of divine inheritance. Once they become aware of this anomaly, it is highly likely that they will associate it with the matter of divine inheritance. Currently, the rumors circulating merely portray Li Xiaobo as a reckless youth, overly eager for success, who rashly absorbed a millennium soul bone. After all, a 10,000-year soul bone is a rarity even among titled Douluos, with some of them not even possessing such a treasure. As for the millennium soul bone, true powerhouses often regard it with disdain. Although the soul skills attached to a millennium soul bone hold no value for these top-tier beings, it cannot be denied that soul bones indeed assist soul masters in better absorbing higher-aged soul rings during lower levels. However, the reality is that no one is willing to pursue such actions. The reason is simple. Those who possess soul bones naturally look down upon the paltry enhancement of a few hundred years, while those lacking soul bones are constrained by their own limitations and cannot acquire such treasures. Moreover, the prodigies from various major factions, who have been imbued with great expectations since childhood, would never consider absorbing these soul bones that fall short of 10,000 years. Even if they have vacant soul bone slots, one must understand that if they are fortunate enough to obtain a higher-aged soul bone in the future, having already absorbed a lesser one would leave them with no room for lamentation. Thus, meticulous planning becomes paramount. Hence, for this third soul ring, it is essential to make a careful selection. After much contemplation, it is concluded that acquiring a mental-type soul ring is undoubtedly the best choice. Among the various references available, the Dream Eye Silkworm, the protagonist's unique advantage in Douluo Continent 2, is particularly noteworthy. Unfortunately, even if Li Xiaobo possesses extraordinary abilities, finding such an exceedingly rare entity as the Dream Eye Silkworm is beyond possibility. Fortunately, the Eye Silkworm clan is relatively easier to locate. After all, such lower-tier species often have astonishing reproductive capabilities. Similar to the soft-bone rabbit and blue silvergrass, despite their inherent weaknesses, once they reach the 100,000-year stage, they can possess immensely powerful skills. For instance, the blue-silver domain of the blue-silver emperor and the invincible golden body of Xiao Wu are all remarkable techniques that astonish onlookers. Turning back to Douluo Continent 1, it may appear that there are only 2 glaringly obvious 10,000-year soul beasts. However, one must not overlook the subsequent developments in the plot. As the story progresses into Douluo Continent 2 and beyond, those titled Douluos without the enhancement of a 10,000-year soul ring become mere cannon fodder on the battlefield, utterly lacking in competitiveness. Some extraordinarily gifted prodigies have even successfully absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring by their 8th soul ring. Of course, our protagonist is exceptional and stands apart from the rest. This reveals that the number of 10,000-year soul beasts in the realm of Douluo is indeed considerable. They simply remain hidden, concealed in the uncharted corners of the world. Chapter 23. Planning for the future. Li Xiaobo sat in the classroom, his thoughts already drifting far away, preoccupied with the matter of his third soul ring, to the extent that he was entirely unable to focus on the teacher's lecture. His gaze fluctuated between confusion and determination, as if he were engaged in a silent dialogue with some enigmatic force within his mind. Time passed unnoticed, and before he realized it, the bell signaling the end of class rang. His classmates swiftly gathered their belongings and departed, while Li Xiaobo ambled towards the dormitory alongside Yan Yuesher. Along the way, Yan Yuesher observed that Li Xiaobo seemed somewhat distracted and listless, prompting her to express her concern. "Xiaobo, what's the matter? You've seemed off since class began. What is on your mind?" Upon hearing Yan Yuesher's inquiry, Li Xiaobo came back to reality, gently shaking his head as he replied, "It's nothing significant. I'm merely contemplating what kind of soul rings we should acquire in the future, given our talents. It won't be long before we need to obtain new soul rings again." Yan Yuesher smiled slightly, offering reassurance. "Oh, why bother worrying about it now? We can think about it when the time actually comes to acquire new soul rings. After all, we certainly wouldn't be interested in ordinary soul beasts. And there are only a few top-tier ones. Besides, for someone like me who only needs a fire attribute soul ring, it should be relatively easy to find." Li Xiaobo nodded in agreement with Yan Yuechi's words, but soon furrowed his brow and remarked, "Indeed, under normal circumstances, your reasoning is quite sound. However, this time I particularly desire a soul ring that conceals its own abilities." Yan Yuechi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "I see. Have you already contemplated the specific type of soul ring you wish for?" Li Xiaobo nodded emphatically and replied, "I have already contemplated this matter. Yet I am apprehensive that the skills accompanying this soul ring may not be ideal. According to my vision, it is only the 100,000-year soul rings from the Ice Silkworm clan that can fulfill my requirements." After speaking, he could not help but sigh, seemingly troubled by the uncertainty of whether he would successfully acquire a satisfactory soul ring. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brows and said helplessly, "However, the energy accumulated over 100,000 years is beyond my current capacity to absorb directly, unless these soul beasts willingly offer themselves as sacrificial gifts to me. Yet, that is nearly an impossible feat. How could they easily relinquish their lives for me?" Beside him, Yan Yuesher gently nodded in agreement. "Indeed, for when soul beasts reach 100,000 years of cultivation, their wisdom and emotions are akin to those of humans. So, do you still intend to seek the Ice Silkworm clan?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo replied, "Well, it really depends on the specific circumstances. Although hope seems dim, we are bearers of divine lineage, and perhaps the Ice Silkworm clan might choose to offer their tribute to me. Even if we ultimately fail to find a suitable sacrificial candidate, it is of little consequence, as we currently do not need to engage in fierce battles. I can very well refrain from utilizing my primary martial spirit. In doing so, others will find it challenging to discern my true strength." Upon hearing this, Yan Yuesher slightly nodded in agreement, yet her expression soon shifted to one of concern. "Indeed, this approach is not without merit, but it may become quite problematic if you encounter danger that necessitates your full exertion. Furthermore, such a strategy might inadvertently expose the power of your secondary martial spirit." Li Xiaobo, however, remained unfazed, waving his hand with a chuckle. "Ah, it's quite all right. You see, thus far, no individual possessing dual martial souls has successfully matured. They either succumb to the explosive conflict of their two souls or become incapacitated due to their inability to harmonize the powers of both. For this reason, those fellows should not overly concern themselves or harbor excessive fear regarding my dual martial souls." Yan Yuesher, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished, her eyes widening as she inquired, "What? Are you saying that all dual martial soul bearers either perish in an explosive demise or end up as mere remnants of their former selves?" Li Xiaobo, with a grave expression, remarked, "Indeed, until now, not a single individual possessing dual martial souls has successfully ascended to the realm of tidal Douluo." Standing nearby, Yan Yuesher, upon hearing this, displayed a look of concern and urgently inquired, "Then, how do you intend to respond?" Li Xiaobo slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile as he replied, "Do not worry, I am already aware of the solution to this quandary." Upon hearing these words, Yan Yuesher could not contain her excitement. Her eyes widened as she eagerly pressed for more information. "Is that true? Do you genuinely possess a method to resolve this predicament? Please, tell me, what is this marvelous technique?" However, a look of skepticism crossed Li Xiaobo's face as he responded with a puzzled inquiry. "Yuesher, why are you so invested in this matter? You must understand, you are not a dual martial soul." In response to Li Xiaobo's question, Yan Yuesher fell into silence, seemingly grappling with an inner turmoil. After what felt like an eternity, she finally summoned her resolve and slowly spoke, "In truth, I too possess a dual martial soul. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo was instantly taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Yin Yuesher. He exclaimed, "What? You too possess a twin martial soul? Pray tell, what is the nature of your other martial soul?" Yin Yuesher took a deep breath and slowly extended her left hand. To his astonishment, a beautifully crafted flute emerged gently in her palm. The flute, resplendent in emerald green, was adorned with intricate patterns depicting the changing seasons. Exquisite and reminiscent of a cherished work of art. In a soft voice, Yin Yuesher introduced, "This is my second martial soul, known as the Spring and Autumn Flute. However, I remain entirely unaware of its specific functions and attributes." As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards the Spring and Autumn Flute, reflecting both curiosity and a sense of bewilderment. Li Xiaobo gazed intently at the ever-shifting image of the four seasons, his eyes gradually becoming entranced, as if he were wholly immersed in its beauty. He could not help but softly murmur, "The cycle of the seasons, the melodies of spring and autumn. Oh, how the verses of spring, summer, autumn, and winter resonate. I believe I have finally grasped the wondrous essence of your martial soul." Standing nearby, Yin Yuesher's eyes widened in curiosity upon hearing this, and she eagerly approached, asking, "Is that true? Please, enlighten me. What is the true purpose of my martial soul? Moreover, what kind of soul beast should I seek to bestow upon it a soul ring?" Li Xiaobo took a moment to gather his thoughts and slowly remarked, "In my humble opinion, the attributes of this spring and autumn flute should be intricately linked to the passage of time. Observe the seasonal patterns adorning the flute. They serve as the most compelling evidence of this connection. Therefore, we might contemplate the addition of soul beasts that symbolize the distinct seasons. For instance, the resilient plum blossom that braves the snow and frost, the elegant lotus that stands tall, the serene and graceful orchid, and the proudly blooming chrysanthemum. Of course, it would also be delightful to find some soul beasts, like the golden cicada, that resonate with the cyclical changes of the seasons." Yin Yuesher listened. Partly comprehending yet still perplexed, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "But why choose these particular soul beasts? What connection do they share with my martial soul?" Li Xiaobo smiled gently and patiently elucidated. "The term spring and autumn inherently embodies the essence of the passage of time. The plum blossom often blooms amidst the harshness of winter, symbolizing resilience and indomitable spirit. The lotus flourishes in the sweltering summer, representing purity and elegance. The orchid typically graces the balmy spring season, embodying humility and tranquility. As for the chrysanthemum, it commonly blossoms in the crisp autumn, reflecting a sense of detachment and serenity. Furthermore, the golden cicada undergoes metamorphosis with the changing seasons, closely intertwined with the flow of time. Thus, when your martial soul absorbs the powers of these emblematic soul beasts, the soul skills it manifests are likely to possess a remarkable connection to time." Chapter 24. The passage of time. Time slips away like a fleeting shadow. And in the blink of an eye, 3 months have vanished as swiftly as sand slipping through one's fingers. At last, the long-awaited holiday has arrived, extending over a period of 3 months. This precious break holds immense significance for the students on the brink of advancement, as it is specifically allocated for them to acquire their soul rings. It is essential to understand that obtaining a soul ring is no trivial endeavor. If luck is not on one's side, one might well spend several months in pursuit of success. On such a sunlit day, Li Xiaobo wore a smile as he held Yin Yuesher's hand, leisurely making their way toward the school gates. The two walked side by side, their silhouettes elongated by the golden sunlight, resembling a beautiful and enchanting painting. Along the way, they exchanged laughter and conversation, discussing their holiday plans and dreams for the future. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it a refreshing sense of comfort and ease. From a distance, Li Xiaobo spotted his father, Li Lingtian, standing at the school gate, eagerly pulling Yin Yuesher along as he rushed forward. "Dad." Li Lingtian smiled as he gently ruffled his hair and turned to Yin Yuesher, inquiring, "How have you been these past few months, little Sher? Has anyone been troubling you?" Yin Yuesher obediently shook her head. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted nearby. A group of senior soul masters emerged from the school, their leader casting a hostile glance at Li Xiaobo. It turned out that this individual had previously sought to provoke Li Xiaobo, only to be reprimanded, and had harbored resentment ever since. Li Lingtian sensed an unsettling atmosphere and furrowed his brow slightly. The figure approached, speaking with a mocking tone. "Oh, isn't this the favored child with a protective father?" Just as Li Xiaobo was about to retort, Li Lingtian raised a hand to stop him. "I am indifferent to the grievances between you, but should you dare to provoke my child again, I shall not hold back," Li Lingtian declared, his gaze icy. The group, feeling the weight of his formidable presence, snorted in disdain before retreating in embarrassment. Let us return home and celebrate the arrival of the holiday, Li Ling Tian proclaimed, striding confidently alongside Li Xiaobo and Yin Yushi as they exited the school gates. The trio made their way towards an exquisitely adorned carriage in the distance, their steps light and assured, as if each stride carried a sense of purpose and anticipation. Upon reaching the carriage, Li Xiaobo was the first to open the door, followed by Li Ling Tian and Yin Yushi, who entered the spacious and comfortable interior in succession. Once inside, Li Ling Tian, seated in the central position, turned his head to regard Li Xiaobo beside him and, with a warm smile, inquired, "Xiaobo, how has your life in the academy been?" A glimmer of concern shone in his eyes. Li Xiaobo, upon hearing his father's inquiry, contemplated for a moment before responding. To speak candidly, life at the academy is rather monotonous. Each day consists merely of attending classes, cultivating my skills, and the trifles of eating and sleeping, with little in the way of novelty or excitement. However, I am pleased to share that my cultivation has advanced, and I have now reached the 30th level. A subtle glow of pride appeared on his face as he concluded. Upon hearing this, Li Lingdian couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He remarked, "I truly did not anticipate that your cultivation speed would be so astonishing. This indeed brings great comfort to your father. By the way, now that you have reached level 30, have you contemplated what type of soul ring you wish to acquire?" Li Xiaobo nodded without hesitation and replied, "Father, after much contemplation, I have resolved to choose a soul ring from an ice silkworm." Li Lingtian furrowed his brow upon hearing his son's words and inquired with a hint of perplexity, "What prompts the choice of the ice silkworm? As far as I am aware, this soul beast does not seem to possess any particularly remarkable abilities." Li Xiaobo smiled and explained, "Father, you may not be aware, but although the ice silkworm itself lacks formidable offensive power, it is precisely this limitation that grants it remarkable camouflage abilities. With the capabilities bestowed by the spirit rings, I will be able to conceal myself more effectively during battles or missions, allowing me to deliver a sudden and lethal strike to my adversaries." After listening to his son's explanation, Li Lingtian nodded thoughtfully in acknowledgement and chose to remain silent. Upon returning to the Earl's residence, they were warmly greeted by the servants. Li Lingtian instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast to celebrate this extraordinary occasion. The dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, exuding irresistible aromas. During the meal, Li Xiaobo animatedly recounted the intriguing courses and thrilling practical training at school, while Yin Yushi occasionally chimed in, filling the dining hall with laughter and joy. After the meal, Li Xiaobo retreated to his room to organize the essentials for hunting spirits. He meticulously placed the specially crafted capture net, a sharp dagger, and some healing potions into his backpack. At that moment, Yin Yushi quietly entered, holding an old booklet. "Xiaobo, this booklet contains notes on the unique habits of the ice silkworm. It may prove useful to you," she offered as she handed it to him. Li Xiaobo gratefully took the booklet and gazed at her. "Thank you, Yushi." Just as he began to peruse the pages, a voice pierced through from the outside. "Xiaobo, you're back. Are you going to hunt souls? May I accompany you? I have reached level 10. It was Ma Rongwa. Rongwa, what brings you here?" "I am bound for the extreme north, a place you might find unbearable," Li Xiaobo replied. With unwavering determination, Ma Rongwa declared, "Xiaobo, I am unafraid of the cold. I must accompany you." Li Xiaobo hesitated, wishing to voice his concerns, but at that moment, Li Lingtian approached. "Xiaobo, since Ronghua is so eager to join, let him accompany you. It will serve as a valuable opportunity for growth." Reluctantly, Li Xiaobo nodded in agreement. Thus, the five embarked on their journey to the extreme north. As they drew nearer, the temperature plummeted. Ma Ronghua shivered, yet remained resolute. Upon reaching the edge of the extreme north, a fierce wind howled, whipping up the snow like countless white blades dancing in the air. They advanced cautiously, searching for traces of the ice silkworms. Suddenly, a colossal snow beast blocked their path, roaring in fury as it launched an attack. Li Xiaobo brandished his dagger in defense while Yin Yushi conjured a protective wall of soul power, with Ma Ronghua anxiously cowering behind them. After a fierce battle, they triumphed over the snow beast. Venturing deeper, Li Xiaobo and his companions discovered a glacial lake, its surroundings infused with a chilling aura. Inspired by the records in the booklet provided by Yin Yushi, he mused that the ice silkworms might be nearby. Sure enough, beneath a massive stone at the lake's edge lay faint threads, remnants of the ice silkworms' activities. As they meticulously searched, the temperature around them plummeted, and several ice silkworms emerged slowly. These creatures were considerably larger than expected, radiating an ethereal blue glow. Among them, one ice silkworm stood out with its deeper hue, indicating its ancient age. Ma Ronghua, filled with excitement, was about to rush forward when Li Xiaobo swiftly restrained him. Understanding the importance of caution, he knew that recklessness could drive the ice silkworms away. At that moment, the deep, blue-glowing ice silkworm slowly opened its mouth and spoke. Insignificant humans, why do you toil so relentlessly in search of my ice silkworm kin? Know this. We, the ice silkworms, cannot provide anything of value to you greedy beings. Li Xiaobo and his 4 companions were momentarily taken aback, especially Li Xiaobo, who quickly regained his composure and respectfully addressed the elder of the Ice Silkworm clan. Esteemed elder of the Ice Silkworm clan, allow me to speak. To be frank, my relentless search for your esteemed clan is driven by an urgent need to obtain a soul ring from your lineage. Upon hearing this, the Ice Silkworm was clearly startled for a moment, then replied with a cold smirk, "Humph, you are indeed an honest little fellow. However, since you do not possess an ice attribute martial spirit, why are you so insistent on pursuing our soul rings? Furthermore, it is well known that the skills associated with our ice silkworm soul rings are relatively weak. Moreover, the soul rings in this place are all at least 10,000 years old, which your current strength cannot possibly withstand. Therefore, it would be best for you to return from whence you came. I have no desire to engage in unnecessary conflict with you today." Nonetheless, Li Xiaobo showed no sign of retreat. He stood tall and responded resolutely, "Perhaps the elder is unaware, but I have come here specifically for your noble clan. Moreover, I am confident in my ability to successfully absorb a 10,000-year soul ring." The ice silkworm, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? How can that be? From my perception, you are merely at level 30. Young man, do not deceive me with your fanciful words, for even if that soul sage beside you were here, he would not be able to protect you." Unfazed by the ice silkworm's skepticism, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and declared, "Elder, please observe." As he spoke, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from him, enveloping him in a faint golden glow. Chapter 25, the third soul ring with a commanding shout. 3 dazzling martial spirits slowly manifested around him. In his right hand, he tightly grasped a menacing, glinting spear, exuding an aura so frigid it felt capable of freezing the very soul, causing anyone who merely gazed upon it to shiver involuntarily. In his left hand, he held what appeared to be an unremarkable landscape painting. However, this painting subtly radiated a serene and profound aura, as if it contained the infinite mysteries of the universe. At this moment, Li Xiaobo was enveloped in a resplendent golden light, resembling a war deity descending upon the mortal realm, exuding an imposing presence and overwhelming might. He then proclaimed, "Elder, though I am unworthy, my innate soul power has already reached level 20, and I possess 3 lives of martial spirits. Fortuitously, I have also received a divine heritage." As he spoke, a mysterious and enigmatic rune flickered between his brows, shining brightly like a brilliant star in the night sky. Li Xiaobo continued, "However, given the relatively weak influence of my family, I hope to acquire a soul ring from you that can conceal one's aura. I sincerely request your assistance, esteemed elder." Upon hearing this, Bingkin was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Li Xiaobo's revelation. The 3 companions, Yin Yuesher and others, were expressions of utter astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg within. It is worth noting that they had never heard of anyone possessing both 3 life martial souls and such an elevated innate soul power level. At this moment, Li Lingtian, who had remained silent until now, slowly closed his eyes, a hint of helplessness and bitterness crossing his face, before he sighed heavily, "Alas. It ultimately reflects the weakness of our count's estate." Regaining his composure, Bingkin still struggled to mask his astonishment and inquired, "You just stated that not only have you obtained the divine inheritance, but you also possess the rare 3 life martial souls. Do you genuinely believe that one day you could attain the status of a deity?" In response to Bingkin's skepticism, Li Xiaobo's gaze remained resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat, as he confidently replied, "I firmly believe that I can achieve it. Given the talent I have displayed thus far, it would not be an exaggeration to say that I am truly unparalleled in history." Li Xiaobo stood still, a slight furrow upon his brow, as the image of the astonishing protagonist from Douluo Continent 2 involuntarily surfaced in his mind. After all, this was an existence akin to a destined child endowed with 3 soul rings. At that moment, the ice silkworm nearby let out a languid sigh and remarked, "Do you not realize? The reason I have refrained from acting from the very beginning is not without cause. Although our ice silkworm clan possesses relatively weaker offensive capabilities, I still boast an impressive cultivation of 100,000 years. Dealing with you mere minions is as effortless as turning one's hand. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's heart trembled, and he could not help but ponder. Indeed, with such formidable strength, why has the ice silkworm yet to make a move? It is well known that the relationship between soul beasts and humans has always been one of irreconcilable enmity. The ice silkworm slowly raised its head, its gaze fixed on the horizon, and continued, "In truth, my age is not merely a mere 100,000 years. To be precise, it is actually 199,999 years. Our soul beast clan must endure a terrifying tribulation every 100,000 years. While I was fortunate enough to consume several invaluable pieces of 10,000-year-old ice marrow and barely survive the first tribulation, I am currently incapable of facing the impending second tribulation with my present abilities. Should I rashly engage, the tribulation would undoubtedly descend upon me immediately. Thus, I hope to negotiate a transaction with you at this juncture." Li Ling Tian and Yen Yushi, along with two others, stood together, their faces etched with disbelief. Their eyes widened and mouths slightly agape, as if an invisible force had rooted them to the spot. Heavens! To think there exists a being with a lifespan exceeding 100,000 years. Ma Ronghua murmured, his voice trembling with shock and astonishment. At that moment, the colossal ice silkworm slowly spoke. "Might I inquire if you would entertain the notion of a transaction with me?" Its gaze settled upon Li Xiaobo, revealing a glimmer of anticipation. Li Xiaobo regained his composure and respectfully inquired, "May I ask what kind of transaction you desire, esteemed elder?" The ice silkworm sighed softly, its tone tinged with resignation. "To be candid, my time is running short. Despite my relentless efforts to suppress my cultivation, I find myself unable to halt its relentless ascension. I have resolved to sacrifice myself for you. However, before that, I implore you to safeguard these little ice silkworms beside me. They are my progeny, and our lineage is inherently frail. Were it not for my 10,000 years of cultivation as their father, they would scarcely have survived to this day, let alone cultivated to a millennium. Now, I find myself unable to protect them any longer, and thus, I must entrust them to you." Upon hearing the ice silkworm's words, Li Xiaobo nodded gravely, assuring earnestly, "Rest assured, elder. Should you truly choose to sacrifice yourself for me, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the care of your descendants." A flicker of gratitude glimmered in the ice silkworm's eyes as it softly replied, "That is splendid. I hope you will uphold your promise." With that, it reluctantly turned away, casting a lingering gaze upon its precious offspring, as if wishing to etch their likeness deeply into its memory. Then, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Li Xiaobo's body suddenly erupted in a dazzling crimson radiance, akin to a pillar of light soaring skyward, piercing through the clouds. This brilliance was intensely radiant, illuminating the entire space to the point where one could scarcely open their eyes. As the onlookers focused their gaze, the ice silkworm's once clear figure began to blur like an illusion, ultimately vanishing into thin air. Yet, in that fleeting moment of its disappearance, a stunning vision materialized. A colossal crimson soul ring appeared as if conjured from the ether, resembling a blazing sun engulfed in flames, radiating an intense and resplendent light. Upon closer inspection, two splendid golden patterns adorned this crimson soul ring, resembling two sinuous golden dragons coiling gracefully within, adding an aura of mystery and majesty. It became apparent that at the moment of its sacrificial decision, the ice silkworm resolutely unsealed its cultivation. Through sheer willpower and profound foundation, it successfully shattered its cultivation bottleneck, catapulting to the terrifying realm of 200,000 years. At this moment, the red soul ring, embellished with golden patterns, seemed to possess boundless power as it soared toward Li Xiaobo, enveloping him securely. Simultaneously, in the unfathomable depths of the extreme north, two figures stood silently. They gazed towards the distant pillar of red light that soared into the heavens, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. These two were none other than the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress, two of the three great monarchs of the extreme north. The Snow Empress sighed softly, her voice imbued with regret. "Alas, yet another 10,000-year soul beast has fallen." The Ice Emperor, however, appeared somewhat indifferent, muttering, "I truly cannot comprehend the thoughts of these 10,000-year soul beasts. It is truly a lamentable waste that they willingly sacrifice themselves for humanity. Would it not be far more beneficial if such cultivation were offered to me, allowing me to devour it, and thereby enhance my own abilities? Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the Snow Emperor shook her head in resignation and softly replied, "Alas, Ice Emperor, do not be so short-sighted. Perhaps for those soul beasts who choose to offer themselves, they possess their own considerations and beliefs. Furthermore, when will we soul beasts be able to transcend the terrifying tribulations that humans face? The prospect of whether we soul beasts can attain divinity in the future remains an enigma." As she spoke, a flicker of confusion and concern briefly crossed the Snow Emperor's gaze. Observing this, the Ice Emperor hastily offered words of comfort. "Snow Emperor, there is no need for you to overthink. Just look at your own achievements. You have already cultivated for over 700,000 years, and you are not far from attaining divinity. I firmly believe that with your talent and strength, you will one day ascend to the divine throne." With that, she gave the Snow Emperor's shoulder a reassuring pat, attempting to instill some encouragement and confidence. The Snow Emperor slowly shook her head, falling into a contemplative silence. Chapter 26, The 100,000-Year Third Spirit Ring. Li Lingtian and Yan Yueshur, along with two others, stood in astonishment, gazing at the extraordinary scene unfolding before them, their hearts brimming with shock and wonder. It is worth noting that prior to this moment, they had merely encountered the rare and enigmatic phenomenon of soul beast sacrifices within the pages of books. Unable to contain himself, Li Lingtian finally spoke. "It is truly unimaginable. I wonder what kind of soul ring abilities this fellow named Xiaobo will ultimately acquire." Beside him, Yan Yueshur quickly reassured, "Uncle, please do not worry too much. I firmly believe that Xiaobo will surely obtain the hidden soul skill he has longed for. Moreover, the sacrifice this time is a formidable ice silkworm with an impressive cultivation of 200,000 years. Additionally, it possesses an exceptionally valuable soul bone. Logically speaking, among these four skills, there must be one that fulfills Xiaobo's needs." Upon hearing Yan Yueshur's words, Li Lingtian gradually regained his composure and, upon further reflection, found her reasoning quite sound. After all, there were indeed four soul skills awaiting discovery. Thus, he nodded slightly in agreement. Soon after, Yan Yueshur cast her gaze upon the remaining ice silkworms, her expression turning troubled as she continued, "Uncle, what shall we do with these little ones? We had previously promised the elder ice silkworm to fulfill its request. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that we possess no influence in this area. We cannot simply linger here to guard them indefinitely." Li Lingtian followed Yan Yueshur's gaze and observed that the 8 ancient ice silkworms remained obediently in place, clearly having been instructed by their father to stay close to their human companions. After a moment of contemplation, Li Lingtian confidently replied, "Rest assured, my child. We undoubtedly have measures in place to address this matter. We simply need to patiently await Xiaobo's awakening." Yan Yueshur exhaled softly, her anxious heart gradually returning to its rightful state. It was essential to remember that they had solemnly pledged their promise to the aged ice silkworm. Although Yan Yueshur was still young, she placed immense importance on the commitment she made. After all, with her prodigious talent and pride, how could she tolerate being perceived as untrustworthy? Therefore, regardless of the challenges and obstacles she faced, she remained steadfast in her promises, determined to fulfill them without fail. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Xiaobo was wholly engrossed in absorbing a powerful soul ring that had existed for an astonishing 200,000 years. Fortunately, this soul ring had been acquired through sacrifice, rendering the absorption process relatively smooth. The term sacrifice implies that even one with merely a 10th level soul power could safely bear and absorb the formidable energy of a soul ring aged up to 100,000 years. Nonetheless, Li Xiaobo still felt a faint pressure, for the energy contained within this 100,000-year soul ring was overwhelmingly vast, far exceeding what his current level could effortlessly manage and refine. However, he firmly believed that upon successfully absorbing this soul ring, his strength would experience a tremendous enhancement, allowing him to break through to level 40. At this moment, his level was indeed somewhat inadequate. It is worth noting that this 100,000 your soul ring possessed the terrifying potential to elevate even a title Douluo by 1 or 2 levels. Moreover, considering that the soul ring was obtained through sacrifice, its rarity and effectiveness were beyond imagination. Time flowed swiftly, akin to a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, the sun began its descent, resembling a brilliant pearl gently sliding below the horizon. At this moment, the resplendent afterglow of the setting sun bathed the vast, pristine ice plains, as if draping them in a golden veil. Sunlight refracted through the ice layer emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a dreamlike and breathtaking spectacle. Beside the ice plains lay a glacial lake, shrouded in a veil of mist, resembling a colossal mirror embedded in the landscape. When a gentle breeze stirred, the mist swayed delicately, imbuing the entire scene with a sense of vitality, as if one were wandering through a realm of ethereal beauty. Amidst this stunning panorama, Li Lingtian and the other three were diligently constructing their temporary campsite. Based on the current situation, it appeared they would require an additional 2 or 3 days before embarking on their journey home. Moreover, after a thorough investigation, it became apparent that there were no formidable soul beasts lurking in the vicinity, rendering the area relatively safe. Yan Yuesher stood quietly to the side, her gaze fixed intently on Li Xiaobo, who was wholly absorbed in the process of absorbing the soul ring. Observing his focused demeanor, she couldn't help but compare herself to him in her heart. She was acutely aware that Li Xiaobo not only possessed an additional martial spirit, but also surpassed her in innate talent. Whether in his understanding of cultivation knowledge or in his performance during actual combat, Li Xiaobo exhibited extraordinary capabilities. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a wave of admiration for him surged within her, coupled with a yearning to one day achieve similar excellence. As nightfall quietly descended, the sky resembled a vast expanse of black silk, while the twinkling stars sparkled like dazzling gemstones embedded within it. The earth, shrouded in the embrace of night, was enveloped in tranquility and peace. In this serene evening, Li Xiaobo sat quietly, surrounded by a faint aura of soul power. After extensive efforts, he had finally succeeded in absorbing the immensely valuable soul ring. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise flickering within them. He gently circulated the soul power within his body, carefully sensing the changes in his soul power level. Moments later, a satisfied smile graced his lips. He had successfully elevated his soul power to level 40. Moreover, he harbored a strong premonition that if he could absorb another suitable soul ring, he might very well break through to around level 47. It was worth noting that the soul ring he had absorbed was an extraordinary one, boasting an age of 200,000 years, containing soul power as vast as the ocean and boundless in strength. However, despite possessing such remarkable opportunities and potential, Li Xiaobo did not rush to absorb another soul ring. He understood that while rapid growth and strength was exhilarating, failing to adapt to such changes in a timely manner could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, he resolved to pause and consolidate his existing achievements. He silently vowed to wait until he turned 8 before attempting to absorb a 4th soul ring. After all, he was currently just 6, nearing 7. And the more than a year ahead would provide ample time for him to fully acclimate to his current soul power level while further honing his combat skills and mental fortitude. The 4 companions who had been silently standing by, including Li Lingtian, excitedly gathered around Li Xiaobo upon witnessing his successful absorption of the soul ring. Each wore expressions of curiosity, their eyes brimming with anticipation and desire. For them, encountering a soul ring as magnificent as 1/100,000 years old, along with the soul skills it conferred, was an unprecedented rarity. Li Xiaobo gazed at the expectant eyes of the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips as he raised his hands. With the flow of his soul power, he initiated his first soul technique simulation. In an instant, his form became ethereal, gradually transforming into that of an ice silkworm, his very essence mirroring it perfectly. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Next, Li Xiaobo employed mental control, unleashing an invisible wave of soul power that caused several small stones nearby to levitate, dancing through the air in accordance with his thoughts. This soul technique is truly remarkable, Li Lingtian exclaimed in admiration. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo demonstrated mental sharing, connecting with Yan Yuesher's consciousness. In that moment, Yan Yuesher felt as though she had entered Li Xiaobo's memory space, witnessing his insights while absorbing soul rings. Just as the audience was enraptured by the novelty of the soul technique exhibition, a subtle tremor rippled through the surroundings. It turned out that the ancient ice silkworms had sensed Li Xiaobo's awakening and the display of his formidable soul technique, and they collectively began to crawl toward him, seemingly expressing their reverence. With a smile, Li Xiaobo approached the ice silkworms. Chapter 27. The placement of the ice silkworms. Li Xiaobo stood silently in place, his gaze unwavering as he fixed his eyes upon the 8 ancient ice silkworms emanating a chilling aura. Each of these silkworms was translucent and crystalline, as if sculpted from pure ice and snow. They subtly undulated, revealing a mysterious and formidable power. Li Xiaobo spoke softly, "Little ones, your father has entrusted you to me. Therefore, I implore you not to resist." With that, he swiftly formed intricate hand seals, murmuring incantations under his breath. In an instant, a radiant light emanated from his being. And before long, a resplendently colorful illustration of myriad herbs materialized in the air. This illustration began to expand, initially no larger than a palm. But soon it swelled rapidly as if inflated by an unseen force. In mere moments, the depiction grew to the size of an ordinary table. Observers could see the mountains, rivers, and forests within the illustration springing to life, with rushing rivers, towering peaks, and lush woodlands vividly displayed before everyone's eyes. Concurrently, the illustration began to exude a powerful gravitational force. This force, akin to an invisible hand, firmly grasped the 8 ancient ice silkworms. Despite the silkworms' vigorous struggles, they ultimately could not withstand this formidable power. Their bodies gradually moved towards the illustration, accelerating in speed. It is noteworthy that the internal space of this illustration had already expanded significantly with Li Xiaobo's rising prowess. Now, its area reached an astonishing 300 square kilometers. It is essential to mention that this transformation occurred without Li Xiaobo having acquired any soul rings, relying solely on the growth of his own soul power. Should he later bestow appropriate soul rings upon the illustration, its internal space could potentially expand tenfold while remaining within the same level, unenhanced by soul rings. However, Li Xiaobo remained uncertain about whether to attach a soul ring to the illustration at this moment. He was acutely aware that he should only absorb a 100,000 your soul ring when he could withstand its power, maximizing the potential of his other 2 martial souls. After all, once a soul ring transcends the 100,000 your threshold, the enhancement it provides would represent a qualitative leap, incomparable to those below that mark. Among the numerous titled Douluo, formidable figures such as Tang Hao and the influential Bibi Dong command profound respect. Speaking of martial souls, what connection exists between the Death Spider Emperor and the Blue Silver Emperor? The connection with the soft-bone rabbit spirit beast remains even more elusive. When these martial souls reach the 100,000 year realm, their wielders often choose to attach soul rings that bear no relation to their own attributes. Take Tang Dazhuang, for instance. His Haoyan hammer is a paragon among assault-type martial souls, wielding immense power. Yet, even with such strength, he unhesitatingly bestowed the soul ring of the Blue Silver Emperor upon his martial soul, just as he ascended to the rank of a titled Douluo he could. With the power of this sacrificial 100,000 year soul ring, faced 3 opponents simultaneously. It is noteworthy that one of his adversaries possessed a divine martial soul and was a super Douluo of level 95. Although Tang Hao's explosive ring technique was indeed formidable, one cannot deny the tremendous impact of the power bestowed by the 100,000 your soul ring. Ultimately, for one who possesses a soul ring of 100,000 years. Although one cannot assert with certainty the attainment of the exalted realm akin to the supreme Douluo, the prospect of becoming a super Douluo remains highly promising. Conversely, without such a 100,000-year soul ring, one's advancement is likely to be capped at the level of super Douluo. Moreover, after considerable contemplation, Li Xiaobo proposed that if one could endow this wondrous Baichao diagram with additional soul rings possessing specific attributes, such as the 5 elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, it might remarkably give rise to unique environments within the diagram that correspond to these attributes. It is crucial to recognize that the Baichao diagram is no ordinary entity. It not only facilitates the cultivation of various rare plants, but also allows for the nurturing of delightful small creatures. Such specialized environments would undoubtedly be highly advantageous for the growth of certain spiritual herbs that embody these attributes. For instance, the fire attribute contained within the coxcomb amaranth, the exceptional earth attribute of the earth dragon gold melon, and the unique metal attribute of the marvelous mushroom chrysanthemum, among others. Concurrently, the soul beasts residing within these elemental realms would likely experience a significant acceleration in their growth. Of course, beyond the conventional 5 elemental soul rings, Li Xiaobo also pondered whether it would be possible to attach some rarer and more extraordinary soul rings to the Baichao diagram. For instance, soul rings imbued with the ferocious power of lightning, the chilling essence of ice, the insidious nature of poison, or the enigmatic depths of darkness, as well as the soul rings symbolizing justice and hope, embodying light. Upon successfully resolving the survival dilemma of the ice silkworm, Li Xiaobo gradually turned his gaze towards Ma Ronghua, saying, Ronghua, it has been quite some time since you broke through to the 10th level. Now that the matter of soul rings has been settled on my end, starting tomorrow, let us all unite in our efforts to seek out a suitable soul beast for you. By the way, which system do you wish to develop, strong attack or agility attack? After all, those two are the most fitting for your martial spirit. Ma Ronghua, with an expression brimming with excitement, replied, Brother Xiaobo, I ardently aspire to pursue the strong attack path. Even my noble steed, the golden dragon horse, has been carefully analyzed by the Count. You see, my golden dragon horse carries the true bloodline of the dragon, and I have long harbored a dream of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. However, what troubles me now is the utter lack of direction regarding which type of soul ring I should choose. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo considered for a moment before responding. In my view, given the unique advantages of your martial spirit, you might consider seeking soul rings generated by soul beasts endowed with the golden bloodline. Ma Ronghua could not help but show a puzzled expression and asked, Why is that? Moreover, what exactly constitutes a golden bloodline? At this moment, not only Ma Ronghua, but also Li Lingdian, Yin Yuesher, and another individual were gazing at Li Xiaobo with expressions of curiosity, eagerly anticipating a thorough explanation from him. Li Xiaobo spoke leisurely, stating that the so-called golden bloodline refers to those possessing extraordinarily potent powers, such as the soul beasts or martial souls. For instance, the well-known golden crocodile Douluo from the Spirit Hall possesses the martial soul known as the Golden Crocodile King, which is indeed a type of golden bloodline. Pausing momentarily, Li Xiaobo continued, adding that this mysterious and formidable golden bloodline is said to have originated from the Golden Dragon King. Thus, if one's golden bloodline is sufficiently robust, it may even lead to an ancestral phenomenon, evolving into the majestic golden dragon. However, upon hearing this, Li Lingdian and the other three exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. Although they had some understanding of the golden crocodile Douluo, the identity of the Golden Dragon King remained a mystery to them. Questions swelled in their minds. Observing their bewilderment, Li Xiaobo chuckled helplessly and elaborated. The Golden Dragon King is the malevolent aspect that emerged after the division of the Dragon God. Its body is adorned with golden scales, possessing unparalleled strength. According to legends, with a mere swipe of its claw, it can tear through space. Everyone gasped in astonishment, realizing that the Golden Dragon King was indeed a deity. Li Xiaobo paused, recalling the ancient Dragon God War, during which the Dragon God split into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. Although the Golden Dragon King faced defeat, the bloodline it left behind was immensely powerful, embodying the forces of destruction and rebirth. Ma Rongua's eyes sparkled as he inquired, Brother Xiaobo, if I were to obtain a soul ring with a golden bloodline, would I be able to wield such power? Li Xiaobo nodded, affirming that theoretically, it was possible, but the risks were substantial. This power was difficult to control, and a moment's carelessness could lead to backlash. With determination, Ma Ronghua clenched his fists and declared, No matter how perilous it may be, I am willing to try, for the sake of becoming stronger and pursuing my dreams. Li Xiaobo patted him on the shoulder, saying, All right, let us first gather information to find the most suitable soul beast with a golden bloodline for you. The group unanimously expressed their agreement. Chapter 28. The Dragon God. After an intense discussion, the group finally clarified the path and direction for Ma Ronghua's future development. With a collective sigh of relief, they proceeded toward the tents that had been set up beforehand. 3 tents stood before them, a larger one designated for Li Lingtian alone, another shared by the old steward and Ma Ronghua, and the smallest one allocated to Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher. As the two entered their tent, Yin Yuesher's enchanting eyes began to curiously survey Li Xiaobo from head to toe. Feeling her intense gaze, Li Xiaobo became somewhat uneasy and asked, Yuesher, why are you looking at me like that? Yin Yuesher blinked, a slight smile gracing her lips as she said, Xiaobo, it appears that you are quite familiar with the divine realm. Could you elaborate on it for me? Li Xiaobo gently shook his head and modestly replied, In truth, I cannot claim to possess extensive knowledge. I merely have a superficial understanding. However, since you are eager to listen, I shall endeavor to share what I can. Li Xiaobo recounted slowly. In the distant and elusive epics of yore, a mysterious and ancient legend was whispered. It is said that in those times, the realm of deities was devoid of human gods. The entire divine domain existed under the supreme dominion of the Dragon God, who sat majestically upon a towering throne, his formidable presence instilling across the lands. Beneath the Dragon God loomed the illustrious 9 Dragon Kings, each a paragon of the dragon lineage. The dragon god generously bestowed upon the most exceptional dragon prodigies the myriad wondrous attributes encapsulated in his own bloodline evolution. Thus, these fortunate beings each acquired dominion over the 9 elemental powers: water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, time, and the steadfastness of the mountain dragon king. The 9 dragon kings, filled with gratitude, revered him as their sovereign and pledged unwavering loyalty. Each dragon king possessed extraordinary prowess, having reached the terrifying realm of semi-divine sovereignty. Under the sagacious leadership of the dragon god, the dragon race embraced an unprecedented era of brilliance. Their radiance shone as brilliantly as the sun at zenith, captivating the attention of myriad races. The dragon god, with an expansive heart, opened the gates of the divine realm, welcoming distinguished talents from various galaxies, granting them passage into the domain of the divine dragons to become esteemed deities. Elites from all walks of life flocked to join the dragons in their noble endeavors, dedicated to propelling the divine dragon domain towards an even more prosperous future. The dragon god, tireless in his efforts and resolute in governance, ultimately led the dragon race to ascend to the pinnacle of all races, rightfully claiming the title of the king of all, ruling over the entire world. Li Xiaobo, the divine realm has undergone 2 monumental transformations, the first resulting in the fall of the dragon god, and the second inciting a civil war within the divine realm. After the creator deity fashioned various cosmic dimensions, he also established a divine realm to oversee these dimensions. However, creation within the divine realm is not solely the purview of the creator deity. Even the powerful divine kings of the cosmic dimensions possess the capability to forge their own divine realms. The divine realm on the continent of Douluo was initially crafted by an unparalleled divine king known as the dragon god, who established the divine dragon domain. In its nascent stages, the divine dragon domain was inhabited solely by the dragon race, yet over time, any race could ascend to the divine position through trials, thereby migrating to the divine dragon domain. Among all races, humans found it easiest to cultivate into divine beings, leading to the gradual evolution of the divine dragon domain into a grand divine realm where dragons and humans coexisted harmoniously. Originally, all beings could reside peacefully within the divine dragon domain, but in a bid to solidify the future reign of the dragon prince, the dragon god chose to defy the laws of the universe, forcibly refining the divine dragon domain into a celestial realm. Regrettably, the dragon god not only failed in this endeavor but also caused the sacrifice of the dragon prince's life. In a moment of despair, and under the influence of both emotion and cosmic law, the dragon god succumbed to madness. The 9 dragon kings under his command, determined to restore his sanity, engaged him in battle, risking their own lives. After the fall of 5 of the dragon kings, they sought assistance from the human divine kings. To stabilize the divine realm, the 5 mightiest human divine kings resolutely agreed to aid the dragon kings. Unfortunately, even after the demise of all 9 dragon kings, the dragon god remained unhinged. Misled by the circumstances, the dragon race united with the beast god to launch an offensive against the human divine realm, igniting the most devastating divine war. This conflict not only led to the annihilation of countless divine beings, but also shattered the once mighty divine dragon domain into fragments. Had it not been for the efforts of the 5 divine kings, including Azura, to maintain the integrity of the divine realm, the entire divine realm might have faced irreversible extinction. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, the dragon god regained his sanity and willingly allowed himself to be slain by the god of Azura, which enabled the divine realm to endure. However, the remnants of the divine realm suffered a severe depletion of celestial energy, leaving behind only 4 dimensions: the Douluo continent, the light continent, the 5 elements continent, and the vast continent. In the aftermath of the dragon god's fall, the remaining 5 divine kings, Azura, goodness, evil, and destruction, formed the divine council, and a portion of the remnants of the divine dragon domain became what is now known as the Douluo divine realm. Li Xiaobo spoke slowly. In the present day, the Douluo divine realm is home to 5 divine kings, one of whom is the renowned evil god. He is one of the 5 supreme deities formed from the unparalleled power of the creator god, and he stands as the sole divine king capable of wielding absolute control over the vast divine realm. At this juncture, Li Xiaobo could not help but display a look of reverence. He continued to elaborate. What sets the evil god apart is his extraordinary ability to restore divine consciousness. It is essential to the deities, and any damage to it could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, with the evil god's remarkable power, Many injuries to divine consciousness that were once deemed irreparable can now be effectively healed. Consequently, he enjoys an immensely high status and unparalleled authority within the Divine Realm Council. After a brief pause, Li Xiaobo shifted the conversation to another divine king, the good god. This benevolent deity also emerged from the creator goddess power and exists at the same level as the evil god. Nevertheless, in terms of hierarchy and status, she surpasses the other three supreme deities, establishing herself as one of the rightful sovereigns of the divine realm. Despite wielding such immense power, it is admirable that she and the evil god seldom intervene in the intricate affairs of the divine realm. They stand like two majestic mountains, silently safeguarding this mysterious and expansive world. Li Xiaobo, I shall refrain from elaborating on the other three divine kings. However, it appears that there are two divine inheritances within the Douluo continent. Yin Yue sure, which two divine positions are you referring to? Li Xiaobo, there exists a place in the Douluo continent known as the City of Slaughter. In this realm, individuals are forbidden from employing soul techniques, relying solely on their innate combat instincts to engage in brutal battles. Within it lies a location called the Bloody Arena, where 10 participants enter, but only one emerges victorious, while the remaining 9 perish. However, should one achieve a consecutive victory of 100 times and traverse the path of hell, they may obtain the domain of the god of slaughter, thereby qualifying for the inheritance of the Azura God King. Li Xiaobo, the other divine king, is the evil god king. Legend has it that within the Douluo continent exists a divine-level soul beast, the dark demon evil god tiger. Originally a sacred white tiger, it was one day possessed by an evil deity. The dark demon evil god tiger is a colossal creature, entirely black, measuring over 8 meters in length, with pronounced muscles and a weight of up to 3,000 jin. A black character representing king adorns its forehead, while its elongated tail stands upright, culminating in a massive, hooked tip that glimmers with a ghostly light. The dark demon evil god tiger possesses attributes of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, exhibiting intelligence on par with humanity. It wields these attributes to launch formidable attacks, such as the Light Blade skill, which is a fusion of wind and evil energies, boasting tremendous power. Furthermore, its cultivation primarily advances through the consumption of the soul power of other soul beasts or human soul masters, rather than through personal training. This method of enhancement renders it exceedingly rare and perilous within the realm of soul beasts. Additionally, the dark demon evil god tiger possesses a unique skill known as the Arena of Life and Death, capable of reverting both itself and its adversaries to their juvenile states. Given that soul beasts typically possess greater physical prowess than humans, the dark demon evil god tiger usually holds the advantage in this condition. Despite having only 60,000 years of cultivation, its strength is already comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Chapter 29. The Golden Unicorn, Yin Yuesher exclaimed, her face awash with astonishment. It is truly unexpected that such extraordinary soul beasts exist within the Douluo continent. However, I am somewhat perplexed. What connection does the dark demon evil god tiger have with the divine inheritance? Li Xiaobo explained with a smile. If one were to successfully slay the dark demon evil god tiger, the immediate course of action would not be to absorb its soul. Rather, one must exercise patience and await the emergence of the mysterious evil god pearl upon its corpse. It is only by acquiring this pearl that one can truly seize the opportunity for divine inheritance. However, obtaining the evil god pearl is far from a simple endeavor. It is an entity imbued with sentience, and at the slightest hint of danger, it will swiftly seek to escape. Without sufficient strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to capture it. Yin Yuesher could not help but exclaim, I had no idea that the dark demon evil god tiger harbored such a significant secret related to divine inheritance. Xiaobo, I must say, I never realized how knowledgeable you truly are. Li Xiaobo smiled with a hint of pride and said, of course. However, as night has already deepened, it would be wise for us to retire early. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, silence reigned, and time slipped away quietly. Before long, a night had hastily passed. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds to grace the earth, Li Xiaobo slowly opened his eyes and emerged from the tent. In that instant, a bone-chilling wind struck him like a blade, causing him to shiver involuntarily, his body trembling. He steadied himself and gazed at the breathtaking scenery around him. Before his eyes lay a landscape draped in a shroud of silver, a world seemingly enveloped in ice and snow. The rising sun radiated a gentle glow, filtering through the thick layers of ice and the crystalline icicles dangling from the branches, refracting a dreamlike kaleidoscope of colors. Not far away, a lake appeared like a vast mirror, its waters crystal clear, yet curiously unfrozen. A gentle breeze caressed the surface, creating ripples that danced in the sunlight. Before long, everyone rose and emerged from their tents. At this moment, the old steward had successfully prepared a large pot of fragrant, mouth-watering fish soup. The fish within was no ordinary catch, but rather the extremely rare silverlight fish, a century-old spirit beast from the lake. This fish glimmered with a silvery hue, akin to polished silver, and sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, a true marvel to behold. The rarity and value of the silverlight fish stemmed not only from its exquisite appearance, but also from its preference for extremely cold habitats. Thus, even within the vast empire, those fortunate enough to savor such delicacies were few and far between. Moreover, the flavor of the silverlight fish was unparalleled, with tender, juicy flesh that melted in the mouth. Remarkably, consuming it could even assist in cultivation, aiding in the enhancement of one's abilities. At this moment, the group sat together, savoring the delectable fish soup. Suddenly, Li Lingtian spoke up. Xiaobo, do you have any thoughts regarding the search for a suitable spirit beast for Maronghua today? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Li Xiaobo. With a confident nod, he replied, yes, I have given it considerable thought. Based on the requirements for Maronghua's first skill, we need to seek out dragon or horse-type spirit beasts. Fortunately, despite the harsh conditions in this extreme north, I have contemplated a few suitable candidates, such as the formidable frost giant dragon, the mysterious unicorn, and other related species. However, the frost giant dragon is exceedingly powerful, and with our current capabilities, it would likely be challenging to locate it, let alone contend with it. Therefore, seeking the unicorn appears to be a more feasible option. I just wonder if the attributes of the unicorn here align with those of Maronghua. After listening to Li Xiaobo's analysis, Li Lingdian nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. Indeed, your considerations are quite thorough. As long as the strength aspect is suitable, it suffices, for there may still be room for adjustments and attributes later on. Thus, after everyone contentedly finished their steaming, delectable fish soup, they mustered their courage and resolutely stepped toward the mysterious direction rumored to be home to unicorns. Along the way, the piercing, bone-chilling wind whipped around them, accompanied by snowflakes as large as goose feathers, battering against their bodies and faces as if attempting to engulf them. The path was rugged and uneven, with deep snow requiring immense effort to traverse with each step. Yet, the group remained undeterred by the harsh weather, gritting their teeth and persevering forward. Among them, Yan Yueshi, with her relatively weaker strength at merely level 17 and a fire attribute physique, found herself particularly ill-suited to the frigid environment. Shivering as she walked, she could not help but grumble, "Oh dear, where on earth is that accursed unicorn hiding? In this dreadful cold, finding it is harder than climbing to the heavens." Beside her, Li Xiaobo quickly offered gentle reassurance, "Do not fret, Yan Yueshi. Let us hold on a little longer. Look, that valley ahead may offer us some useful clues." After a grueling trek, when they finally arrived at the valley, they were pleasantly surprised to discover large and unique hoof prints imprinted in the pristine snow. These prints, varying in depth, resembled blooming flowers upon the white canvas. "Look, this might very well be the trace left by the unicorn," Li Xiaobo exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The group gathered around, closely examining the prints. They then cautiously followed the trail of hoof prints deeper into the valley. Suddenly, a melodious and enchanting whinny resonated in their ears, invigorating everyone as they quickened their pace toward the sound. Not far away, a group of pure white unicorns, shimmering with a sacred glow, stood gracefully. Their lithe forms were stunning, and the horns atop their heads sparkled like dazzling gemstones, radiating alluring light. However, these unicorns appeared to be highly vigilant of strangers. Upon sensing their approach, they raised their front hooves, ready to either defend themselves or flee. Realizing the precarious situation, Li Xiaobo swiftly gestured for everyone to halt, urging them not to make any sudden moves lest they provoke these noble and sensitive creatures. Deep within that enigmatic and beautiful forest valley dwelled the enchanting soul beasts known as unicorns. They resembled ethereal spirits of nature, exuding captivating charm. After millennia, the unicorns were enveloped in a silvery light as pure as snow, as if bathed in moonlight, shimmering brilliantly. However, during the epochs of centuries and millennia, these enchanting creatures radiated dazzling golden hue, reminiscent of the warm and vibrant glow of a rising sun. The most striking feature of the unicorn is undoubtedly its long and pointed horn, which not only possesses an exquisite form, but also harbors formidable power. According to legend, a knife handle fashioned from a unicorn's horn can miraculously discern the presence of toxins in food, making it an indispensable item for both home and travel. Furthermore, the hair from a unicorn's tail is an exceptionally precious material, suitable for the meticulous crafting of high-quality brushes, capable of producing text as beautiful as flowing clouds in water. Yet, the most extraordinary aspect of the unicorn is its blood, which flows in a pure and unblemished silvery hue, endowed with the miraculous ability to extend life. Countless individuals pursue it passionately, often returning empty-handed. Although unicorns appear gentle and charming, their temperament is strikingly different from their exterior. They are fierce and fearless, boldly engaging in fierce battles with enormous elephants and soaring dragons, never conceding an inch. Perhaps it is this courage and resilience that has rendered them legendary beings within the Soul Beast forest. Typically, unicorns strive to avoid contact with humans, as if they are filled with wariness towards the human world. However, some say that unicorns are more inclined to allow gentle and kind-hearted women to approach them rather than men. Perhaps it is the unique grace and gentleness of women that more easily earn their trust. Notably, when unicorns gallop, they do so with astonishing speed, like a flash of lightning darting through the forest, vanishing in an instant without a trace. Capturing such a swift and agile creature is a task more daunting than climbing to the heavens. Thus, the unicorn has perpetually maintained its air of mystery, igniting boundless imagination and longing in the hearts of many. Chapter 30. The Sacred Unicorn of Soul Hunting. Li Xiaobo and 4 others gazed in astonishment at the densely clustered unicorns within the valley. The sheer number of these majestic creatures was staggering, with several dozen boasting an astonishing cultivation of 10,000 years. Such formidable power was beyond their current capacity to contend with. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to slowly withdraw from the valley and seek alternative solutions. Li Lingdian sighed deeply and remarked, "This undertaking appears to be rather formidable. Nevertheless, let us first seek a sufficiently concealed and secure refuge. When the night is at its deepest, we shall stealthily return to the valley's entrance to observe the situation. Should fortune smile upon us, I and the steward may yet seize the opportunity to capture a unicorn of a century's cultivation. However, if the circumstances prove unfavorable and no chance presents itself, we shall have no choice but to reluctantly abandon this plan." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded silently in agreement with his father's strategy. He was acutely aware that, given his and the other two's current prowess, they were somewhat outmatched and would likely hinder the entire team. After a brief pause, Li Xiaobo continued, "Father, did you discern the unicorns we encountered today? If we are to select a suitable target, we must strive to find those that are relatively stronger among their ranks. After all, we possess no knowledge of their specific attributes. Thus, we can only make a rough assessment of their so-called golden bloodline based on their appearance. Generally speaking, unicorns with golden bloodlines tend to exhibit a golden hue in their coats. Therefore, you must scrutinize carefully to identify which unicorn among the century-old ones is both robust and possesses a golden mane." As nightfall silently enveloped the land like a vast black velvet cloth, the moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a faint glow and draping the surroundings in a mysterious silver veil. At that moment, Li Lingdian, clad in a dark nocturnal garb, moved stealthily like a specter, accompanied by the agile old steward, who donned similarly somber attire, as they made their way towards the shadowy valley. Upon entering the valley, they discovered that the majority of unicorns had succumbed to slumber, quietly nestled among the grass. Only a handful remained vigilant, patrolling the area with graceful steps. Li Lingtian and the old steward dared not utter a sound, tiptoeing through the herd of unicorns, their eyes sharp as hawks, intently observing each creature. Their efforts bore fruit. After a meticulous search, they finally spotted a unicorn with a golden coat deep within the valley. This unicorn was robust, its muscular form unmistakably indicating formidable strength, and it was estimated to possess a century-esque cultivation. Upon witnessing this, Li Lingdian immediately held his breath, raised his right hand, and unleashed his 6th soul skill, the 5 elements 8 trigrams array. In an instant, vibrant beams of light shot from his hand, intertwining to form a complex and enigmatic formation that ensnared the century-old unicorn. Simultaneously, the seasoned steward wasted no time, swiftly appearing beside the trapped unicorn. With deft hands, he produced a specially crafted rope and, with lightning speed, secured it around the unicorn's neck. However, just as they were on the verge of successfully capturing the unicorn, an unforeseen incident transpired, not far away. A formidable unicorn with a millennium of cultivation suddenly sensed the commotion. It raised its head and let out a piercing howl, its hooves kicking up a tempest as it charged toward Li Lingtian and the old steward like a bolt of lightning. Li Lingtian felt a pang of apprehension, silently lamenting the situation, yet he remained composed. He exchanged a knowing glance with the old steward, and they nodded in unison before exerting all their strength to subdue the struggling century-old unicorn. Subsequently, Li Lingtian waved his hands once more, conjuring a formidable barrier of soul power that momentarily thwarted the aggressive advance of the Millennium Unicorn. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Lingtian and the old steward dared not linger for even a moment, hastily leading the subdued century-old unicorn away from the valley. As they traversed the path, they moved with such swiftness that it felt as though they could sprout wings and soar from this place. Li Lingtian's heart raced with increasing intensity, filled with an unsettling anxiety, fearing that a horde of pursuers might suddenly emerge from behind. Fortunately, their journey was devoid of obstacles and setbacks, progressing with remarkable ease. Upon catching sight of Li Xiaobo and the anxious group waiting at the periphery, the tension that had gripped Li Lingtian's heart began to ease, and he exhaled a long, relieved breath. The collective gaze of the group converged upon the successfully captured century-old unicorn, each pair of eyes glimmering with unmistakable excitement. They all understood that if they could successfully absorb the unicorn's soul ring, it would mark a significant enhancement in strength for Ma Rong within their team. Li Lingtian exclaimed, "Xiaobo, hasten your actions. Quickly stow away this unicorn. It is unwise to linger here. Those unicorns have already been roused by our commotion. We must immediately relocate to a secure haven, returning to Arctic City first, where we can allow Ma Rongwa to peacefully absorb the soul ring." Upon receiving the command, Li Xiaobo did not dare to delay in the slightest. He swiftly summoned his Baichao too, and with a flash of brilliant light, the enormous century-old unicorn vanished from sight, captured within the confines of the Baichao Tuesday. Without hesitation, the group turned and sprinted towards the outskirts of the far north. Li Lingtian tightly grasped Yan Yushi's hand, fearful that she might lag behind or encounter any unforeseen mishap. Meanwhile, the seasoned old steward cautiously accompanied Ma Ronghua, ensuring her safe passage. As for Li Xiaobo, he soared forward with the might of his thunder wings, dashing like a streak of lightning, his speed surpassing even that of Li Lingtian, a formidable soul saint. The group raced forward like the wind, stirring up clouds of dust beneath their feet, seemingly intent on leaving this frigid northern land far behind. As the distant boundary drew ever closer, victory within reach, an unexpected transformation occurred. The sky became shrouded by an immense black curtain, dark clouds swirling ominously, instantly obscuring the once brilliant sunlight. With this sudden change, an overwhelming sense of oppressive dread surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping them entirely. The group felt their breath catch, an indescribable fear bubbling within their hearts. At that moment, a dazzling azure light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a colossal ice bird, radiating a chilling, spectral glow, standing in the air like a small mountain. With wings spanning several yards, its feathers shimmered with a frosty brilliance, seemingly sculpted from crystalline ice. Its piercing gaze emanated an air of authority and dominance that sent shivers down their spines. Clearly, it was the undisputed sovereign of this extreme northern realm. It became evident that the recent attack on the unicorn had indeed roused this formidable entity. Li Lingtian furrowed his brows, his expression grave as he lowered his voice to address the others. "Everyone, exercise utmost caution. This bird possesses an astonishing cultivation of 60,000 years. Its power is unfathomable and should not be trifled with." As his words echoed, the ice bird raised its head and let out a piercing, echoing shriek that resonated across the vast expanse of the extreme north. Immediately, it opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of sharp ice spikes, cascading like rain and hurtling towards the group with the speed of lightning. Undeterred by such a fierce assault, Li Xiaobo's figure transformed in an instant, revealing a pair of wings shimmering with purple lightning. He soared directly towards the incoming ice spikes. Simultaneously, he conjured forth powerful bolts of lightning from his palms, striking down upon the ice spikes in an attempt to shatter them with the force of electricity. Witnessing this, the others sprang into action. Employing their own unique techniques, some summoned roaring flames to form shields, while others conjured fierce winds in an effort to thwart the ice bird's relentless onslaught. Yet, the ice bird's might was overwhelmingly formidable. Its attacks came not only with blinding speed, but also in an unending barrage, as if there were no end in sight. Despite their concerted efforts, the group felt the weight of pressure mounting, gradually succumbing to exhaustion. In this critical moment, Li Xiaobo vanished from sight. Swiftly maneuvering to the ice bird's flank, his hands danced through the air, forming intricate and arcane seals. In an instant, countless strands of purple lightning erupted from his fingertips, coiling like venomous serpents towards the colossal ice bird. However, the ice bird was not so easily subdued. With a powerful sweep of its expansive wings, it unleashed a bone-chilling gale that, like a razor-sharp blade, scattered the advancing lightning strands with ease. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Li Lingtian decisively shouted, "Everyone, heed my command. Focus our combined strength on its left wing. It appears to be an old injury yet to heal." The group, understanding his intent, swiftly redirected their attacks, unleashing a torrent of magical artifacts and spells upon the ice bird's left wing. Indeed, the ice bird could not withstand such a ferocious assault. Its wound reopened, blood spraying forth. Infuriated by the grievous injury, the ice bird let out a thunderous roar, frantically flapping its wings and summoning a blizzard that engulfed the surroundings. The white tempest obscured the sky, making it nearly impossible to see. The sudden onslaught of snow threw the group into disarray. Amid the chaos, Yin Yuesher experienced a flash of inspiration. Without hesitation, she summoned a formidable artifact, the 5-Fire 7 bird fan, and hurled it into the air. As the fan appeared, it radiated an unmatched aura, exuding a natural dominance over the ice bird, causing its movements to noticeably slow. Li Xiaobo, upon witnessing the scene, was filled with immense joy. He understood that opportunities are fleeting and must be seized without hesitation. Immediately, he channeled all his inner strength, enveloped by dazzling lightning, resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky. In an instant, he transformed into a sharp arrow, hurtling toward the ice bird with breathtaking speed. Although the ice bird attempted to evade, its swiftness had been significantly hampered by the influence of the 5-Fire 7 bird's fan. Ultimately, Li Xiaobo successfully struck the crucial point of the ice bird. With a piercing lament echoing through the air, the massive creature swayed several times, then, filled with unyielding resentment, it soared high into the sky, gradually vanishing into the distant horizon. The onlookers exhaled a collective sigh of relief as they watched the ice bird disappear. After this fierce battle, everyone felt utterly exhausted, yet simultaneously brimming with the joy of victory. After a brief rest, they regrouped and resolutely continued their steadfast march toward the Arctic City. Chapter 31. Arctic City. After a lengthy and arduous trek, the group had journeyed for a full 3 hours. At last, Li Xiaobo and his companions arrived at the fabled gates of Arctic City. They paused, gazing up at the magnificent and imposing structure before them, their eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. The city gate, towering and grand, was constructed from massive blocks of ice, crystal clear and reminiscent of a fortress of diamonds. Intricate patterns adorned the gate, showcasing the valorous deeds and immense powers of the ice elemental soul masters. The towering walls, shrouded in layers of thick ice, exuded a bone-chilling coldness. "This is Arctic City," Li Xiaobo exclaimed, his voice betraying his uncontainable excitement. The other four nodded in agreement, fully aware that this was the sacred ground revered by all ice elemental soul masters. The city earned its reputation as the dream capital for ice elemental soul masters, not only for its perpetually frozen, breathtaking scenery but, more importantly, for the vast treasures of rare and precious ice elemental materials hidden within. These treasures are vital for enhancing the abilities of ice elemental soul masters, drawing thousands of passionate youths each year, eager to achieve breakthroughs and extraordinary feats. As they slowly approached the city gates, an extremely frigid aura enveloped them. Yet, this chill did not deter their spirits. Rather, it ignited a deep-seated yearning for exploration of the unknown. Stepping into the city, they found themselves in a fantastical realm constructed entirely of ice and snow. The buildings flanking the streets were intricately carved from ice, each uniquely shaped and breathtakingly beautiful. The ground was blanketed with pristine, untouched snow, crunching beneath their feet with every step. In the distance, towering ice mountains soared into the sky, shrouded in clouds and mist, adding an air of mystery to the entire city. Arctic City resembled an ancient behemoth slumbering beneath a blanket of ice and snow, its architectural style radiating a profound sense of antiquity and solemnity. The towering and majestic city walls, stretching endlessly, stand as an impenetrable barrier, meticulously constructed from massive black stones, each bearing the weight of time and the depth of history. Rising several dozen meters into the sky, they evoke an awe-inspiring sense of invincibility. Upon the walls, colorful banners flap vigorously in the cold wind, reminiscent of valiant warriors dancing in the breeze, proudly displaying the city's grandeur and honor. They flutter defiantly against the gusts, intertwining at times, only to unfold and soar, creating a breathtaking tableau. The grand and expansive city gate commands attention, forged from incredibly resilient iron, its surface glimmering with a chilling metallic sheen. Adorned with intricately carved patterns of soul beasts in various forms, some fierce and clawing, others majestic and imposing, and yet others lively and charming, each soul beast appears so vividly depicted that one might expect it to leap forth from the gate to confront any intruder. Upon passing through the gate, a wide and straight avenue unfolds before one's eyes. This thoroughfare is so spacious that several carriages may traverse it side by side. Lining the street are a plethora of buildings, ranging from magnificent palaces, resplendent in gold and opulence, to quaint and exquisitely decorated shops. There displays a dazzling array of goods that captivate the eye. There are also modest yet vibrant inns, providing weary travelers with a warm respite. Though these structures vary in style, they all exude an air of ancient elegance, whether it be the sweeping eaves and brackets of the palaces, the intricately carved doors and windows of the shops, or the wooden signs of the inns. They all showcase the artisan's superb craftsmanship and unique understanding of aesthetics. Strolling along such a street feels like a journey back in time, immersing one in the prosperity and tranquility of a bygone era. In the distant and enigmatic Arctic region lies a magnificent and striking city known as Arctic City. At the heart of this city stands the imposing Arctic City Lord's Mansion, resembling a dazzling pearl embedded within this icy realm. From afar, the mansion rises like a towering peak, its grandeur astonishing. The entire palace is blanketed in a thick layer of snow, presenting a scene of silvery splendor, akin to a dreamlike kingdom of ice and snow. Upon closer inspection, the outer walls of the mansion are constructed from solid and smooth blue stones, which, through the passage of time and the artisan's meticulous polishing, shimmer with a soft, jade-like glow. Each stone fits tightly together, showcasing exceptional architectural skill. The roof of the palace is adorned with silver glazed tiles that radiate a brilliant light under the sun, resembling glistening ice crystals, further embellishing the mansion's splendor. Viewed from a distance, the roof appears as a flowing cascade of silver light, breathtaking in its beauty. Before the grand entrance of the mansion stand two colossal stone lions, imposing and vigilant. They stand tall and proud, their fierce gazes fixed ahead, as if poised to pounce upon any who dare to intrude upon this sacred ground. These two stone lions are not only colossal in size but also masterfully crafted, each strand of fur and every sinew meticulously sculpted to evoke a lifelike presence, exuding unparalleled majesty. They vigilantly guard the city of ice attribute Soul Masters, upholding its dignity and honor. Upon entering the Lord's Mansion, one is greeted by majestic palaces, arranged with harmonious elegance. Pavilions and towers are interconnected by winding corridors, meandering gracefully and leading to serene retreats. The eaves arch high, resembling birds poised to take flight, exquisitely designed. Strolling through, one feels as though immersed in a beautiful painting. Moreover, the Lord's estate is adorned with an array of rare and exotic ice attribute flora. These plants thrive despite the frigid climate, blooming vibrantly. Some blossoms are as white as snow, crystal clear. Others display hues of blue or purple, ethereal in their beauty, while some emit a delicate fragrance, uplifting the spirit. Against the backdrop of ice and snow, they appear strikingly vivid, competing in splendor, infusing this frozen palace with a burst of life and vitality. The Soul Master Academy of the Arctic City resembles a dreamlike castle amidst the snow, a hallowed sanctuary revered by all ice attribute Soul Masters. This esteemed institution boasts a rich history and profound heritage, having nurtured countless exceptional Soul Masters over the years, who shine like brilliant stars in the vast expanse of the Soul Master realm. Upon entering the academy, one is immediately captivated by its antiquated yet elegant architectural style. The red walls, akin to flames, stand out vividly against the blanket of pristine snow. The green tiles resemble embedded emeralds, radiating a gentle luster. The soaring eaves, arching high, seem destined to pierce the heavens, embodying a dynamic yet imposing presence. Within the academy lies a spacious plaza, where sunlight spills across the ground, reflecting dazzling brilliance. In the center stand statues of esteemed Soul Masters from generations past, each lifelike and expressing varied emotions. Some hold staffs, gazing resolutely into the distance, as if envisioning the journeys yet to come. Others stand with arms crossed, their serious expressions hinting at deep contemplation of the profound mysteries of soul techniques. Each statue emanates a solemn aura, silently recounting the glory and dreams once held by the Soul Masters. Crossing the plaza leads to the teaching building of the academy. Towering into the clouds, its grandeur is striking, with a uniquely inspired design. Constructed from special materials, the building withstands the harsh cold while effectively absorbing and storing the surrounding fluctuations of soul power. Inside, one finds spacious, brightly lit classrooms equipped with advanced teaching facilities, such as combat arenas and soul power detection stones, creating an optimal learning environment for the soul masters. In a corner of the campus lies the library, a vital treasury for soul masters seeking knowledge. This grand library boasts a vast collection, housing a wealth of invaluable books and resources on soul mastery. From ancient soul guiding techniques to the latest research findings, it encompasses a comprehensive array of literature. In this realm, soul masters are free to immerse themselves in the vast ocean of knowledge, continually exploring the boundless mysteries of the soul master world. The streets of Arctic City are alive with vibrant activity, bustling with throngs of people and a cacophony of sounds that fills the air. As one gazes around, the wide thoroughfares are packed to capacity, teeming with pedestrians. Among them, numerous soul masters clad in resplendent robes of various hues stride confidently, exuding an aura of authority. Some soul masters hurry past, their swift steps indicating their urgency to reach the academy to acquire new knowledge and skills. Others gather in small groups, engaged in lively conversations, heading towards the enigmatic frozen forest beyond the city, preparing to confront formidable soul beasts in a bid to obtain precious soul rings to enhance their prowess. The shops lining the streets are a spectacle unto themselves, each one brimming with an array of enticing merchandise. Here, one can find not only an assortment of advanced soul-guiding devices, but also rare herbs emanating peculiar fragrances and delectable provisions that promise ample energy. Every stall is crowded with customers meticulously selecting their goods, while merchants stand by, beaming with smiles, enthusiastically beckoning to passers-by. Their calls rise and fall in a harmonious chorus, weaving together like an exhilarating symphony that resonates throughout Arctic City. As night descends, Arctic City does not succumb to slumber. Rather, it reveals another layer of vibrant activity. The streets are aglow with brilliant lights, resembling golden serpents that undulate through the city, illuminating it as brightly as day. Under this radiant glow, the silhouettes of people stretch long, intertwining to create a vivid and bustling tableau of urban nightlife. Stepping into various taverns, one can observe numerous soul masters congregated together. They either engage in animated discussions, sharing their thrilling adventures, or converse softly about their insights on cultivating soul power. Within the tavern, one can occasionally hear the soaring melodies of songs, akin to the sweet notes of a nightingale, or bursts of hearty laughter that resonate like thunder, filling the atmosphere with joy and merriment. Yet, some soul masters opt to venture into the frozen forest on this tranquil night for rigorous training. There, amidst the biting winds and the blanket of snow, they fearlessly engage in fierce battles against fierce soul beasts, drawing upon their formidable soul power. Each clash serves as a test of their abilities, and every drop of sweat bears witness to their growth. Simultaneously, the skies above Arctic City present a captivating visual feast. The mystical auroras often dance in the heavens like ribbons of color, their ever-shifting hues mesmerizing all who behold them. When soul masters engage in the cultivation of their soul power, they emanate a kaleidoscope of colors, some shining like brilliant stars against the night sky, while others blaze like roaring flames, a sight of unparalleled beauty, particularly when they unleash their formidable soul techniques. A myriad of breathtaking spectacles unfolds. Fire dragons roar as they ascend into the heavens, fierce and imposing. Phoenixes spread their resplendent wings, soaring gracefully through the azure skies. Thunder rumbles forth with an overwhelming force, crashing down like a tidal wave. These wondrous phenomena intertwine, transforming the skies of Polar City into a vibrant tapestry, akin to exquisite scrolls of art unfurling before one's eyes, leaving onlookers in awe. Polar City of Douluo, a realm brimming with enchantment and glory, serves as the cradle of dreams for soul masters. Here, they diligently engage in their cultivation, striving for loftier realms. Through their sweat and fervor, they inscribe their own legendary tales. Polar City has witnessed the growth and brilliance of countless soul masters, as well as the prosperity and flourishing of the farthest reaches of the Douluo continent. Chapter 33, Celestial Herb. Li Xiaobo strolled leisurely through the bustling market with Yin Weisher, his gaze sweeping over the myriad of items displayed at the stalls. However, he exhibited not the slightest interest in the soul-guiding devices or the densely packed maps. Instead, it was the rare metals, radiating an enigmatic luminescence, and the vibrant, diverse herbs that captivated his attention. Yin Weisher flitted about like a joyous little bird, following Li Xiaobo as they navigated the various stalls. Her bright, inquisitive eyes sparkled with a desire for exploration. Suddenly, she was drawn to a herb of icy blue hue, and unable to contain her curiosity, she gently picked it up for a closer inspection. The herb shimmered with a translucent icy blue, as if formed from crystallized ice, emanating a refreshing chill. "Brother Xiaobo, what is this? It looks so extraordinary," Yin Yuesher exclaimed, looking up with her sparkling eyes. Her face alight with anticipation as she awaited his response. Li Xiaobo turned his gaze towards Yin Yuesher upon hearing her voice. When he spotted the ice blue herb in her hand, his eyes gleamed momentarily, and he smiled as he explained, "This is the ice spirit herb, an indispensable auxiliary material for concocting ice-type elixirs." At that moment, the stall owner noticed the commotion and hurried over with a beaming smile. He examined Li Xiaobo from head to toe and exclaimed, "Ah, this young gentleman possesses truly discerning taste. This ice spirit herb is a treasure I painstakingly acquired from a perilous location, so naturally, it is not priced cheaply." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo merely cast a fleeting glance at the stall owner and calmly replied, "I am well aware of its intrinsic value. You may as well state your price directly." Thus commenced an intense negotiation between the two concerning the ice spirit herb. Ultimately, through Li Xiaobo's remarkable eloquence and keen insight, he succeeded in acquiring this precious herb at a relatively reasonable price. Elated by his acquisition, Li Xiaobo continued to stroll through the market with Yin Yuesher. Unwittingly, they found themselves before a rather secluded stall nestled in a corner. This stall appeared somewhat desolate, adorned with a few dusty boxes that seemed rather inconspicuous. However, Li Xiaobo, as if sensing something extraordinary, exhibited a flicker of subtle excitement in his eyes. He briskly approached, carefully extending his hand to gently open one of the boxes. Inside lay a seed emanating a faint blue glow. Noticing Li Xiaobo's interest in the seed, the stall owner remarked, "I am uncertain of what this seed is. Consider it a complimentary gift." After expressing his gratitude, Li Xiaobo delicately stowed the seed away, filled with anticipation, contemplating the need to thoroughly investigate the origins of this mysterious seed, especially since it had previously caught the attention of the 100 Herb Diagram's martial spirit. Once Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher departed from the market, they swiftly returned to the rented courtyard, where Li Lingdian was still wandering about in the Arctic city. Li Xiaobo carefully placed the recently acquired ice spirit herb aside, and, unable to contain his eagerness, promptly took out the enigmatic seed. Under the bright illumination, the seed radiated a ghostly blue luminescence, as if concealing boundless secrets. Li Xiaobo activated the soul spirit herbal diagram, attempting to nourish the seed with his soul power. Gradually, a gentle halo began to emanate from the seed, and suddenly, a slender crack appeared on its surface. Yin Yuesher gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with wonder. Soon after, a tender sprout broke through the soil, its delicate green leaves unfurling, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. As the sprout continued to grow, it astonishingly took the form of a petite ice lotus, though its exact nature remained a mystery. Nevertheless, Li Xiaobo resolved to meticulously cultivate this ice lotus and incorporate it into the herbal diagram. After Li Xiaobo added the ice lotus to the herbal diagram, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The two stepped out to investigate, only to discover that someone had noticed an anomaly with Ma Ronghua's absorption of the soul ring, and the entire area was enveloped in a wave of chaotic soul power. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Xiaobo hurriedly led Yin Yuesher towards the scene. Upon arrival, they found Ma Ronghua enveloped in a tumultuous aura of soul power, his body trembling slightly, and his expression contorted in extreme agony, as if he were enduring immense suffering. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Xiaobo was taken aback, feeling a surge of urgency that left no room for hesitation. He immediately summoned the profound soul energy within him, channeling it forth in a continuous stream. As he executed this action, the very air around him seemed to grow heavy. The formidable soul power surging forth like an invisible torrent, striving to stabilize the tumultuous soul energy field surrounding Ma Ronghua. Meanwhile, Yin Yuesher stood at a short distance, her enchanting eyes fixated intently on Ma Ronghua, and Li Xiaobo, her hands instinctively clenched, her face a portrait of anxiety. As seconds ticked by, through Li Xiaobo's relentless efforts, the previously violent fluctuations of soul energy emanating from Ma Ronghua began to gradually subside. After a while, Ma Ronghua's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a gaze that appeared somewhat weary and frail, yet a glimmer of clarity returned to his expression. "Thank you, Brother Xiaobo," he said, his breaths coming in gentle gasps. "That soul ring you harnessed contained an inexplicably strange yet potent force. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I fear my life would have been forfeit here." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo felt a lingering sense of trepidation. However, seeing that Ma Ronghua was no longer in grave danger, he could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Regaining his composure, he turned his gaze towards Ma Ronghua and inquired, "By the way, Ronghua, now that you have successfully absorbed the soul ring, what exactly is your soul skill?" In response, Ma Ronghua took a deep breath. Mustering his energy to rise to his feet, he raised his hands slowly, palms facing each other, and soon, streams of soul power began to surge forth from his dantian, swiftly converging between his palms along the meridians. As the soul power continued to gather, a vague silhouette gradually emerged about a meter in front of him. Initially faint, the figure grew increasingly distinct with the continuous influx of soul energy. At last, as the silhouette solidified completely, the onlookers were astonished to discover that it was a magnificent steed adorned with colossal wings. The horse was entirely snow white, its hooves shimmering with a soft glow, and its wings, extending several meters, exuded an aura of majesty and grace. With palpable excitement, Ma Ronghua exclaimed, "My first soul skill is called Flying Heaven. Upon activation, it summons a divine and extraordinary steed with pristine white wings. Not only can it carry me soaring through the skies, but it can also conceal itself, allowing me the freedom to gallop alone in the air. This is an immensely powerful flight soul skill. Alas, with my current strength, I cannot maintain this state for an extended period. Just moments ago, my soul power surged unexpectedly, accompanied by a wondrous sensation, as if something mysterious had awakened within me." As he concluded his words, he focused intently, channeling his soul power towards his forehead. In an instant, a dazzling golden light flashed, and a resplendent golden horn gradually materialized, standing firmly at the center of Ma Ronghua's forehead. Li Xiaobo, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Heavens! This is an external soul bone. I never expected you to possess such extraordinary luck. Yet, this unicorn is not a typical flying soul beast. Why then does your soul skill belong to the flight category?" Faced with his friend's inquiry, Ma Ronghua appeared equally perplexed, scratching his head as he replied, "To be honest, I am just as bewildered. Moreover, after some exploration, it seems that this soul skill has not yet revealed any significant effects beyond flight. However, there is indeed more to this unicorn horn. It possesses a unique skill known as Heavenly Thunder Attraction, which can draw down the power of lightning from the heavens above, converging it into a formidable attack." At this point, a gleam of confidence and anticipation sparkled in Ma Ronghua's eyes, clearly revealing his curiosity and eagerness to experiment with this newfound ability. Chapter 32. Strolling through the Arctic City after enduring countless hardships. Li Xiaobo and his companions finally crossed the threshold of the city gates of the Arctic City. This enigmatic and frigid metropolis exuded an aura of solemnity and grandeur. Shortly after their arrival, the seasoned old steward swiftly inquired about a villa that was available for rent. Upon setting eyes on the villa, Li Lingtian felt a profound sense of satisfaction and promptly resolved to lease it as a temporary refuge. The elderly steward, well aware of the mingled characters and lurking dangers in this locale, did not dare to be negligent. He first conducted a meticulous inspection of the surroundings to ensure that no one was covertly observing. Once he confirmed that it was safe, the group entered the grand hall with a sense of ease. Li Lingtian observed the weary faces of those around him and spoke with genuine concern. "Today, you have all endured considerable hardship during your journey. Given your current states of health, it would be prudent to take some time to rest. Ma Ronghua, you should take a day to recuperate. We can postpone the matter of absorbing the soul ring until tomorrow. After all, the unicorn is already secured, so this mere day will not make a significant difference." Li Xiaobo nodded repeatedly, indicating his agreement with his father's words. His father spoke with great wisdom at this moment. Everyone was utterly fatigued and should rightfully take time to rest and recuperate. Ma Ronghua also needed to adjust his state to its optimal condition in order to successfully absorb the soul ring. Furthermore, "Dear steward, I kindly request that you venture out to procure some nourishment." The old steward took his leave and soon returned to the courtyard with an abundant array of sumptuous dishes. After the group devoured the meal with great haste, each individual sought out a room to prepare for a well-deserved rest. Li Xiaobo returned to his chamber and gracefully settled himself upon the bed within. With utmost care, he retrieved from his bosom a mysterious spiritual skull, radiating an ethereal glow, which had existed for 200 millennia. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he softly murmured, "Let me behold the wondrous effects of this ancient soul bone." After uttering these words, he gently pressed the invaluable 200,000-year-old spiritual skull against his forehead and commenced the vigorous circulation of his soul energy. Attempting to absorb and integrate it into his being, time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and before long, the sun had quietly descended from its lofty position in the sky. At this moment, the resplendent hues of the sunset cascaded down, painting the entire heavens in a fiery crimson, akin to flames raging in the twilight. The magnificent and multicolored clouds of sunset were breathtaking, resembling an enormous and splendid tapestry unfurling before the eyes of onlookers. As night enveloped the land, a chilling wind swept through, bringing a biting cold that seeped into the bones of all. Yet, amidst this frigid snowy night, there danced a dazzling aurora borealis across the sky, its beauty ethereal, as if one were ensconced in a realm of dreams. When the dawn's first light pierced the darkness, dispelling the night's gloom, Li Xiaobo finally opened his eyes, which had been closed for an extended period, and exhaled a long, weary breath. He murmured to himself, "It is fortunate that this soul bone was obtained through sacrifice. Otherwise, given my current strength, I cannot fathom how much time it would take to fully absorb it." He pondered, "Yet, why does this soul skill bear such a striking resemblance to that possessed by Huoguo? Perhaps it is merely because we harness the power of the same species. After all, he received a soul ring, while I have acquired a soul bone." With that thought, Li Xiaobo rose and stepped out of his room, immediately noticing that the others had gathered to partake in breakfast. At that moment, Li Lingtian, seated at the table, exclaimed upon seeing Li Xiaobo emerge, "Xiaobo, you have finally awakened. Come, join us for a meal. Everyone was quite exhausted yesterday, so I refrained from waking you." Li Xiaobo smiled and nodded, then hastened to the table to take a seat. Before long, the five of them swiftly concluded their simple breakfast. Subsequently, with a flicker of thought, Li Xiaobo summoned his unique skill, invoking the 100 Herbs diagram. As a burst of light shimmered, a unicorn was released from the illustration. He then turned to Ma Ronghua, handing him an exceptionally sharp dagger, and softly advised, "Proceed, slay it, and then you may begin absorbing the soul ring." Ma Ronghua cautiously accepted the dagger, gripping it firmly in his hand, and confidently strode towards the unicorn. His gaze was focused and keen, as if he had already claimed the creature as his own. Upon nearing the unicorn, Ma Ronghua unleashed a surge of formidable strength, and with a swift motion, he struck decisively. A cry echoed through the air as the unicorn's massive body collapsed to the ground. Immediately, a dazzling and resplendent soul ring slowly ascended from the corpse of the unicorn, resembling a brilliant moon hanging gracefully in the sky. Upon witnessing this, Ma Ronghua promptly seated himself upon the ground, closed his eyes, and regulated his breath, preparing to absorb this hard-won soul ring. Beside him, Li Xiaobo, Li Lingtian, and the other two companions silently observed Ma Ronghua, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might disturb his concentration. As time passed, approximately a quarter of an hour elapsed, yet Ma Ronghua remained quietly seated, emanating faint waves of soul power. Observing this, Li Xiaobo turned to Li Lingtian and softly suggested, "Father, it seems rather pointless for us to linger here, especially since Ma Ronghua appears to be in no immediate danger. Perhaps we could allow the old steward to remain and protect him, while you and I accompany you sure to explore the fabled Arctic city." Li Lingtian pondered briefly, nodding in agreement. He turned his gaze towards the elderly steward, who, understanding his intent, nodded reassuringly. With a smile, Li Lingtian addressed Li Xiaobo, saying, "Very well, let us venture outside for a stroll. To be candid, this is my first visit to the Arctic city. It is said to be a sacred place for ice attribute soul masters." With that, he led Li Xiaobo and his wife, Yan Yushi, out of the door, embarking on their journey to explore the Arctic city. As they walked, the trio eagerly admired the city's unique scenery. The architectural styles along the streets varied greatly. Some structures were grand and imposing, exuding majesty, while others were quaint and delicate, radiating elegance. Most of these edifices were fashioned from ice and snow, shimmering under the sunlight, creating an enchanting atmosphere that made one feel as though they had entered a fantastical realm. Before long, they arrived at a bustling free trade market. From a distance, the market appeared alive with throngs of people, a cacophony of sounds intertwining to form a singular, captivating symphony. Li Xiaobo was profoundly captivated by the scene before him. Driven by insatiable curiosity, he hastened his pace and eagerly stepped into the market. Upon entering, he discovered a vibrant array of soul masters, each setting up their stalls and passionately hawking the rare treasures they had acquired during their adventures. Li Xiaobo curiously navigated through the various stalls, his gaze incessantly sweeping over the dazzling array of merchandise. The items displayed were a veritable cornucopia of eccentricities, ranging from ancient scrolls exuding an enigmatic aura to uniquely shaped soul-guiding artifacts, alongside gemstones whose names eluded recognition yet shimmered resplendently. An eclectic assortment of items adorned the tables, including a plethora of herbs, each emanating fragrances that varied from delicate to robust, a collection of soul-guiding device fragments, glimmering with a faint yet mysterious light, and precious, rare metals that reflected a cold sheen under the illumination. Furthermore, there were peculiar and bewildering artifacts that defied comprehension. For instance, several tattered maps were touted as legendary treasure maps, yet the indistinct lines and symbols rendered their true meanings elusive. A variety of unnamed objects, some resembling ancient talismans and others seemingly exotic weapons from distant lands. These chaotic items amassed together, creating a treasure trove brimming with the allure of the unknown and the fantastical. Chapter 34. Rare Metals. With a smile, Li Xiaobo addressed Ma Rongwa, saying, "There is no need for you to showcase your soul skills. Remember, do not easily reveal your external spirit bones in front of others, lest you attract unnecessary trouble. After all, you should understand the principle that possessing great wealth can lead to peril." Ma Rongwa obediently nodded in response, assuring, "I understand, Brother Xiaobo. I will certainly heed your advice and never flaunt my external spirit bones in front of outsiders." Pleased with Ma Rongwa's understanding and compliance, Li Xiaobo nodded in satisfaction. Once he confirmed that all was well with Ma Rongwa, the group resumed their leisurely stroll through the enchanting city of the North Pole. As they walked, they eagerly admired the unique beauty and charm of this rare ice and snow city. The crystalline ice sculptures, the immaculate white snow, and the distinctive architectural styles captivated them, making it hard to tear themselves away. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo led Yin Wuxia towards the free trade market. Upon entering the market, they were immediately enveloped by the bustling crowd and vibrant atmosphere. People jostled against one another, creating an exhilarating sense of liveliness. With keen eyes, Li Xiaobo scanned the various stalls, seeking out peculiar and intriguing items that piqued his interest. As he wandered, he suddenly noticed a stall not far ahead, piled high with an assortment of stones. These stones varied in size and shape, appearing ordinary at first glance, yet seemingly harboring an air of mystery. Intrigued, Li Xiaobo approached and inquired of the vendor, "Excuse me, what exactly are you selling here?" The vendor looked up, met Li Xiaobo's gaze, and replied with a smile, "Ah, dear customer, I offer treasures. These are all raw metal ores that I personally collected from the depths of the extreme north. However, the specific types of metal ores contained within depend on your own discernment and luck." Upon hearing the vendor's description, Li Xiaobo's interest was instantly piqued, and he eagerly responded, "Very well, let me examine them closely." With that, he crouched down, beginning to meticulously inspect the seemingly ordinary stones. Li Xiaobo scrutinized the stones before him, noticing that one in particular bore faint, elusive patterns on its surface, as if concealing a secret. He reached out and grasped the stone, feeling its considerable weight in his hand. Beside him, Yin Yuesher, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Xiaobo, what piques your interest in this stone?" Li Xiaobo smiled and replied, "My intuition suggests that this stone is quite extraordinary." At that moment, a burly man nearby scoffed, "Youngster, be cautious in your selection. 9 out of 10 of these stones are hollow, with little genuine substance." However, Li Xiaobo remained undeterred and addressed the vendor, "How much for this stone?" The vendor extended 5 fingers, declaring 500 gold soul coins. The price elicited gasps from the onlookers, but Li Xiaobo paid without hesitation. He cradled the stone with utmost care and, with steady steps, approached the cutting area. The crowd gathered closely, their eyes fixed on his every movement. As the cutting machine emitted a low, resonant hum and gradually powered up, the atmosphere fell into an expectant silence, everyone instinctively holding their breath, as if time itself had come to a standstill. As the machine's blade began to slice into the stone, every subtle sound resonated with heightened clarity. Finally, as a corner of the stone was cleaved away, a dazzling beam of light erupted forth like lightning, illuminating the entire space. The brilliance was so intense that it was nearly blinding, prompting exclamations of wonder from the crowd. The previously mocking burly man now stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide, almost dislodged from their sockets, unable to utter a sound. The disdain and scorn that once characterized his expression had been supplanted by profound regret. In contrast, a triumphant smile involuntarily graced Li Xiaobo's face. He knew he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure, this rare star silver, or would undoubtedly aid him in crafting future equipment. Just as Li Xiaobo reveled in the euphoria of his discovery, a figure suddenly caught his attention. An elderly man, bearing a kind visage and exuding vitality, slowly approached him. The elder appeared to possess an ethereal aura, particularly with his deep, ocean-like eyes that seemed to perceive the essence of all things. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the star silver or in Li Xiaobo's hand, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Young man, while this star silver ore is indeed rare and valuable, there exist treasures in this world far more precious. With that, the elder raised his hand and gently pointed towards a distant corner. Upon hearing the old man's words, Li Xiaobo, filled with skepticism, turned his gaze in the direction indicated. There, in the dimly lit corner, lay a nondescript black stone. It appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any distinguishing features, had it not been for the old man's reminder. It is likely that no one would have noticed its existence at all. A surge of intense curiosity welled up within Li Xiaobo as he slowly approached the enigmatic artifact, eager to uncover its mysteries. As he drew nearer, the weathered old man smiled and began to explain. Young man, this is the rare treasure known as Purple Thunder Meteoric Copper. It harbors an immensely potent power of thunder within, and if utilized in the forging of weapons, it can undoubtedly create indestructible divine armaments. Furthermore, if applied in the cultivation of soul techniques, it can significantly enhance your abilities, enabling you to break through barriers and achieve extraordinary prowess. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo's heart raced with excitement. He recognized that such a treasure was a rare find, and acquiring it would greatly benefit his future path of cultivation. Thus, he eagerly turned to the vendor to inquire about the price. However, the vendor's shrewd eyes had already fixated on the star silver or that Li Xiaobo had recently acquired. He secretly contemplated seizing this opportunity to make a significant profit. A slight, almost imperceptible smile crept across the vendor's lips as he unflinchingly quoted an astonishingly exorbitant price, 10 million gold soul coins. The figure struck Li Xiaobo like a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily speechless. After all, during the Dui period, rare metals were indeed precious, but none were so outrageously priced. The development of soul-guiding devices was still in its infancy, and few soul masters engaged in battle utilizing such tools. Just as Li Xiaobo found himself in a quandary, acutely aware of his limited funds for this outing and torn over whether to procure the precious Purple Thunder Meteorite, Ma Ronghua arrived in a flurry. Without hesitation, Ma Ronghua produced the gold soul coins he had painstakingly saved and swiftly handed them to the vendor, successfully completing the purchase of the Purple Thunder Meteorite. Li Xiaobo, standing nearby, was taken aback, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Seeing this, Ma Ronghua scratched his head sheepishly and smiled, saying, Brother Xiaobo, you've helped me many times before. Consider this my small gesture of appreciation. Besides, these gold soul coins were actually given to me by Aunt Foling to assist with errands. Hearing this, a warm current surged within Li Xiaobo, deeply moved by Ma Ronghua's sincerity and kindness. He stepped forward, gently patted Ma Ronghua on the shoulder in gratitude, and gladly accepted the hard-earned Purple Thunder Meteorite. After receiving the meteorite, Li Xiaobo cradled it delicately in his hands, beginning to channel his soul power to probe the mysterious forces contained within. In that instant, the Purple Thunder Meteoric Copper emitted faint electrical currents, akin to nimble serpents, swiftly spreading along the soul power he infused. Faced with this unexpected phenomenon, Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow, yet he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he concentrated all his mental energy, wholeheartedly guiding this powerful and unfamiliar force, determined to unveil the secrets concealed within the Purple Thunder Meteoric Copper. Li Xiaobo clutched the mysterious purple lightning meteorite, which emanated an enigmatic violet glow. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, yet no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to harness the power of this arcane treasure. At that moment, a voice, aged and steady, resonated from behind him. Young man, that is not how it is meant to be used. Li Xiaobo abruptly turned around, only to find an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his hair as white as snow, gazing at him with a gentle smile. Startled, he quickly clasped his hands and inquired, May I ask, esteemed elder, from whence do you hail? What brings you to this place? The old man, tenderly stroking his beard, replied with a chuckle, I am merely a wandering old soul, passing through this area. Upon witnessing you engage with this piece of Purple Thunder Meteorite Copper, I felt compelled to offer a word of advice. Please do not take offense. Young friend. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes gleamed with a hint of surprise, and he clasped his fists once more, stating, If that is the case, I humbly request your esteemed guidance, senior. Should you find yourself without a place to rest, I would be honored to invite you to join my residence at the Count's manor. We shall treat you with the utmost respect and hospitality. The elderly man, upon hearing these words, gently shook his head and replied with a smile, "What purpose could I serve in your Count's manor? Being a decrepit old man on the brink of death?" Li Xiaobo hastily explained, "Esteemed elder, please do not underestimate yourself." Merely with a glance, you discern the extraordinary nature of this purple thunder meteorite copper, which suggests that you possess remarkable prowess. If I could enlist your assistance, my noble house would undoubtedly soar to new heights. The old man fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he slowly nodded and said, "Very well, I find myself without a fixed abode of late, so I shall accompany you for the time being. I hope I will not cause too much trouble for your esteemed house in the future." Chapter 35. Elder Zhong Li Xiaobo gazed curiously at the elderly figure clad in gray robes and respectfully inquired, "By the way, may I ask for your esteemed name, senior?" The gray-robed elder gently shook his head and replied in a soft voice, "Ah, the passage of time has been so lengthy that I have long forgotten my own name. If it does not trouble you, you may simply refer to me as Elder Zhong." Li Xiaobo hastily nodded and replied, "Certainly. From this day forth, I shall respectfully address you as Elder Zhong." With eager anticipation, he inquired, "Elder Zhong, with your vast experience and knowledge, could you assist me in discerning if there are any treasures worth acquiring amidst this bustling market?" His eyes, filled with expectation, were fixed intently upon Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong nodded slightly in agreement. Subsequently, his profound gaze began to scan the array of dazzling stalls before him. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as if he had uncovered a rare gem, and he swiftly made his way towards a modest stall tucked away in a corner. On this small stand, a few pieces of peculiar metal emitted a faint glow, arranged in a haphazard manner. Elder Zhong cautiously picked up one of the pieces, cradling it in his palm to examine it closely. Moments later, a look of surprise crossed his face, and he turned to Li Xiaobo, exclaiming, "Young man, you are truly fortunate. This is starfall iron, exceedingly rare, and an exceptional material for forging extraordinary weapons." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly approached the stall owner, asking, "Sir, how much for this starfall iron?" The stall owner scrutinized the two of them before slowly extending a finger, indicating a price, and stated, 100 gold soul coins, not a single coin less. Although the price was steep, Li Xiaobo was well aware of the preciousness of the starfall iron and, after a moment of hesitation, resolved to make the purchase. Following this transaction, the four of them did not pause but continued to navigate through the various stalls, selecting meticulously and acquiring dozens of different types of metals. As the sun began to dip towards the west, Li Xiaobo's hands were laden with an assortment of bags, each filled with the rare metals he had procured that day. Ultimately, he returned to his courtyard, a contented smile gracing his face as he accompanied Elder Zhong. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Xiaobo, brimming with enthusiasm, hurried towards Elder Zhong without taking a moment to catch his breath, eagerly introducing the individuals present. He first pointed to a tall, middle-aged man standing nearby, stating, "This is my father, Li Lingtian. He is a renowned 76th level soul saint of the Starry Empire, and has even been bestowed the title of Count of Hunyuan." After this introduction, Li Lingtian smiled and nodded at Elder Zhong. Next, Li Xiaobo's attention shifted to an elderly gentleman with graying hair but a sprightly demeanor, as he continued, "And this gentleman is our esteemed housekeeper. Though he may appear somewhat aged, his strength should not be underestimated. He is a genuine soul emperor." Upon hearing this, the housekeeper humbly smiled. Lastly, Li Xiaobo's gaze fell upon a robust young man, introducing him with pride. "This is Ma Ronghua. He possesses innate 8th level soul power and is destined to become a formidable force in the future." Upon hearing this, Ma Ronghua respectfully cupped his fists in a gesture of greeting towards Elder Zhong. Finally, Li Xiaobo turned to the two young ladies. One possessed a striking beauty, while the other exuded a valiant charm. He pointed to the enchanting maiden and declared, "This is Miss Yen Yuesher. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she also possesses an innate soul power of level 10, an exceptional talent. Moreover, her martial spirit is a remarkably formidable assault-type martial spirit." He then gestured towards the other spirited lady, proudly adding, "And I myself also possess an innate soul power of level 10 along with an assault-type martial spirit." At that moment, Elder Zhong, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up. Everyone, please, you may simply refer to me as Elder Zhong from now on. As for myself, I am merely a super Douluo of level 97, with a martial spirit known as the Breaking Cloud Spear." Upon hearing this, the previously composed crowd was left utterly astonished, They had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary passerby was, in fact, a terrifying title Douluo. Instantly, the courtyard was filled with gasps of disbelief. Li Xiaobo widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Is it true? Master Zhong, you are the legendary title Douluo. This is truly hard to believe. Yet, why have I never heard of your exploits?" Master Zhong smiled gently, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his gaze as he slowly replied, "My child, it is not surprising that you have not heard of my deeds. After all, I am now 146 years old and belong to a time long past your own. In my youth, I was once vigorous and traversed the world. But time spares no one." He sighed softly and continued, "However, this current era is not devoid of formidable individuals. Both Qian Douluo and Tang Chun are exceptionally gifted, having already cultivated to the 99th level, merely a step away from divinity. In comparison, I am but at the 97th level, truly feeling inadequate." As he spoke, Master Zheng shook his head, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. After a brief pause, Master Zheng turned his gaze back to Li Xiaobo and spoke earnestly. "Although I am now aged and frail, I firmly believe that the next era will undoubtedly witness the brilliance of your young generation. With your remarkable innate talent, a rank of 10 is indeed rare. If I were to assist you, acquiring a 100,000 year 9th spirit ring in the future is certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. You see, it was precisely because I could not attain a 9th spirit ring of that caliber that my progress in the realm of title Douluo began to slow." At this juncture, Master Zhong's eyes gleamed with newfound determination, seemingly filled with hope for Li Xiaobo's potential. Li Xiaobo gazed resolutely at Elder Zhong, his tone brimming with confidence. "We shall undoubtedly become the unparalleled title Douluo of the 99th rank in the future. However, Elder Zhong, since your martial spirit is the cloud-piercing spear, would you be so kind as to impart some of your spear techniques to me?" Elder Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly, appraising Li Xiaobo from head to toe, and replied slowly, "Is it possible that your martial spirit is also of the spear variety? If that is indeed the case, I shall willingly share with you the essence of my lifelong accumulation of spear techniques. It is well known that in our Douluo continent, the debate over whether Qian Douluo or Jian Juanhao boasts the preeminent swordsmanship has always been contentious and inconclusive. However, when it comes to spear techniques, I would confidently assert that if I were to claim the second position, none would dare to proclaim themselves the first. Thus, guiding you in the art of spear play would be no arduous task for me." Hearing these words, Li Xiaobo's face flickered with a hint of excitement. He took a deep breath, swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals, and proclaimed, "Divine Spear, manifest." In an instant, a radiant burst of light erupted from his hands, followed by the appearance of a long spear, ancient in design and exuding an aura of mystery before the astonished onlookers. The moment the divine spear materialized, Elder Zhang felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, an involuntary chill sweeping through him. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the spear, causing the surrounding air to grow palpably tense. Elder Zhang widened his eyes, staring in astonishment at the divine spear, his speech faltering. This is indeed a divine-level martial soul." His heart surged with tumultuous waves of shock. It is well known that to date, there has only been one known divine-level martial soul on the entire Douluo continent, that being the six-winged angel possessed by the Spirit Hall. It was truly astonishing to witness the emergence of another divine-level martial soul today. Chapter 36. Aurora. Elder Zhang fixed his piercing gaze upon the young man before him and slowly remarked, "You, my young friend, are not entirely forthright, are you? Do you truly believe that I am unaware of the significance of a divine-level martial soul and innate spirit power of level 20? Though we have only just met, it is only natural for you to harbor some wariness towards me. Nevertheless, you are indeed quite impressive. Come, share with me the details regarding the spirit rings of your divine spear, so that I may offer you my counsel." Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Li Xiaobo's face as he scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Elder Zhong furrowed his brow and pressed on. "What is it? Did you not insist on me imparting my spear techniques to you? If you do not divulge the specifics of your spirit rings, how can I tailor my teachings to suit your needs effectively?" Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, summoning the courage to speak up. "I sincerely apologize, Elder Zhong. In truth, I possess a twin martial soul. As for the reversed divine spear, I have yet to absorb any soul rings for it." Upon hearing this, Elder Zhong's face transformed with astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Xiaobo. It took him a moment to regain his composure before he exclaimed, "You foolish child, how could you be so misguided? The reverse divine spear is a divine-level martial soul. Its potential is limitless. And yet you disregard it in favor of cultivating another martial soul. What are you truly planning? How will you fare in the future? Are you not risking losing something significant for a mere trifle?" Li Xiaobo quickly replied, "Elder Zhong, please do not be angry. I understand your concerns. Your apprehension stems from the fear that cultivating two martial souls simultaneously may lead to a catastrophic clash of soul powers, potentially resulting in dire consequences. However, I assure you, I have already devised a solution. Once I reach level 90 in my cultivation, I will consider adding soul rings to the reverse divine spear, thereby mitigating the aforementioned risks." Yet, upon hearing Li Xiaobo's words, Elder Zhong's expression turned skeptical. He shook his head in disbelief and questioned, "How can this be possible? Historically, no one has dared to attempt such a method. Young man, you must not speak frivolously." In the face of Elder Zhong's inquiry, Li Xiaobo remained resolute. His gaze unwavering as he replied, "Elder Zhong, please trust me. While it may indeed sound implausible, I assure you that I am not speaking recklessly. Not long ago, I happened upon an ancient text that detailed a peculiar method. It stated that if one could achieve divine inheritance and allow all their soul bones to be fully infused, sustaining it until the body can completely endure, it might be possible to achieve our desired goal." Elder Zhong, upon hearing Li Xiaobo's explanation, exhibited a flicker of curiosity amidst his initial skepticism. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Oh, such a phenomenon exists? Where is that ancient text now?" Li Xiaobo appeared somewhat embarrassed and hesitant, finally responding, "To be candid, Elder Zhong, that invaluable ancient text was unfortunately destroyed in a raging fire. However, rest assured, though the book is no longer in existence, I have indelibly etched all its contents into my memory." Elder Zhong fell silent, seemingly immersed in profound contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally raised his head, his expression grave as he addressed Li Xiaobo. "Even if what you say is true and this method indeed exists, it is fraught with countless unknown risks and variables. Nevertheless, since you are so resolute, I shall temporarily choose to trust your judgment this once. But do remember to remain vigilant about the fluctuations of your soul power. Should you detect any anomalies, you must cease immediately and act with caution." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaodong was overwhelmed with joy, his emotions surging like a tidal wave. His face flushed with excitement, and his hands trembled slightly as he hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Elder Zhong, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. "Thank you, Elder Zhong, for your trust. This kindness bestowed upon me is something I shall never forget. I will certainly exert myself to the utmost, not to disappoint your earnest expectations." Elder Zhong smiled gently and waved his hand dismissively, responding in a kind tone, "No need for such formalities. I merely hope that you can indeed carve out a new path, one unexplored by predecessors." At this juncture, Elder Zhong could not help but sigh softly before continuing. "While the pursuit of a full soul bone may be somewhat manageable, the inheritance of the divine position is far from an easy task. One cannot fathom the myriad hardships and obstacles one must endure before serendipity may grant its favor." Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo, standing nearby, chuckled confidently. He stepped forward with assurance and declared, "Elder Zhong, please do not worry. To be candid, I already possess the inheritance of the divine position." As the words left his lips, he raised his right hand, pointing to the center of his brow. In an instant, a dazzling radiance burst forth from that spot, revealing a vividly lifelike dragon pattern mark. Elder Zhong, upon witnessing this, was taken aback, a glimmer of astonishment dancing in his eyes. He gazed intently at the dragon mark, murmuring to himself, "I never would have imagined that you harbor the inheritance of the divine position. However, to expose such a matter so recklessly before me is hardly a prudent decision. Should you encounter those with nefarious intentions, revealing this inheritance could very well lead to your demise. Therefore, until your strength is sufficiently formidable, it is imperative that you do not reveal such secrets to outsiders." Li Xiaobo chuckled softly, scratching his head, and, somewhat bashfully, remarked, "Old Master Zhong, the reason I dare to confide in you without reservation is that I hold an unwavering trust in you. Furthermore, given your esteemed position and noble character, how could you possibly covet my trifling possessions?" Upon hearing this, Old Master Zhang burst into hearty laughter, patting Li Xiaobo on the shoulder, and jested, "Ha ha! You truly have a sweet tongue. Well, it is fortunate that I am no longer in my youth, for had I been, I might have indeed contended with you for such matters." After sharing a smile, The atmosphere between them became distinctly harmonious. All right, enough of this banter. It is getting late. Let us rest for now. By the way, I have yet to dine. Please make the necessary preparations, said old Master Zhong. Indeed, time has flown by, replied Li Xiaobo. The sun sets quickly in Beiji City. Steward, is dinner ready? Young master, everything has been prepared. It was only when I saw you engaged in conversation with the elder that I refrained from interrupting, the old steward responded, as they gathered around the dining table. It was laden with an array of dishes unique to the polar region. Old Master Zhong surveyed the offerings with curiosity, sampling a piece of ice fish and praising its exquisite taste. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow and stepped out to investigate. He beheld several strange lights streaking across the sky, heading toward the distant glaciers. Li Xiaobo was filled with curiosity, his previously tranquil eyes suddenly rippling like the surface of a lake disturbed by a thrown stone. He swiftly turned his head and called out loudly to the room. Old Zhong, there seems to be some unusual sounds outside. It sounds rather strange. I can no longer contain my curiosity. I wish to investigate. Before his words had fully faded, those within the room set down their bowls and chopsticks in unison, and in a flurry of motion, they raced to the door, exclaiming in chorus, "Let us go out together and see what is happening." Thus, the group closely followed the elusive flickers of light, jogging their way to the bustling street. Upon closer inspection, the scene before them was utterly astonishing. It was the extraordinary spectacle triggered by the resplendent, dreamlike auroras. The vibrant northern lights unfurled like a magnificent tapestry across the boundless night sky. Shades of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet intertwined, merging to create breathtaking beams of light. These beams surged and danced like dragons emerging from the sea, at times light and ethereal like ribbons swaying in the hands of fairies. They flickered and shimmered, seemingly narrating the unknown secrets and tales from the depths of the cosmos. Li Xiaobo could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Oh my, it turns out that the beams of light I witnessed earlier were indeed drawn here by this enchanting aurora. At that moment, the previously silent elder Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. According to ancient legends, beneath the northern lights lies an exceptionally unique soul force resonance. If one could capture and harness it, it may prove immensely beneficial to your cultivation. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo's spirit was instantly invigorated. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes, calming his mind to meticulously perceive the faint yet remarkably vibrant fluctuations of soul energy in the surrounding air. The biting cold seemed to vanish, leaving only tendrils of soul energy flowing into his body. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and exclaimed with excitement, "Master Zhong, it truly works." Master Zhong, stroking his beard with satisfaction, nodded approvingly. It seemed this journey had not been in vain. At that moment, the aurora gradually faded, and the ethereal figures dissipated into nothingness. Li Xiaobo and Master Zhong, accompanied by the others, turned to return to their abode. Chapter 37. Flora. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke, golden rays of sunlight cascaded like shards of gold upon the vast, snow-clad expanse of the icy land. The protagonist group, clad in thick cotton garments, slowly emerged from the cozy and warm courtyard. The enchanting and magnificent northern lights from the previous night seemed to linger deeply etched within their memories, impossible to erase. They stood quietly, gazing into the distance at the majestic, undulating snow-capped mountains, resembling a spiraling jade dragon stretching across the heavens and the earth. The biting cold wind howled past, causing their cheeks to flush slightly, yet their hearts brimmed with boundless anticipation and yearning for the unknown journey that lay ahead. At that moment, Li Xiaobo broke the silence, stating, "Tomorrow we must depart from this Arctic city. Therefore, we should take full advantage of today to explore this place thoroughly." His words revealed a hint of reluctance. Beside him, Yin Yuesher excitedly nodded in agreement, saying, "Absolutely. We spent all day yesterday admiring those cold, lifeless stones. How about we indulge in the beauty of flowers today? I've heard there are many rare and unique blossoms in this Arctic city." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Li Xiaobo pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "All right, since there are no particular plans, let us wander about and take a look at those flowers as well." Thus, the two reached a delightful consensus and prepared to embark on their enchanting adventure in the Arctic city. The group of 6 finally arrived at the city's unique flower market, situated in an extremely frigid locale. It was astonishing to discover that this market was equipped with ingeniously designed heating facilities. as they stepped into the market. A warm and humid ambience enveloped them like a tide, infused with an array of rich floral fragrances. Yan Yuesher flitted about the vibrant blooms with the exuberance of a lively little bird, her joy palpable. Suddenly, she halted, excitedly pointing at a pot of ice blue flowers and exclaimed, "Xiaobo, come and see. These flowers are truly akin to exquisite artworks meticulously sculpted from ice and snow." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo hurriedly stepped closer to examine the exquisite sight. Indeed, the ice blue flowers were breathtakingly beautiful, their petals adorned with a delicate layer of frost, rendering the blossoms translucent and ethereal as if they were conjured from a dream. At that moment, a kindly old man selling flowers ambled over. With a gentle smile, he softly explained, "Young man, these are our unique ice-snow flowers. They can only thrive in this polar environment. Moreover, these flowers rely primarily on the scarce nutrients found in the ice and snow to sustain their lives." Intrigued by this revelation, Li Xiaobo eagerly inquired, "Elder, how can one successfully cultivate such beautiful flowers in such a frigid and biting place?" The old man smiled faintly, a glimmer of mystery in his eyes, and replied, "Hee. It all relies on a special soul-guiding device we have here. With it, and coupled with a custom-designed greenhouse, we can create an environment suitable for the flowers to flourish." The two stood quietly, fully engrossed in the elder's detailed explanations of various extraordinary flowers. Their gazes flitted among the vibrant and diverse blooms, as if they were immersed in a mystical and enchanting garden. Suddenly, Yan Yuesher's keen eyes caught a glimpse of an unusual sparkle in the corner. Curiously, she tugged at Li Xiaobo's sleeve, signaling him to come take a look. Cautiously, they approached the softly glowing little flower. However, just as they were about to discern the true form of the flower, an unforeseen event transpired. The previously bright lights extinguished without warning. In an instant, darkness surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire flower market. The abrupt change plunged everyone present into a state of extreme panic and tension. The crowd began to stir restlessly, cries of alarm echoing. Yet, Li Xiaobo remained composed. Without hesitation, he shielded Yan Yuesher behind him, creating a solid barrier with his body. At that moment, the little flower, which had only emitted a faint glow, seemed to be infused with a powerful energy, its radiance growing increasingly brilliant. Gradually, the light it emitted shone like twinkling stars in the night sky, illuminating a small area around them. Taking advantage of this rare illumination, they were astonished to discover numerous shadows darting swiftly among the flowers. These figures moved with agility, resembling phantoms, sending chills down their spines. "Everyone, be cautious. Danger may be imminent," Li Xiaobo warned the people around him in a hushed voice. No sooner had he spoken than one of the shadows lunged toward them like an arrow released from a bow. In a split second, Li Xiaobo deftly sidestepped to evade the shadow's attack. Following through, he launched a powerful kick at the figure. A piercing shriek emanated from the shadow, which then fell heavily to the ground. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they were astonished to discover that the shadow was, in fact, an oddly shaped and previously unseen creature. With the approach of more shadows, the glow of the small flower intensified, compelling the shadows to hesitate in their advance. It became apparent to the crowd that these shadows were drawn to the enchanting blossom. This remarkable flower, known as the spirit shadow flower, housed within its petals a rare ice crystal core that exuded a powerful allure for polar creatures. Just as tensions mounted, the market administrator hurried to the scene and activated the backup lighting system. Upon witnessing this, the shadows scattered in retreat. A collective sigh of relief resonated among the onlookers, and Yan Yuesher once again gazed at the spirit shadow flower, marveling at its enchanting nature. Just when the crowd believed the crisis had passed, a faint squeaking sound emanated from the corner. Following the sound, they beheld a fluffy white creature peeking out. Li Xiaobo recognized it as the previously mentioned snow voles. Its eyes were fixated on the spirit shadow flower, evidently drawn by the ice crystal core. Yan Yuesher could not help but exclaim softly, "How adorable!" The snow vole cautiously approached the spirit shadow flower, causing the crowd to worry about its safety. Just as they were about to intervene, they observed that it merely circled the flower, taking in its scent before settling nearby, basking contentedly in the glow emanating from the flower. The administrator chuckled, explaining, "This snow vole loves to rest near luminous plants. It will not harm the spirit shadow flower." With this reassurance, the crowd finally relaxed. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Li Xiaobo, who turned to Yan Yuesher and proposed, "Since we are so enamored with the flowers here, why not take some seeds back with us and try our hand at cultivating them in a quaint little snow house?" Yin Yuesher's eyes brightened at the suggestion, and she nodded enthusiastically. They proceeded to select several varieties of flower seeds that captured their hearts before bidding farewell to the flower market and making their way toward the merchandise area. After all, a trip to the Arctic city would be incomplete without bringing home a few local specialties. Upon arriving at the merchandise section, they were greeted by a dazzling array of fur coats. Yin Yuesher's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly pulled Li Xiaobo toward a charming small shop adorned with exquisite fur garments. The shopkeeper, a warm-hearted middle-aged woman, greeted them with enthusiasm. Each of these fur coats was crafted from the unique pelts of local soul beasts, offering both warmth and aesthetic appeal. As she spoke, the shopkeeper showcased a coat adorned with magnificent patterns. Li Xiaobo caressed the texture of the leather coat, finding it both soft and substantial, indeed quite remarkable. Yin Yuesher's eyes were drawn to a snow-white leather coat, adorned with exquisite snowflake patterns, reminiscent of a masterpiece left by ice and snow sprites. It was truly beautiful. As they were engaged in their selection, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Upon stepping out, they discovered a majestic group of reindeer pulling a sled laden with goods. These reindeer were tall and powerful, their antlers glimmering in the sunlight. Li Xiaobo had a sudden inspiration. They could purchase fur coats as gifts for their family and friends, then embark on a sleigh ride with reindeer around the Arctic city before returning to pack their belongings. Yin Yuesher readily agreed. Having chosen their fur coats, they hopped onto the reindeer sleigh and commenced their final journey through the Arctic city amidst the joyful sounds of jingling bells. Chapter 38. Looking to the future, the figures of Li Xiaobo and his companions gradually receded into the distance as they finally embarked on their lengthy journey back to the star Luo Empire. Along the way, the sky appeared to be stained a somber gray, as if an ink bottle had been overturned, with heavy clouds looming overhead like small mountains. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through without warning, akin to a ferocious beast lunging toward their carriage. With a resounding creak, the vehicle shook violently, as if it might be toppled by the raging winds at any moment. In this critical moment, Li Lingdian unhesitatingly unleashed his formidable soul power, gripping the yoke tightly, exuding a faint glow that enveloped the carriage like a protective shield. Nevertheless, the group was still filled with trepidation, voicing their grievances about the wretched weather. Yet deep within their eyes lay a greater anticipation and yearning for home. After all, they had been away from the star Luo Empire for far too long, where delectable delicacies, familiar streets filled with childhood memories, and cherished family and friends awaited them. As they drew closer to the borders of the star Luo Empire, their excitement grew increasingly palpable. However, upon reaching the border, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The once unobstructed road was now lined with checkpoints, and fully armed soldiers were rigorously inspecting passers-by, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. After inquiring, they learned that a recent malevolent faction of soul masters had attempted to stealthily infiltrate the star Luo Empire to sow chaos and destruction, prompting the empire to bolster its border defenses. Once apprised of the situation, Li Xiaobo and his companions promptly stepped forward to declare their identities. The soldiers, initially skeptical, were soon overcome with surprise upon noticing the emblems of the star Luo Empire adorning their attire. Consequently, the soldiers not only expedited their passage but also dispatched a contingent to escort them to the imperial capital. As the towering walls of the capital came into view, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia washed over them. The moment they stepped through the city gates, the air was filled with a cacophony of bustling voices, the lively calls of merchants, and the harmonious blend of laughter, creating a unique symphony. The familiar vibrant scene unfolded before them like a splendid tapestry. Their companions, unable to contain their exuberance, eagerly surged into the bustling market. In contrast, Li Xiaobo stood quietly, gazing at the city that held countless memories, his heart brimming with emotion. At that moment, he silently vowed to return stronger, to safeguard the tranquility and harmony of this beloved homeland with his own power. Upon returning to the count's residence, Li Lingtian appointed Elder Zhong as the honorary elder of the family, though he did not disclose the elder's prowess. While curiosity about Elder Zhong's strength lingered among them, no one pressed further. After enjoying several days of comfortable rest at the count's estate, Li Xiaobo felt it was time to venture forth and seek new experiences, believing that such endeavors would expedite the enhancement of his abilities. On a sunlit morning, he shouldered his pack and resolutely embarked on a solitary journey of self-discovery and training. After several days of traversing mountains and fording rivers, Li Xiaobo finally arrived at a valley shrouded in mystery. It was said that within this valley lay not only exceptionally powerful soul beasts, but also an abundance of exceedingly rare and invaluable treasures of nature. Upon stepping into the valley, Li Xiaobo keenly sensed the palpable surge of soul power permeating the air, thick enough to be almost tangible. At that moment, without any warning, a colossal 1,000-year-old shadow leopard suddenly erupted from the dense underbrush like a flash of lightning, baring its gaping maw as it lunged ferociously toward him. Faced with this unexpected assault, Li Xiaobo reacted with remarkable agility, swiftly sidestepping the attack. Without hesitation, he summoned his own martial soul, preparing to engage in a thrilling life-and-death struggle with the formidable shadow leopard. The two adversaries exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, and the battle quickly escalated into a fierce stalemate. After an arduous and grueling confrontation, Li Xiaobo, through his indomitable will and exceptional combat skills, ultimately succeeded in repelling the tenacious shadow leopard. However, this was merely the beginning of his journey of trials. In the days that followed, Li Xiaobo showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he summoned his courage and ventured deeper into the valley. During this time, he encountered a myriad of dangers and challenges. Yet each time he emerged unscathed, gaining invaluable wisdom from his experiences. As time flew by, the moment arrived once more for his monthly return to the Count's estate to utilize whale oil for body refinement. Despite having endured countless hardships in the outside world, the mere thought of harnessing whale oil to further enhance his physique, thereby better preparing himself for future crises, ignited an inexhaustible drive within Li Xiaobo. Thus, he steadily advanced through continuous training and practice, gradually making strides toward becoming a supreme powerhouse. Li Xiaobo stood in the courtyard, gazing at the white clouds drifting lazily across the sky, and could not help but exclaim, "Time truly passes like a fleeting horse." Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the age of 8. Through relentless dedication to physical training over the past days, his physique had become robust enough to withstand the power of the fourth spirit ring. Moreover, with the aid of the 200,000-year-old spirit skull, he had no need to fear the torment of soul shocks. However, the conundrum that lay before him was the question of which spirit skill would be most suitable to acquire with this fourth spirit ring. Filled with a mix of curiosity and anticipation, Li Xiaobo turned and made his way to the study. Upon opening the door, he found his father, Li Lingtian, immersed in writing at his desk. He spoke softly, "Father, I believe I have now acquired the ability to obtain the fourth spirit ring. Yet I find myself somewhat indecisive regarding the specific type of spirit ring I should choose." Hearing his son's words, Li Lingtian paused, lifted his gaze to meet Li Xiaobo's, and replied with a smile, "Silly child, why do you worry about such matters? The innate spirit of your body possesses the remarkable ability to significantly amplify your attributes. Therefore, when selecting a spirit ring, focus on seeking out the top-tier spirit beasts that can further enhance your strength. As for the nature of the spirit ring you ultimately acquire, that shall depend on fate and fortune." Li Xiaobo, after a moment of contemplation, nodded thoughtfully and then spoke, "What you say is indeed true, father. However, my sister Yushur has already successfully advanced to the 20th level 3 months ago. For this expedition to procure soul rings, it would be more fitting to have her accompany me." Li Lingtian chuckled heartily upon hearing this, teasingly remarking, "Look at you two little ones. Inseparable day in and day out. If it weren't for the need to wait for you, she would have likely rushed off long ago to claim her own soul ring." Li Xiaobo was filled with joy, eagerly seeking out Yueshur, his face radiating an uncontrollable excitement. When Yueshur learned that they could finally embark on their journey, her already bright and captivating eyes sparkled like stars, shining even more brilliantly. Subsequently, the two of them swiftly and methodically organized the various equipment they needed. And together with the formidable Li Lingtian, they resolutely ventured into the perilous and enigmatic soul-hunting forest. It is noteworthy that after 2 years of relentless and diligent training, Li Lingtian had successfully ascended to the esteemed rank of an 82nd level soul Douluo. His formidable power was truly awe-inspiring. Particularly, the 8th soul ring he possessed had been acquired with the personal assistance of the highly respected Elder Zhong, making its acquisition a remarkable feat with Li Lingtian's exceptional strength as a soul Douluo leading Li Xiaobo to obtain a mere 20,000-year soul ring. The endeavor was undeniably safe and assured. Thus, the three of them entered the soul-hunting forest without incident. As they stepped into this vast expanse of wilderness, an enigmatic aura enveloped them, as if transporting them to an entirely unfamiliar realm. The surroundings were eerily quiet, interrupted only by the occasional melodious chirping of birds that sliced through the tranquility. Consequently, they remained utterly vigilant, cautiously advancing step by step. As night gradually descended, darkness enveloped the landscape. At that moment, a deep and thunderous roar suddenly echoed from afar. This unexpected bellow reverberated through the silent forest like a clap of thunder, startling the birds perched in the trees into a frantic flight. Yueshur, taken aback by the roar, turned pale, her body trembling involuntarily as she instinctively leaned closer to Li Xiaobo. Observing her distress, Li Xiaobo quickly reached out, gently patting her shoulder in a gesture of reassurance, and softly comforted her. "Do not fear, Yueshur. Listen closely to that sound. I believe it is the very target we seek to find and obtain." Chapter 39. The metal white tiger Li Lingtian, with a grave expression, addressed Li Xiaobo, saying, "Xiaobo, you must take good care of Yueshur. This place is rather perilous. I will first investigate the situation." With that, he vanished in a flash, darting towards the direction from whence the sound originated, like an arrow released from its bow. Before long, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed from afar. Li Xiaobo, not daring to delay, hurriedly grasped Yin Yueqi's hand, urging her to quicken her pace as they ran. Breathless, they continued their sprint for some time until they finally reached the vicinity of the incident. There, not far ahead, they beheld Li Lingtian, leisurely resting atop a magnificent and imposing white tiger. Li Lingtian beheld Li Xiaobo and Yin Yueshur approaching and remarked with a smile, "Xiaobo, our luck today is truly remarkable. In merely a day, we have encountered this white tiger. From my observations, this creature possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of certain soul beasts with an impressive cultivation of 70,000 years. Had it not been for a momentary lapse on its part, allowing me to seize upon its vulnerability, I doubt I would have subdued it so easily. Nevertheless, judging by its current state, it seems to be nearing a cultivation of 30,000 years. Perhaps we should consider seeking out other, more suitable targets?" Li Xiaobo fixed his gaze upon Li Lingtian, responding without a hint of hesitation, "No, father. Have you forgotten? My innate martial soul endows me with physical attributes that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Moreover, my third soul ring possesses a unique capability. When it comes to physical prowess, I am undoubtedly more than capable. Furthermore, in the face of soul disturbances, I have the support of a 200,000-year-old spirit skull. Therefore, please trust me. I am fully confident in my ability to successfully absorb the white tiger soul ring this time." Li Lingtian gazed at Li Xiaobo, observing the steadfast determination etched upon his face, devoid of any hint of wavering. A sense of quiet admiration welled up within him, recognizing his son's unwavering confidence. He chose to refrain from further admonitions, merely nodding in agreement. Li Xiaobo's gaze was as unwavering as a blazing flame, his grip on the weapon firm and resolute as he lunged towards the ferocious white tiger before him. In an instant, the white tiger let out a piercing roar. Yet it could not escape the clutches of death, collapsing into a pool of its own blood. Li Xiaobo swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, regulating his breath in preparation to absorb the formidable power emanating from the white tiger. He channeled his energy, guiding the soul rings radiating from the lifeless body of the white tiger to gradually envelop his own form. As time progressed, Li Xiaobo felt a surging torrent of soul force coursing through him, fierce and tempestuous. Yet, with his indomitable will and profound mastery, he gradually tamed this overwhelming energy, coaxing it into a state of equilibrium. In that moment, his consciousness transcended the corporeal realm, delving deep into the recesses of his mind. There, he beheld an enormous, majestic white tiger, roaring in fury. It was evident that this was the inevitable stage of soul turbulence one must endure when absorbing the essence of a soul beast with over 10,000 years of cultivation. The white tiger, sensing Li Xiaobo's presence, bared its razor-sharp fangs and charged at him with ferocity. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Li Xiaobo exhibited no trace of trepidation. It was crucial to note that he had previously succeeded in absorbing a spiritual skull with a cultivation of 200,000 years and had merged the memories of 2 lifetimes, endowing him with a mental fortitude that rivaled even that of a titled Douluo. Consequently, this seemingly perilous confrontation did not last long. In a display of exquisite technique, Li Xiaobo moved with an ethereal grace, evading the white tiger's relentless assaults and seizing the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Ultimately, the white tiger succumbed to Li Xiaobo's relentless onslaught, collapsing into a wisp of azure smoke that dissipated into the ether. Before long, Li Xiaobo successfully completed the absorption of the soul ring. He slowly opened his eyes, greeted by an enveloping darkness, as night had fallen. Gazing upward, he marveled at the resplendent stars, like gemstones embedded in the vast, boundless firmament, shimmering brilliantly. Not far ahead, A crackling bonfire blazed, illuminating the surroundings with its warm glow. At that moment, Li Lingdian, noticing the encroaching twilight and the potential dangers it heralded, resolved to erect a tent at this very spot, awaiting Li Xiaobo's full absorption of the soul ring. After all, they found themselves within the territory of the White Tiger, a domain typically avoided by other spirit beasts. Li Xiaobo felt the surge of soul power within him and excitedly remarked, "After absorbing this soul ring, I can distinctly sense an enhancement in my strength. I estimate that I have now reached level 47. By the way, Father, do you think this White Tiger will yield a soul bone? After all, it is a top-tier soul beast." Upon hearing his son's words, Li Lingtian couldn't help but roll his eyes and replied with a hint of irritation. "Do you think soul bones are as common as cabbages? They are not so easily obtained. Typically, only soul beasts that are over 100,000 years old are guaranteed to produce soul bones. As for those of lesser cultivation, the likelihood of them yielding soul bones is exceedingly low, almost negligible." Li Xiaobo scratched his head and chuckled with a hint of shyness. "Hee. I suppose I have been rather simplistic and a bit too greedy in my thoughts. That said, since I have successfully completed the absorption process, it is time to consider finding a suitable soul beast for you, sure." "You sure? What kind of soul beast do you desire?" After pondering for a moment, Yin Yushi replied, "Xiaobo, I have always hoped to find a soul beast with the bloodline of a phoenix. My divine heritage suggests that acquiring powers related to the phoenix bloodline may allow me to unlock certain seals or limitations." Li Xiaobo spoke with unwavering resolve. "Indeed, since that is the case, let us dedicate ourselves to the pursuit of soul beasts possessing the bloodline of the phoenix. However, it appears that there are no traces of them in this vicinity. In my opinion, would it not be prudent to venture towards the volcanic region to the west? It is well known that the phoenix is a noble creature that only resides upon the parasol tree, and considering that most phoenixes embody the fire attribute, the environment of the dormant volcanoes to the west aligns more harmoniously with their nature. Thus, the likelihood of discovering a phoenix bloodline soul beast there would be significantly greater." Beside him, Li Lingtian nodded solemnly in agreement. "Indeed, your insights are commendable. However, I must emphasize that while I may assist you in hunting soul beasts, you must not become complacent. It is imperative that you actively seek out your targets. This approach will not only enhance your skills in tracking prey, but will also greatly benefit your future cultivation path." A full moon hung high in the sky, its radiant light cascading like a delicate veil over the tents, cloaking the entire camp in a silvery glow. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft, whispering sound, as if nature itself were orchestrating a serene symphony. In this tranquil and enchanting night, the three individuals prepared to rest. Among them, Li Lingtian took on the solemn duty of safeguarding their security. He stood a short distance away, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, vigilant for any signs of potential danger. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yushi entered a tent together. They gently pulled the tent flap closed, momentarily severing their connection to the outside world. A subtle fragrance pervaded the air within the tent, a scent unique to the wilderness. The two lay side by side in their sleeping bags, feeling the warmth of each other's presence and the rhythm of their breathing. Although the surrounding environment was peaceful, their hearts were filled with a mix of anticipation and apprehension for the unknown journey ahead. As time quietly passed, the night deepened, and everything gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 42. The Phoenix Parasol Tree Monarch. Just as Li Xiaobo, Li Lingtian, and Yin Yushi remained acutely attentive to their surroundings, an astonishing transformation occurred in the ancient and towering parasol tree. The trunk, robust and sturdy, slowly revealed the outline of a visage resembling that of a human face. This face was strikingly lifelike, exuding palpable expressions and emotions. The enigmatic face of the parasol tree spoke. "O insignificant humans, do not be alarmed. I am the monarch of the parasol tree in this realm, having existed for a full 170,000 years." Its voice was deep and resonant, imbued with the weight of countless ages, echoing through the serene space with a profound depth. Li Xiaobo subdued the fear within him, mustering his courage to take a step forward. With utmost respect, he inquired, "Esteemed Tree Emperor, we implore you to forgive our inadvertent transgression. It was never our intention to intrude upon this sacred realm. We are here due to pressing circumstances." Upon concluding his words, he bowed deeply, conveying his sincere apologies. The Phoenix Tree Emperor gently swayed its lush branches, producing a soft rustling sound, as though it were chuckling softly. After a brief pause, it replied, "Very well, very well. Your fortuitous arrival here can indeed be deemed a rare twist of fate. I have stood in this place for countless millennia, witnessing the ceaseless ebb and flow of time, the rise and fall of human endeavors. To me, the fleeting grandeur of the world is but a transient spectacle, akin to a fleeting shadow. Li Ling Tian gazed intently at the towering and enigmatic phoenix tree emperor before him and inquired, "Your Majesty, having endured the passage of countless years in this place, I presume you are privy to many secrets unbeknownst to others?" The phoenix tree emperor nodded slightly, its leaves rustling as if in response to Li Ling Tian's question. With a voice that resonated with ancient profundity, it replied, "Indeed, I possess a wealth of knowledge. The intricate distribution of various spiritual beings across this vast expanse, as well as the myriad races that once thrived in the distant epochs, are all etched into the recesses of my memory." Standing nearby, Yin Yushi's eyes sparkled with curiosity upon hearing this. Unable to contain her eagerness, she posed the question, "If that is the case, noble tree emperor, why do you steadfastly remain in this locale?" An unusual silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the gentle whisper of the breeze through the leaves. After a moment of contemplation, the phoenix tree emperor spoke once more. "My guardianship of this land is twofold. 1. I bear a sacred mission, and 2. I await the arrival of a fated individual. Your presence here today may herald the commencement of a monumental transformation." This proclamation reverberated like thunder in the hearts of those present, leaving them exchanging glances filled with astonishment and profound uncertainty. Each individual pondered in silence the enigmatic fate that awaited them, contemplating the tumultuous and intricate whirlpool of destiny into which they might be drawn. Suddenly, the immense trunk of the phoenix tree emperor began to tremble slightly, as if stirred by a mysterious and potent force. As the tremors intensified, a deep and weathered voice emerged from within. "The purpose of summoning you here today is to entrust you with a matter of utmost significance." Upon hearing these words, the group exchanged puzzled looks, uncertainty etched on their faces. Only Li Xiaobo appeared particularly respectful. He stepped forward and bowed deeply, stating, "Your Majesty, please command us. Whatever is within our capacity, we shall endeavor to accomplish with utmost diligence." The phoenix tree emperor nodded gently and continued, "Upon my being rests a phoenix egg. This egg, a relic from ancient times, has been nurtured through the ages and is now nearing its time of emergence. However, the birth of this phoenix egg is no simple task. It requires someone to safeguard and guide it." Startled, Li Ling Tian exclaimed in disbelief, "We are but ordinary individuals. What merit do we possess to shoulder such a monumental responsibility?" The phoenix tree emperor smiled faintly and clarified, "Do not underestimate yourselves. Through my observations, I have discerned that each of you emanates a faint aura of the phoenix, suggesting a unique bond with this egg. Should you assist in its successful hatching, you will undoubtedly be blessed with boundless fortune in the days to come." At this juncture, Yin Yushi, who had remained silent, hesitated before softly inquiring, "May I ask, Your Majesty, how exactly should we proceed?" After a moment of contemplation, the phoenix tree monarch replied, "In truth, it is not difficult. All that is required is for each of you to gently infuse a portion of your spiritual essence into this phoenix egg, and then nurture it with a sincere heart for 3 days. Success shall be yours." The group exchanged glances, their hearts tinged with apprehension and doubt, yet ultimately, they nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to attempt this endeavor. After all, when faced with such a rare opportunity, who would not wish to seize it? Thus, they heeded the phoenix tree monarch's words and cautiously approached the mysterious and eagerly anticipated phoenix egg. Li Xiaobo led the way, with Li Ling Tian following closely behind. Both wore solemn expressions as they carefully channeled their soul power into the phoenix egg. However, despite their earnest efforts, the phoenix egg remained unresponsive, akin to a slumbering giant, impervious to their attempts. Witnessing this, a sense of unease settled in the hearts of the onlookers. Yet, Yin Yushi remained undeterred. She took a deep breath and approached with a mix of trepidation and resolve. Gently raising her delicate hand, she began to infuse her soul power into the phoenix egg. Initially, all remained tranquil, but in an instant, the phoenix egg flickered with a faint glimmer, as if acknowledging Yin Yushi's actions. Upon seeing this, a wave of joy surged within Yin Yushi. She did not hesitate and intensified her infusion of soul power. As her essence flowed into the egg, the light emanating from it grew increasingly radiant, akin to the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky. Moreover, faint fiery patterns began to emerge on the surface of the eggshell, resembling a magnificent tapestry unfurling before their eyes. At that moment, Li Xiaobo, who had been intently observing the changes in the phoenix egg, suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the fiery patterns are identical to those on your renowned 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, Wesher." Upon hearing this, Yin Yushi hastily focused her gaze, and indeed, the patterns were strikingly similar, both exquisite and imbued with powerful energy fluctuations. Just as the group marveled at this extraordinary coincidence, the previously tranquil phoenix egg began to tremor violently, as if a tremendous storm brewed within. Simultaneously, a faint consciousness quietly entered Yin Yuesher's mind. The object in your hand shares my essence. If you harness its power, it will expedite my emergence from this shell. Without hesitation, Yin Yuesher swiftly retrieved the famed 5-Fire-7 Birds fan from her bosom. As the fan approached the phoenix egg, an overwhelming attraction sprang forth between them. Then, the flames of the fan surged forth like a torrent breaking through a dam, continuously flooding into the phoenix egg. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a clear and resounding cry that echoed across the heavens, the phoenix egg, which had lain still on the ground, began to quiver violently. Cracks appeared on the eggshell's surface, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. Immediately thereafter, a crisp crack resonated as the phoenix egg finally shattered, a dazzling flame erupting forth. As the brilliance gradually faded, the onlookers beheld a young phoenix, its body ablaze with fierce flames. Though still diminutive in size, it emanated an inherent air of majesty. Its resplendent feathers shimmered like burning fire, captivating yet daunting to behold. Upon its birth, the young phoenix wobbled towards Yin Yuesher, affectionately nuzzling her hand with its delicate head, eyes reflecting a sense of dependence and fondness, as if it had already deemed her its master. Feeling the phoenix's closeness, warmth surged within Yin Yuesher, who gently caressed the creature's head. The Wutong tree monarch observed this scene, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face as he remarked, "It seems I have indeed chosen the right individual. This young phoenix is destined to accompany you on your journey. With its innate talent and potential, given time, it shall undoubtedly become a formidable ally." The assembly nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. However, at that moment, the Wutong tree monarch's tone shifted, his expression turning grave as he continued, "Aside from this matter, there is another pressing issue I must convey. You may have heard that since the cataclysmic Dragon God War, our Soul Beast tribe has been cursed by the heavens, rendering us unable to transcend our limits and attain divine status. Moreover, upon reaching the profound cultivation of 100,000 years, we must face a terrifying celestial tribulation every 100,000 years. Such an occurrence has never before transpired, and now, with my own cultivation at 370,000 years, I have successfully endured 3 tribulations. Yet, as I face the 4th crisis, I am filled with trepidation and unease. The previous 3 harrowing experiences were survived solely due to the formidable power bestowed by the Phoenix God. This time, I am uncertain if I possess the strength to emerge unscathed once more. At that moment, as I gazed at the two of you, I unexpectedly sensed a faint aura of divinity. The Wutong tree monarch spoke slowly. For this reason, I have resolved to offer my life as a sacrifice to you, hoping that once you ascend to divinity, you may wield your divine power to grant me rebirth. As for this young girl, I perceive that her martial soul is quite unique. It seems only the power of a soul beast bearing the phoenix bloodline can be absorbed by her. Regrettably, I lack the phoenix bloodline, thus I must choose to bestow all my strength upon you. However, do not let this burden weigh heavily on your heart. Once my sacrifice is complete, a peacock with 100,000 years of cultivation will willingly offer itself to this young girl. Continuing, the Wutong tree monarch elaborated. Speaking of this peacock, it is a descendant of the divine beast phoenix. Alas, due to the stringent sealing of the divine realm, it too has lost its opportunity for divinity. Therefore, it willingly chooses to become your ally, sacrificing itself to pave your path to glory. Chapter 40. The Phoenix Tree. In the early morning hours, gentle sunlight penetrated the delicate mist, cascading like a gossamer veil over the lush grove of phoenix trees. The golden rays, like scattered jewels from a starry night sky, illuminated the surroundings as if celestial bodies had inadvertently descended to the terrestrial realm. The vibrant, glistening leaves swayed gracefully under the tender caress of the soft breeze, producing a delicate and crisp rustling sound, as if joyfully proclaiming their exuberant vitality and boundless energy to the world. These towering phoenix trees stood tall and proud, each resembling a steadfast green giant, silently guarding the vast expanse of earth beneath them. Their robust trunks stretched towards the heavens, with intertwining branches creating a dense canopy, rich and verdant in its splendor. At this moment, Li Xiaobo and his companion strolled slowly through the depths of the soul-hunting forest, surrounded by the towering phoenix trees that reached towards the clouds. Their purpose for this journey was clear: to seek out the soul beast endowed with the bloodline of a phoenix. As Li Xiaobo strolled along, he found himself gazing at the sycamore trees beside him, a tide of thought surging within him. He was acutely aware that within the rich tapestry of China's ancient cultural heritage, the sycamore tree is imbued with profound significance and a deep cultural essence. Since antiquity, the sycamore has been regarded as a symbol of purity and beauty. The ancients often likened the phrase "the phoenix perches upon the sycamore" to the union of virtuous individuals with sagacious rulers, conveying auspiciousness and the vision of a blissful existence. Moreover, the sycamore is intricately intertwined with romantic love. It is said that during the Tang dynasty, the exceptionally talented poet Liu expressed his profound yearning and endless sorrow for his deceased wife through the imagery of the sycamore. Thus, the symbol of the sycamore often evokes a unique charm of melancholic beauty in numerous literary masterpieces. Amidst the vast expanse of the sycamore grove, the living sycamore trees resembled bashful maidens, shedding their winter's withered garb and adorning themselves in fresh, tender green skirts. A gentle drizzle fell like delicate strands of silver, lightly cascading down. The sycamores, akin to hungry children, eagerly absorbed this sweet and nourishing rain, reveling in the bounties of nature. Their branches continually sprouted clusters of new buds, tender and dripping with freshness, resembling newborns just entering the world, evoking a sense of tenderness and affection. The soft spring breeze whispered past, causing the branches and leaves of the sycamores to sway, producing a crisp and melodious rustling sound. This symphony intertwined, as if they were collectively performing a magnificent spring concerto, intoxicating all who listened. Beneath the trees, the tender green grass eagerly peeked out, curiously surveying this vibrant world. They nestled closely against the sycamores, companions in joyous anticipation of the grand arrival of spring. In stark contrast, the sycamore grove, abundant with the essence of wood, exuded a refreshing and tranquil paradise. Layer upon layer of verdant leaves intertwined like vast, open green umbrellas, shielding the scorching sun and casting dappled shadows upon the ground. At this moment, a lively group of playful squirrels frolicked beneath this canopy, their cheerful laughter echoing through the woods. Even the palm-sized sycamore leaves seemed to dance with delight, as if sharing in the squirrels' joy, quivering gently as they wore satisfied smiles. As a gentle breeze swept through, it not only brought a refreshing coolness, but also allowed people to momentarily forget the oppressive heat of summer. On the expanse of land, the golden-hued sycamore grove stood regally. Sunlight poured down, bestowing life upon the trees, which donned a dazzling golden cloak. When the autumn wind caressed each leaf, the golden leaves began to flutter and cascade gracefully to the ground. They flutter like ethereal golden butterflies, dancing gracefully in the air with elegance and agility. The golden-hued leaves gradually accumulate, carpeting the ground in a thick, soft layer reminiscent of a luxurious golden tapestry. As one strolls amidst this enchanting scene, the soft rustle beneath their feet echoes like nature softly narrating the beautiful tales of autumn. Gazing upon the towering sycamore trees, their branches laden with plump, delightful fruits, one cannot help but liken these treasures to petite longan, exuding an irresistible fragrance that beckons one to pluck and savor. In contrast to the metallic allure of the sycamore grove, not far away lies a fiery grove of sycamores, its atmosphere pulsating with fervor and intensity. As if everything is ablaze with passion, the leaves blaze in vibrant hues of crimson, swaying gracefully in the wind, resembling flames that dance with fervent energy. Upon closer inspection, one can discern fiery red patterns etched upon the trunks, radiating brilliant light, as though they harbor boundless vitality. Intriguingly, this grove has become a sanctuary for numerous fire element spirit beasts. Nestled among the robust branches, one can catch glimpses of delicate nests. As night descends and the chill permeates the earth, the warmth emanating from the fiery patterns and the sycamore trees provides a comforting refuge for the spirit beasts, allowing them to weather the long, frigid night in peace. To the north of the vast and boundless soul-hunting forest lies a captivating grove of ice element sycamores, seemingly forgotten by time and steeped in a tranquil, solemn atmosphere. As autumn yields to winter, the leaves cascade like fluttering butterflies, leaving behind only the bare branches standing resolutely against the biting wind. Yet, even when the cold air cuts like a blade, these sycamores stand resilient as iron warriors, showcasing an indomitable spirit through their tenacious vitality. When the snow clears and the sun shines anew, the grove transforms into a dreamlike fairyland. Pristine snowflakes delicately settle upon the branches, adorning each sycamore with a shimmering coat of silver. From a distance, the snow-laden branches resemble ethereal maidens cloaked in white, standing gracefully, evoking awe for nature's artistry. This grove of sycamores is not merely a playground for avian spirit beasts. It also serves as a warm haven for many beloved herbivorous spirit creatures. At the break of dawn, as the first rays of sunlight grace the land, playful fawns frolic joyfully among the trees, relishing the fresh, invigorating air and the serene ambience. They occasionally lower their heads to nibble on tender grass or chase each other in spirited games, infusing the tranquil grove with vibrancy and life. As the sun sets and twilight envelopes the landscape, petite rodent spirit beasts emerge to partake in the evening's activities. They scurry in pairs through the grass or wander leisurely on their own, basking in the gentle moonlight, savoring their own share of romantic moments under the soft glow of the night. The sycamore grove, ever watchful, silently safeguards these small creatures, witnessing their growth from infancy to maturity and harboring countless warm and beautiful memories. The lush, verdant canopy of the sycamores unfolds like a magnificent tapestry upon the earth, vividly illustrating the astonishing wonders and captivating allure of nature. Whether it be the tender new leaves, brimming with vibrant life, glistening like translucent emeralds, the deep green shade exuding a rich, woody aroma, resembling a thick, velvety blanket draped over the ground, or the resplendent golden leaves, shimmering as if adorned with a splendid coat of sunlight, even the pristine, tranquil silver hue that blankets the grove in winter's embrace, all invite one to become entranced. Unable to extricate oneself from their beauty, this grove is not merely a joyful paradise where avian soul beasts soar freely and frolic, but also a warm and cozy home for the petite and lively squirrel soul beasts. Here, they relish the bounties bestowed by nature, darting carefreely among the dense foliage, playfully leaping upon sturdy branches, and leisurely gathering delectable fruits. Chapter 41. The Mysterious Egg. Li Xiaobo and his companions tread cautiously through the enigmatic and magnificent grove of fiery sycamores. Each tree in this woodland stands tall, their trunks so robust that they require the embrace of several individuals to encircle them. The lush branches intertwine, forming a dense green canopy overhead. The leaves, flickering and dancing like flames, shimmer brilliantly under the sun's rays, as if the entire world had been ignited. Suddenly, an intense wave of heat surged forth without warning, catching them completely off guard. At that moment, a live fox, enveloped in blazing flames, burst forth from the depths of the forest. Its fur radiated a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a roaring inferno, while its eyes glimmered like two resplendent burning rubies, exuding a mesmerizing glow. Wow, this is indeed a crimson flame fox, an exceptionally rare fire attribute spirit beast, Li Xiaobo exclaimed, unable to conceal his exhilaration. He continued to elaborate. Such fire attribute crimson flame foxes typically prey on smaller spirit beasts of the same elemental affinity. Moreover, it is said that phoenix-type spirit beasts are also fond of hunting these small fire attribute creatures. Given that we have encountered a crimson flame fox here, it is quite possible that there are nearby spirit beasts possessing the bloodline of the phoenix. With that, his gaze began to fervently scan the surroundings, eager to uncover more clues regarding the existence of phoenix-blooded spirit beasts. However, the vigilance of the crimson flame fox was astonishingly acute. As it sensed the presence of the three, it instantly assumed a defensive posture, as if facing a formidable adversary. Its four-bristled, sharp claws sprang forth, glimmering ominously, and it emitted a series of deep, resonant growls. Li Lingtian turned to Yin Yuesher beside him and spoke. Yuesher, this crimson flame fox possesses merely 300 years of cultivation. Why not engage it in battle and test her combat prowess? Upon hearing these words, Yin Yuesher, undeterred, nodded resolutely and stepped forward. Her gaze was unwavering, fixated on the crimson flame fox, as if she were attempting to peer into its very soul. Just then, the crimson flame fox suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames that surged towards Yin Yuesher. Caught slightly off guard, she barely had time to react when, with remarkable swiftness, Li Xiaobo intervened, unleashing a gust of wind that effectively quelled the fiery assault. At that moment, a heavy thudding sound resonated from a distance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The onlookers turned to see a colossal creature, akin to a small mountain, a millennium-old flame rhinoceros, ambling towards them. Each step it took left behind a charred imprint on the earth, and the air around it warped due to the intense heat emanating from its body. The simultaneous appearance of such formidable fire attribute soul beasts heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Yin Yuesher, acutely aware of the perilous situation, took a deep breath to steady her racing heart, and once more directed her attention to the crimson flame fox. Gradually, she extended her right hand, revealing a fan radiating with five-colored brilliance. Indeed, it was the legendary 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, Perhaps it was the sheer ferocity of the ultimate fire contained within the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan that instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in the once menacing Crimson Flame Fox. It shuddered, a flicker of fear evident in its eyes, and without hesitation, it turned and fled, vanishing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Seeing the Crimson Flame Fox retreat, Li Xiaobo showed no hesitation. He darted forward like a bolt of lightning towards the flame rhinoceros. With a resounding crash, his fist struck the creature with tremendous force, sending the flame rhinoceros sprawling. It crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Realizing the formidable nature of its opponent, the flame rhinoceros struggled to regain its footing, quickly turning and fleeing in a panic, soon disappearing from sight. Li Xiaobo smiled gently, softly clapping his hands before turning to Yan Yuesher beside him, saying, "Yuesher, in my opinion, we are unlikely to find any soul beasts with the bloodline of the phoenix in this outer region. Look around. It's clearly the territory of those fiery rhinoceroses. Why don't we stop dawdling and head straight into the depths of the forest?" Yan Yuesher nodded slightly in agreement, replying, "All right, let us proceed as you suggest. As long as we can find a soul beast with the phoenix bloodline, that's all that matters." At that moment, Li Lingtian, who had been silent, spoke up. "As long as you both know what you're doing, that is sufficient. However, do remember, unless we encounter a life-threatening situation, I won't offer my assistance lightly." Thus, the three of them advanced with resolute steps deeper into the woods. As they ventured further, the surrounding temperature soared, as if they were engulfed in a vast steamer. Despite the sweltering heat, none of them showed any signs of retreat. After walking a bit further, the view ahead suddenly opened up. Before their eyes lay a vibrant and blazing sea of flames. The fire roared fiercely, waves of heat radiating as if the very air were ignited. In the center of this inferno, a colossal silhouette of a phoenix tree emerged faintly. "Hey, do you see that? That place might conceal a soul beast with the phoenix bloodline," Li Xiaobo exclaimed, barely containing his excitement and enthusiasm as he pointed towards the center of the fire. Consequently, they quickened their pace, hurrying towards the edge of the fiery sea. Just as they were about 10 meters away, an unexpected event transpired. With a thunderous roar, a massive, radiant bird erupted from the flames, soaring into the sky. This mysterious bird bore a striking resemblance to a peacock, but its plumage was far more resplendent. Surrounded by swirling flames, exuding an aura of majesty and power. Could this be the legendary soul beast with the phoenix bloodline? Yan Yuesher's eyes widened in disbelief, and she gasped in astonishment. Her voice resonated sharply in the stillness of the space. Surprisingly, the divine bird did not launch any attack against them. Instead, it circled gracefully around the three of them like a beautiful whirlwind of fire, before suddenly emitting a melodious, ethereal call that seemed to possess magical allure. Urging them to follow, the three exchanged glances, silently communicating before ultimately deciding to heed the bird's invitation. Carefully, they took their steps, closely trailing behind the divine bird as they ventured into the fiery sea behind the phoenix tree. Upon reaching the tree, they were once again taken aback by the sight before them. Atop the sturdy branches of the phoenix tree rested an extraordinarily massive egg. The egg radiated a mysterious golden hue, its surface adorned with a myriad of peculiar and ancient runes that flickered with a faint yet extraordinarily brilliant light, continuously emanating waves of gentle warmth. Could it be that within this egg, a genuine phoenix was truly being nurtured? Li Lingdian gazed at the enormous egg, unable to suppress his astonishment, his voice trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. At that moment, the previously tranquil surroundings underwent a sudden transformation. The walls began to reveal intricate patterns glowing with a fiery red light, weaving together in a spectacular display. Simultaneously, a powerful and oppressive energy surged from these patterns, indicating that some hidden guardian mechanism had been successfully activated. Faced with such an unforeseen development, the three individuals instantly tensed up. They swiftly formed a circle, backs pressed together, attentively observing the movements around them, fully alert and unwilling to let their guard down. Meanwhile, the divine bird had also flown to the side of the egg, its sharp eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, feathers bristled, poised for battle at any moment. A thrilling new challenge loomed before them. Chapter 43, The Phoenix of Purity Yan Yuesher. The elder mentioned that the large bird outside possesses phoenix blood. But how could a peacock have phoenix lineage? Li Xiaobo, I am familiar with this. The notion of the 9 offspring of the phoenix has various interpretations in ancient mythology. Yet the most widely accepted versions include the following 9. 1. Golden phoenix, gentle in nature, symbolizing nobility, auspiciousness, and wealth. 2. Colorful phoenix, exquisite in beauty, adorned with vibrant feathers representing magnificence and abundance. 3. Fire phoenix, fiery in temperament, surrounded by flames, possessing formidable strength. 4. Snow phoenix, preferring the cold. Its feathers are pure white, symbolizing purity and nobility. 5. Blue phoenix, gentle in nature, residing in the eastern sea, adept at bringing clouds and rain. 6. Peacock, renowned for its beautiful plumage and haughty demeanor, representing beauty and arrogance. 7. Great ping, enormous in size, with wide wingspan, symbolizing lofty aspirations and a bold spirit. 8. Thunderbird, remarkably swift, capable of generating lightning, possessing immense offensive power. 9. Great wind, when its wings unfurl, it stirs up powerful winds, a destructive divine bird. These 9 offspring of the phoenix each possess unique characteristics, enriching mythological culture and leaving a profound cultural legacy for future generations. 1. Golden phoenix, characterized by tranquility. It is an omen of auspiciousness. It is discerning in its consumption and rituals, able to communicate with celestial blessings, respond to earthly spirits, harmonize with the 5 tones, and embody the 9 virtues. The golden hue symbolizes wealth, making its image the most prevalent among the phoenix patterns found in Chinese architecture, textiles, and ornaments. The golden phoenix is particularly fastidious in its diet and habitat, only drinking morning dew, feeding on tender bamboo, and resting exclusively on millennia-old parasol trees. The term phoenix resting on the parasol tree refers specifically to the golden phoenix. 2. Colorful phoenix, resplendent in myriad colors, it stirs the 8 winds with its song. Its small notes are like gold, while its grand sounds resonate like drums. A symbol of royalty, it commands the reverence of all birds. The image of the phoenix closely resembles that of its parents. It is, therefore, often likened to a marvelous entity. The Tang dynasty poet Li Shangyin utilized the phoenix in his love poetry, with no vibrant wings to fly in pairs, yet a heart attuned to a kindred spirit. The fire phoenix, a creature of fiery essence, radiates with a brilliant flame. Its temperament is volatile. When joyous, it shines with immeasurable brilliance, and when enraged, it scorches the earth for miles. According to Guangya, it is said that after soaring for 5 centuries, it carries fragrant wood into the temple of the sun god, where it self-immolates upon the altar. The following day, a chick is born, already adorned with feathers, and by the 3rd day, its wings are fully developed, prompting it to take flight, bidding farewell to the temple's keeper. The snow phoenix delights in the cold and heralds the arrival of winter. With broad wings and elongated feathers, it is flawless in appearance. Its breath scatters snowflakes, while its inhalation freezes the air. Owing to its white form and feminine nature, it typically symbolizes purity. The blue phoenix possesses a gentle disposition, residing by the sea and adept at bringing rain. The peacock, resplendent in beauty yet proud in nature, stands as the most exquisite among birds, radiating brilliance and vibrant hues. Its haughty demeanor is unrestrained. It is said that the Buddha once attempted to befriend it, but upon failing, grew furious and challenged it to battle at the foot of Mount Kunlun. The peacock, fierce and formidable, nearly consumed the Buddha, who, in a moment of desperation, managed to break free. Alarmed, he contemplated its demise, but others advised against it, warning that the peacock is the phoenix's cherished companion, and to slay it would surely incite the phoenix's wrath. The great pung, also known as kuanpung, the giant pung bird, or Garuda, is characterized by its fierce nature and colossal form. Its wings shimmer with golden hues, and it is said to feast upon dragon flesh. Legends tell that the Buddha confined the peacock within the spiritual mountain, after which the great ping ascended to the western paradise. The Buddha, helpless, summoned the beings of the Buddha realm, and engaged in a struggle with the great ping for several days and nights before finally capturing it and bringing it back to the spiritual mountain, where it was honored as the great Peng Ming Wang. It is said that the golden-winged pung bird is the Buddha's maternal uncle. The thunderbird is known for its swiftness, its cry resembling thunder, and its wings generating sparks of electricity. The great wind stirs with the flapping of wings, moving as swiftly as the breeze. The appearance of a great wind signifies impending calamity. It is said to be a fierce and predatory bird. During the reign of Emperor Yao, it caused great harm to the people until it was slain by Yi in the marshes of Qingqiu. Li Xiaobo, thus, it is entirely reasonable for the peacock to possess the bloodline of the phoenix. After all, the phoenix is regarded as the sovereign of all birds. And in the primordial realm, the peacock was indeed of formidable existence. Wudong Tree Emperor, what is this primordial realm you speak of? I have not heard of it before. Moreover, the bloodlines of certain phoenixes differ. Li Xiaobo, esteemed elder, beyond this world, there exist many other realms. The divine heritage we both possess originates from the divine legacies of other worlds. That realm is known as the primordial realm, where numerous legends of the phoenix abound. What I just mentioned is the first interpretation. The second interpretation pertains to the 9 offspring of the phoenix. Wan. Wan is the most renowned among the 9 offspring of the phoenix, being the only one with a clearly defined name. Wan is typically depicted as a female phoenix, contrasting with the male phoenix. The 9 offspring of the phoenix are said to be the progeny born of the phoenix, and according to ancient texts and traditional narratives. Here are the names and brief descriptions of the 9 offspring. The phoenix is another revered mythical creature in ancient Chinese culture, regarded as the monarch among all birds. The phoenix symbolizes auspiciousness, happiness, and rebirth. It is often illustrated as a stunningly colorful bird, adorned with resplendent feathers and an air of nobility. In Chinese culture, the phoenix embodies auspiciousness, harmony, beauty, and the immortal spirit. 1. Jinping. Jinping is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, typically depicted as a large bird with golden feathers. It symbolizes majesty and strength. Jinping is one of the 9 chicks nurtured by the mythical bird, possessing luminous attributes and a golden-hued body. Its appearance is reminiscent of an eagle, with wings that can span 2 zhang, when it flies at great speed. It resembles a streak of golden light racing across the sky. Jinping excels in fierce combat, capable of contending with dragons. The writings of Zhuangzi also describe it. The great ping rises with the wind, soaring to a height of 90,000 miles. Although Jinping does not attain the immense size of the great ping transformed from the Kuan, its flying prowess is comparable. Jinping can soar to heights of several thousand miles, with wings that resemble clouds descending from the heavens. It can glide over the water for 3,000 miles and ascend to a height of 90,000 miles in the sky. When Jinping plunges into the sea, it metamorphoses into the Kuan. 2. Jinfeng. Jinfeng is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, renowned for its exquisite golden plumage. It symbolizes brilliance, wealth, and auspiciousness. Jinfeng is depicted as a phoenix with golden feathers, representing brightness, prosperity, and good fortune. Its feathers exhibit a radiant golden hue, shimmering with bright light. Its appearance is often associated with abundance, wealth, and happiness. As a member of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, Jinfeng embodies light and good fortune. Its image imbued with positive connotations of prosperity and joy throughout legends and cultural narratives. 3. Kaifeng. Kaifeng is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, characterized by its vibrant and colorful plumage, symbolizing diversity and beauty. Kaifeng is depicted as a phoenix adorned with brilliantly multicolored feathers, each plume radiating vivid light. As a member of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, Kaifeng represents a tapestry of colors and beauty. Its emergence is often associated with prosperity, auspiciousness, and celebration. In the traditional culture of the Huaxia, the phoenix is regarded as a symbol of good fortune, while the colorful phoenix, as one of the 9 sons of the phoenix, accentuates its beauty and resplendent characteristics with its vibrant plumage. The fire phoenix. The fire phoenix is one of the 9 sons of the phoenix, possessing the ability to breathe fire, symbolizing passion, strength, and transformation. It is depicted as a phoenix capable of emitting flames, representing fervor and vitality. According to legend, the fire phoenix can unleash roaring flames, showcasing its formidable fiery prowess. Its feathers are likely to exhibit hues of red, orange, or gold, embodying enthusiasm and vigor. In folklore, the fire phoenix is frequently associated with intensity, power, and change, and its appearance is often considered a harbinger of good fortune and blessings, embodying courage and the spirit of overcoming adversity. The blue duck. The blue duck is one of the 9 sons of the phoenix, renowned for its azure plumage, symbolizing tranquility and serenity. It is described as a phoenix adorned with blue feathers, representing calmness and depth. The blue duck's feathers exhibit a serene blue hue, evoking a sense of peace and harmony. Its image is often linked to lakes and crystalline waters. As a member of the 9 sons of the phoenix, the blue duck embodies tranquility and profoundness. Its presence is frequently associated with a state of calmness and introspection. The purple swallow. The purple swallow is one of the 9 sons of the phoenix, characterized by its purple plumage, symbolizing agility and nimbleness. It is depicted as a swallow adorned in shades of purple, showcasing elegance and swiftness. The purple swallow plays a distinctive role among the 9 sons of the phoenix, representing dexterity and exceptional skill. The galloping pheasant. The galloping pheasant is one of the 9 sons of the phoenix, recognized for its speed and freedom. It is typically described as a bird adept at rapid locomotion, excelling in running and pursuit. It assumes a unique role among the nine suns, embodying a spirit of exuberance and liberation. The Great Wind. The Great Wind is one of the nine sons of the phoenix, symbolizing fierce gales and strength. Its image is often portrayed as possessing powerful wings capable of generating immense air currents and winds. Its appearance is frequently associated with the forces of nature and storms. The Hundred Calls. The Hundred Calls is one of the nine sons of the phoenix, representing a collective of various birds, symbolizing harmony and joy. The melodious songs of the Hundred Calls, with their enchanting tones, epitomize harmony and happiness. Yin Yuesher, I never anticipated that the phoenix had so many facets. However, what is Huaxia that you mentioned? I have never heard of it in my dreams. Li Xiaobo revealed a reminiscent expression. Huaxia is a nation. In Huaxia, everyone is equal. Li Xiaobo continued, stating that in Huaxia, regardless of gender, age, or background, everyone enjoys equal rights and has the opportunity to receive an education and pursue their dreams. Each individual is diligently working towards the betterment of society while also reaping the benefits brought about by its development. Yin Yuesher, her eyes wide with curiosity, remarked that it sounds like a truly wonderful place. Are there deities or magical beings akin to us residing there? Li Xiaobo smiled softly. Although Huaxia lacks the deities found in our realm, it boasts a plethora of unique myths and legends, such as Niwa mending the sky and Hui shooting down the suns. These tales embody the indomitable spirit of the Huaxia people in the face of adversity. Moreover, they have seamlessly woven this spirit into the fabric of modern life, actively pursuing scientific advancements, overcoming numerous challenges, and striving towards loftier aspirations. Yin Yuesher nodded thoughtfully, earnestly wishing to one day experience the enchanting essence of this captivating Huaxia nation. Li Xiaobo gazed steadfastly into the distance, as if envisioning the China of his memories. Perhaps one day, you shall truly have the opportunity to behold it. Chapter 44. Sacrifice. Li Xiaobo spoke with a grave expression. Enough of this discussion. Let us see if the venerable Wudong tree has any other significant matters to impart. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the tall and enigmatic Wudong tree. The Wudong tree gently shook its head and replied in a soft voice. I have no further instructions of particular importance. However, I do hope you can grant me one request, to take good care of that adorable little phoenix. This child has a pitiable background and requires someone to provide it with ample affection. Upon finishing, it cast a deep glance at Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, then nodded solemnly, responding with unwavering conviction. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall spare no effort and dedicate myself wholeheartedly to nurturing and caring for the little phoenix. I will not let you down. At that moment, the phoenix tree monarch seemed to recall something and inquired further. By the way, regarding the soul bone, do you have any specific expectations in mind? For instance, the type you desire or particular attributes or shapes? I can determine the final bestowal of your soul bone according to your wishes. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he responded. If it pleases you, esteemed elder, I would like to receive an external soul bone. It is said that such a soul bone possesses unique abilities and immense potential, which could aid me in advancing on my path of cultivation. Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's reply, the phoenix tree monarch fell silent for a brief moment, then sighed softly. In truth, I was initially inclined to bestow upon you a different type of soul bone. But since this is your heartfelt desire, I shall grant you your wish. As long as it benefits you, all is agreeable. With that, the phoenix tree monarch slowly closed its eyes, and its colossal form began to emit a gentle and warm radiance. This luminescence, akin to delicate gossamer, gracefully enveloped its branches and leaves. As time progressed, the light grew ever more resplendent, gradually shrouding the entire space in its brilliance. The branches and leaves of the phoenix tree monarch swayed gently, as if bidding a final farewell to the world in this manner. Accompanied by the dazzling light that danced and intertwined, the magnificent and towering body of the phoenix tree monarch began to take on an ethereal quality. Its silhouette dissipated like mist, ultimately transforming into countless brilliant streams of light, surging toward the vast and boundless sky like a meteor shower. These streams raced through the air, merging and coalescing, gradually forming a gigantic and striking red soul ring, adorned with three golden mysterious patterns that radiated an awe-inspiring and formidable aura. In an instant, this soul ring lunged towards Li Xiaobo with lightning speed, enveloping him tightly. At the moment of contact, a vast and warm power surged into his body like a flood breaking through a dam, overwhelming him with its intensity. The force was so potent that Li Xiaobo's body involuntarily trembled. However, he gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to endure and accommodate this relentless influx of energy. As seconds ticked by, finally, when the last glimmer of light fully merged into his being, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze shimmered with a complex brilliance, reflecting profound sorrow for the selfless sacrifice of the Phoenix Tree Monarch. Intertwined with a heavy sense of responsibility and purpose born from acquiring such formidable strength, Li Xiaobo silently clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. In his heart, he silently vowed that regardless of the arduous path ahead, he would devote himself entirely to nurturing the little phoenix beside him. At the same time, he pledged to safeguard this extraordinary land, once favored and protected by the majestic phoenix tree, with the hard-won strength he had acquired. At that moment, the little phoenix, who had remained quietly by his side, seemed to keenly sense a shift in the atmosphere. It tilted its head back and emitted a melodious, yet slightly sorrowful cry, a sound that pierced the stillness and lingered in the tranquil expanse. The night sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, casting a faint and enchanting glow, resembling exquisite gems set against the black canvas of the heavens. The moon, bright and round as a silver disk, hung high in the sky, bathing the earth in a soft and cool radiance. Under this serene and mysterious moonlight, Li Xiaobo's eyes, which had been tightly shut for a long time, finally fluttered open. He exhaled gently, as if releasing long-accumulated impurities from within. "Father, how long have I been absorbing this soul ring?" Li Xiaobo turned to Li Lingtian beside him and asked softly. Li Lingtian gently tilted his head, casting a glance at the luminous moon above, before responding. "It has nearly been 6 hours. The night has deepened, and it is time for us to rest. However, Xiaobo, how do you feel at this moment?" As he spoke, Li Lingtian directed a concerned gaze towards his son. Standing beside them, Yin Yushi wore an expression of keen curiosity. At merely 8 years of age, her intellect was relatively advanced for her peers, yet she remained, after all, a child. Upon hearing the exchange between Li Xiaobo and Li Lingtian, her sparkling eyes remained fixed on her brother, seemingly eager to uncover the answer. Li Xiaobo sensed the attention of the two individuals, and a confident smile graced his lips as he said, "Father, after absorbing the soul ring, I believe my soul power level has risen to level 50. However, it seems I will need a year or two to properly consolidate my strength." Li Lingtian, upon hearing those words, deliberately feigned a stern expression and pretended to be angry, exclaiming, "Humph, you little rascal, you are clearly just flaunting your achievements before me. While others toiled diligently to elevate their levels, you, on the other hand, effortlessly ascended to level 50. Is there anything amiss with allowing you to take a moment to consolidate your skills over a year or two? Do you dare to believe that I would not bestow upon you a resounding slap?" Despite his words, the unmistakable pride and satisfaction shining in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Li Xiaobo remained unfazed by his father's threats, sporting a serene smile. Suddenly, as if struck by a significant realization, he turned to Yin Yushi and urged, Yushi, do take some rest. You must know that tomorrow the esteemed peacock will perform a sacrifice for you, so you ought to conserve your energy tonight." Yin Yushi shook her head, responding with excitement, "It's quite all right, Brother Xiaobo. I feel absolutely invigorated, and the thought of acquiring that 10,000-year soul ring tomorrow fills me with such exhilaration that I can hardly sleep." With her words, her youthful face flushed with enthusiasm. Li Lingtian retrieved a crown-like object from his soul guide ring. "Here, Xiaobo, this is the soul bone from the esteemed Wudong tree. This external soul bone is for you. Find a time to absorb it." Li Xiaobo expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, father. I shall absorb it at a later time. I have advanced too much recently and need to acclimatize." As everyone settled their emotions and prepared to find a place to rest, the once quiet peacock suddenly trembled, its formerly smooth and graceful feathers bristling as if struck by lightning. It then emitted a low, resonant call, reminiscent of an ancient horn, imbued with an inexplicable air of authority and resolve. Prior to this moment, the peacock had been steeped in profound sorrow, its beautiful eyes reflecting boundless grief and despair. However, at this instant, as it lifted its head, the onlookers were astonished to see a newfound determination glimmering in its gaze, a change so abrupt that it drew the attention of all present. The peacock slowly turned its head, fixing its gaze upon Yin Yushi, and spoke with an unusual firmness. "Little girl, I had originally prepared myself mentally to perform the sacrifice for you tomorrow. However, just now, I sensed an unsettling shift, prompting me to alter my decision. This declaration struck like thunder in the stillness of the night, leaving the surrounding individuals in a state of shock. Particularly, Yin Yuesher's lovely face was instantly etched with confusion and disbelief, her wide eyes fixed intently upon the peacock, seemingly seeking a rational explanation. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, the peacock remained composed, pausing briefly before continuing. Just a moment ago, I acutely sensed a formidable danger rapidly approaching us. Should I proceed with the sacrifice now, with the scant power I currently possess, I fear I would be utterly unable to confront the impending crisis. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow and stepped forward, urgently inquiring, what kind of danger could it be? What could instill such trepidation in a being as ancient as yourself? The peacock slightly squinted its eyes, gazing into the pitch-black night sky. After a moment of silence, it began to respond with measured words. To be frank, I'm not entirely certain about the origins of this impending danger or its specific form. However, as a spiritual bird with a cultivation of 100,000 years, my intuition has always proven remarkably accurate. Thus, based on this profound premonition, I have decided to temporarily withhold my full strength, enabling me to confront this unknown peril with unwavering resolve. Once the crisis has been thoroughly averted, I shall fulfill the promise I made to the young girl and complete the sacrificial rite. Upon hearing the peacock's explanation, the gathered individuals exchanged glances, then nodded in unison, signifying their understanding and support of its decision. After all, in such life and death moments, ensuring their own safety and that of the entire team was evidently of paramount importance. At that moment, Yin Yuesher, despite feeling a twinge of disappointment within, maintained a demeanor of grace and understanding. She gently bit her lip and spoke softly. Senior Peacock, you need not feel guilt or unease over this. As you have stated, safety must always come first, no matter the time or place. As long as we can ensure everyone's well-being, all else can be set aside for the moment. Thus, the group recalibrated their focus and established defensive measures. Under the moonlight, they stood poised, vigilantly observing their surroundings, while the peacock took its position at the forefront, emanating a gentle blue glow, ever prepared to confront the impending crisis. Chapter 45. As dawn broke, the horizon lightened with a pale glow, and gradually, a radiant sun ascended from the east, casting its brilliant rays unreservedly upon the vast expanse of the earth. On this land caressed by sunlight, a mysterious and colossal figure began to materialize. It was an astonishing behemoth. Its form towered like a small mountain, exuding an intense aura of menace intertwined with a solemn and sacred presence, creating a unique and awe-inspiring atmosphere. As the crowd beheld this giant, their previously taut nerves did not ease. Rather, they tightened further. Although the creature's appearance seemed unremarkable at first glance, the enigmatic and indescribable aura it radiated left all present on high alert. Suddenly, the behemoth opened its massive maw, and a deep, resonant voice boomed like rolling thunder. You need not be so tense. I have not come to ignite conflict or engage in battle with you. However, the crowd was evidently skeptical of the creature's words, gripping their weapons tightly and remaining fully focused on this unexpected visitor, showing no signs of relaxation. Witnessing their apprehension, the behemoth could only shake its head in resignation. With a sigh, it spoke again. I am Yi, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. Do you not recognize this divine beast? Upon hearing this, a look of profound shock spread across Li Xiaobo's face amidst the crowd. After a brief moment of hesitation, he strode forward with purpose, bowing respectfully before the colossal beast. With utmost care, he inquired, Mighty divine beast, your sudden arrival here must pertain to some significant matter that requires our assistance. The beast, Yazi, slightly elevated its immense head, its authoritative gaze sweeping over each individual present like a bolt of lightning. It then spoke in a slow, deliberate manner. This divine creature has keenly sensed the presence of a vile and malevolent beast engaging in a sinister sacrificial ritual. Thus, I have come to investigate. Now that I am here, I shall not stand idly by while such wickedness unfolds. However, prior to taking action, I implore you to enlighten me on the reasons behind this beast's sacrificial endeavor. Li Xiaobo gazed earnestly at the figure before him, the fierce Yi, and said, Esteemed senior, the Wudong Tree sovereign indeed faced an impending calamity, deeply aware that he could not survive the impending cataclysm. Thus, he resolutely chose to sacrifice himself for my sake. His sole intention in doing so was the hope that one day, should I successfully ascend to the divine realm, I might wield divine power to grant him rebirth. At this juncture, Li Xiaobo could not help but let out a soft sigh. seemingly filled with regret and helplessness regarding the fate of the Wutong tree sovereign. He then shifted his tone, casting a glance around before returning his gaze to Yazi. Continuing, moreover, look at our meager strength here. How could we possibly contend with those formidable beastly powers? It would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. With that, he helplessly spread his hands and shook his head, expressing profound concern over their predicament. At this moment, Yazi furrowed his brow, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he slowly retorted, "Indeed, with the paltry strength you possess, you are utterly defenseless. Yet, you audaciously claim a desire to attain divinity? What audacity gives you the confidence to utter such grandiose declarations? It is well known that in 10,000 years, only two have truly ascended to godhood. One is the angel god of the spirit hall, and the other is Poseidon, who reigns over the vast oceans. Both are individuals of exceptional talent, having endured countless trials and tribulations to achieve their divine status. Do you truly believe yourself to be their equal?" After speaking, Yazi's cold gaze scrutinized Li Xiaobo, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his innermost thoughts. After quietly listening to the words of the fierce creature, Li Xiaobo felt neither fear nor hesitation in his heart. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze unwavering as it met the fierce creature's authoritative and piercing eyes. In a remarkably resolute and steady tone, he addressed, "Esteemed beast, I beseech you to discern my intention. Though I am acutely aware that my aptitude may not match that of the venerable predecessors, deep within my heart resides an indomitable belief. I recall how the esteemed Wutong tree sacrificed his precious life for my sake. Such profound grace compels me to repay it. Since embarking on this arduous journey fraught with peril, I have navigated countless trials and tribulations, enduring numerous brushes with death to arrive at this moment. I have long since come to terms with life and death, casting them aside entirely." The fierce creature silently observed the seemingly ordinary yet resolutely spirited young man before it, and the passage of time appeared to freeze in that instant. After a significant pause, the fierce creature suddenly burst into laughter, the sound reverberating through the air like thunder. "Ha ha ha, this is truly amusing. I never expected such a diminutive human to possess such extraordinary courage and spirit. Indeed, my boy, you have garnered my respect." As the fierce creature's hearty laughter resonated, its colossal form began to sway violently, the once tranquil air around them rippling with visible waves of intense vibrations as though a boulder had been cast into a still lake. While Li Xiaobo remained immersed in the creature's unexpected display, the fierce creature abruptly ceased its laughter and shifted its tone. "In truth, I have come here today not merely to question you. If you can sufficiently demonstrate your strength and potential, I shall bestow upon you a rare opportunity." Upon hearing this, a flicker of unmistakable astonishment illuminated Li Xiaobo's previously tense expression, prompting him to exclaim, "An opportunity? What kind of opportunity might it be?" The fierce creature narrowed its eyes slightly, a mysterious smile gracing its lips as it replied, "It is indeed a tremendous boon. I can personally extend my assistance to you, even at the cost of a portion of my own power as an offering. However, unlike other ordinary fierce beasts, your ability to accept and integrate the formidable power I grant you will ultimately hinge on your unwavering willpower. Moreover, the entire process will be accompanied by unimaginable agony. Should you falter or fail to endure, the only fate that awaits you is utter annihilation. So, tell me, even so, are you still willing to embrace this challenge?" Without the slightest hesitation, Li Xiaobo resolutely nodded and declared with unwavering determination, "I am willing. In gratitude for the benevolence and life-saving grace of the esteemed Wutong Tree Emperor, and to ascend to the unparalleled pinnacle of existence, I would gladly sacrifice my life without a second thought." Observing Li Xiaobo's unwavering resolve, Yazi smiled with satisfaction and gave a slight nod of approval. Subsequently, Yazi brandished its colossal, gleaming claws, and in an instant, a resplendent golden beam shot forth like a lightning bolt, enveloping Li Xiaobo entirely. As the golden light enveloped him, Li Xiaobo felt an overwhelming surge of scorching energy flooding into his body like a tumultuous tide. The moment this searing energy coursed through his veins, it rampaged wildly within him like a wild stallion. Faced with such an unexpected occurrence, Li Xiaobo dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence. He swiftly focused his mind, casting aside distractions and concentrated intently, striving to guide this ferocious energy along the path of his cultivated techniques in a controlled manner. As time passed, a faint, ethereal golden glow began to emanate around Li Xiaobo. Initially, this golden light was rather weak, but it soon intensified, becoming increasingly radiant and powerful. Eventually, this golden light coalesced into a cocoon-like sphere, encasing Li Xiaobo completely. Yazi, who had been closely monitoring Li Xiaobo's condition, couldn't help but express a hint of surprise upon witnessing this transformation. From the dense golden light, it sensed an extraordinarily pure and immensely powerful mysterious force emanating continuously. Clearly, this seemingly unremarkable young man harbored secrets and exceptional qualities unknown to others. Inside the luminous cocoon, Li Xiaobo gritted his teeth. Enduring the excruciating pain that coursed through his body, each surge of energy felt as though it could tear him apart, yet he persevered in his resistance. On the contrary, through the torment, he delved deeper into his latent potential, his mind flashing with the tragic images of the Wudong Tree Emperor selflessly sacrificing for his sake. These images were deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul, fortifying his inner resolve. As time quietly slipped away, the golden cocoon that had been suspended in the air began to tremble slightly. Soon after, vivid crimson patterns emerged on its surface, intertwining like ancient and mysterious runes. Exuding a disquieting aura, Yazi, who had been fixated on the changes of the cocoon, widened its eyes in astonishment, secretly marveling at the rarity of such an extraordinary phenomenon, one that even its extensive experience had never encountered before. Yaji was acutely aware that the young man named Li Xiaobo before him exhibited a talent that far exceeded his initial expectations. Just as the crowd held its breath in anticipation, a crisp sound of shattering echoed, and the golden light cocoon instantly transformed into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Standing in place was none other than Li Xiaobo, who had just undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. At this moment, he was enveloped in a resplendent glow of gold and crimson. Although he appeared somewhat fatigued, the brilliance of his eyes still conveyed an unwavering determination. Observing this, Yaji revealed a satisfied smile and remarked, "Well done. You have successfully passed the first trial. I must say, your formidable willpower truly astonishes me. Now, release your martial spirit and allow me to witness its splendor." Upon hearing Yaji's words, Li Xiaobo did not hesitate for an instant. He immediately summoned the soul power within him. Behind him, a colossal golden apparition gradually materialized. Simultaneously, in his right hand, he firmly grasped a long spear that glimmered with a cold light and exuded a murderous aura, known as the Reverse God Spear. While in his left hand, he gently cradled a vibrant scroll depicting the ever-flowing rivers and mountains, the illustrious 100 Herbs chart. Li Xiaobo stood tall and confident, gazing at Yazi with determination. "Senior Yazi, I humbly request your attention. I have attained a soul power of level 20 from birth and possess 3 martial souls. I wonder if such qualifications might catch your esteemed eye?" Yazi erupted into a boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Splendid. Truly splendid. You, young human, are undoubtedly the most gifted individual I have encountered in my lifetime. Alas, even with such talent, your current capabilities are woefully insufficient to ascend to divinity. In ancient times, those with your exceptional gifts would have effortlessly ascended to the divine pedestal. However, times have changed. The seats of the gods are now fully occupied. And with your present level of talent, it is exceedingly difficult to compete." At that moment, Li Xiaobo's expression darkened, and he instantly unleashed a mysterious dragon pattern hidden between his brows. In an instant, a powerful and ancient aura permeated the surroundings. Yazi, witnessing this, suddenly ceased his raucous laughter, his expression freezing in disbelief as he widened his eyes, fixated on the dragon pattern on Li Xiaobo's forehead. He murmured, "How is this possible? Why do you emanate such a pure essence of the true dragon? You must understand that in this world, true dragons have long since vanished without a trace. Even more astonishing is how you have obtained the divine heritage of the true dragon." Chapter 46. The sacrifice. Yazi's gaze bore into Li Xiaobo with piercing intensity as he solemnly interrogated, "Young man, tell me truthfully, from where did you acquire this divine heritage of the true dragon? It is truly incredible that remnants of the true dragon still exist in this world." Faced with the imposing aura of Yazi, Li Xiaobo felt a twinge of trepidation within his heart, yet he responded with utmost respect, "Esteemed senior, I indeed stumbled upon this divine position's inheritance within a mysterious relic." Yazi nodded slightly, contemplatively remarking, "I see. So it originates from a relic. In that case, you have likely never laid eyes upon a true dragon, which is entirely understandable, for how could a genuine dragon easily reveal itself before humankind?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo promptly replied, "What you say, esteemed elder, is indeed true. However, as far as I am aware, within the vast and boundless starry forest, there still exist some genuine dragons. For instance, the renowned beast god Emperor Tian, as well as the Silver Dragon King, who lies concealed at the bottom of the Lake of Life within the starry forest." Yazi, upon hearing this, could not help but display a hint of disdain on his face, sneering, "Humph, those creatures cannot be deemed true dragons. At most, the dragon god of this world might barely qualify as a true dragon. As for the rest, they are merely insignificant and inferior dragons." Li Xiaobo's eyes widened, filled with a perplexing aura of confusion. He fixed his gaze upon the imposing figure of the Yazi before him and hastily inquired, "Esteemed elder, what do your earlier words truly signify? Are you suggesting that they do not qualify as true dragons in the most authentic sense?" The Yazi stood tall, exuding an intangible pressure, and began to elucidate. "That is beyond question. One must understand that once a true dragon reaches adulthood, the power contained within them is nothing short of cataclysmic, rivaling even the most formidable deities within this realm. If they were genuinely true dragons, would they willingly remain confined within the narrow confines of the Douluo continent? Surely, with their unparalleled strength, they would have long since shattered any barriers and returned to the exalted divine realm." At this juncture, the Yazi paused momentarily before shifting the conversation, directing his gaze towards Li Xiaobo and asking, "By the way, young one, now that you have received the legacy of the true dragon, what is the name of the dragon that bestowed this divine position upon you?" Li Xiaobo did not dare to exhibit the slightest negligence and promptly responded with utmost respect, "Esteemed elder, the divine position bestowed upon me is associated with the true dragon known as the Black-Scale Emperor, as recounted in the ancient lore. It hails from the enigmatic primordial lands of Ur." Upon hearing the name Black-Scale Emperor, Yaji could not help but narrow his eyes slightly, a contemplative expression settling upon his countenance as he murmured to himself, "The title Black-Scale Emperor is indeed quite unfamiliar. I must confess my ignorance. However, it seems this Black-Scale Emperor does not sound like a complete name. Nevertheless, one who dares to claim the title of Emperor must possess formidable strength beyond imagination." Subsequently, Yaji's eyes, akin to flames, fixated intently on Li Xiaobo. His gaze was sharp and fervent, as if it could penetrate the very soul, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, beneath this menacing scrutiny, Yaji exhibited a glimmer of intrigue, inquiring, "However, young one, seeing as you are aware of the primordial name, you must have some knowledge of the events that transpired in ancient times. If so, have you ever heard of my esteemed title?" Confronted with Yaji's imposing inquiry, Li Xiaobo remained undaunted. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he replied with poise, "The dragon begets 9 offspring, each distinct in nature. Naturally, I am aware of the legends surrounding venerable beings such as yourself." Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's response, Yaji was momentarily taken aback, his face breaking into a smirk that was both amused and sardonic. He chuckled lightly and stated, "Ah, young man, you are gravely mistaken. The Yaji of legend is not I, but rather our ancestral patriarch. If I were truly him, how could I possibly manifest in this Douluo continent? Pray tell, to what extent do you truly understand our dragon lineage?" With that, Yaji's gaze once again turned to Li Xiaobo, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Li Xiaobo spoke softly. "One must understand that the saying the dragon has 9 sons exists in a plethora of diverse variations within the vast and profound traditional culture of China. Across various historical texts and folklore, there are numerous distinct versions. Allow me to share a few of the more commonly encountered ones." He paused briefly to clear his throat before continuing at a leisurely pace. "First, let us discuss the eldest, Qianyo. Its temperament can be aptly described as gentle. Moreover, it possesses an almost obsessive love for music. Consequently, we often find its unique presence reflected in various musical instruments. Whether it is the melodious eru, the crisp pipa, or the intricately melodious guzheng, wherever music exists, one can often discover traces left by Qianyo." At this point, he took a slight pause and proceeded, "Next, let us speak of the second, Yazi. In stark contrast to Qianyo, Yazi's character is entirely different. Fierce by nature, it relishes combat, seemingly imbued with an unquenchable fighting spirit. For this reason, one can frequently observe the imposing figure of Yazi adorning many weapons, be it on the hilt of a razor-sharp sword, the tip of a glistening spear, or the robust back of a heavy broadsword. Yazi's formidable image can often be found." With a flourish of his hand, he gestured excitedly and continued, "As for the third, Chao Feng, its greatest passion in life is the pursuit of thrills and excitement. It is indeed an unabashed adventurer. Thus, the image of Chao Feng is often employed as decoration on palace eaves. When the breeze passes by, these embellishments seem to take flight, infusing the entire palace with a lively and spirited atmosphere." After a brief respite, he resumed, "Now, let us turn our attention to the fourth, Pu Lao. This creature is particularly renowned for its loud, resonant calls. Perhaps for this reason, its image is commonly found atop large bells. When the deep, resounding tones of the bell resonate, it feels as though the entire world trembles, and Douluo embodies a passionate drummer, exuberantly performing its own symphony. Finally, a smile graced his face as he pointed ahead. Last but not least, we must mention the fifth, Swan and I. Although Swan and I bears a striking resemblance to a lion, it possesses a unique penchant for quietly sitting and admiring the vibrant fireworks. This affinity allows us to easily find Swan Ni's likeness as a decorative element in places such as Buddhist altars and incense burners. As for the sixth, Bai Shi, it is indeed a wondrous being. Legend has it that it is the offspring of a dragon and a turtle. It not only symbolizes the commendable qualities of diligence and dedication, but also bestows abundant blessings upon humanity. Externally, it resembles a colossal tortoise, yet it possesses an unimaginable strength. This creature, endowed with innate power, could be aptly described as capable of uprooting mountains and dominating the world, particularly adept at bearing exceptionally heavy burdens. Throughout history, it has tirelessly undertaken the monumental task of transporting massive stone tablets, year after year, without a trace of negligence. Now, let us speak of the majestic Qilin, a noble offspring of the formidable dragon and the fierce tiger. Undoubtedly, the Qilin has become synonymous with justice. Its appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of a tiger, exuding an extraordinary aura. In legend, the Qilin is not only passionate about public welfare but also unhesitatingly rises to confront injustices, bravely defending the righteous. Moreover, it possesses the courage to speak candidly, fearlessly exposing malevolent forces and resolutely revealing the truth. Even more astonishing is the Qilin's keen perception, which enables it to discern right from wrong with clarity, adhering to principles of fairness and justice to render decisive judgments. Next, we shall introduce the Fushi. It is said that the Fushi is a descendant of dragons, thus its form closely resembles that of its draconic progenitors. The Fushi, with its elongated body and elegant demeanor, harbors a profound interest in literature and the arts, along with a unique ability to appreciate them. Consequently, its likeness is often intricately carved and adorned atop stone tablets, as if silently safeguarding the precious written records. Finally, we present the Qiwen. Also known by the names Chihuai or Penguin, it possesses a wide, moist mouth and a robust throat, with a penchant for devouring a variety of substances. In ancient times, one could frequently encounter the Qiwen within the magnificent and grandiose structures of royal palaces. Li Xiaobo, certainly. This is merely the origin of the first generation of the Nine Sons. Beyond that, I am unaware. Yazi, what you say indeed aligns with my own lineage. However, such notions do not exist in this world. It seems that you and I are truly fated. Therefore, I shall offer a sacrifice to you. Upon hearing the words of Yazi, Li Xiaobo's expression changed abruptly, astonishment evident in his demeanor. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "Senior, this is utterly unacceptable. How could you make such a decision to sacrifice yourself for a junior like me?" In response, Yazi threw back his head and let out a hearty, resounding laugh that reverberated through the surrounding air. With piercing eyes fixed upon Li Xiaobo, he spoke softly, "Young one, do not be alarmed. My actions stem from my observation of your profound understanding of our clan's history, coupled with the fortunate possession of the enigmatic true dragon inheritance. Given your talents and potential, with time you are destined to soar to great heights, even breaking free from the numerous constraints imposed by this realm. By sacrificing my own power to you, I hope to propel your swift ascension and robust growth." As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant radiance erupted from Yazi's form, illuminating the surroundings as if a resplendent sun had taken to the sky. At that moment, Li Xiaobo was consumed by a sense of urgency, desperate to halt Yazi's actions. Yet, regardless of his struggles, he was astounded to find his body utterly immobilized, as if ensnared by an invisible, formidable force. Concurrently, the brilliance emanating from Yazi intensified, surging forth like a tumultuous tide, coalescing into magnificent, vibrant streams of light that charged towards Li Xiaobo at lightning speed, engulfing him entirely in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Li Xiaobo felt an overwhelming, titanic force surge into his being, unstoppable and relentless. This power was so vast that it ignited the previously tranquil essence within him, causing it to expand wildly, akin to a powder keg set ablaze. Even the soul rings surrounding him began to tremble violently under the onslaught of this ferocious energy. As Yazi's power continued to flow into him, the colors of Li Xiaobo's soul rings underwent a remarkable transformation. Initially, they radiated a pure, pristine white. Then, the white faded, replaced by a vibrant yellow. This yellow swiftly transitioned to a deep, noble purple. Following this, the purple darkened to a weighty black, and ultimately, after a fierce metamorphosis, the soul rings transformed into a striking, heart-stirring crimson. However, the events did not conclude there. Shortly after the soul rings completed their color transformation, peculiar patterns began to emerge upon them. These intricate designs intertwined and twisted, resembling vivid, fearsome dragons coiled upon the soul rings. Upon closer inspection, one could discern 6 distinct dragon patterns, each gleaming with a golden luster, emanating an aura of majesty and dominance that was utterly captivating. At that moment, the surrounding space seemed to be affected, rippling with waves of disturbance. The distant mountains began to sway, and the sky grew heavy with darkening clouds. At this moment, Li Xiaobo was enduring unimaginable agony and immense pressure, akin to being crushed beneath the weight of countless mountains. Yet, in the face of this suffocating torment, he gritted his teeth and remained silent, relying solely on his indomitable will to persevere. Time passed, each second felt like an eternity to him. Finally, after enduring prolonged suffering, the formidable power of the Yazi surged into his body like an unstoppable tide. In an instant, he felt his meridians being violently assaulted by this overwhelming force, as if they were about to rupture from the pain. Nevertheless, Li Xiaobo refused to succumb. He bore the excruciating pain and guided the energy to circulate within him. Gradually, all the power fully integrated into his being. Simultaneously, he was elated to discover that the quality of his soul power had transcended previous limits, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. This metamorphic elevation filled him with exhilaration. Furthermore, as the Yazi's power merged with him, his comprehension of the true dragon legacy deepened significantly. The once obscure mysteries now appeared lucid and clear, as if the secrets could be unveiled with a mere touch. At that moment, the figure of Yazi began to blur and fade. With a look of satisfaction, he gazed at Li Xiaobo and spoke slowly. "Young one, having received this bestowed power, you must cherish and wield it wisely. May you carve out a unique path filled with legend through your own efforts." After uttering these words, Yazi's presence vanished completely. Suddenly, Li Xiaobo felt an overwhelming force surging towards him like a tidal wave. Instinctively, he wished to resist it, but soon realized the futility of his efforts, for the strength was far too formidable to withstand. Just as panic began to stir within him, Yazi's voice resonated once more in the depths of his mind. "Do not fear. Embrace my power courageously. Only then will you have the chance to explore higher realms." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo steeled himself, ceasing his futile struggles, and wholeheartedly opened himself to accept the influx of energy. As more and more power flowed into him, remarkable transformations began to manifest in his body. Small, hard scales emerged on his exposed skin, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. The areas covered by these scales radiated waves of potent energy, drawing astonished glances from those around him. Once calm returned, Li Xiaobo gazed at the dissipating image of Yazi, tears welling in his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. At that moment, he silently vowed to harness this strength to become stronger, to uncover more secrets about the true dragon and the mysteries concealed within the dragon race. Honoring Yazi's sacrifice, Li Xiaobo inhaled deeply, striving to steady his breath, which was somewhat chaotic due to his excitement. At that moment, a dazzling flash of light streaked across the sky like lightning, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a resplendent peacock, adorned in vibrant hues, gracing their sight. The creature exhibited an air of elegance, its long tail feathers swaying gently like a magnificent gown. Its expressive eyes fixed upon Li Xiaobo, revealing a complexity of emotions that was difficult to comprehend. After a brief pause, the peacock softly sighed and spoke. "Li Xiaobo, you are indeed a person of remarkable fortune. Once, you were fortunate to receive the generous sacrifice of the esteemed Wutong tree, who offered all its strength for your benefit. And now, you have been bestowed with the formidable power granted by the venerable Yaji. Such serendipity is truly astonishing." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo could not help but smile wryly and shake his head. He responded with deep emotion. "This so-called good fortune, in truth, is an immense responsibility and burden for me. The venerable Yaji sacrificed himself to aid my growth, and this profound bond of affection is something I, Li Xiaobo, will never forget. From this day forth, I shall devote myself entirely, ensuring that I do not betray his earnest intentions." The peacock nodded slightly, acknowledging Li Xiaobo's feelings, yet soon shook its head with concern and spoke slowly. "However, as your strength increases and your reputation spreads, this realm may soon be stirred into chaos. The hidden forces lurking in the shadows will inevitably cast a covetous eye upon you, seeking to exploit you for their gain or to thwart your ascendance. In the face of such a convoluted situation, do you possess the mental fortitude to confront it? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze unwavering and resolute as he met the peacock's eyes. He replied with unyielding conviction, I, Li Xiaobo, have never been one to shy away from difficulties. Regardless of the formidable presence that may come to challenge me, I shall undoubtedly embrace the challenge without hesitation and fight to the very end. Witnessing Li Xiaobo's steadfast attitude, the peacock felt a slight sense of relief. It then gracefully unfurled its resplendent feathers and solemnly declared, Tomorrow marks the day I shall fulfill my sacrificial duty to Miss Yin Yuesher. From that moment forth, all will depend solely on your own abilities. With this, the peacock's expression grew increasingly grave. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo was filled with profound gratitude. He swiftly approached the peacock and bowed deeply, sincerely expressing his thanks. Thank you, esteemed peacock. Your immense kindness and virtue shall forever be etched in my heart. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly repay your generosity with utmost sincerity. The peacock gazed into the distance and spoke slowly. You possess boundless potential. Perhaps you could alter the very rules of this world. I do not wish to witness this realm perpetually bound by antiquated conventions. Chapter 47. Untitled. Li Xiaobo gazed intently at the flickering flames before him, the orange-red glow illuminating his somewhat weary yet resolute visage. His eyes appeared somewhat unfocused, as his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the harrowing sacrifice ritual of the day. At that moment, the sky had been stained a vivid crimson, and the scent of blood lingered in the air. The menacing and majestic figure of the creature danced in his mind, accompanied by deep, resonant growls and mysterious incantations, enveloping the scene in an eerie atmosphere. Yet, at this moment, the surroundings were eerily tranquil, with only the crackling bonfire occasionally breaking the silence. The sound resonated with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the night, as if nature itself had composed a solitary symphony. Suddenly, a gentle breeze wafted through, causing the once stable flames to sway violently. Sparks flew like fireworks, momentarily piercing the inky blackness of the night sky. Instinctively, Li Xiaobo raised his hand to shield his face from the searing embers. In that fleeting moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of pairs of glowing green eyes lurking in the nearby woods. His heart tightened, a chill creeping up his spine. He quickly lowered his arm, gripping the weapon at his waist, his eyes alertly fixed on the mysterious presence in the darkness. As time progressed, the eyes drew nearer, gradually revealing their true nature as a pack of lithe, sharp-toothed wolves. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He slowly rose to his feet, straightening his posture, his gaze fierce as he faced the advancing wolves. At this point, the pack had encircled him, their heads lowered, emitting low growls that seemed to warn him against making any rash moves. In the face of such a threat, Li Xiaobo showed no sign of retreat. With a roar akin to that of an enraged lion, he charged fearlessly at the nearest wolf. In that instant, the fierce clash between man and beast commenced. The weapon in Li Xiaobo's hand glinted menacingly in the air, each swing accompanied by a sharp whoosh. He alternated between offense and defense, his movements agile and decisive. The wolves, equally determined, coordinated their attacks, some lunging from the front while others flanked him, seeking to exploit any weaknesses. As the intensity of the battle escalated, beads of sweat soaked his clothing, yet his fighting spirit soared ever higher. Drawing upon years of combat experience and unwavering resilience, he repeatedly thwarted the wolves' ferocious onslaughts. Gradually, the pack recognized that this human was not to be trifled with and began to hesitate. At last, the lead wolf threw back its head and howled, seemingly issuing a command to retreat. Subsequently, the wolves turned tail, slowly vanishing into the night. Watching the retreating figures of the pack, Li Xiaobo's taut nerves finally relaxed. He exhaled deeply, sinking onto the ground, panting heavily. Relieved, he returned to the bonfire, though his heart remained restless. Li Lingdian observed the somewhat solemn expression on Li Xiaobo's face and gradually took a seat beside him. He spoke softly, Xiaobo, today's fierce battle was indeed a splendid spectacle. Yet for some reason, I cannot shake the feeling that there are matters you have yet to share with others. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's lips curled into a faintly bitter smile as he sighed softly. Indeed, father, today's predicament is merely a minor inconvenience. The challenges that lie ahead are likely to become increasingly arduous and complex. Li Lingdian stepped forward and gently patted Li Xiaobo's shoulder, reassuring him with a firm tone. Regardless of the circumstances, do not fret. I am here to stand by your side in this battle. Li Xiaobo lifted his head, casting a somewhat bewildered gaze into the distance, murmuring to himself, I have been contemplating whether I can truly live up to the earnest expectations of my esteemed predecessors, the Wutong Tree and the Yaji. Even if I ultimately succeed in entering the divine realm, can I, relying solely on my own strength, truly alter the lofty laws of the celestial domain? Li Lingtian pondered for a moment before shaking his head and replied, regarding this matter, I find it difficult to assert a definitive conclusion. However, if you remain steadfast and diligently cultivate your skills, I am certain that one day you shall achieve your aspirations. Moreover, you are not alone in this endeavor. You sure can equally stand by your side. Together, as you forge ahead hand in hand, you shall emerge as two formidable deities who command respect throughout the realms, compelling even the mighty rulers of the divine world to reconsider their stance. Upon hearing his father's words, Li Xiaobo's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope, akin to a brilliant star illuminating the pitch-black night. Father, you are absolutely right. You sure has always been my most steadfast and reliable support, Li Xiaobo exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. At that very moment, a resplendent meteor streaked across the once tranquil and azure sky. This meteor, reminiscent of a colossal dragon ablaze with fiery flames, roared through the heavens, leaving behind a long, enchanting trail, as if woven from the fabric of dreams. Li Xiaobo instinctively clasped his hands together and closed his eyes, silently making a wish. In that fleeting moment, he entrusted the deepest desires and hopes of his heart to the ephemeral shooting star above. He fervently wished to one day become immensely powerful, so powerful that he could shake and even alter the harsh and unyielding laws of the divine realm. Upon opening his eyes after making the wish, a wondrous sensation surged within him, as if an invisible yet extraordinarily potent force had infused his body. This feeling invigorated him, revitalizing his spirit with remarkable intensity. At that very moment, Yin Yuesher approached gracefully, her steps light and elegant. Her enchanting figure appeared particularly captivating under the sunlight, resembling a fairy that had descended from a celestial realm. When she reached Li Xiaobo's side, she gently seated herself and, with a voice as melodious as a nightingale's song, tenderly spoke, Xiaobo, no matter what arduous challenges the future may hold, I will always stand by your side, facing them bravely together. Upon hearing her heartfelt words, Li Xiaobo was deeply moved, swiftly turning to gaze at Yin Yuesher. In that instant, his eyes brimmed with profound gratitude, as if this gentle woman before him were the most precious gift bestowed upon his life by the heavens. Time flew swiftly, and before long, dawn broke on the following day. The warm, gentle sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, evenly spreading across the vast expanse of the earth, cloaking all creation in a delicate golden glow. Li Xiaobo and two companions gathered around a humble stone table, relishing a simple yet delectable breakfast of grilled fish. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, provoking a mouth-watering anticipation. As they savored the culinary delight, they awaited the arrival of their esteemed elder, the peacock. Before long, a resplendent peacock gracefully descended, its elongated and regal form radiating a dazzling brilliance that seemed to illuminate the world around it. Particularly striking was its tail, resembling a vibrant tapestry, which fluttered gently in the breeze, each feather shimmering with enchanting hues and luminosity, captivating all who beheld it. As the peacock approached, it exhibited no hesitation, making a beeline for Yin Yuesher. In that moment, the attention of all present converged upon her, filled with curiosity and anticipation. The peacock elegantly lifted its head and, from its beak, released a luminous orb that sparkled with an otherworldly glow. This orb resembled the most brilliant star in the night sky, exuding an air of mystery and allure. Yin Yuesher's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the orb before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Instinctively, she turned to Li Xiaobo and his son beside her, seeking some form of explanation or insight from them. Li Xiaobo found himself equally perplexed, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, he subtly nodded towards Yin Yuesher, signaling her to accept the bead. Observing his gesture, Yin Yuesher cautiously extended her hands and received the extraordinary orb. The instant she made contact with the bead, an immensely powerful surge of energy erupted, radiating outward from her like a tempestuous wave, engulfing the entire vicinity in an instant. The onlookers were struck by this formidable force, their expressions transforming into one of astonishment. Yin Yuesher, too, was rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. After a fleeting moment of shock, the crowd gradually came to the realization that this seemingly ordinary bead housed the formidable power of an ancient divine beast. This energy was astonishingly pure and robust, a coveted treasure for any cultivator. If harnessed wisely, it would undoubtedly elevate Yin Yuesher's cultivation to unprecedented heights. At that moment, the previously silent peacock finally spoke. Miss Yuesher, this speed is a cherished possession of mine for many years. Today, I bestow it upon you, hoping it will safeguard you in times of peril. Furthermore, consider this a modest investment in your promising future. With your talent and potential, I have no doubt you will achieve great success. After delivering these words, the peacock cast another glance at Yin Yuesher. She nodded slightly, her face alight with gratitude, and softly replied, "Thank you." At her expression of thanks, the peacock gracefully rose, standing tall and poised like a pine tree. Just then, the previously clear sky began to shift ominously. A vast expanse of heavy dark clouds surged like a tide from the horizon, rolling in as if a colossal black mountain were descending, imparting a sense of weightiness and foreboding. The clouds thickened, gradually obscuring the sky and plunging the realm into shadow. As the clouds swelled, the peacock's form began to undergo a wondrous transformation. It radiated a dazzling light, streaming forth like a continuous flow of water, converging towards the heavens. Gradually, the peacock's figure grew increasingly indistinct, ultimately vanishing within this luminous aura. The light coalesced in the air, crystallizing into a magnificent and resplendent halo. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this halo was a vibrant crimson, adorned with two golden patterns, emanating an aura of mystery and strength. Undoubtedly, this was a 200,000-year-old red soul ring. This soul ring, akin to a blazing meteor, streaked across the sky, hurtling directly towards Yin Yuesher. Upon contact with her body, it seamlessly encircled her. She felt a warm and gentle energy surge within her, closing her eyes to wholeheartedly embrace this power, guiding it to merge with her own soul force. Remarkably, Yin Yuesher absorbed this formidable soul ring with astounding ease. Her breathing remained steady and rhythmic, her countenance devoid of any signs of pain or exertion. Before long, the crimson soul ring, which had existed for 200,000 years, was completely absorbed by her, becoming one with her essence. Chapter 48. The Profound Fire of the Nine Heavens. Li Xiaobo gazed at Yin Yuesher with a look of deep concern and gently inquired, "Yuesher, how do you perceive your current condition? What are your thoughts on this 200,000-year spirit ring? Is there anything amiss with your body?" With a radiant smile and an air of confidence, Yin Yuesher replied, "Xiaobo, I am absolutely fine. I feel positively splendid. Moreover, it seems I have successfully advanced to level 30. However, I must still learn from you. After all, you waited 2 whole years to absorb your third spirit ring, didn't you? Finding a spirit beast that aligns with the Phoenix bloodline is no simple feat. Thus, in the coming 2 years, I plan to diligently gather information regarding such spirit beasts." After listening, Li Xiaobo nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. "Indeed, you sure? I share the same sentiment. Although this soul-hunting expedition has yielded significant rewards for us, I feel that I still require a considerable amount of time to consolidate and deepen my understanding. You see, I have already ascended to level 59, yet paradoxically, this makes it all the more imperative that I do not rush ahead. Especially considering that we unexpectedly acquired 3 ferocious beast soul rings. This presents both an opportunity and a challenge for us." At that moment, Li Lingtian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, "Haha, you 2 youngsters have truly achieved astonishing gains this time. One must understand that across the entire continent, the majority of titled Douluo may not possess a 100,000-year soul ring. Yet here you are, one of you merely a level 50 soul king, boasting 3 ferocious beast soul rings, and the other, only level 30, surprisingly holds one as well. Oh dear, if you weren't my children, I would find myself unable to suppress a wave of envy." With that, he looked at the 2 with a beaming smile, his eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. Yin Yuesher playfully stuck out her delicate pink tongue and teased, "Uncle, please don't jest with us any longer." Her large, sparkling eyes blinked mischievously. Then, as if recalling something amusing, she excitedly exclaimed, "By the way, Uncle, Xiaobo, I haven't yet demonstrated my new soul skill to you. This skill is intricately related to my martial soul. It is called the Nine Heavens Mysterious Fire." Before she finished speaking, Yin Yuesher extended her fair hand, palm upwards, and gently lifted it. A dazzling flame began to rise slowly from her hand. The flame exhibited a mysterious and profound purple-blue hue, reminiscent of the most brilliant stars plummeting from the night sky, radiating a mesmerizing light. The air surrounding the flame seemed to ignite, instantly becoming exceedingly hot. with waves of heat rolling forth, drawing attention. Standing nearby, Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression filled with delight. He gazed intently at the purple-blue flame, exclaiming in wonder, "Oh my, this flame looks incredibly formidable." Although the temperature is exceedingly high, strangely, it lacks the usual ferocity. Instead, it possesses an indescribable beauty of vitality, almost as if it were alive. Hearing Li Xiaobo's praise, Yin Yushi beamed a radiant smile, joyfully explaining, "That's right, uncle. You are absolutely correct. The Nine Heavens' mysterious fire is not merely intended for attacking foes. While its power is indeed immense, capable of delivering a devastating blow in battle, it also possesses a remarkably miraculous healing effect. If anyone in our team happens to sustain an injury, I can carefully infuse this mysterious fire's energy into their body, enabling rapid repair of damaged tissues, allowing wounds to heal at a visibly swift pace, and aiding in the swift recovery of their soul power. However, alas, my current strength is still rather limited, so for the time being, I can only unleash a small fraction of the mysterious fire's power. However, there is no cause for concern. As I diligently hone my skills and my own strength gradually ascends, the potency of the Nine Heavens' mysterious fire will inevitably grow increasingly formidable. At that time, regardless of how powerful the adversary may be, we shall fear nothing." With that, Yin Yushi confidently clenched her fist, her gaze sparkling with unwavering determination. Li Lingtian nodded slightly, expressing his profound satisfaction. His gaze was intensely fixed upon Yin Yushi as he spoke in a gentle tone. Such a soul technique can indeed be deemed a divine skill. Based on what I have observed, I can assert that your potential is boundless and immeasurable. Remember to diligently cultivate your abilities in the days to come. Do not squander this remarkable opportunity bestowed upon you by fate." Upon hearing this, Yin Yushi eagerly nodded in agreement, her charming and lovely visage radiating an air of obedience. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, as if she could already envision herself shining brilliantly in the future. At that moment, Li Xiaobo interjected, "That's not right. According to common logic, a 100,000-year soul ring should possess 2 soul techniques. How is it that you only have one, Yushi?" Yin Yushi blinked and softly explained, "Well, this is because my martial spirit is somewhat unique. Through my recent explorations and studies, I have discovered that my martial spirit does not directly acquire the corresponding soul ring skills upon obtaining a soul ring. However, it appears to possess a distinctive mechanism. If the absorbed soul ring has a phoenix bloodline, I can naturally acquire its respective abilities." Li Xiaobo nodded slightly, a contemplative expression gracing his features. He then spoke slowly, "If I understand correctly, each time you acquire a soul ring, it is akin to unlocking a mysterious seal, with the phoenix bloodline serving as a crucial key. Is that not so?" Yin Yushi smiled, her lips curving gracefully as she replied, "Indeed, that is a fitting interpretation. Moreover, I harbor a strong premonition that as my level continues to ascend, should my martial soul achieve a more perfect integration with the phoenix bloodline, it will undoubtedly give rise to many astonishing and wondrous transformations." Nearby, Li Lingtian stroked the few long strands of his beard, his eyes shimmering with eager anticipation as he inquired, "So, little Yushi, have you ever endeavored to ingeniously combine the Nine Heavens' profound fire with other skills? Such an approach might yield unexpectedly magical effects." Upon hearing this, Yin Yushi's beautiful eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance, akin to the dazzling stars in a night sky, and she exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, uncle, your suggestion is simply marvelous. I had never considered it before. Very well, I shall attempt it at once." Without a moment's hesitation, she took a deep breath, summoning the tumultuous soul power within her with all her might. She then meticulously controlled this energy, merging a unique soul technique she had previously developed with the Nine Heavens' profound fire. In that instant, a resplendent violet-blue flame, like a sinuous serpent, swiftly emerged and entwined itself around a crystalline shield. What was once an unremarkable shield had transformed into an indomitable fortress, seemingly imbued with unparalleled strength. Simultaneously, the intense heat radiating from the shield caused the surrounding air to visibly warp, creating ripples of heat that spread outward in discernible waves. Li Xiaobo widened his eyes, his face a canvas of astonishment, and could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this combination skill is simply extraordinary. It not only effectively defends against fierce external assaults, but also inflicts tremendous damage upon those audacious enough to approach. Truly remarkable." Standing beside him, Yin Yushi, upon hearing such high praise from Li Xiaobo, could not suppress her joy, her radiant smile blossoming like flowers in the spring. With unrestrained delight, she replied, "Haha, indeed. It appears we must devote ourselves to researching and developing such formidable combination skills in the future. Who knows? We might even forge more powerful techniques to tackle various combat scenarios." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. At that moment, Li Lingtian turned his gaze towards Yin Weisher, observing this young girl brimming with potential. An overwhelming sense of boundless expectation for her future growth surged within him. It was as if he could already envision a time not far off when, through her own efforts and innate talent, Yin Weisher would rise to become a legendary master, commanding respect and instilling fear in countless adversaries across the martial world. Li Xiaobo smiled warmly at Yin Weisher and said earnestly, "Weisher, given the current situation, it seems you will have your hands full in the future. In my opinion, your circular skills will likely evolve in this direction. This means these abilities will require your relentless exploration, development, and flexible application. After all, without mastering some unique and effective methods to confront adversaries, you may find yourself in a passive position when facing formidable foes. However, do not fret too much, for regardless of the circumstances, I am here for you. As long as I am by your side, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety." He patted his chest, radiating confidence and determination. Chapter 49. Elemental Control with Great Interest. Yin Weisher gazed at Li Xiaobo, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she gently remarked, "Oh dear, Xiaobo. I have already shared my situation with you all without reservation. Now, it is your turn to shine. I've heard that you performed exceptionally well this time, obtaining not one, but two remarkable beast sacrifices. Come now, do not keep us in suspense. Share with us the thrilling details of your adventure." With that, she playfully winked, her demeanor utterly charming. At that moment, Li Lingtian, who had been standing silently nearby, suddenly perked up upon hearing her words. His once calm eyes now sparkled with intense curiosity and eagerness for knowledge. He quickly turned his gaze to Li Xiaobo, fixated on him, his face reflecting an eager anticipation akin to a child waiting for a treat. In the face of their eager expectations, Li Xiaobo remained remarkably composed. He smiled slightly, cleared his throat leisurely, and began, "To be honest, the two soul rings I acquired are relatively ordinary. However, as the saying goes, one can find the extraordinary within the mundane. These two rings have bestowed upon me two immensely practical and formidable soul techniques. The first to mention is the soul ring from the esteemed Wudong tree, which has enabled me to master the powerful skills of endless fire domain and control of fire, truly astonishing abilities." At this point, Li Xiaobo paused slightly, seemingly savoring the moment to build suspense. He lifted his gaze towards the distance, as if envisioning the mysterious and potent sea of flames before him. He took a moment to collect his thoughts, his lips pressed together in concentration, meticulously recalling every detail and characteristic of these two soul techniques, aiming to depict them with the utmost precision and vividness, allowing others to genuinely feel their overwhelming power and terror. After a brief pause, he inhaled deeply and began, "First, let us discuss Endless Fire Domain. This is an exceedingly rare and powerful domain skill. When I unleash it, it is akin to opening a gateway to another realm, instantly summoning a vast, blazing sea of fire. Amidst the sea of flames, the inferno roils and the scorching waves surge, as if intent on consuming the very heavens and earth. Furthermore, the extent of this fiery expanse is not fixed. It is entirely contingent upon the strength of my soul power. In other words, I possess the ability to manipulate its size at will, whether expanding it to span thousands of meters or contracting it to envelop only a small area around myself, all in the blink of an eye. This remarkable flexibility allows me to adeptly navigate various adversaries and intricate combat scenarios, unleashing the full potential of this soul skill." Then, with a shift in tone, Li Xiaobo spoke with increasing gravity. "Let us discuss control of fire. In contrast to the grand spectacle of Endless Fire Domain, this skill embodies a more nuanced and profound manifestation of power. Since acquiring this ability, I have discovered an innate immunity to flames. No searing heat can inflict harm upon me. Even amidst the raging fire, I remain unscathed. This is the essence of fire immunity. More importantly, whenever I launch an attack, regardless of the weapon or technique employed, a layer of intensely scorching flame damage is automatically infused. This additional firepower surges forth like a ferocious fire dragon, tearing through the enemy's defenses and delivering a devastating blow. It is no exaggeration to say that with the enhancement of control of fire, my attack potency has multiplied exponentially, instilling fear in any opponent. After a brief respite, Li Xiaobo adjusted his demeanor and eagerly continued his narrative. This time regarding another soul ring, a remarkable gift from the venerable ancestor Yazi. A spark of excitement gleamed in his eyes, akin to discovering a rare treasure. As he eagerly proclaimed, "This soul ring from ancestor Yazi has bestowed upon me two extraordinarily impressive and astonishing soul skills. Let us first discuss the first one. Known as True Dragon Body, with the empowerment of this immensely powerful skill, I have fortuitously inherited the noble and mysterious bloodline of the true dragon. Consequently, my physical attributes have undergone a profound transformation, achieving an unprecedented enhancement. Moreover, when confronting soul beasts with bloodlines far inferior to that of the true dragon, my attack power will double. In such cases, they shall crumble before me. Now, let us turn to the second soul skill, named Control of Gold. With this marvelous ability, I seem to have become the sovereign of the gold element, able to command and utilize the wondrous powers it embodies at will. Regardless of the weapon I wield in battle, its lethality instantly doubles, becoming exceedingly formidable. What's more, even if my adversary possesses an impenetrable defensive shield, I can effortlessly pierce through it, inflicting a lethal strike. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. After listening to Li Xiaobo's impassioned recounting of the astonishing soul techniques he had mastered, Yan Yuesher and Li Lingtian could not help but widen their eyes. Their mouths slightly agape, their faces betraying an expression of disbelief. Yan Yuesher's beautiful eyes sparkled with a radiant light, akin to the dazzling stars in the night sky. Her visage brimming with admiration for Li Xiaobo as she exclaimed, "Xiaobo, you are truly remarkable. These soul techniques are nothing short of invincible. With such formidable abilities, you are destined to become an unparalleled master in the future." Beside her, Li Lingdian nodded slightly in agreement with his daughter's words. However, the look of appreciation that had graced his face shifted to one of solemnity in an instant. His gaze fixated intently on Li Xiaobo as he imparted a weighty admonition. "Xiaobo, although you have acquired such powerful soul techniques, you must not allow yourself to become arrogant or complacent. It is crucial to recognize that this vast and boundless continent is fraught with peril and hidden dangers, with many undiscovered top-tier experts lurking within. Therefore, you must remain vigilant at all times, diligently cultivate your skills. For only through unwavering effort can you elevate your strength and secure your position in this world teeming with challenges and opportunities." Upon hearing Li Lingtian's earnest words, Li Xiaobo felt a shiver run down his spine, and he promptly responded with utmost respect. "Father, your words resonate deeply within me. I shall engrave them in my heart, and will not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. From now on, I will strive with double the effort, constantly seeking ways to surpass my limits, in order to live up to your expectations." Li Lingtian, observing Li Xiaobo's sincere demeanor, nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "It is truly commendable that you possess such a clear understanding of your current situation. Now, as the hour grows late, let us hasten our return to the Earl's residence. Upon our arrival, you shall be able to fully harness the superior resources available there for your cultivation. Moreover, you can engage in frequent exchanges and discussions with one another, fostering mutual growth and progress. I firmly believe that with time, both of you shall achieve remarkable accomplishments." With that, he took the lead, striding purposefully towards the edge of the phoenix tree grove. After Li Xiaobo and Yan Yuesher harmoniously responded in unison, they strode forth with resolute steps, leaving the confines of the Wudong forest behind. Along the way, Li Xiaobo pondered silently, recognizing that acquiring such a formidable soul skill was indeed a rare feat. He was acutely aware of the boundless potential it held, yet to truly harness its power, he would need to exert twice the effort. Thus, he secretly resolved to diligently cultivate his abilities, vowing not to squander this hard-won opportunity, nor to betray the formidable soul skill he possessed. At that moment, Yan Yuesher approached Li Xiaobo with the grace of a delicate butterfly, lightly rising onto her toes to whisper softly in his ear, "Xiaobo, don't forget to teach me more during your training." Her voice, though barely audible, caressed Li Xiaobo's heart like a gentle spring breeze, causing a blush to rise upon his cheeks as he shyly nodded in agreement. Of course. After a considerable journey, the trio finally emerged from the expansive Wudong woods. When they turned to glance back, they beheld the grove of Wudong trees bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. It was as if each leaf had been imbued with life, swaying gently in the breeze, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Gazing at the picturesque scenery before her, Yan Yuesher could not help but let out a soft sigh. "Alas, we must part from this enchanting Wudong forest, and I find myself somewhat reluctant to leave. This place is imbued with a mysterious aura, filled with an enticing sense of the unknown." Li Lingdian, standing nearby, heard her words and smiled gently, offering reassurance. There is no need for sorrow. Once your powers are further enhanced, you will have the opportunity to delve into the heart of the Wudong forest. It is said that there lies an even more formidable presence, which may bestow upon you unexpected fortunes. With that, he patted their shoulders, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo felt a subtle tremor within his heart, as if a flash of inspiration had illuminated his mind. He pondered the profound implications of these utterances and silently committed them to memory. Upon returning to the magnificent and resplendent Earl's mansion, the trio wasted no time and eagerly immersed themselves in their rigorous training. Li Xiaobo, alone, quietly strolled into a serene and tranquil courtyard, where verdant trees cast ample shade and vibrant blossoms flourished, resembling an idyllic paradise. However, at this moment, his thoughts were far removed from the enchanting scenery. Instead, he focused intently, preparing to undertake an unprecedented feat by simultaneously unleashing two formidable skills bestowed by his soul rings. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, harmonizing the surging soul power within him, and then uttered a command, "Rise." Instantly, an overwhelming surge of scorching energy erupted from his body, transforming into a blazing inferno that swiftly enveloped the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the entire courtyard was consumed by a sea of flames, with fire leaping skyward and waves of heat rolling forth. Following this, Li Xiaobo exerted himself once more, reciting incantations as his hands formed a series of intricate seals. With each motion, the golden elements in the surrounding air began to stir vigorously, converging towards his palm. In a fleeting moment, a resplendent longsword, shimmering with brilliant golden light, materialized in his grasp. The blade, forged entirely from pure golden elements, was entwined with strands of crimson flames, their energies intertwining and radiating an unsettlingly intense heat. At that moment, Yin Yuesher, who had been silently observing from a distance, witnessed this breathtaking spectacle, her beautiful eyes betraying an unmistakable envy. Gazing at Li Xiaobo's commanding figure, she resolved to take him as her inspiration, dedicating herself to rigorous training in hopes of mastering such profound skills in due course. Meanwhile, Li Lingtian, who had remained silent, also turned his gaze towards the scene. Observing the two young practitioners engrossed in their training, a look of contentment gradually spread across his face. As an elder, he understood well the arduous and tumultuous path of cultivation. Yet, he believed that with persistence and determination, one could consistently surpass oneself and achieve greatness. Chapter 50. For years later, throughout the lengthy passage of 4 years, the world underwent countless transformations, its landscape shifting like the tides. The once naive and innocent youths, including Li Xiaobo, had shed their former youthful naivety, blossoming like butterflies emerging from their cocoons, gradually maturing and growing. Notably, Yin Yu, through relentless and dedicated training, had attained mastery over her soul power, reaching an extraordinary level of proficiency. Whenever her figure appeared in the tranquil and profound training grounds surrounding the Count of Huanyuan's estate, she exhibited an increased agility and reliability, moving gracefully like a dancing fairy. Each of her strikes was executed with precision and ferocity, her soul power surging forth like a relentless tide towards her opponents. Simultaneously, Ma Rongwa, embarking on his solitary journey of cultivation, garnered profound insights unique to himself. His gaze transformed from one of uncertainty to unwavering resolve, as if he could pierce through the fog and grasp the essence of reality itself. As for Fenglinga, her achievements were nothing short of remarkable. Not only had she successfully ascended to the height of a level 79 soul sage, but she also made significant advancements in her soul power techniques. During the times when Li Xiaobo and the others immersed themselves in intense training, she would often stand quietly by, observing their every move. Whenever someone inadvertently sustained an injury, she would immediately step forward, employing her exceptional medical skills to treat their wounds. Moreover, beside Fenglinger, there often lingered an adorable 3-year-old child named Li Hanxi. This little one, clever and well-mannered, brought endless joy and warmth to the entire team. At that very moment, an exhilarating and intense duel was unfolding on the Duhan platform. Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher were fiercely contending, neither yielding an inch. As the battle intensified with an unwavering stalemate, Yin Yuesher moved with an elusive grace, akin to a wraith, her formidable soul power surging forth like an unrelenting torrent towards Li Xiaobo. Yet, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, Li Xiaobo remained unperturbed, confronting every challenge with remarkable composure. With a light tap of his toes against the ground, he propelled himself backward with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, effortlessly evading his opponent's lethal strike. He then clasped his hands tightly, channeling the soul power within him into his palms, instantly forming a radiant and dazzling blade of light, which he did not hesitate to swing fiercely towards Yin Wushi. A cacophony of thunderous roars erupted around them as they exchanged blows, showcasing their unique abilities. The fierce clash caused the surrounding air to quiver, emitting a series of deep, resonant hums. In that fleeting moment, the previously tranquil scene underwent a sudden transformation. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yin Yushi's eyes, as though she had stumbled upon a new continent. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to attempt a newly comprehended soul power technique. In an instant, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted from within her, enveloping her in a luminous aura, akin to a brilliant star. Simultaneously, under her command, the nine heavens' mystic fire morphed into countless delicate strands of flame, racing towards Li Xiaobo with astonishing speed. These fiery tendrils slithered like agile serpents, poised to strike their target. Caught off guard by such an abrupt assault, Li Xiaobo felt a momentary shock. However, years of training and a steady temperament allowed him to regain his composure swiftly. Without hesitation, he summoned all of his soul power, converging it at his surface to form an impenetrable shield in the blink of an eye. As the fiery strands collided with the shield, they crackled and sparked, creating a magnificent spectacle. For a moment, both sides found themselves in a deadlock. The fiery strands relentlessly battered against the shield, striving to breach its defenses, while the shield steadfastly repelled the fiery onslaught, proving unyielding. The very atmosphere seemed to tremble in response to their fierce standoff. Just then, an unexpected turn of events shattered the impasse. Li Hanqi, nestled in Feng Linger's arms, suddenly clapped his hands in excitement and joyfully shouted, "Go, brother, sister." His sweet, innocent voice resonated with clarity and vitality. Upon hearing this cherubic exclamation, both Yin Yueshi and Li Xiaobo momentarily paused, instinctively turning their gazes towards Li Hanqi. At that moment, their eyes met, and they simultaneously broke into smiles. The once tense and intense atmosphere gradually eased, bringing a temporary pause to this thrilling confrontation. With a warm smile, Li Xiaobo slowly approached Li Hanqi. He extended his hand and gently tousled her little head, softly saying, "Little Shi, you seem particularly joyful today." Li Hanqi blinked her large eyes and pouted her adorable lips, responding, "Brother, sister, your fight was truly impressive." Her innocent words elicited laughter from those around, the sound echoing through the air. At that moment, Ma Ronghua, with a smile on his face, spoke up, "Brother Xiaobo, sister Yu, let us set aside our worries for today and truly relax." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd eagerly agreed, expressing their enthusiastic support. Soon after, this lively group made their way into the spacious courtyard. People swiftly brought out tables and chairs, elegantly arranging a variety of delectable dishes that had been meticulously prepared. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it an enticing aroma. Meanwhile, Feng Linger, with a beaming smile, retrieved some exquisite little toys from her bag and approached Li Hanqi, playfully engaging her with the toys. The adorable Li Hanqi was instantly captivated, her tiny hands tightly gripping the toys as she erupted into peals of laughter, thoroughly enjoying herself. At the same time, not far away, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yueshi huddled together, earnestly discussing the various gains and losses from the recently concluded fierce battle. Their expressions fluctuated between deep contemplation and animated gestures, as if they aimed to dissect every detail thoroughly. The radiant sunlight cascaded down like a golden veil, enveloping the courtyard in a shimmering glow. In this moment, the tranquil, harmonious scene, filled with laughter and joy, resembled a beautiful, enchanting painting, drawing one into its mesmerizing embrace. Ma Ronghua gazed quietly at everything before him, a flood of emotions welling up within him. How wonderful it would be if time could forever linger at this moment. He sincerely wished that such blissful days could continue indefinitely. Hearing his words, the others present nodded in agreement, each face illuminated with smiles of happiness and contentment. Feng Lingo looked affectionately at her son and softly said, "Indeed, my son, you have been a level 60 soul emperor for 4 whole years. When do you plan to obtain your 6th soul ring? And look at that girl Yueshi, she too has been a level 40 soul master for 4 years. She is always clamoring to join you in acquiring a soul ring. Is she not nearly ready to obtain her 4th soul ring?" Li Xiaobo slightly tilted his head, responding with unwavering confidence, "Mother, please do not fret. We are still quite young. Although both Yueshi and I are merely 12 years old, we have already attained the formidable levels of the 40th rank Soul Master and the 60th rank Soul Emperor, which is no small feat. This is precisely why I have invited Yueshi to train with me, to enhance our physical prowess. If we persist, by the time she acquires her 4th soul ring, She might just be able to withstand the immense power bestowed by a 10,000-year soul ring. As for myself, given my current physical strength, I can effortlessly wield a 10,000-year soul ring. Furthermore, my mental fortitude has surged remarkably, nearing the level of a 95th ranked Super Douluo. Therefore, in due course, I intend to begin my quest for a suitable 10,000-year soul ring. However, I fear that I may require the assistance of Elder Zhong this time. I wonder if we can successfully locate a soul ring that meets our desires. Yin Yushi, with a serious expression, addressed her aunt, you see. Xiaobo is absolutely correct. If not for the limitations of my mental strength, coupled with the extreme rarity of soul beasts possessing the Phoenix bloodline, I would be capable of handling not just a 20,000-year soul ring, but even higher ones with ease. Standing silently nearby, Fenglinger nodded in agreement, softly responding, indeed. Both of you have considered the matter with great thoroughness. However, a 10,000-year soul ring is not so easily found. Although the Douluo forest is vast and expansive, it conceals countless dangers and formidable threats, with powerful soul beasts lurking in abundance. Many of these soul beasts possess an intense instinct to protect their territory, and any intruder would undoubtedly provoke a fierce battle. At this moment, Li Xiaobo smiled and firmly took over the conversation. Precisely, aunt. It is precisely because of such dangers that there are also tremendous opportunities. Only in a perilous place like the Douluo forest can we hope to find soul rings suited for us. In contrast, while the Sunset Forest may be relatively safer, it harbors a scarce number of high-level soul beasts, making it difficult to meet our needs. Suddenly, Ma Rongwa, who had remained silent, interjected, in fact, there is a little-known secret about the Douluo forest. It is said that deep within its confines lie many enigmatic soul beasts. Perhaps we might indeed discover some extraordinary soul rings there, or even encounter those immensely powerful soul beasts that have hidden themselves away. Upon hearing this, Yin Yushi's previously dim eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Oh, this is truly exhilarating news. If we are fortunate enough to find such a special soul beast, I might just obtain a more powerful soul ring ahead of time." Li Xiaobo pondered for a moment, yet he recognized that the starry forest was undoubtedly fraught with peril. We must be thoroughly prepared. With a look of deep concern etched upon her face, Fenglinger fixed her clear, water-like gaze upon the assembly before her and gently spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, safety must always take precedence. In my humble opinion, we should first dispatch personnel to meticulously investigate the conditions within the starry forest. Once we have a clear understanding, we can deliberate upon our subsequent course of action. As her words fell, all present nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging and supporting her suggestion. Subsequently, the atmosphere grew fervent as the group engaged in a spirited discourse regarding the implementation of the reconnaissance mission and the selection of suitable individuals for the task. Some advocated for the dispatch of seasoned experts with agile skills, while others argued for the inclusion of those with keen sensitivity to soul energy, enabling them to detect subtle anomalies more accurately. A cacophony of opinions arose, each voice contributing to the vibrant exchange. After extensive deliberation and weighing the pros and cons, a consensus emerged. Ma Rongwa would take the lead, venturing to the periphery of the starry forest for initial reconnaissance. With a heavy sense of duty, Ma Rongwa wasted no time. He swiftly prepared his belongings and resolutely embarked on his journey. However, in the wake of Ma Rongwa's departure, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yushi did not allow themselves to rest idly. On the contrary, they were acutely aware of the daunting nature of the task ahead and the weighty responsibilities they bore. Thus, the two dedicated themselves to their training with renewed vigor, striving to enhance their capabilities at every available moment. As time passed, a month and a half slipped by almost imperceptibly. Just as the group was growing anxious in their anticipation, news finally arrived from Ma Rongwa. He reported that in the border region of the starry forest, an extraordinarily peculiar fluctuation of soul energy had been detected. Judging by its characteristics, it was highly probable that a high-ranking soul beast was lurking in the vicinity. Regrettably, due to various constraints, it remained uncertain what level this soul beast belonged to. Upon hearing this news, the assembly's demeanor turned grave as they instinctively gathered to discuss a strategy to address this new development. Li Xiaobo perceived this as a potential opportunity. Capturing the soul beast might yield an ideal soul ring. Yet, Fenglinger expressed her apprehension regarding the danger, noting that Ma Rongwa had only conducted a preliminary exploration. Yin Yushi then proposed her desire to personally investigate the matter. Ultimately, they resolved to invite Elder Zhong to accompany them to the site of the energy fluctuation. When they finally located the esteemed and experienced Elder Zhang, they meticulously outlined the purpose and rationale behind their visit. Elder Zhang squinted slightly, lost in thought for a moment, before nodding in agreement with a sense of readiness. Thus, the group of individuals, filled with joy, followed the footsteps of Elder Zhang, embarking on a journey towards the enigmatic Douluo forest. Along the way, although they were occasionally disturbed by some low-ranking soul beasts of insignificant power, these minor inconveniences were effortlessly dispelled by Elder Zhang's profound and inscrutable strength. However, as they gradually ventured deeper into the Douluo forest, the initially light-hearted atmosphere began to shift into one of gravity. On one hand, they were imbued with boundless anticipation for the formidable soul beasts they might soon encounter. On the other hand, an undeniable sense of tension and unease began to stir within them, for none could ascertain the ferocity and terror that awaited them ahead. As they approached the fabled core region of the Douluo forest, a vast area shrouded in thick mist suddenly emerged before them. The fog was so dense it seemed impervious, enveloping everything in its vicinity and obscuring visibility entirely. Observing this, Elder Zhang, who had been leading the group, furrowed his brow in concern, acutely aware that the mist likely concealed significant dangers. Promptly, he turned to the others, his expression grave, and cautioned them to exercise the utmost caution, advising against any rash actions. With bated breath, the group stepped cautiously into the mysterious, fog-laden area. With each stride, they could feel the weighty and oppressive atmosphere surrounding them, their heartbeats echoing clearly in the silence. Suddenly, an unexpected and violent whirlwind swept through, akin to a ferocious beast roaring with its gaping maw. The powerful gust of wind swiftly dispersed the dense mist, revealing the scene ahead. At that moment, a colossal soul beast, radiating a dark yellow luminescence, appeared before them. Its form resembled the legendary Qilin, yet it possessed unique characteristics. Its scales shimmered with an eerie glow, reminiscent of stars scattered across the night sky. Its eyes, deep and chilling like an abyss, emitted a piercing cold light that instilled fear. Upon witnessing this unprecedented soul beast, Li Xiaobo could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Heavens! Such an extraordinary soul beast has never been recorded. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of shock, filled with both fear and curiosity for the unknown. Beside him, Yin Yuesher clenched her fists tightly, her palms slightly perspiring, her body coiled in readiness for combat. Her beautiful visage appeared particularly resolute, her eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. The seasoned Elder Zhang scrutinized the soul beast before him, his brow slightly furrowed, and in a lowered voice remarked, "Judging by its appearance and aura, this creature is likely a rare species left over from ancient times. We must not underestimate it. Its power may rival that of a tidal Douluo." The soul beast seemed to keenly sense their proximity, suddenly unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air, akin to thunderclaps, causing pain to their eardrums. Immediately, it charged forth with its robust and powerful limbs, resembling a moving hill as it barreled towards the crowd. Confronted by the formidable soul beast, Elder Zhang stepped forward without hesitation, swiftly forming seals with his hands while reciting incantations. A dazzling beam of light erupted from his palms, hurtling directly towards the soul beast in an attempt to restrain its movements. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken understanding prompting them to nod in agreement. In perfect synchrony, they darted around to the left and right flanks of the soul beast, poised to strike and seeking the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. At the rear of the formation, Feng Linger remained intently focused on the unfolding battle, tightly gripping her healing artifact, ready to provide timely and effective aid to any injured companions. Just as the soul beast was momentarily ensnared by Elder Zhang, Li Xiaobo seized the moment, channeling his strongest soul power to strike at the beast. The creature yelped in pain, pivoting to lunge at Li Xiaobo. Yin Yuesher swiftly unleashed her ultimate technique, intercepting the beast's attack. In that fleeting instant when Yin Yuesher blocked the assault, Li Xiaobo gathered his strength anew, sending a wave of soul energy surging towards the beast's abdomen. The soul beast was severely wounded, crashing to the ground. However, it quickly struggled to rise again, its eyes ablaze with fury and defiance. Observing this, Elder Zhang cautioned, "This creature appears desperate. Everyone, be on guard." At that moment, Li Xiaobo's previously motionless body began to tremble slightly, and an enigmatic yet potent wave of soul energy began to emanate from within him, flowing forth in a steady stream. This unique energy rippled outward like a stone cast into still water, stirring the very air into a fervent boil. The extraordinary wave of soul energy shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards the Earth Qilin, which had been advancing menacingly towards the crowd. Yet, upon encountering this formidable force, the Qilin abruptly halted, as if struck by an immense and irresistible intimidation, its massive form suspended mid-charge. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xiaobo's eyes glimmered with a flicker of surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized this fleeting opportunity, his figure darting forward with an ethereal swiftness. As he moved, his hands wove intricate and profound incantations, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent beam of light that shot directly towards the earthy Qilin. Initially, the Qilin attempted to struggle against the overwhelming force of soul power enveloping it, yet gradually succumbed to the constraints of such might. In the end, through Li Xiaobo's relentless efforts, the formidable earthly Qilin began to diminish in size, transforming into a streak of brilliance that vanished into the herbal scroll clasped in his hand. Once the dust settled, the group finally had the opportunity to catch their breath and began to closely examine the recently subdued soul beast. After a thorough investigation, they were astonished to discover that this earthly Qilin was not merely an ordinary soul beast, but rather a descendant of the legendary ancient divine beasts. It appeared that it had been in a deep slumber for an extensive period, roused only by the unintentional intrusion of the group. With the revelation of this truth, the heavy burden that had weighed upon their hearts was finally lifted, although this adventure did not yield the coveted soul ring they had long desired. Acquiring such a rare Qilin as a prize rendered their journey worthwhile. After all, the value of such a precious descendant of an ancient divine beast far surpassed that of a mere ordinary soul ring. Contemplating this, smiles of contentment naturally spread across each of their faces. Chapter 51. Hollow Willow Yin Wesher, with a face full of concern, inquired, Xiaobo, what is the current condition of the Qilin? Li Xiaobo squinted slightly, recalling with a thoughtful tone, the Qilin is indeed a creature of auspicious omens, embodying immense and enigmatic power. Since ancient times, it has been whispered that wherever a Qilin appears, a wave of good fortune descends upon the world. At this moment, amidst the ancient forest depicted in the intricate Baijiao Tu, shrouded in dense mist and infused with an aura of mystery, the Qilin lay quietly upon the mountain peak. Its form was agile and graceful, as if ready to leap into the skies at any moment. It radiated a dazzling array of colors, mesmerizing all who beheld it. Observing its appearance, one noted that its antlers resembled those of a nimble deer, while its head bore the majesty of a spirited steed, and its eyes sparkled like enormous bronze bells, full of life. This Qilin bore a resounding name, Xingyao. At that instant, the previously tranquil creature seemed to sense something. Abruptly opening its eyes and fixating its gaze intently in the direction of Li Xiaobo, the Qilin had keenly detected the unique aura emanating from him. Subsequently, Xingyu rose gracefully to its feet, each movement imbued with a calm strength, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step. As if infused with the boundless power of the stars, once it stood firmly atop the peak, it raised its head high, and a ferocious beam of light erupted from its sharp, singular horn. In an instant, the entire forest was shaken by this powerful energy, sending birds and beasts scattering in frantic retreat. Clearly, the Qilin, confined within the Baijiao Tu, was expressing its inner turmoil and dissatisfaction through this display of raw power. Old Zhong, witnessing this spectacle, sighed softly and remarked, "This is quite a normal occurrence. After all, you have trapped it within the Baijiao Tuesday. When it senses your presence, it is only natural for it to become so volatile and restless." Li Xiaobo nodded in agreement and responded, "You are absolutely correct. However, I believe that after some time, once it gradually acclimatizes to this environment, it should become more tranquil." Feng Linger furrowed her brow and interjected, "Enough discussing that, Qilin. Our immediate priority is to swiftly reach the location mentioned by Ma Ronghua. Ronghua, please take the lead." Ma Ronghua promptly nodded and replied, "Of course, it. However, it will take approximately 3 more hours to reach that place." Upon hearing this, the group dared not delay any further and hastened their pace. They raced along the winding path, the scenery surrounding them shifting like a revolving lantern. At times, they could see the harmonious interplay of verdant mountains and clear waters. At other moments, they passed through fields adorned with a riot of blooming flowers and vivid hues. Occasionally, a few birds would soar overhead, leaving behind a trail of melodious calls. Yet, after scarcely an hour of hurried travel, a mysterious and eerie mist-laden forest suddenly loomed before them. The once discernible path was instantly shrouded in thick fog, rendering it nearly impossible to discern their direction. Observing this, Ma Ronghua quickly halted, a look of concern crossing his face. "And, to speak candidly, I have never encountered this misty forest before, and the conditions within are unclear. It likely harbors numerous dangers. Nevertheless, Fenglingo did not waver. With resolute eyes fixed on the misty forest ahead, she replied without hesitation, "Regardless, we must traverse this forest to reach our destination. Having come this far, we cannot afford to turn back. Let us proceed with caution." With that, she boldly stepped into the dense fog. The others, though apprehensive, had no choice but to closely follow in her footsteps, entering the realm of uncertainty and peril. Thus, with anxious hearts, they tiptoed cautiously into the enigmatic and foreboding misty forest. Before them lay a vast expanse of white, the fog swirling like thick milk, completely obscuring their vision, making it nearly impossible to see their own hands. Simultaneously, eerie howls echoed from the surroundings, as though countless eyes lurked in the shadows, watching them intently. Suddenly, without warning, several colossal creatures resembling wolves, yet significantly larger than ordinary wolves, leapt forth from the mist, with gaping maws and razor-sharp fangs. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity as they charged toward the group. In an instant, Li Xiaobo reacted with remarkable agility. Taking a swift step forward to draw his gleaming sword from his waist, unhesitatingly confronting the beast's assault. With a resounding clang, sparks flew as he successfully parried the strike. Shouting loudly, "Everyone, be cautious. These creatures are mist-wraith wolves, adept at hiding within the fog, waiting to ambush their prey." Upon hearing these words, the crowd awakened from their stupor, swiftly forming a tight circle back to back, establishing a formidable line of defense. Within this protective barrier, Yin Yuesher stood resolute, her hands moving rapidly as she chanted incantations. With the casting of her spells, brilliant and searing fireballs shot forth like meteors, striking several of the Mistwolf with precision. The wolves hit by the barrage let out anguished howls, their movements slowed, temporarily ensnared in place. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaobo's gaze sharpened as he fixed his attention on the pack ahead. The moment he spotted a Mistwolf showing a weakness, he decisively hurled the thunderous projectile he had meticulously prepared. In an instant, a blinding flash of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. As the bolt descended upon the wolves with astonishing speed, the scene erupted into a dazzling display of fire and electricity, reminiscent of a cataclysmic event. Those mist wolves struck by the thunder were blasted apart, blood splattering as they stumbled back in disarray, howling in distress. Witnessing this, the crowd felt the heavy burden on their hearts finally lift, allowing them to exhale a collective sigh of relief. After a brief respite, they mustered their courage once more, stepping forward with determined strides into the depths of the misty forest. Each step was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet within their hearts resided an unwavering belief that persistence would lead them to their destination. Thus, facing adversity, the group continued onward, gradually drawing nearer to their goal. Ultimately, after navigating through treacherous challenges, they successfully emerged from the enigmatic and terrifying misty forest. The moment they stepped beyond its confines, the scenery before them opened up, radiantly bright, as if they had entered an entirely different realm. However, at the center of this expanse stood a stark, charred willow tree, its presence jarringly out of place in the surrounding landscape. The trunk, blackened and lifeless from the flames, exuded an aura of peculiar spatial energy, sparking an insatiable curiosity within those who beheld it. Fenglingo, upon witnessing this sight, felt a surge of curiosity mingled with apprehension. Cautiously, she advanced, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the scorched willow. Each step she took was deliberate and cautious, as though she feared awakening some dreadful entity. As she drew closer, the mysterious and potent energy emanating from the tree became increasingly palpable. When she stood merely inches away from its trunk, her heart raced uncontrollably. Suddenly, without warning, a blinding silver light erupted from the tree, soaring into the sky. The brilliance of this silver flash was overwhelming, akin to the sun at its zenith, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped in a brilliant radiance, rendering everything around a blinding white. As the silvery light gradually dissipated, a vague humanoid figure began to emerge slowly from the spot. Initially, this silhouette appeared ephemeral and indistinct, akin to a reflection in water. However, it soon grew increasingly clear and tangible. At last, someone had arrived. The figure spoke in a deep, distant voice that seemed to traverse through the corridors of time, echoing from a remote antiquity, imbued with an overwhelming sense of ancient sorrow, profound solitude, and desolation. Upon hearing this sudden voice, all present felt a tightening in their chests. Instinctively raising their guard, they collectively took several steps back, exchanging glances that betrayed their tension and unease. Particularly, Li Xiaobo reacted with remarkable swiftness and decisiveness. Without hesitation, he waved his hands, chanting incantations, and in an instant summoned his martial soul, the reverse divine spear. The spear shimmered with a chilling light. Its razor-sharp tip aimed directly ahead, while Li Xiaobo firmly grasped the shaft, positioning it defensively before him. His expression filled with vigilance as he fixed his gaze upon the newly manifested enigmatic figure. The shadow, observing the group's anxious demeanor, could not help but let out a cold chuckle. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no malice towards you. I was once a hollow willow that has cultivated for 90,000 years, but I unfortunately fell victim to the ravages of a heavenly tribulation, resulting in my current form. That charred willow tree behind me is the essence of my being." As he spoke, he gently raised his hand, gesturing towards the solitary, charred willow tree behind him. The hollow willow continued, "I have awaited for quite some time, hoping to find a fated individual to offer a sacrifice." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Feng Lingo stepped forward and inquired, "What do you mean by sacrifice? Why must we make a sacrifice?" The hollow willow sighed. "Only by offering the cultivation of one can my essence be restored, allowing me to regain my former abilities and evolve further." The crowd looked at one another, none willing to become the sacrifice. Li Xiaobo tightened his grip on the reverse divine spear and called out, "Is there truly no alternative?" The hollow willow shook its head. At that moment, the previously silent elder Zhong stepped forward. "I am old. Allow me to take this burden." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Li Xiaobo turned to his companions and smiled, saying, "I require a soul ring, and I possess the herbal diagram to assist the elder in recovery." The hollow willow's expression was complex. "Are you certain?" Li Xiaobo nodded resolutely. The hollow willow waved its sleeve, enveloping Li Xiaobo in a spectral glow. He felt his cultivation surge forth continuously, the color of the sixth soul ring deepening steadily, yet he persevered. As time passed, Li Xiaobo's expression grew increasingly tranquil, and it took 2 hours for him to fully absorb this 200,000-year cultivation soul ring. The hollow willow nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Young man, you are quite brave." With that, he turned and approached the charred willow tree. With a flourish of his hands, streams of green light surged from his palms, pouring into the tree. The once charred trunk gradually began to show signs of life, as the burnt bark flaked away and new shoots emerged. With the incantation of the hollow willow, the surrounding space began to warp and twist, a gentle breeze wafting through, carrying the fresh scent of flora. The hollow willow's body slowly became translucent, and with a slight smile directed at the gathered crowd, it expressed its gratitude for their assistance, stating that it would ascend to a higher realm for further cultivation. Upon finishing its words, it transformed into a stream of light, merging seamlessly with the willow tree. Instantly, the willow blossomed with vitality, its branches flourishing, and the surrounding soil became rich and verdant. Li Xiaobo, sensing the newfound strength coursing through him, was filled with joy. Wendling smiled and remarked that although they had faced numerous perils, the outcome was exceptionally favorable. The others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo planted the young willow tree into the 100 herbs diagram. The group, unwilling to linger, hurriedly continued their swift march towards the inner circle. However, they had scarcely traversed a distance when the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. Ominous clouds swiftly amassed on the horizon, heavy and foreboding. Within those thick clouds, flashes of brilliant lightning flickered, accompanied by the deafening roars of thunder. This abrupt turn of events tightened the hearts of all present, particularly Ma Ronghua, who gazed gravely at the sky and remarked to his aunt, "Aunt, the celestial phenomena appear most peculiar. It seems an immensely powerful being is about to reveal itself." Just as he uttered those words, a piercing bird call resounded through the heavens. Following this, a colossal thunderbird, a creature of 10,000 years, plummeted like a bolt of lightning from the roiling clouds. This thunderbird was enveloped in a dense array of blue arcs of electricity, crackling ominously, as if each arc contained the potential to wreak havoc. When its wings unfurled, they spanned several yards, casting a shadow over the land and invoking a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Its sharp, fiery eyes fixated upon the crowd below, clearly regarding them as unwelcome intruders encroaching upon its domain. In the face of the formidable thunderbird, Li Xiaobo exhibited no fear, gripping the anti-god spear tightly. He dashed forward like an arrow released from its bow. In an instant, the spear tip collided fiercely with the thunderbird's razor-sharp claws, erupting into a flurry of sparks akin to a dazzling display of fireworks against the night sky. Meanwhile, Yin Yuesher, standing nearby, was not idle. She swiftly formed hand seals and chanted incantations, unleashing a cascade of radiant spells toward the Thunderbird in an effort to disrupt its line of sight and provide Li Xiaobo with more opportunities for attack. At that moment, Elder Zhong was fully absorbed in observing the imposing Thunderbird, missing no detail. With years of experience and keen insight, he understood that the foe they faced was not to be underestimated and required careful handling. He noticed an old, unhealed wound on the creature's neck and urgently advised Li Xiaobo, aim for the neck, taking heed of the warning. Li Xiaobo feigned a thrust before abruptly altering his trajectory to pierce the Thunderbird's neck. The creature, unable to evade in time, was struck in its vulnerable spot, letting out a pained cry that echoed through the sky. Seizing this opportunity, the group united in their might, launching their most potent assault. The Thunderbird, having been defeated, ultimately soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. The onlookers stood in place, gazing at the majestic creature as it flapped its wings and gradually vanished from sight. The tension that had gripped their hearts began to ease, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the usually taciturn Elder Zhang furrowed his brow with a grave expression and lowered his voice to address the group. This Thunderbird is ferocious by nature and harbors a grudge. It will not relent easily. We must hasten our journey. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in understanding, quickening their pace as they moved rapidly toward the inner circle. Yet, they had scarcely covered a short distance when a sudden and fierce gale swept in without warning, its force as overwhelming as a mountain collapsing into the sea, causing their garments to flutter and hair to dance wildly. Even more astonishingly, amidst the tempest, the air was filled with the Thunderbird's sharp cries of anger and vengeance. Startled, the group looked up to see that the Thunderbird, previously departed, was now flapping its immense wings, accompanied by a tumultuous storm, charging back toward them. To their dismay, several smaller Thunderbirds, exuding a formidable presence and a menacing demeanor, had appeared alongside it, indicating that they were not to be trifled with. "Oh no, this creature has summoned reinforcements," exclaimed Ma Rongwa, quick to perceive the dire situation. Li Xiaobo, witnessing this, grasped his anti-divine spear with unwavering resolve, his eyes shimmering with determination. "Fear not, everyone. If we unite our strength, we shall surely prevail against these foes." As he spoke, the flock of Thunderbirds descended upon them like a dark cloud, signaling the imminent outbreak of a thrilling battle. In an instant, one Thunderbird darted forward like a bolt of lightning, its astonishing speed leaving the onlookers awestruck as it surged toward the center of the battlefield. Li Xiaobo, sensing the urgency of the moment, swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Thunderous might." His voice echoed like a thunderclap, deafening in its intensity. As his words resonated, dozens of lightning bolts appeared out of thin air, swirling like silver serpents, encircling the approaching Thunderbird. The sudden turn of events threw the Thunderbirds into a state of disarray for a brief moment. However, they quickly regained their composure and formed an extraordinary formation, channeling an unparalleled force that began to coalesce within. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin Yuesher was equally unyielding. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she conjured a 5-flames 7-birds fan. She lightly waved her fan, and golden flames erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, transforming into a surging fire dragon that lunged ferociously toward the formation of the Thunderbirds. The intense heat of the golden flames warped the very fabric of the surrounding space. Yet, in the face of such fierce flames, the Thunderbird formation miraculously generated a layer of lightning shield. This shield sparkled with resplendent light, steadfastly resisting the onslaught of the golden inferno. At that moment, the ever-watchful Elder Zhong seized the opportunity, leaping high from the side. Grasping a cloud-piercing spear, he descended like a meteor streaking across the sky, wielding unparalleled might and a silvery gleam as he struck fiercely against the lightning shield. With a thunderous crash, the immense force caused the seemingly indestructible shield to ripple as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo flickered into view, appearing as if he were a wraith behind the flock of Thunderbirds. With hands clasped together, he fervently began to harness the surrounding power of thunder. In an instant, a dazzling radiance burst forth from his palms, reminiscent of a brilliant star descending to earth, illuminating the smoke-filled battlefield, accompanied by a furious roar. Li Xiaobo expended all his strength to propel the radiant thunder forward. A tremendous rumble echoed as the thunder charged forth like a ferocious beast, tearing through the air and leaving behind black fissures, its terrifying power astonishing to behold. When this surge of thunder collided violently within the ranks of the Thunderbirds, it triggered an earth-shattering explosion. Countless Thunderbirds were torn apart, their mournful cries ringing out in a cacophony. Yet, Despite such a devastating blow, the Thunderbird flock remained resolute. Those who survived displayed a newfound determination in their eyes. Their once soft feathers suddenly bristled like sharp steel needles. In unison, the tips of each feather emitted slender bolts of lightning, intertwining to form an immense electric net, descending with cataclysmic intent upon the assembled warriors. Seeing this ominous development, Yin Yuesher felt a pang of dread. Without a moment's hesitation, she vigorously waved her fan, unleashing a tempestuous gale. This tempest roared forth like an enraged dragon, striking at the overwhelming electric net in an attempt to disperse it. Simultaneously, Li Xiaobo, undeterred, summoned forth even greater torrents of thunder, relentlessly assaulting the electric net. In an instant, thunder clapped and winds howled, plunging the battlefield into chaos. As both sides remained locked in a stalemate, Elder Zhong, who had been silent until now, suddenly fixed his gaze and shouted, "Behold my power." With that, he resolutely unleashed the true form of his martial soul. Suddenly, his body swelled, muscles bulging prominently, and an unparalleled aura surged forth from within him. The Elder Zhong gripped the broken cloud spear tightly in his right hand, while his left hand swept gracefully, causing the sharp tip of the spear to carve a deep gash into his palm. Crimson blood flowed down the wound, dripping onto the spear. Remarkably, at the moment the blood touched the broken cloud spear, the entire weapon emitted a brilliant silver light, resembling a radiant moon hanging in the sky. Under this silver illumination, the surrounding mist began to dissipate gradually. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, the onlookers felt invigorated. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Zhong thrust the broken cloud spear fiercely into the ground, chanting incantations. As his voice resonated, mysterious runes emerged from the spear and swiftly spread across the ground. Suddenly, countless dazzling silver beams erupted from the area surrounding the spear, surging forth like a mighty tide in all directions. Each beam of silver light carried an unyielding force, slicing through the air as if it were fragile parchment, producing a chilling hissing sound. The once majestic thunderbirds soaring above, sensing this formidable and threatening power, were thrown into a state of panic. They flapped their powerful wings desperately, attempting to break free from the imminent terror forming before them. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher exchanged a knowing glance, their synergy palpable. As they swiftly moved to flanking positions beside Elder Zhong, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, channeling every ounce of thunderous energy within him into the earth beneath his feet. In an instant, the ground trembled slightly, and intricate, mysterious runes began to rise from below, intertwining with the silver light emanating from Elder Zhong's spear. On the other side, Yin Yuesher, equally resolute, waved her fan, causing it to burst forth with a kaleidoscope of brilliant colors. These radiant hues floated gracefully like lively ribbons, before unhesitatingly merging into the formidable gathering power. Thus, the three of them unleashed their respective extraordinary talents, their energies continuously converging and blending until they formed an immense protective dome. This dome shimmered with resplendent brilliance, akin to a sun rising majestically, exuding an unmatched might as it surged directly towards the electric net woven by the Thunderbirds. Just as the two forces were about to collide, time seemed to freeze. Yet, in the next moment, a deafening roar echoed, reverberating through the heavens, causing the entire world to tremble violently. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, an exceedingly brilliant light erupted suddenly, blinding to the point of making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. As the radiance gradually dissipated, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the once formidable Thunderbirds were now emitting heart-wrenching cries. One by one, they lost their balance and plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground like raindrops, stirring up clouds of dust. On the battlefield, the smoke billowed, dense and oppressive, draping the area like a heavy curtain. Once the haze began to clear, two figures were seen staggering in place, their bodies nearly at the brink of exhaustion, yet their faces bore a semblance of contented smiles. It was through the unparalleled power unleashed by Elder Zhong's manifestation of his martial spirit that this exceptionally arduous battle had finally reached a victorious conclusion. However, just as the crowd began to breathe a sigh of relief, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the corpses of the dozens of ancient Thunderbirds sprawled on the ground, mysterious purple and black lights suddenly emerged, coiling like serpents in motion, swiftly converging into circular soul rings. These soul rings began to rise slowly, intertwining and merging in midair. As they fused, a wave of energy, more potent and imbued with an ominous aura than before, surged forth. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Beside him, Elder Zhong's expression turned grave as he fixated intently on the merging soul rings, speaking in a low, serious tone. I fear this is the last resort of the Thunderbird clan. At that moment, Yin Yuesher furrowed her brows, gripping her fan tightly, her silver teeth biting her red lip as she declared, "Humph. No matter what, since we have managed to defeat this group of Thunderbirds, we shall not cower before any tricks they may conjure in death." Before her words could fade, the fused soul rings had fully materialized into an enormous shadowy Thunderbird. This colossal creature spread its vast wings, capable of overshadowing the sun, as if to envelop the entire world in its gloom. Its eyes, radiating a chilling murderous intent, locked onto the three individuals below, and then it charged down with the force of a thunderbolt. Elder Zhong's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, gripping the broken cloud spear tightly, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. His strides were vigorous and powerful, each step seeming to shake the earth beneath him. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher were undeterred, closely following Elder Zhong's lead, racing forward like twin streaks of lightning. In an instant, the three unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously. As the aged master wielded the broken cloud gun, its tip shimmered with a dazzling cold light, akin to a formidable bolt of lightning slicing through the vast sky. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo let out a thunderous roar, and the reverse divine gun in his grasp was instantly engulfed in roaring flames, the intense fire enveloping the entire spear, transforming it into a fiery dragon that soared forth with a fierce howl. In contrast, Yin Yuesher gently parted her crimson lips, intoning incantations, as streams of thunderous power cascaded from her hands, dancing like silver serpents. In that fleeting moment, thunder, flames, and gunlight intertwined, forging a cataclysmic force that surged directly towards the formidable Shadow Thunderbird. Yet, the Shadow Thunderbird was not to be underestimated. It unfurled its wings and emitted an ear-splitting cry, surrounding itself with billowing black mist as it braced for the trio's onslaught. An intense clash ensued, filling the air with surging energy, causing the ground to tremble violently and dust to swirl. Despite the Shadow Thunderbird's ferocity, the trio of masters, having recently emerged from a life-and-death struggle, exhibited an ever-deepening synergy. They supported one another, their attacks and defenses meticulously coordinated, denying the Shadow Thunderbird a moment's respite. As time ticked away, the fierce battle escalated into a critical juncture. At last, in a decisive moment, Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air, his reverse divine gun transforming into a streak of crimson light, piercing swiftly and unerringly into the core of the Shadow Thunderbird. A thunderous explosion reverberated, accompanied by a burst of resplendent light. The massive form of the Shadow Thunderbird gradually dissipated within the brilliance, transforming into twinkling starlight that vanished from sight. When the dust finally settled, tranquility returned to the surroundings. The three Masters Zhong, Li Xiaobo, and Yin Yuesher stood in exhaustion, panting heavily, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 53, The First Soul Ring of the Reverse Divine Gun. Li Xiaobo's eyes widened as he intently focused on the slowly descending blue shadow of the Thunderbird soul ring, a surge of indescribable joy welling up within him. This soul ring emanated a mysterious and profound blue light, seemingly imbued with boundless power and secrets. He understood that such a rare opportunity was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Should he successfully absorb the soul ring, his strength would be significantly enhanced, possibly even enabling him to transcend his current limitations. Taking a deep breath, he settled himself cross-legged, adjusting his breathing and state of mind, fully concentrating on the imminent challenge of absorption. At that moment, his companions gathered around him, their expressions tense, their eyes never leaving him, particularly Yin Yuesher. Her beautiful gaze betraying deep concern, clenched her fists instinctively, appearing even more anxious than Li Xiaobo himself. As Li Xiaobo cautiously guided his soul power closer to the soul ring, a sudden and overwhelming force surged forth like a tumultuous wave. The intensity of this power was so ferocious that it sent a tremor through his entire being, nearly toppling him to the ground. Yet, he gritted his teeth, steadfastly resisting this onslaught, the veins on his forehead bulging from the strain, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. As Li Xiaobo's complexion grew increasingly pale and his body began to tremble, those around him could not help but feel a surge of anxiety for him. Just as they believed he might be on the verge of collapse and that the attempt to absorb the soul ring would end in failure, a miracle transpired. A dazzling, brilliant blue light erupted from within Li Xiaobo, shining as luminously as the brightest stars in the night sky, harmonizing with the radiance of the soul ring. As time passed, the soul ring, which had been suspended in the air, began to gradually approach Li Xiaobo's body, fusing with him piece by piece. Simultaneously, his aura intensified, akin to a volcano awakening, poised to unleash cataclysmic energy at any moment. Finally, after a lengthy and arduous process, the soul ring completely merged into Li Xiaobo's being. He slowly opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and stretched his arms, reveling in the surging, boundless power within him. At that moment, he radiated confidence and authority, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. It was understood that this soul ring was a fusion of dozens of 10,000-year Thunderbirds and 100,000-year Thunderbird soul ring. Its immense power beyond imagination. Li Xiaobo's successful absorption undoubtedly testified to his extraordinary talent and indomitable spirit. With such formidable support, it was believed that he would undoubtedly navigate through challenges in his future endeavors, achieving remarkable and awe-inspiring accomplishments. Upon witnessing Li Xiaobo's successful absorption of the soul ring, his companions eagerly surrounded him, their eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. Yan Yuesher was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes glistening with tears as she leaped into Li Xiaobo's embrace. While the crowd basked in the joyous euphoria, a sudden and ominous transformation occurred in the distant sky, which darkened ominously as if enveloped by a colossal shroud of inky satin. The previously clear azure heavens were swiftly obscured by an onslaught of rolling black clouds, blocking out all light. In an instant, a bolt of pitch-black lightning, reminiscent of a ferocious serpent, split the sky with alarming swiftness, accompanied by a deafening roar that sent shivers down the spine. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the very earth trembled in response. As the dark lightning dissipated, a massive, dread-inducing thunderbird, steeped in an aura of terror, materialized in midair. Its wings, spanning several meters, shimmered with electric sparks, and its piercing eyes burned with a cold, murderous intensity. With a heart-wrenching cry that echoed like a lament from the depths of the abyss, the sound was chilling and laced with profound sorrow and wrath. It became evident that this group of individuals had ruthlessly slain all its companions. At that moment, Li Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Yuesher, look! Your soul ring has arrived." Almost immediately, the enraged Thunderbird opened its sharp beak, conjuring a sphere of black, thunderous energy the size of a mountain, hurtling towards Li Xiaobo with a cataclysmic force. Upon witnessing this, Li Xiaobo felt a tightening in his chest, not daring to let his guard down in the slightest. He inhaled deeply, swiftly harnessing the formidable power he had recently acquired, and wholeheartedly confronted the approaching black thunderbolt energy sphere. In an instant, where the two collided, a dazzling brilliance erupted, the intense radiance nearly blinding all present. Simultaneously, a ferocious shockwave of energy surged outward in all directions, uprooting trees and sending earth and stones flying, creating a scene of utter terror. Fortunately, having just attained such immense power, Li Xiaobo, though he felt a certain pressure facing the ancient Thunderbird, managed to maintain his composure overall. As Li Xiaobo valiantly repelled the onslaught of the dark thunder energy sphere, he urgently called out to Yan Yuesher, "Now is the time. Strike." Abruptly roused from her reverie, a glimmer of resolve sparkled in Yan Yuesher's eyes. Channeling her soul power, she summoned a gust of wind beneath her feet and surged toward the ancient Thunderbird. The Thunderbird, exhibiting an astonishing level of intelligence, keenly sensed Yan Yuesher's intent and decisively abandoned its fierce confrontation with Li Xiaobo. It swiftly pivoted, descending toward Yan Yuesher like a bolt of lightning. Its razor-sharp claws gleamed ominously, exuding a chilling light that suggested they could effortlessly rend asunder any obstacle in their path. Yet, undaunted by such a ferocious assault, Yan Yuesher displayed no trace of fear. With an ethereal grace, she deftly evaded the attack, and in that fleeting moment, a formidable soul-guiding sword materialized in her hand, pulsating with potent waves of soul energy. Seizing the momentum, she leaped with agility, thrusting the sword toward the Thunderbird's abdomen. The Thunderbird, realizing the impending threat, hastily sidestepped. However, despite its swift reflexes, Yan Yuesher's blade still grazed its side, leaving a shallow wound. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining the air around them. Infuriated by the injury, the Thunderbird unleashed a deafening roar of rage, its massive jaws agape. Simultaneously, it flapped its broad wings vigorously, conjuring a tempest of unparalleled ferocity that swept through the surroundings like a feral beast. Although Yan Yuesher found herself at the eye of the storm, she maintained her poise, her body anchored firmly amidst the chaos. With fervent incantations, an ancient and enigmatic spell flowed from her lips, and threads of luminous soul energy, akin to ethereal serpents, shot forth toward the Thunderbird, ensnaring its colossal form. The Thunderbird thrashed wildly, desperately attempting to break free from the binding threads of soul energy. At that critical juncture, Li Xiaobo, who had been patiently biding his time, finally seized the opportune moment for attack. Silently maneuvering behind the Thunderbird, he launched a swift and fierce strike, compelling the already beleaguered creature to divert some of its focus to confront the new threat. Yin Yuesher, recognizing this rare and fortuitous opportunity, felt a surge of determination wash over her. She concentrated her soul power into the sword, which began to radiate a blinding brilliance. In the next heartbeat, she unleashed her full might, transforming the sword into a dazzling beam of light that struck the Thunderbird's vital area with a thunderous force. The Thunderbird emitted a final, mournful cry before crashing to the ground. In that moment, a jet-black Thunderbird soul ring emerged, suspended in the air, exuding a powerful and mysterious aura. Witnessing this spectacle, Yin Yuesher finally exhaled in relief. She cautiously approached, preparing to absorb the precious soul ring. As her companions anxiously gathered around her, they remained wholly focused on safeguarding Yin Yuesher, who was in the midst of absorbing the soul ring, vigilant against any unforeseen circumstances. As time passed, Yin Yuesher kept her eyes tightly shut, immersing herself entirely in the absorption of the soul ring's energy. At long last, after an arduous and protracted endeavor, she successfully assimilated the Thunderbird soul ring. When she gradually opened her eyes, a radiant smile of ecstatic joy illuminated her face, and she turned to gaze at the companions who had steadfastly accompanied and protected her. Chapter 54. The Trials of the Soulbone. Li Xiaobo and his 5 companions gazed upon the dozens of colossal, everlasting Thunderbirds, their bodies shimmering with blinding lightning, each exuding a potent and perilous aura. Li Xiaobo inhaled deeply, activating his mental prowess to meticulously investigate. The soul bone could be concealed within any part of their bodies. Ma Ronghua cautiously approached one of the Thunderbirds, but as he drew near, a bolt of lightning surged towards him. Swiftly, Ma Ronghua sidestepped to evade it, simultaneously conjuring a soul power shield for protection. Nevertheless, the tremendous impact left his arm tingling. At that moment, Yin Yuesher noticed an anomaly in one of the Thunderbird's wings. Could the soul bone be located there? Her gaze sharpened with determination as she disregarded the other Thunderbird carcasses and advanced towards the one in question, searching for an external soul bone. As she reached the side of the Thunderbird, the surrounding lightning seemed to sense the threat and surged towards her. Witnessing this, Li Xiaobo unleashed his martial soul abilities, sending waves of soul power transformed into arrows toward the Thunderbird's corpse. Yin Yuesher, however, remained wholly focused on the wing of the Thunderbird before her, her hands gently probing through the feathers. At last, she felt a hard object emitting an extraordinary glow. With a firm tug, a pair of translucent external soul bones, resembling blue crystals, materialized before the astonished onlookers. As their gazes fell upon the soul bones, their eyes sparkled with delight. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xiaobo promptly exclaimed, "Let us see if there are any other soul bones in the vicinity." No sooner had his words left his lips than the remaining 5 individuals nodded in understanding and swiftly dispersed, commencing a meticulous search amidst the chaos strewn around them. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo's gaze was captivated by an exceptionally large Thunderbird among the flock. This particular Thunderbird radiated a dazzling brilliance of lightning, its luminescence far surpassing that of its kin, to the extent that it was nearly blinding. Li Xiaobo's heart raced suddenly, and an uncontrollable thought surged into his mind. Perhaps within the massive bird lay a soul bone of even greater value. With this notion igniting his determination, he dashed towards the colossal Thunderbird without hesitation. After a painstaking search, Li Xiaobo finally discovered a deeply concealed soul bone nestled within the bird's head. As he grasped the soul bone tightly in his hand, a surge of formidable energy coursed through his arm and spread throughout his body, invigorating his spirit. As time ticked away, the search efforts of the others gradually came to a close. Ultimately, after tallying their findings, they were astonished to uncover a total of 8 soul bones from the remains of the numerous Thunderbirds. This outcome far exceeded their initial expectations, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Despite their injuries and overwhelming fatigue, each face radiated an unmistakable joy of victory. After all, to acquire such a wealth of precious soul bones in such a perilous environment was indeed a rare and bountiful harvest. After a brief respite, the 6 individuals carefully secured the soul bones and then made their way out of the starry forest, a place that had presented them with countless dangers while simultaneously brimming with infinite opportunities. Li Xiaobo and 5 companions, each possessing invaluable soul bones, cautiously embarked on their journey back to the Count's estate. The atmosphere was laden with an oppressive tension, as if an invisible weight enveloped them. Yet, lost in the elation of their newfound treasures, they remained oblivious to the covetous eyes lurking in the shadows, filled with greed and desire, meticulously observing their every move. These hidden figures resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, poised to seize the opportune moment to claim the soul bones for themselves. As the group progressed midway, a cadre of mysterious figures clad in black attire suddenly surged forth from the surrounding darkness like phantoms. Leading them was an austere individual, his visage stern and his gaze chilling, who sneered coldly, "If you are wise, surrender the soul bones at once, and I may consider sparing your lives." Confronted by this unexpected menace, Li Xiaobo and his companions instantly heightened their vigilance. Ma Ronghua's eyes widened with fury as he bellowed, "Not a chance. We fought tooth and nail to obtain these soul bones. We shall never relinquish them to you shameless scoundrels." No sooner had he spoken than he sprang into action, launching a fierce attack against the black-clad assailants. In an instant, flashing blades and clashing steel filled the air, accompanied by the cacophony of battle cries. A ferocious struggle for survival ensued. However, having previously endured a grueling battle, the six were now severely fatigued and began to falter. At this critical juncture, when life and death hung in the balance, Li Xiaobo's face grew increasingly somber. His brow furrowed tightly, with veins threatening to surface as if about to burst. His mind raced like a high-speed machine, feverishly seeking a strategy to avert the impending crisis. Time stretched on, each second feeling interminably protracted and torturous. Just as despair began to envelop them, Li Xiaobo's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. He discreetly reached into his bosom, carefully retrieving a seemingly inconspicuous and utterly ordinary soul bone. Despite its lack of ostentatious brilliance or unique patterns, this soul bone held Li Xiaobo's last flicker of survival. Without hesitation, he summoned all his strength, hurling the soul bone into the distance. It soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc akin to a shooting star. As anticipated, a portion of the black-clad assailants, upon sighting the soul bone, were instantly transfixed, their greed ignited. They abandoned their assault on Li Xiaobo and his companions, turning on their heels and racing toward the direction where the soul bone had fallen, like famished wolves pouncing on prey. Witnessing this turn of events, Li Xiaobo understood the urgency of the moment. Opportunity once lost would not return. He decisively shouted to his companions, "Now is our chance. Let us charge together." Without waiting for a response, he led the charge forward with unwavering determination. The remaining individuals, as if awakening from a dream, swiftly mustered the scant remnants of their strength, trailing closely behind Li Xiaobo, recklessly charging towards the black-clad figures who remained momentarily oblivious. In an instant, the battlefield echoed with the cacophony of battle cries and the clash of weaponry, resounding throughout the arena of conflict. Li Xiaobo and his companions surged forth like a tempest, an unstoppable force breaking through the encircling throngs of adversaries. They dared not pause even for a heartbeat, their feet seemingly propelled by the winds as they sprinted with utmost urgency towards the direction of the Count's manor, leaving behind the agitated black-clad figures, bewildered and furious. Ensnared by the allure of the soul bones, the group of enigmatic figures clad in black, each bearing a stern visage and piercing gaze, were evidently not inclined to let Li Xiaobo and his companions escape easily. Like ravenous wolves, they relentlessly pursued their prey, their pace quickening with each passing moment. As time slipped away, the distance between the two parties diminished at a perceptible rate, just as it appeared that the relentless black-clad pursuers would close in once more. Li Xiaobo felt a surge of desperation, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. In that critical moment, he caught sight of a forest shrouded in thick mist, appearing intermittently in the distance ahead. Li Xiaobo's heart jolted violently, and without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely led his companions into the depths of the mist-shrouded forest. The once menacing black-clad figures hesitated briefly, for the ominous forest loomed before them, steeped in an aura of dread and fraught with unknown perils. Yet, the tantalizing allure of the coveted soul bone, potentially concealed within the group, ultimately overpowered their trepidation. Gritting their teeth, they plunged into the forest after Li Xiaobo. Upon entering the forest, the group was struck by its eerie peculiarity. Twisting, gnarled vines sprawled in every direction, resembling ferocious serpents poised to strike. The air was occasionally pierced by chilling, uncanny sounds, echoing like the low growls of wild beasts or the mournful wails of spirits. Faced with such an environment, Li Xiaobo and his companions dared not let their guard down. They tread lightly, holding their breath, fully attuned to their surroundings, and cautiously advanced. Simultaneously, They adeptly navigated the complex terrain, skillfully evading the relentless pursuit of the black-clad figures. Suddenly, without warning, a massive vine, akin to a colossal python, shot up from the ground with astonishing speed, ensnaring the cautious pursuers as if it were lightning. The stillness of the forest was shattered by terrified screams. In that moment of shock, more vines seemed to be summoned by an unseen force, surging forth from all directions. These vines intertwined, forming an impenetrable net that ensnared the black-clad figures tightly. These vines were the enchanted rulers of the ancient forest, possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to malice and a readiness to launch fierce attacks. Trapped by the enchanted vines, the black-clad figures struggled desperately to free themselves. But their efforts were in vain, only serving to deepen their entrapment. Seizing this rare opportunity, Li Xiaobo and his companions hastily quickened their pace, racing deeper into the forest. However, fate appeared unwilling to release them so easily. Before long, an expansive valley loomed ahead, measuring several hundred meters in width and unfathomably deep, flanked by towering cliffs that surged steeply upwards. Confronted with this formidable chasm, Li Xiaobo swiftly made a decision. He executed a remarkable feat of agility. Embracing his companions Feng Linger and Yin Yuesher, and soared into the air like a swift swallow, gliding towards the opposite bank. On the other side, Old Zhong did not falter either. He hoisted Ma Ronghua and demonstrated astonishing prowess, leaping across like an arrow released from a bow. Ultimately, after a heart-stopping struggle for survival, Li Xiaobo and his companions successfully escaped the perilous and enigmatic misty forest, returning triumphantly to the Countess' estate. This harrowing adventure not only yielded the invaluable soul bone, but also deepened the bonds of friendship that already flourished among them. Upon returning to their residence, they meticulously safeguarded the hard-won soul bone, ensuring it remained untouched by avaricious eyes. Reflecting on this unforgettable experience, Li Xiaobo and his companions profoundly recognized that in this merciless world, only by continuously enhancing their own strength and becoming sufficiently formidable could they genuinely protect all that they held dear. Thus, they resolved to diligently practice and strive to become invincible warriors. Days later, sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windows of the Count's manor, illuminating the room where Li Xiaobo was immersed in his training. Suddenly, he was startled by a cacophony emanating from outside. Slowly, he opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as a wave of curiosity washed over him. Rising to his feet, he walked steadily towards the door. As he opened it, the sight before him sent a jolt through his heart. A throng of figures clad in black attire appeared like phantoms at the entrance of the Count's estate. These were the very individuals who had relentlessly pursued them in the forest. Unlike their previous encounter, their numbers had markedly increased, creating an overwhelming presence that instilled a profound sense of foreboding. Witnessing such a formidable display, Li Xiaobo was inwardly alarmed. Acutely aware that their adversaries had come with unwavering determination, resolved to achieve their objective at any cost. At that moment, the well-trained guards of the manor also sensed the anomaly, swiftly brandishing their weapons and engaging the black-clad figures in fierce combat. The air was filled with the sounds of battle cries and the clashing of metal, reverberating throughout the Count's estate. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, a resolute glimmer flickered in Li Xiaobo's eyes. He understood all too well that passivity was not an option. He must devise a means to extricate himself from the dire predicament before him. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the soul bone he always carried, and with a swift motion, he darted towards the outskirts of the city like an arrow released from its bow. The others, observing his decisive action, followed suit without hesitation. The cloaked figures, upon noticing the escape of Li Xiaobo and his companions, pursued them fervently, akin to wolves scenting blood. The chase ensued, with neither side yielding an inch. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xiaobo and his group arrived at a desolate and remote area. Just as they prepared to catch their breath, a voice, aged yet commanding, resonated abruptly. How dare the Duke of the Netherworld brazenly seize treasures in broad daylight? Do they seek to instigate conflict between the two houses? Following the sound, they beheld an elderly man with hair as white as snow, standing with hands clasped behind his back at a short distance, clad in a long gray robe. Though advanced in years, his eyes sparkled with vigor, exuding an undeniable aura of power. At that moment, the leader of the cloaked figures, upon hearing the voice, turned ashen, his previously brooding visage now resembling that of a struck lightning victim. Clearly, he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary here. His narrow, cold eyes fixated intently on the elder, a chilling light flickering deep within their depths. Simultaneously, his mind raced, silently weighing the pros and cons of the current situation. As moments ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive. Finally, after a period of profound contemplation, the leader appeared to arrive at a difficult decision. He clenched his jaw resolutely and abruptly gestured for his subordinates, who were poised to continue their pursuit, to halt their advance. Upon receiving the command, the cloaked figures immediately ceased their movements. Then, like a well-trained army, they turned in unison to retreat alongside their leader. Their motions were swift and silent, retreating like a tide, vanishing seamlessly into the vast and indistinct night, leaving no trace behind. As the menacing figures receded from view, Li Xiaobo and his companions, who had been under immense tension, finally exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Each felt their hearts, which had been lodged in their throats, settle back into their chests, their taut nerves finally easing in that moment. After calming their emotions, Li Xiaobo urged the others to hasten towards the elder who had just saved their lives. Upon approaching him, they respectfully bowed deeply, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Especially Li Xiaobo, visibly moved, his face flushed and lips trembling as he spoke. Elder Zhong, had it not been for your timely intervention, we would surely have faced calamity today. This profound debt of gratitude shall be forever etched in my memory. In response to the gratitude and compliments from the crowd, Old Master Zhong merely smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such formality, esteemed guests. As a member of the Count's household, it is my duty to safeguard you all." After listening to the wise and powerful words of Elder Zhong, Li Xiaobo and his companions were overcome by a tidal wave of admiration and deep gratitude. However, despite having narrowly escaped calamity this time, Li Xiaobo was acutely aware that the matter concerning the soul bones could not simply be brushed aside. Upon returning to the Earl's residence, each individual appeared somewhat weary. Yet, there was no time for rest. They immediately convened to deliberate on how to address the pressing situation at hand. Gentlemen, it is my belief that we are no longer safe within the confines of the Starry Empire. The issue of the soul bones is akin to a bomb that could detonate at any moment, inevitably drawing us into greater troubles. Li Lingdian exclaimed, his brow furrowed and his expression fraught with concern. Li Xiaobo sat quietly to the side, deep in contemplation for a considerable time before slowly raising his head. With unwavering resolve, he gazed at the assembled crowd and spoke. "Father, I believe that instead of remaining in this perilous place filled with uncertainty and fear, it would be far wiser to seek refuge in the Tiando Empire. It is worth noting that within the Tiando Empire, 2 of the top 3 sects are present. In comparison, the safety there is undoubtedly far superior. Moreover, after this incident, those individuals are now aware that we possess a formidable title Douluo like Elder Zhong among us. Surely, even if they harbor audacity, they would hesitate to strike against us lightly." His words prompted the attendees to exchange glances, and soon they read mutual agreement in each other's eyes. Without further hesitation, they swiftly gathered their belongings, and under the cover of night, stealthily departed from the Earl's residence, resolutely embarking on the arduous journey to Tiando City. Throughout their travels, they encountered numerous tribulations. Not only were they beset by fierce storms and treacherous weather, but they also faced occasional surprise attacks from small enemy factions and relentless harassment. Fortunately, the invaluable camaraderie forged through previous battles enabled them to unite and respond ingeniously, successfully averting one crisis after another. After a lengthy and arduous journey, they finally caught sight of the towering, majestic city walls. The walls loomed like a colossal dragon coiled upon the horizon, emanating an aura of awe. Li Xiaobo stood firm, gazing at this grand citadel, his heart swelling with indescribable excitement and anticipation. Clenching his fists tightly, he declared with unwavering conviction, "From this moment forth, this shall be our new starting point. Regardless of the hardships that lie ahead, we must face them bravely and forge a future that belongs to us." As his words echoed in the air, Li Lingtian took the lead, striding forward with his companions in tow toward Tiando City. Each step was imbued with strength and determination, as if challenging the unknown life that awaited them. As they approached the city gates, the bustling sounds of the city gradually filled their ears, and a vibrant scene unfolded before their eyes. Upon entering Tiando City, they were immediately captivated by the thriving streets and bustling crowds. However, they did not lose sight of their objective, to find a suitable place to reside. Thus, they began inquiring about accommodations. Days passed, and they traversed the entire city. Yet satisfaction eluded them in their search for a dwelling, until one day they fortuitously overheard mention of an abandoned manor on the outskirts of the city. It was said that despite its dilapidated state, the price was remarkably low, and the space was quite spacious. This revelation filled Li Xiaobo and his companions with excitement. and they eagerly set out to explore the manor. Upon arriving at the estate, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. The manor's grand entrance was on the verge of collapse, its walls overrun with moss and vines, while the grounds lay choked with weeds, presenting a scene of desolation. Upon closer inspection, it was observed that the main structure of the house remains relatively robust. With a dedicated investment of time and effort in renovations, it should be suitable for habitation. Li Lingtian gazed upon the dilapidated manor, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. He turned to his family members and declared, "Although this place appears quite worn, I firmly believe that with our united efforts, we can transform it into a warm and inviting home." The group nodded in agreement, rolling up their sleeves, ready to embark on a grand endeavor. Just as they toiled fervently, sweat glistening upon their brows as they restored the ancient and majestic estate, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing coolness. At that moment, a young man, resplendently dressed and exuding an air of distinction, happened to pass by. He strode with an upright posture and light steps, as if taking a leisurely stroll. His splendid attire shimmered under the sun, each stitch seemingly imbued with boundless luxury and nobility. He surveyed the surroundings with keen interest, his gaze ultimately resting upon the industrious individuals at work. The young man's eyes were particularly sharp, as if capable of perceiving all truths. He curiously appraised the diligent workers, especially when his eyes fell upon the unique tool firmly grasped by Li Xiaobo, which caused his eyes to gleam with sudden intrigue. This distinctive tool emanated a subtle yet mysterious aura of soul energy, as though it concealed an undisclosed power. A slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of playful amusement. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, approaching Li Xiaobo directly, and in a soft voice inquired, "Might you be aware of the secrets concealed behind this manor as you engage in such extensive renovations?" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The previously bustling scene fell into an immediate hush, the crowd momentarily taken aback, ceasing their activities and collectively directing their attention toward this unexpected stranger. For a brief moment, the air seemed to solidify, the only sound breaking the stillness being the rustle of leaves stirred by the gentle breeze. Li Xiaobo regarded the young man before him with a watchful gaze, retorting, "What secret?" The young man chuckled softly, casting a glance around before slowly replying, "This estate was once the residence of a fallen prince. Legend has it that the prince buried a considerable treasure here, but alongside the treasure lies a curse." The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow tightly, a clear expression of discontent etched upon his face. He exclaimed loudly, "We refuse to believe such baseless and absurd nonsense. We have traveled a great distance merely to seek a place where we can find solace and security." The young man standing nearby, upon hearing these words, merely shrugged indifferently, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he retorted with a touch of mockery, "Think what you will. Whether you choose to believe or not is entirely your affair. However, I must caution you, should the legendary treasure truly reside within this estate, you may inadvertently trigger those concealed mechanisms and traps during your restoration efforts." No sooner had he spoken than the young man vanished in a flash, akin to a delicate butterfly, disappearing from the sight of the crowd in the blink of an eye. Watching his retreating figure, the onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation and concern. After a moment of silence, Li Lingtian was the first to break the impasse. Taking a deep breath before he spoke slowly, "All right, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Regardless of the veracity of the treasure's legend, we must exercise caution in our forthcoming restoration work." Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, the others nodded in agreement. Thus, the group rekindled their spirits and resumed their efforts in restoring the estate. However, unlike before, a newfound sense of vigilance and caution now permeated their hearts. They meticulously examined every wall, floor, and ceiling, leaving no potential hiding place for danger unchecked. Throughout the restoration process, they maintained a heightened level of focus and alertness, unwilling to allow even a moment of negligence. After a period of diligent labor, the group ultimately completed the renovation of the estate. The once dilapidated and crumbling structure had been rejuvenated, transformed into a beautiful home exuding warmth and comfort. Gazing upon the fruits of their labor, a radiant smile of happiness and satisfaction illuminated the faces of all present. As for the legendary treasure and the so-called curse, they never materialized. Perhaps they never existed at all, or perhaps the group's prudence had averted a potential disaster. Chapter 55. Heavenly Duel. Having endured a harrowing episode of murder and treasure hunting, followed by a forced migration of his entire family due to an invaluable soul bone, Li Xiaobo came to deeply comprehend the cruelty and ruthlessness of this world. It was no longer the vibrant red land filled with hope and beauty that resided in his memories. Once, he may have possessed a trace of innocence and naivety, but these painful experiences had forged him into a more mature and composed individual. No longer was he the inexperienced youth oblivious to the ways of the world. He had gradually learned to adapt and integrate into this realm governed by the law of the jungle. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, an entire month has passed since they relocated to the Heavenly Empire. After a period of intense reconstruction, the brand new Li residence has finally risen majestically. Although they have lost the glory and status associated with the title of Count, the moment the profound strength of Elder Zhong was revealed to the public, even though the Li family arrived in the Heavenly Empire as refugees, no one dared to provoke them lightly. Those lacking sufficient power naturally felt intimidated, and even those with some degree of influence would hesitate to provoke a formidable title Douluo for the mere acquisition of a soul bone. At this moment, in a tranquil courtyard within the Li residence, Li Xiaobo stood quietly, gazing towards the distant direction of the Star Empire. His eyes were deep and piercing, as if capable of penetrating the thickest fog to reach his adversaries. After a long while, he murmured to himself, "Duke of the Netherworld, the blood feud of the Zhu family is etched in my memory. For now, I shall allow you to live a little longer. Once the plot unfolds, I shall ensure your complete annihilation. And as for the Dai family, without your tacit support from the shadows, how would the Zhu family dare to act so recklessly within the confines of Douluo City? You two shall not escape the wrath of my vengeance." Li Xiaobo clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his hands standing out prominently as if they might burst from the strain. However, after a brief moment, it seemed he suddenly realized something. He gradually loosened his grip and exhaled a deep sigh, for he understood all too well that, given his current strength, the disparity between him and his adversaries was insurmountable. If he were to act impulsively, not only would he fail to achieve his goals, but he might also invite catastrophic consequences upon himself. Thus, the most pressing matter at hand was to find ways to continuously enhance his own power. Only through this could he hope to avenge past grievances. At that moment, a soft sound of footsteps approached from a distance, and Yin Yuesher appeared silently behind Li Xiaobo like a specter. She gently raised her delicate hand and tapped Li Xiaobo's broad shoulder, speaking softly, "Xiaobo, do not let your heart be swayed by impatience. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. At this juncture, we must first stabilize our position and diligently fortify and augment the strength we possess. That is the most prudent course of action." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded slightly in agreement. A resolute light shimmered in his deep-set eyes, as if he had made up his mind, no matter how treacherous the path ahead, he would become sufficiently powerful. Days later, Li Xiaobo finally resolved to step out of his room and explore the bustling metropolis of Douluo City, one of the three great capitals. This would not only allow him to gain a deeper understanding of the local customs and culture, but also help him ascertain the intricate web of relationships among the various factions and their respective spheres of influence. As he leisurely strolled through the vibrant streets, bustling with life, he felt as though he were witnessing a splendid tapestry of colors, an extraordinary spectacle indeed. Before him, exquisitely adorned carriages streaked by like meteors, their splendor unparalleled. The crisp, resonant sound of hooves blended harmoniously with the thunderous rumble of wheels rolling forward, creating a symphony that resonated in the air, vibrant and exhilarating. Lining the streets were a plethora of vibrant stalls, each brimming with an array of goods. The vendors, filled with vitality and enthusiasm, vociferously called out to promote their wares, their voices rising and falling in a lively chorus, as if a unique vocal competition were unfolding before his eyes. Meanwhile, the sky occasionally revealed an array of extraordinary and astonishing martial spirits. Some glowed like fierce, blazing flames, radiating a powerful energy that seemed capable of igniting the entire world. Others resembled glistening ice crystals, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine with just a glance. And still others danced like ethereal ribbons, twirling gracefully in the gentle breeze, a sight so enchanting it felt dreamlike. For Li Xiaobo, who was visiting this place for the first time, the experience was undeniably filled with unprecedented wonder. His eyes widened in amazement as he absorbed the vibrant surroundings, fearful of missing any captivating moment. However, the multitude of dazzling and marvelous sights overwhelmed him, leaving him momentarily perplexed about where to direct his admiration first. After wandering for an afternoon, he arrived at the auction house. Standing at the entrance, curiosity bubbled within him. He had heard tales of rare treasures that often appeared at the auction in Heavendoe City. Perhaps he might discover something to enhance his abilities. As he stepped into the auction house, it felt as though he had plunged into a cacophonous ocean, the air thick with voices, a thunderous din enveloping him. The grand hall was teeming with people, every seat occupied, as individuals engaged in hushed conversations or anxiously awaited the commencement of the auction. Li Xiaobo painstakingly navigated through the throngs of people, eventually finding a relatively quiet corner to sit down. He took a gentle breath, his gaze immediately drawn to the list of items set to be auctioned on stage. As he quickly scanned the list, a particular item radiating an air of mystery caught his eye, a spirit pearl said to originate from ancient ruins. Legend has it that this pearl possesses the extraordinary ability to enhance one's martial soul, an irresistible allure for Li Xiaobo, who has long yearned to elevate his strength in pursuit of avenging deep-seated grievances. At that moment, the auctioneer ascended the stage, beginning to elaborate on the spirit pearl and other items for bid. The crowd below erupted in a cacophony of bidding, each wave more fervent than the last, creating an atmosphere of palpable excitement. Li Xiaobo fixed his gaze on the spirit pearl, mentally calculating his maximum bid. However, to his astonishment, the other bidders appeared equally determined to possess the pearl, causing the price to soar like a rocket, swiftly surpassing the funds he had initially prepared. As he watched his coveted treasure slip further from reach, anxiety gripped him, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, Yan Yuesher leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Xiaobo, why not exchange that spare soul bone we recently acquired, which is yet to reach a millennium in age? Though it is also quite precious, securing the spirit pearl may prove far more advantageous for your revenge." Li Xiaobo hesitated for a moment. The soul bone had not come easily. Yet, considering the rare opportunity before him and the weight of his vengeful aspirations, he gritted his teeth and finally nodded in agreement. After a tense and fervent negotiation, Li Xiaobo and Yan Yuesher successfully traded the soul bone for the spirit pearl he had long coveted. The moment the pearl rested in his palm, he felt a refreshing and potent energy coursing through him. Elated, he clutched the pearl tightly, as if grasping the key to realizing his revenge. At that moment, his eyes no longer reflected confusion or hesitation, replaced instead by unwavering determination and fervor. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo delicately placed the spirit pearl, aglow with mysterious light, into a meticulously prepared brocade box, carefully wrapping it in soft silk to ensure its safety. Once he completed this task, he let out a slow sigh of relief and turned to Yan Yuesher, who had also tidied her dress, a gentle smile gracing her beautiful visage. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them, each reflecting a glimmer of joy and contentment. Then, almost in unison, they rose, their movements graceful and light. Standing side by side, it felt as if the entire world had shrunk to encompass only their presence. Li Xiaobo gently took Yan Yuesher's arm, and together they strode towards the exit of the auction house with a buoyant step. Along the way, their silence spoke volumes, the unspoken bond creating a warm ambience that enveloped those around them. At last, they emerged from the auction house into the vibrant hustle and bustle of the lively street outside. The streets were lined with a myriad of stalls, where vendors vociferously called out to entice customers, and pedestrians jostled against each other in a never-ending flow. Li Xiaobo and Yan Yuesher quickly became engulfed in the bustling crowd. Yet, despite their figures gradually receding and ultimately vanishing from sight, one could still envision the exhilaration and excitement swelling within Li Xiaobo, who clutched the precious spirit pearl close to his heart. After all, this pearl held immense significance for him and could potentially serve as a formidable aid on his future path of cultivation. At that moment, having walked a short distance, Li Xiaobo suddenly caught a cacophony of discussions ahead. Upon closer inspection, he realized that people were conversing about a substance known as whale glue. His heart stirred, for he was well aware that whale glue was an exceedingly rare and potent treasure. It was said to not only nourish the body and strengthen the bones, but also assist cultivators in breaking through bottlenecks and enhancing their skills. However, during this period, the populace's understanding of whale glue was quite limited, with most regarding it merely as an aphrodisiac. Realizing the fortuitous opportunity to obtain whale glue, Li Xiaobo promptly turned to Yan Yuesher and softly said, "Yuesher, I just overheard someone mention whale glue. This substance could greatly benefit us. I wish to seek it out and see if I can procure some. What are your thoughts?" Yan Yuesher, upon hearing this, nodded slightly in agreement, responding, "In that case, you may go. I shall wait for your return here." Her gaze, gentle as water, fell upon Li Xiaobo, filled with trust and support. They meandered through the bustling streets, inquiring about whale glue, and as fortune would have it, They finally obtained a crucial lead from a passerby, a time-honored renowned shop in the city might have whale glue for sale. With eager anticipation, they hurried towards the establishment. However, upon their arrival, they found the shopkeeper wearing an expression of distress. Rubbing his hands together, the owner apologetically remarked, "Esteemed guests, I sincerely regret to inform you that our stock of whale glue is nearly depleted, and just moments ago, most of it was reserved by a distinguished customer." Upon hearing this news, a wave of deep disappointment washed over Li Xiaobo. Yet, the shopkeeper seemed to sense his urgency. With a glint of inspiration in his eyes, he sported a rather sly smile and lowered his voice, saying to Li Xiaobo, "However, I do have a small portion of whale glue remaining. If you truly desire it, I could sell it to you, but the price will not be modest. You see, this is extremely precious 10,000-year-old whale glue, and to be frank, using such rare glue for your endeavor is somewhat imprudent." Li Xiaobo exhibited no hesitation. He swiftly extracted the meager wealth he possessed from his pocket and resolutely purchased a small portion of the precious whale oil, although the quantity was indeed limited. For Li Xiaobo, who urgently required it to enhance his abilities, it was better than nothing. As he stepped out of the shop with this hard-won treasure in hand, the shopkeeper behind him shook his head gently, murmuring to himself, "Alas, such a young individual, what a pity. It's truly unfortunate that his health is already failing at such a tender age." However, Li Xiaobo remained oblivious to these remarks. Clutching the package containing the whale oil and spirit pearl tightly, as if it held the key to his future hopes and dreams. At that moment, Yin Yuesher, who had been by his side, spoke softly yet firmly, "Xiaobo, do not lose heart. I believe that with relentless effort in your cultivation, it won't be long before you can realize your aspirations and grow ever stronger." Upon hearing her encouraging words, Li Xiaobo turned to gaze deeply into Yin Yuesher's beautiful, trusting eyes, then nodded earnestly, affirming his commitment to give his all. Subsequently, the two walked side by side, slowly making their way toward the Li residence. The sunlight cascaded upon them, casting elongated shadows that seemed to foreshadow their impending journey filled with challenges and opportunities. Upon returning to the Li residence, Li Xiaobo hurriedly dashed to where Yin Yuesher was, tightly gripping the invaluable whale oil, his face brimming with excitement and anticipation. He finally stood before her, breathless and eager, and hastily presented the whale oil into her hands. Yin Yuesher, somewhat taken aback, accepted the whale oil, but as she caught sight of Li Xiaobo's fervent gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her eyes began to dart away, revealing a sense of fluster. Biting her lip, she softly remarked, "Xiaobo, we are still young. We cannot act in such a manner." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication behind Yin Yuesher's statement, causing him to chuckle softly. He quickly clarified, "Yuesher, please do not misunderstand. My intention in having you refine this whale resin is not what you think. This piece of whale gel is quite extraordinary. It possesses not only aphrodisiac properties, but, more importantly, if ingested directly, it can yield remarkable effects on the body. By consuming this ancient whale resin, you will significantly enhance your capacity to absorb soul rings over the years." Upon hearing this, Yin Yuesher's expression relaxed slightly, though her cheeks still bore a faint blush. She nodded gently to indicate her understanding and then carefully cradled the whale resin, turning to walk deeper into the courtyard. There lay a serene and exquisite garden, surrounded by lush trees and blooming flowers, a perfect sanctuary for cultivation. Upon finding a secluded corner, Yin Yuesher halted, took a deep breath to steady herself, and then swiftly raised her hands to form intricate seals, reciting incantations softly. Before long, the whale resin, which had been quietly resting in her palms, began to levitate gracefully, suspended in midair, emanating a gentle and warm glow, akin to a resplendent pearl that captivated the eye. As Yin Yuesher infused her formidable soul power into it, the whale resin began to transform. It gradually softened and melted, ultimately morphing into countless wisps of pale blue spiritual energy, swirling like ethereal smoke. These wisps appeared almost alive, dancing lightly in the air as they drew closer to Yin Yuesher. When the first tendril of spiritual energy made contact with her skin, she felt a surge of warmth racing through her pores, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Following this, more and more spiritual energy flowed steadily into her body, intertwining and merging with her own soul power. As time passed, Yin Yuesher remained wholly focused on controlling the refinement of the whale resin, mindful not to let her concentration wane for an instant. Meanwhile, the surrounding air seemed to quiver slightly under the influence of this potent surge of energy. Li Xiaobo stood to the side, his body taut like a bowstring, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yin Yuesher, who was refining whale glue ahead. His heartbeat thundered audibly, as he could acutely perceive the terrifying power contained within the whale glue. At that moment, Yin Yuesher, who had been fully engrossed, suddenly furrowed her brow slightly, and a ripple of disturbance crossed her previously serene visage, clearly indicating that she had encountered some obstacles in her refining process. Upon witnessing this, Li Xiaobo felt his heart leap to his throat, nearly unable to restrain the impulse to rush forward and inquire about her situation. However, he ultimately managed to suppress his inner turmoil, fully aware that it was imperative not to disturb Yin Yuesher at that critical juncture, for the consequences could be dire. Yin Yuesher gently bit her lip, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled, striving to calm her tumultuous mind. Subsequently, she closed her eyes once more, concentrating intently, and poured more soul power ceaselessly into the whale glue. As time passed, fine beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks. After an indeterminate duration, the whale glue started to emit a dazzling radiance, gradually becoming transparent. Ultimately, when all the light converged, the refinement of the whale glue was complete. Yin Yuesher abruptly opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance like lightning coursed through her gaze, fleeting yet powerful. She rose to her feet, stretching her slightly stiff limbs, and meticulously sensed the surging, formidable force within her, akin to a roaring river. An undeniable expression of astonishment graced her face as she turned to Li Xiaobo, who was equally expectant, and exclaimed, "This whale glue is truly extraordinary. I feel my cultivation has significantly advanced." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's face lit up with joy. His fists clenched in excitement as he proclaimed, "Wonderful. This brings us one step closer to the day of our vengeance." After exchanging a knowing smile, they both recognized the steadfastness and confidence reflected in each other's eyes. Once Yin Yuesher had fully acknowledged her newfound strength, she addressed Li Xiaobo, saying, "Xiaobo, I need to wash up. You may leave first." Li Xiaobo's face flushed, and he hurriedly turned to exit the room. Yin Yuesher entered the bathroom, filled the tub with water, and stepped into the warm embrace of the bath. The hot water enveloped her skin as she closed her eyes, relishing the flow of power bestowed by the whale glue coursing through her body. Chapter 56. The sunset forest time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. On this day, the atmosphere within the Li residence was heavy and oppressive. In the spacious hall, several esteemed elders of the family sat upright, discussing the pressing issues at hand alongside Li Lingtian. The expressions of all present were grave, and the hall was so quiet that the fall of a pin could be distinctly heard. Finally, it was Li Lingtian who broke the suffocating silence. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a serious demeanor. "Esteemed elders, our current situation is far from optimistic. As time progresses, the gap in financial resources continues to widen. If a viable solution is not devised promptly, it is likely that the cultivation resources upon which the Li family depends for survival will become increasingly untenable." Upon hearing these words, one of the clan elders could not help but furrow his brow, sighing heavily with concern. "In the past, we were compelled to venture into this Tianshou city for our development, and it seems we acted rather impulsively. Now, we find ourselves ensnared in such a dire predicament." At that moment, another elder turned his gaze towards Li Lingtian, filled with anticipation, and inquired, "Tian, you have always been quick-witted and exceptionally astute. Have you considered any strategies to alleviate our current crisis?" Li Lingtian nodded slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "In my humble opinion, it would be wise to endure the painful sacrifice of parting with some of the esteemed paintings in our collection, as well as those items that bear no direct relation to our cultivation, in order to alleviate the pressing financial gaps we face. Simultaneously, we must conduct a thorough review and reorganization of our current business arrangements, decisively cutting unnecessary expenditures. Only through this dual approach might the Li family temporarily navigate this challenging period." As his words fell, the assembled elders of the clan were plunged into deep reflection, carefully weighing the feasibility of Li Lingtian's proposal. The hall once again succumbed to an oppressive silence, occasionally punctuated by the faint sound of a cough that disrupted the stillness. Moments later, an elder with a weathered visage and profound gaze furrowed his brow and spoke. "Though these items may not significantly contribute to the family's current development, they are nonetheless ancestral legacies. To so readily part with them seems somewhat inappropriate, does it not?" Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian stepped forward with earnestness, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect as he addressed the elder. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, this sale involves only a small fraction of our possessions, aimed solely at resolving our immediate financial crisis. When fortune smiles upon us once more, we shall certainly be able to reacquire these assets. Moreover, if we fail to act now and allow our financial chains to sever entirely, the entire Li family will face an unprecedented crisis, potentially leading us down the path of decline. After listening to Li Lingtian's earnest plea, the elders exchanged glances, silently weighing the pros and cons of his argument. After a brief yet weighty deliberation, they eventually nodded in agreement, indicating their support for Li Lingtian's proposed solution. At that moment, Li Xiaobo, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Father, our Li family currently boasts formidable strength. You have ascended to the rank of an 87th level soul Douluo, and with the esteemed support of Elder Zhong, it is no exaggeration to assert that our family's top-tier combat prowess can rival that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect among the upper three sects. In my view, given our existing power and status, it is likely that the Heaven Do Imperial family would be eager to court our alliance. Therefore, we might seize this opportunity to request a noble title, thereby elevating our family's prestige and influence even further." Upon hearing his son's words, Li Lingtian's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with a brilliant light, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. He gently raised his hand, slowly stroking his well-defined chin, lost in a moment of contemplation. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, "Xiaobo's suggestion is indeed quite remarkable. However, how could the Tian Do royal family so readily agree to grant us a title?" Just as Li Lingtian finished speaking, the elders seated nearby began to exchange whispers, engaging in hushed discussions. One esteemed elder, known for his wisdom and stature, was the first to speak, saying, "Although our family possesses certain strength, we have not established any particularly notable military achievements. If we were to rashly approach and request a title, we would likely face a cold rejection." Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian merely smiled and gestured for everyone to remain calm. With a sense of assurance, he stated, "Do not worry, esteemed colleagues. While this task certainly poses challenges, it is not entirely insurmountable. In my view, we should first express our unwavering loyalty to the royal family and solemnly pledge our full support should the empire face external threats. This may enhance our chances of successfully obtaining a title." After thorough deliberation, Li Lingtian resolved to personally visit the palace to meet with the current sovereign. To this end, he meticulously selected an exceptionally generous gift and devoted considerable time and effort to refining his prepared speech, striving for perfection. Once everything was in order, Li Lingtian, filled with anticipation and apprehension, stepped forward with resolute strides through the imposing gates of the majestic palace. When the emperor caught sight of Li Lingtian approaching from afar, he had already surmised the purpose of the visit. As Li Lingtian drew near and respectfully performed the customary greeting, he straightened up and cautiously articulated his intent for the audience. However, in response to Li Lingtian's earnest request, the emperor merely smiled faintly and replied leisurely, "Ah, Ministerly, the matter of titles cannot be granted so casually. I must consider numerous factors." Li Lingtian had clearly anticipated such a response from the emperor. Therefore, he displayed no signs of panic or impatience, maintaining an air of composure as he began to elaborate on his family's formidable strength and unwavering loyalty to the royal family. The emperor, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly touched by a particular sentiment. At that critical moment, a sudden, urgent shout echoed from outside the palace. "Emergency military situation. There are rogue sorcerers causing chaos at the borders." The unexpected news struck like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the previously tense atmosphere within the palace. The emperor suddenly turned his head, his piercing gaze directed towards the outside of the palace. At that moment, standing beside him, Li Lingtian stepped forward, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination, exuding an aura of righteous valor. He clasped his hands and addressed the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, the nation is in peril, and every citizen bears a responsibility. I am willing to lead the troops to the borders immediately to quell the rebellion and restore peace to the people." Upon hearing these words, a look of joy spread across the emperor's face. He swiftly approached Li Lingtian, grasping his arms tightly, and fervently declared, "Excellent. Your loyalty and courage are commendable, and I believe you shall triumph and return victorious. Should you succeed in quelling the unrest, I shall bestow upon you substantial rewards and grant you a noble title upon your return." With the emperor's affirmation and encouragement, an overwhelming sense of ambition surged within Li Lingtian. Without hesitation, he accepted the imperial decree and strode purposefully out of the palace. As he departed, it felt as though a tempest swirled behind him, heralding the onset of a thrilling and monumental battle. Li Ling Tian led the meticulously trained elite forces of the Li family, galloping towards the border like arrows released from a bow. The sound of hoofbeats resonated through the heavens, stirring up clouds of dust along the way. Yet, Li Ling Tian was indifferent to the picturesque scenery. His entire focus was on the detailed intelligence regarding the evil soul masters that he held in hand, his brow furrowed and expression grave. From the information at hand, this expedition was fraught with peril and fraught with danger, yet he harbored no fear, driven solely by the conviction to eradicate the evil soul masters. After days of relentless travel, they finally reached the border. As they drew near, a palpable aura of darkness assailed them, sending chills down their spines. A ghastly black mist enveloped the area ahead, revealing the treacherous traps laid by the evil soul masters, eagerly waiting to ensnare them. Nevertheless, Li Ling Tian remained undeterred. Utilizing his formidable soul power at the 87th level, he led his soldiers to break through one defensive line after another. As the battle escalated, the evil soul masters summoned various sinister forces. However, Li Ling Tian discerned that they seemed to be controlled by a mysterious power. His countenance remained calm as a still lake, his gaze piercing as he scanned the surroundings, leaving no detail overlooked as he resolutely sought out the unknown source. Fortune favored the diligent, and after several days of arduous searching, he finally discovered the hidden mastermind behind the darkness in a secluded and rarely trodden valley. Deep within the valley stood a dark figure, exuding a terrifying aura of malevolence. This person was none other than the leader of the evil soul masters, possessing unfathomable prowess akin to an abyss that defied comprehension. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Li Ling Tian felt no trepidation. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. In an instant, the two faced each other, the tension palpable. With a mighty roar, Li Ling Tian launched the first attack, his form darting towards the leader of the evil soul masters like a flash of lightning. In that moment, the valley was illuminated with flickering lights as soul powers surged, igniting a breathtaking and desperate duel. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. Li Ling Tian employed all his skills. Yet the leader of the evil soul masters proved to be immensely powerful, repeatedly forcing him into dire straits. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, an inexhaustible force surged within Li Ling Tian. Gritting his teeth, he transcended his limits, and his soul power erupted forth like a volcano, instantly multiplying in intensity. Harnessing the sudden surge of formidable soul power, Li Ling Tian turned the tide of battle, gradually gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, with a breathtaking and earth-shattering ultimate move, he successfully struck the evil soul master leader's vital point, defeating him in a single blow. With the leader's downfall, the once arrogant and domineering evil soul masters were left in disarray, leaderless and chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ling Tian pursued the retreating foes, joining forces with his comrades who had come to reinforce him, swiftly obliterating the remaining remnants with overwhelming might. Thus, the threat to the safety of the border was entirely vanquished, and tranquility and harmony returned to the borderlands once more. Li Ling Tian, adorned with the mantle of liberation, witnessed the borderland regain its former tranquility and serenity. Li Ling Tian, clad in resplendent armor and wielding a long sword, gracefully returned to the capital astride a magnificent steed as white as snow, basking in the glory of triumph. In the distance, the city gates were thronged with a bustling crowd, vibrant and alive. The citizens, upon hearing of the hero's return, spontaneously surged into the streets to line the way for their victorious general. They waved colorful banners and flowers, their faces radiant with joy and admiration. The cheers erupted in waves, each one more fervent than the last, resounding like a deafening tide. Li Ling Tian wore a smile, greeting the citizens on both sides with a wave, his eyes shimmering with pride and excitement. He made his way through the bustling streets, heading directly toward the imperial palace. At that moment, the emperor had been waiting within the palace for quite some time. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he realized that Li Ling Tian had returned. The emperor rose from his seat and personally approached the palace entrance to welcome him. Upon seeing Li Ling Tian, the emperor's face broke into a broad smile as he nodded in commendation. "My dear minister, you have indeed achieved remarkable military exploits on this campaign. I have not misjudged you. You have not disappointed me." Li Ling Tian hurriedly knelt and bowed, humbly responding, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. This is merely my duty, entirely relying on your divine favor and the courageous efforts of our soldiers, which have led to this victory." The emperor let out a hearty laugh, assisting Li Ling Tian to his feet, and proclaimed, "There is no need for modesty. Your merits are evident to all. Today, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you, bestowing upon you the title of first-class marquis, along with a fief of 1,000 miles. With that, the emperor waved his hand, and a eunuch immediately presented the imperial edict and map. Li Ling Tian received the imperial edict and map, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your profound grace. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, to the point of death, in order to repay your kindness in recognizing me." Subsequently, he unfurled the map, meticulously examining the newly acquired territory. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a section of land located at the edge of the Sunset Forest. Upon seeing this, a wave of joy surged within Li Ling Tian's heart. For a venerable family of soul masters like the Li clan, proximity to the Sunset Forest was undoubtedly a tremendous blessing. This mysterious and perilous forest harbored innumerable powerful soul beasts, whose soul rings were indispensable resources for soul masters seeking to enhance their strength. In the past, the Li family often had to dispatch numerous personnel into the forest, risking their lives in search of suitable soul rings. Now, with their estate adjacent to the Sunset Forest, it not only facilitated the clan members' acquisition of soul rings, but also effectively prevented the premature exposure of the family's true capabilities. When the members of the Li family learned of this splendid news, they erupted in joyous cheers, brimming with excitement. The entire clan was enveloped in a celebratory atmosphere, and the family's prestige experienced a remarkable surge. Henceforth, the Li family would undoubtedly cultivate more exceptional soul master descendants, thanks to this uniquely advantageous territory. When the news reached Li Xiaobo's ears, he could not help but feel a jolt of shock. He was well aware that this place, known as the Sunset Forest, had long been a part of his calculations. Particularly, the wondrous ice-fire duality hidden within it had captivated his thoughts for quite some time. In truth, Li Xiaobo possessed a medicinal herb chart of comparable efficacy to the ice-fire duality. However, the issue lay in the fact that if he could not stay beside the chart frequently, its use would become rather inconvenient. In contrast, the ice-fire duality not only contained a naturally occurring powerful energy source, but also boasted a plethora of precious and rare spiritual herbs. If these herbs could be properly utilized, they would undoubtedly become a profound asset for their family, providing endless support for its development. Contemplating this, Li Xiaobo resolutely decided that he must find a way to bring the ice-fire duality under his control. Chapter 57. Exploring the Sunset Forest. After a lengthy and meticulous preparation, Li Xiaobo finally arrived at the enigmatic edge of the Sunset Forest. He stood quietly, gazing at the vast, deep, and serene woodland before him, his heart filled with both anticipation and a tinge of unease. Taking a deep breath, as if infusing himself with boundless courage, Li Xiaobo resolutely stepped into this unknown realm. No sooner had he entered the forest than he heard an extremely faint rustling sound nearby. Though soft, in the stillness of the environment, it was remarkably clear and distinct. Li Xiaobo instantly became alert, his nerves taut as a string, his right hand firmly gripping the exquisitely sharp sword, poised to confront any potential danger. At that moment, a petite elemental sprite darted forth from the nearby underbrush like a streak of blue lightning. This enchanting little creature glimmered with a soft, captivating azure light, reminiscent of the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky. With its large, expressive eyes twinkling with curiosity, it playfully circled around Li Xiaobo. Upon realizing that this adorable, seemingly harmless sprite was the source of his surprise, Li Xiaobo's initially heightened anxiety began to dissipate, and a relaxed smile unconsciously graced his face. He cautiously extended his hand, wishing to greet the sprite and attempt a dialogue. However, the mischievous sprite appeared utterly indifferent to his friendly gesture, cheekily sticking out its rosy tongue and making a face before dashing off into the depths of the forest without a backward glance. Watching the sprite's retreating figure, Li Xiaobo hesitated for a brief moment. Yet, he soon resolved to follow it, pondering the delightful surprises or invaluable treasures this seemingly innocent sprite might unveil. Thus, he set off at a brisk pace, closely pursuing the sprite. Navigating through the dense thickets and winding paths, they unwittingly arrived at the tranquil edge of a serene lake. It was dusk, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays danced upon the water's surface, creating a breathtaking spectacle of shimmering ripples. Just as Li Xiaobo became entranced by the picturesque scenery before him, the calm lake suddenly erupted into tumultuous waves. In an instant, an enormous and awe-inspiring ancient water serpent leapt from the depths, its gaping maw wide enough to swallow an elephant, launching itself ferociously towards him. Faced with this unexpected threat, Li Xiaobo reacted with remarkable swiftness, propelling himself agilely to the side. Simultaneously, the spear he held transformed into a glinting streak of cold light, piercing straight towards the oncoming serpent. In a heartbeat, the spear's tip collided with the serpent's massive body, producing a resounding clash and sending sparks flying in every direction. What followed was a heart-stopping struggle for survival as Li Xiaobo engaged in a fierce battle with the ferocious ancient water serpent. Both combatants exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, rendering the outcome uncertain. Yet, as the seconds ticked by, Li Xiaobo gradually deciphered the serpent's attack patterns. Seizing the opportune moment to thrust his spear with precision into the serpent's critical vulnerability. With a piercing cry, the wounded serpent collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. At that moment, the sprite gracefully fluttered before Li Xiaobo, its delicate wings gently flapping as if conveying a message to him. The little sprite blinked its large, glistening eyes, surveying Li Xiaobo with evident satisfaction. Subsequently, the sprite gracefully turned and led Li Xiaobo towards a towering tree not far away. This majestic tree soared into the clouds, its robust trunk requiring several individuals to encircle it. Beneath its boughs lay a fruit, exuding an air of enigmatic allure. Li Xiaobo's heart surged with uncontainable joy as his eyes fell upon the fruit. He understood that this was the monumental discovery sought after during this expedition. Eagerly, he approached the enigmatic fruit with brisk steps, his heart brimming with delight. As he drew nearer, he noticed a delicate halo radiating from the fruit, as ethereal as gossamer. Through this soft glow, he could faintly sense a strange power pulsating within. With utmost caution, Li Xiaobo extended his hand and gently brushed the surface of the fruit. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy rushed into his body like a torrential flood. The force was so intense that it momentarily disoriented him, yet he quickly acclimated. As the energy coursed through him, Li Xiaobo was astonished to discover that he could forge a deeper connection and communication with the natural elements surrounding him. At that very moment, tiny sprites began to flutter joyfully around him, their diminutive forms tracing beautiful arcs in the air, akin to shooting stars shimmering in the night sky. The exuberance of the sprites was palpable, as if they were fervently celebrating the wondrous abilities Li Xiaobo had just acquired. However, just as they reveled in their joy, a melodious flute tune drifted softly from a distance. The sound was clear and enchanting, akin to a celestial melody that captivated the senses. Li Xiaobo instinctively paused, turning his gaze toward the source of the music. Before him approached a mysterious figure clad in a long, snow-white robe, moving with a light and graceful gait. The individual was tall and elegant, exuding an aura of otherworldliness with every gesture. Particularly captivating were the depths of their oceanic eyes, which shimmered with the wisdom of ages. This was the guardian of the secrets of the forest, ever in search of gifted individuals like Li Xiaobo. At this moment, having successfully navigated numerous trials, Li Xiaobo had finally earned the right to depart with the precious fruit. Yet, before he could take his leave, he was required to acquiesce to a request put forth by the guardian. Li Xiaobo respectfully clasped his fists in salute to the guardian, humbly inquiring, "Might I ask what matter requires my assistance? As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall endeavor with utmost dedication." The guardian gazed deeply at Li Xiaobo, gradually responding, "Are you aware of the various restrictions imposed upon soul beasts in this realm?" Li Xiaobo pondered for a moment before cautiously responding, "Esteemed senior, I have heard a little about this. It is said that the soul beasts within this realm are bound by numerous rules in their growth and development." The guardian smiled faintly and continued, "If that is the case, what would you think if I told you that I am, in fact, a soul beast myself?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Senior, please do not jest with me. How could such a powerful and mysterious being be of the spirit beast kind?" The guardian, however, shook his head solemnly and replied earnestly, "I am not joking with you. To be candid, I am a sky monkey with an impressive cultivation of 800,000 years. Perhaps in this world, there exists no other being like me. Moreover, just as you bear divine status, I too do not originate from this realm." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's heart jolted. As he pondered, "How does this senior know of my divine status? This has always been my secret." Instantly, his mind was filled with confusion and shock. The guardian seemed to read his thoughts and said, "There is no need for alarm. I can sense the aura of your divine status. My request is simply that, should you have the opportunity in the future, you might improve the living conditions of the spirit beasts." After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo agreed. Having departed from the vast sunset forest, Li Xiaobo anticipated a tranquil life ahead, yet he was unaware that a colossal crisis was quietly approaching. It was unclear when the news of his possession of celestial-grade treasures had spread throughout Tindo City, claiming that this power contained boundless energy capable of enhancing one's innate talents, thereby igniting the greed of countless individuals. Finally, on a day adorned with gentle sunshine, The rays cascaded softly upon the earth while a light breeze rustled the leaves. Beneath this seemingly serene atmosphere, however, lay a surging undercurrent. A group of enigmatic figures clad in black stealthily appeared around Li Xiaobo, moving with a ghostly silence. In an instant, they encircled him so tightly that escape was impossible. Each of these shadowy figures wore tight black attire, their faces concealed by black cloth, revealing only their pairs of glimmering eyes that sent shivers down the spine. Faced with this sudden threat, Li Xiaobo's heart raced, but his combat experience quickly restored his composure. He understood that he must not let his guard down for a moment. The consequences could be dire. Consequently, he gripped his exceptionally sharp longsword tightly, his arm tensing slightly, causing the blade to quiver and emit a low hum. Simultaneously, his muscles tensed like a bowstring drawn taut, ready to unleash tremendous power at any moment. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, meticulously observing the surrounding black-clad figures, leaving no detail unnoticed. At this moment, the entire scene was enveloped in a stifling silence, the tense atmosphere thickening the air to the point of suffocation. Despite having significantly enhanced his strength through arduous training in the forest, a flicker of apprehension arose within him as he surveyed the mysterious figures before him. The stature and movements of these individuals indicated that each was a battle-hardened expert, well-trained and formidable. Moreover, they emanated an exhilarating and formidable aura, as though each individual had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, a veritable demon of carnage. As time elapsed, the tension stemming from the standoff intensified, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, creating an atmosphere thick with suffocating anticipation. At long last, the taut string snapped with a resounding crack, igniting the flames of war in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the battlefield transformed as if a colossal spark had been cast upon it, igniting a fierce conflagration. Blades and swords clashed in a frenzied dance through the air, shimmering incessantly, with each collision erupting in dazzling sparks. The cacophony of battle cries reverberated through the heavens, deafening, as though they sought to rend the very fabric of this realm asunder. Li Xiaobo moved with the grace of a swallow, his actions agile and swift, darting through the ranks of enemies like a wraith. The divine spear he grasped in his hand transformed into a flash of silver lightning, whistling through the air with the might of a dragon leaping from the ocean. Unparalleled in its ferocity, each thrust of the spear carried an unyielding momentum, instilling fear in the hearts of his adversaries, deterring them from approaching him easily. Yet, the men clad in black were clearly not to be underestimated. They coordinated seamlessly, their defenses impenetrable, and when they attacked, it was like a tempest, their onslaught building in intensity with each wave. Faced with such formidable foes, even the valiant Li Xiaobo found it challenging to breach their defenses, gradually becoming ensnared in a grueling struggle. As the battle reached a stalemate, Li Xiaobo suddenly sensed an exceptionally powerful and ancient aura emanating from behind the group of black-clad men. This presence seemed to transcend time, imbued with the weight of antiquity and the essence of unfathomable primal energy. Merely sensing it sent chills down one's spine. Just as Li Xiaobo was beginning to unravel the source of this mysterious force, one of the black-clad figures slowly raised a hand and gently removed the cold, dark mask from his face. To Li Xiaobo's astonishment, the grim figure before him, clad in black attire, was none other than the petite and charming sprite he had encountered deep within the forest. In that moment, the sprite, once a lively and playful note dancing through the woods, now appeared utterly transformed into a figure of cold ruthlessness. It turned out that since the sprite had witnessed Li Xiaobo obtain the fruit imbued with extraordinary power, it had been consumed by insatiable greed. However, aware of the formidable and diligent guardian of the forest, the gibbons, the sprite had refrained from acting impulsively, burying its desires deep within and patiently waiting for the opportune moment. Now, sensing that Li Xiaobo had departed from the forest, the sprite felt the time was ripe. Unable to contain its yearning, it swiftly summoned a band of equally unscrupulous followers, charging fiercely toward Li Xiaobo, intent on seizing the coveted power of the fruit. As the enemy closed in, tightening their encirclement, the situation grew increasingly dire, causing Li Xiaobo to feel a rising tide of desperation. At that critical juncture, a brilliant golden light suddenly streaked across the sky, as if lightning had torn through the night, plummeting directly into the heart of the fray with a resounding crash. As everyone focused their gaze on the source of the light, they collectively gasped in awe. The newcomer was none other than the once feared guardian of the forest, the gibbons. Before them stood a magnificent creature, towering and imposing, its body cloaked in a shimmering coat of golden fur that sparkled like shards of sunlight, radiating brilliance. Its large, bell-like eyes gleamed with a chilling light, exuding an air of authority and dominance. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a thunderous roar, echoing like a tempest. causing the eardrums of all present to throb painfully, instilling a deep sense of fear. In the next moment, the powerful gibbon opened its eyes wide, emanating a terrifying aura. It swung its arms, robust as ancient pillars, summoning a howling wind. Each strike seemed to possess the strength of 1,000 forces, embodying an overwhelming might that crashed mercilessly upon the cloaked figures. The weapons of these shadowy assailants clashed against this formidable power, instantly sent flying, some even shattering into fragments. They were utterly incapable of withstanding such a fierce onslaught, retreating desperately in an attempt to evade the lethal blows. However, the gibbon moved with astonishing speed, darting through the throng like a wraith, leaving the dark figures with no avenue of escape. Under the relentless assault of the gibbon, the once formidable sprites and their minions were thrown into disarray. They screamed in terror, scattering in all directions, completely stripped of their former bravado. Those who lagged behind were swiftly overtaken by the gibbon, and with a heart-rending cry, they were reduced to mere pulp, a sight too gruesome to behold. Before long, this fierce battle reached its conclusion. The battlefield lay in ruins, littered with shattered weapons and pools of blood. The sprites and their followers had vanished without a trace, leaving only the remnants of the fierce conflict as testimony to the tumult that had just transpired. At this moment, Li Xiaobo, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed to the gibbon's side, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. Had it not been for you, I fear I would have met my end." He gazed up at the gibbon's towering figure, his eyes filled with reverence. The gibbon nodded slightly, indicating for Li Xiaobo to rise. Then, in a deep and authoritative tone, it spoke. "This fruit harbors immense energy, yet its misuse could lead to calamity. I hope you will wield this power wisely and not disappoint my expectations." With that, the gibbon turned and vanished into the depths of the jungle. Li Xiaobo stood motionless, his gaze fixed upon the direction in which the gibbon had departed, its receding figure seemingly whisking away a thread of concern from the depths of his heart. Yet, what prevailed was a profound sense of determination and resolve. He silently clenched his fists, vowing to adhere to the gibbon's words and to wholeheartedly pursue the mission he bore. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobo began to untangle his disordered thoughts. After a period of reflection, he resolutely decided to seek a more secluded and tranquil location, one where he could immerse himself entirely in the absorption of the mysterious fruit's power. Thus, with unwavering resolve, he set forth on this journey fraught with uncertainty and challenges. As he traversed the path, Li Xiaobo faced numerous obstacles, bravely cutting through thickets and navigating treacherous terrain. He painstakingly scaled towering, steep mountains, each step akin to treading upon the edge of a blade. He also cautiously forded tumultuous rivers, where a moment's inattention could lead to being engulfed by the merciless waves. Yet, these hardships did not deter him. Rather, they forged an indomitable spirit within him. At long last, after enduring countless trials, Li Xiaobo found himself in a valley shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. The landscape unfolded before him, a harmonious blend of verdant mountains and flowing waters, where lush trees and blooming flowers flourished, and the air was saturated with an almost palpable spiritual essence. Li Xiaobo felt his pores open wide, greedily inhaling this fresh and pure atmosphere, an indescribable sense of comfort washing over him. His intuition whispered that this place was the sanctuary he had long yearned for to engage in profound cultivation. Following the winding path, Li Xiaobo ventured deeper into the valley, exploring his surroundings. Before long, he stumbled upon a tranquil and profound cave nestled beneath a mountainside. The cave's entrance was adorned with moss, and the gentle sound of flowing water echoed from within, creating an ambience of serene tranquility. Overjoyed, Li Xiaobo nodded in approval and stepped inside. Upon entering the cave, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring his safety before settling onto a smooth, flat stone. He then closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and gradually calmed his thoughts. Once prepared, Li Xiaobo began to channel the spiritual energy within him, guiding the formidable power emanating from the mysterious fruit to flow gently into his meridians, drop by drop. Time flowed like a river, the years passing swiftly. Throughout his daily practice, Li Xiaobo remained wholly focused, allowing no room for complacency. Gradually, he sensed that the fruit's power had fused seamlessly with his innate spiritual energy, indistinguishable from one another. This extraordinary transformation filled him with elation. Yet he understood that it was not yet time to relax. Finally, after a prolonged period of cultivation, Li Xiaobo successfully absorbed the fruit's power in its entirety, integrating it within himself. At this moment, he radiated a faint luminescence, every movement imbued with unparalleled authority. Upon emerging from his retreat, Li Xiaobo did not hasten to leave the valley. Instead, he lingered for a while, acclimatizing to the newfound strength coursing through his body. When he deemed the moment ripe, he once more embarked on his journey, seeking to traverse the world in pursuit of a formidable soul beast worthy of his seventh soul ring. Chapter 58. The 900,000-year-old Primordial Ape. Li Xiaobo cautiously navigated alone through the sunlit forest, where an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows, yet it could not dispel the foreboding atmosphere that lingered within the woods. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound shattered the tranquility. Li Xiaobo's heart raced, prompting him to halt in his tracks, gripping his divine reverse gun tightly, his sharp eyes alertly scanning the direction from which the sound emanated. Emerging from the shadows was a fox, exuding an ethereal blue glow. This creature was graceful in form, its fur silky and shimmering with an enigmatic azure light. Particularly captivating were its eyes, reminiscent of a profound night sky, drawing one into their depths with a mere glance. In an instant, Li Xiaobo recognized this fox as the elusive soul beast he had been fervently searching for, the 9-myriad-year soul beast. At that moment, his emotions were a tumultuous blend of anxiety in the face of a formidable adversary and exhilaration at the prospect of acquiring immense power. He was acutely aware that a soul beast of such caliber not only possessed terrifying strength but also exhibited extraordinary intelligence. However, before he could formulate a response, the fox spoke. "Insignificant human, how dare you intrude upon this sacred ground? What is it that you seek here?" Its voice was crisp and chilling, as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and summoned his courage to respond. "Esteemed spirit beast, I humbly seek your power to become my soul ring, assisting me in my path of cultivation." The fox, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully and retorted, "With your meager skills, do you dare to covet my strength? Such audacity is nothing but the folly of a dreamer. However, considering your semblance of courage, if you can pass my test, I might entertain the notion of granting your wish." With that, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in the fox's eyes. At that moment, the sly fox suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a swirl of vibrant, multicolored smoke. This smoke quickly enveloped the surroundings, conjuring bizarre and ethereal scenes that unfolded before Li Xiaobo like scrolls of exquisite paintings. In one image, a blazing mountain of fire erupted, molten lava spewing forth. In another, a frigid land of eternal winter lay beneath a piercing wind. And yet another revealed a chilling realm of specters, with countless malevolent spirits lunging toward him. Faced with these relentless phantoms, Li Xiaobo gritted his teeth, focusing all his energy and employing his indomitable will to resist. Resolute thoughts surged through his mind, urging him not to be beguiled by these illusions. Waves of hallucinations crashed upon his spirit like tumultuous ocean tides, yet he stood unwavering, valiantly contending against them. Ultimately, after an arduous struggle, the fox seemed to sense Li Xiaobo's unyielding resolve, nodding in satisfaction as it said, "Well done, human. Come forth. It appears you possess remarkable tenacity and courage." However, Li Xiaobo responded without hesitation, "I'm afraid you are not suitable." Upon hearing this, the fox's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with confusion and ire. It bellowed incredulously, "You, human, dare to mock me? How can you claim that I am unsuitable?" Li Xiaobo, calm and composed, shook his head gently and explained, "Not at all. It was merely during the recent defense against your illusionary assault that I meticulously observed and analyzed the abilities you exhibited. Through my assessment, although your illusions are remarkably potent, fundamentally, your attributes do not possess the qualities necessary to generate formidable power. Therefore, after considering all factors, I believe that collaborating or forming a partnership between us would not be suitable." Upon hearing this, the fox was momentarily taken aback. It had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary human could maintain such clarity of thought amidst the ferocity of battle and render such precise judgments. At that moment, a newfound respect for Li Xiaobo blossomed within it. Just then, Li Xiaobo continued, "Nonetheless, I remain grateful to you for granting me such a rare opportunity. Perhaps we could forge a unique pact between us." The fox's lively eyes sparkled with curiosity, and it eagerly inquired, "What kind of pact do you have in mind?" Li Xiaobo smiled slightly, a confident curve gracing his lips as he softly replied, "I shall dedicate myself to safeguarding this vast, boundless forest, ensuring it remains free from the rampant incursions of those greedy soul hunters. In exchange, I hope that when I find myself in peril, you will lend your timely assistance. Of course, without the need to sacrifice your life." After uttering these words, Li Xiaobo gazed quietly at the fox, awaiting its response. The fox narrowed its eyes slightly, lost in brief contemplation. After a considerable pause, it finally nodded slowly, signifying its agreement to this seemingly fair and reasonable proposal. Thus, a peculiar alliance was quietly established within the enigmatic sunset forest. Subsequently, with unwavering resolve, Li Xiaobo turned and strode away from the dreamlike forest. Illuminated by the golden hues of the setting sun, he understood well that although his venture into the forest had not yielded the coveted soul ring he had longed for, it was indeed gratifying to have unexpectedly forged a bond with such a distinctive and powerful ally. Meanwhile, the fox stood rooted, its gaze fixed on Li Xiaobo as he receded into the distance until he vanished from sight. For reasons unknown, a fleeting yet profound admiration flickered in the depths of the fox's eyes. Just moments after Li Xiaobo stepped out of the sunset forest, he suddenly sensed a familiar and chilling aura permeating the air around him. Instantly, his heart raced, as if struck by a heavy blow. He instinctively raised his head and peered into the distance. There, in the far-off expanse, a vague silhouette was gradually approaching. As time passed, the figure became increasingly discernible. It was the very long-sought gibbon he had been searching for over the past month and a half. The gibbon suddenly threw its head back in uproarious laughter, the sound reverberating through the air as if it could shatter the surrounding leaves. "Ha! Yet, you, my young friend, are indeed quite intriguing. I recall how, in your quest to find me, you exhibited an unwavering determination, a remarkable tenacity that left a lasting impression. Who would have thought that you would now forge such an unusual pact with the soul beasts of the sunset forest?" Standing nearby, Li Xiaobo maintained a solemn expression, his gaze resolute as he replied, "This is not an oddity, but rather a mutually beneficial endeavor. Through collaboration with them, we can each attain what we desire." In an instant, the gibbon sprang forward, landing before Li Xiaobo. Tilting its head, its bright eyes scrutinized the young man before it, while it muttered, "Hey, lad. Have you forgotten your original purpose in seeking me? Did you not aspire to grow stronger? Why then, are you now engaging in such convoluted matters?" Li Xiaobo solemnly nodded, affirming that he had not forgotten his original intention. "Of course, I have not lost sight of my aspirations. I have always yearned for greater power. However, I believe that the acquisition of strength need not come at the expense of others." Upon hearing this, the gibbon could not help but scratch its furry head, a hint of perplexity crossing its face. "Your notion is indeed quite peculiar. Yet, upon reflection, it does not seem entirely devoid of merit. Very well. Since you are such an intriguing fellow, I shall graciously bestow upon you my company for a delightful experience today. I am willing to impart some of my unique skills to you. However, you must first endure my rigorous training." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Xiaobo's eyes, and he eagerly inquired, "Is this truly the case?" The Monkey King, with an air of pride, raised his chin and responded, "Humph. This great sage has always kept his word. Would I deceive a mere novice like you?" In the days that followed, Li Xiaobo diligently trailed behind the Monkey King, embarking on an exceptionally arduous training journey. Under the Monkey King's meticulous guidance, he gradually mastered one extraordinary skill after another. He learned to cleverly utilize the surrounding natural environment to conceal his presence. Whether amidst dense forests or jagged mountains, he found perfect cover. Simultaneously, he grasped the art of unleashing formidable power with minimal effort, each strike akin to a sudden tempest, swift and ferocious. However, just as they reveled in the joy of their training progress, the tranquil passage of time vanished like a fleeting dream. One morning, the once clear sky unexpectedly darkened ominously without warning, heavy clouds gathering like ink, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire world. Soon after, a colossal black thundercloud slowly took form on the horizon. This thundercloud resembled a fearsome beast, continuously spewing forth torrents of crimson lightning. These bolts intertwined like countless ferocious dragons, clawing and thrashing in the air, surging toward the location of Li Xiaobo and the Monkey King with a cataclysmic force. "This is bad. This is the tribulation I have awaited through 900,000 years of cultivation." The Monkey King gazed at the overwhelming storm of thunder, his expression suddenly grave. Beside him, Li Xiaobo clenched his fists, palms damp with sweat, yet his gaze remained unwavering as he anxiously asked the Monkey King, "Do you have absolute confidence in overcoming this calamity?" Feeling Li Xiaobo's concerned gaze, the Monkey King turned to this brave and resolute young man, breaking into a reassuring smile. "Haha, do not worry, my young friend. Today, I shall show you what true combat entails." With that, the Monkey King transformed into a streak of light, charging directly into the tempest of thunder. In an instant, his powerful hands flew through the air, summoning a series of violent gusts of wind. The wind aided the force of the thunder, and the thunder drew strength from the wind, The heavens and earth shifted, and the storm raged. Yet, the sheer number of heavenly bolts was astonishing, as if infinite. Relentlessly crashing down. Despite the Monkey King's formidable strength, he gradually began to feel overwhelmed under such a concentrated and fierce assault, his stamina depleting rapidly. Struggling to turn his head, he cast a gaze toward Li Xiaobo, gasping for breath as he said, "Young one, this tribulation is too formidable with my abilities. It may prove impossible to withstand. I have decided to employ a forbidden technique to break through this calamity, but the consequences may well lead to my utter annihilation, leaving me no longer existent. However, rest assured, you must live on with strength in the days to come." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo was consumed by urgency and cried out hoarsely, "No, we cannot proceed in this manner. Surely, there must be another way." However, the gibbon had made up its mind, disregarding Li Xiaobo's pleas, and resolutely invoked the mysterious and perilous forbidden technique. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted, dazzling like the sun. Following this, a tremendous roar echoed as the once menacing thunderclouds that had loomed overhead vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the massive form of the gibbon began to collapse, akin to a mountain crumbling. It expended its final vestiges of strength, sacrificing all remaining power unreservedly for Li Xiaobo. Witnessing the unfolding events, Li Xiaobo felt his heart wrenched with sorrow, overwhelmed by grief. He could distinctly sense a formidable force surging from the gibbon into his own body, coursing wildly through his veins. At that moment, he noticed the gibbon's spirit gradually dissipating, extending a hand to gently offer him a translucent pearl that radiated a soft glow. In a faint voice, the gibbon proclaimed, "This is my soul bone, containing the essence of my life's cultivation. With it, you will be better equipped to integrate the power I bestow upon you." As soon as the words left its mouth, the gibbon's spirit completely dissolved into the vastness of the universe. Li Xiaobo gingerly took hold of the precious soul bone, and as soon as it was in his grasp, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted within him, crashing like a wild stallion. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he summoned every ounce of his strength to channel and control this tempestuous power. Each attempt was fraught with immense suffering and peril, yet he resolutely persisted. After a prolonged and arduous struggle, Li Xiaobo ultimately succeeded in assimilating the formidable energy bestowed upon him by the great ape. At that moment, he radiated a faint golden glow, and his aura grew even more potent and commanding than before. A powerful and unsettling energy emanated from him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Through relentless training and perseverance, he not only mastered the remarkable abilities of the great ape, but also transcended his own limits, grazing the threshold of a higher realm of power. He gazed into the distant horizon, his eyes profound and unwavering, silently vowing that no matter how treacherous the path ahead might be, he would ascend to divinity and resurrect the great ape with unparalleled divine strength. With that, he resolutely embarked on his journey back to the Li residence. Throughout the journey, Li Xiaobo remained silent, resembling a solitary wanderer. The haunting image of the great ape in its final moments, with its yearning for life and trust in him, continuously flickered through his mind. Each recollection pierced his heart like 1,000 steel needles, inflicting unbearable anguish. Finally, after enduring countless hardships, Li Xiaobo returned to the long-absent Li residence. The moment he stepped through the door, everyone within felt the extraordinary aura radiating from him, leaving them speechless and astonished. However, Li Xiaobo, indifferent to their reactions, emotionlessly navigated through the crowd, hastening to his room. Upon entering his chamber, he eagerly retrieved the long-cherished soul bone of the great ape. Cradling it in his hands as if it were a rare treasure, meticulously examining each intricate line and detail, this soul bone seemed to harbor the memories and powers of the great ape's past life. As Li Xiaobo gazed at it, he felt as if he could peer through it and relive the days spent training alongside the great ape. Soon after, he recalled a passage he had glimpsed in an ancient tome regarding the method of resurrection. Thus, he hastened to the Li residence's treasury. The treasury was heavily guarded, and entering was no simple task. Once inside, amidst the towering piles of books, Li Xiaobo frantically searched for the yellowed pages that might contain the secret of resurrection. Fortune favored the diligent. After an exhaustive search, he finally discovered the dusty tome of celestial herbs tucked away in a corner. He clutched it as if it were a priceless treasure and began to leaf through its pages with great urgency. Before long, his gaze settled upon a particular page. The text above meticulously describes various mystical herbs, evoking memories of the original tales Ice and Fire Dual Eyes, said to be home to a miraculous herb possessing extraordinary powers. perhaps precisely what is needed for rapid enhancement. Upon reading this, Li Xiaobo's eyes instantly sparkled with renewed hope. He was acutely aware that the quest to seek out the ice and fire dual eyes would undoubtedly be fraught with innumerable challenges and dangers. Yet, as long as there remained even the faintest glimmer of hope to resurrect the gibbon, he would resolutely refuse to yield. Thus, without hesitation, Li Xiaobo prepared his belongings and embarked once more on a new journey. He bid farewell to his family and stepped into the unknown with unwavering determination. His gaze set firmly towards the sunset forest, his heart filled with a fervent desire for the revival of the gibbon. Chapter 59. The Ice and Fire Dual Eyes. Li Xiaobo cautiously navigated through the forest at sunset, enveloped in a delicate mist, while remaining vigilant against the potential emergence of soul beasts. He attentively sensed the aura of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Suddenly, a fox, radiating fiery luminescence, sprang forth, its eyes glinting with cunning. Li Xiaobo recognized it as the Millennium Sunset Fox, adept at using fire to confound its foes. He swiftly unleashed his reverse divine spear martial spirit. At that moment, he perceived a chilling aura that flickered in and out of existence, filling him with delight. Was he nearing the Eye of Ice and Fire? He chased away the Sunset Fox and hastened towards the source of the icy presence. Parting a dense thicket, he beheld a mountain emanating both cold and heat, a manifestation of the Eye of Ice and Fire. As he delved deeper into this enigmatic realm, the surrounding environment underwent a subtle transformation. The once stable temperature began to fluctuate unpredictably. At times, it felt as though he were ensconced within a blazing furnace, sweat pouring forth like a fountain. While at other moments, he seemed to have plunged into a frigid abyss, the cold seeping into his bones, compelling him to shiver uncontrollably. This peculiar shift in temperature appeared to serve as a silent warning, indicating that Li Xiaobo was drawing ever closer to the fabled treasure. As he pressed forward with difficulty, a mist-shrouded canyon suddenly materialized before him. Through the hazy fog, he could discern a plethora of exotic flora flourishing within the gorge. These flowers and plants were a riot of colors, dazzling in their brilliance. Fiery reds, rosy pinks, and pristine whites intertwined to create a breathtaking tableau. However, Li Xiaobo soon detected something amiss. The seemingly enchanting flora exuded a faint fragrance that, unlike the fresh and pleasant scent of ordinary blossoms, carried an ineffable air of danger. As if warning all intruders, this place is fraught with peril. Tread carefully. According to the original text, this location is guarded by a rare plant known as the Azure Scale 7 Wonders flower. This flower is highly toxic. Should anyone be pricked by its thorns or inhale its pollen, they would succumb to poison instantly, with no hope of survival. Faced with such a dire threat, Li Xiaobo dared not let his guard down, cautiously moving his feet to avoid the deadly blossoms, advancing slowly towards his destination, step by careful step. Crossing through the lush greenery, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before him. At a glance, it appeared as if he had stepped into a dreamlike realm. With one side ablaze with roaring flames while the other was blanketed in pristine, white snow, forming a glacier. Amidst this extraordinary landscape, a spring gushed forth, continuously releasing scalding hot water, creating plumes of white mist as the boiling droplets splattered onto the ground. Conversely, in the opposite direction, a thick layer of snow cloaked the ground, resembling a fairy tale world draped in silver. In this realm where fire and ice stood in stark opposition, two crystalline springs erupted from the earth. One stream of crystal clear water is chillingly cold, its frigid essence seemingly capable of penetrating one's very marrow, while another stream burns with an intense heat, emanating waves of warmth that render one nearly overwhelmed. This is the fabled Eye of Ice and Fire, a realm imbued with mysterious powers and boundless enigmas. As Li Xiaobo gradually approached this enchanting spring, he was immediately enveloped by an extraordinarily potent aura, surging towards him like tumultuous ocean waves. This essence was so dense that it seemed almost tangible, as if it could seep directly into the depths of one's soul. Here lies not merely a treasure trove of rare medicinal herbs, but also an ideal sanctuary for countless spirit beasts and flora, all yearning for this haven. In this tranquil and serene environment, the surroundings were so still that even the slightest breeze had ceased to flow, and time itself appeared to have come to a standstill. Li Xiaobo, filled with tension, held his breath, fearful that even the slightest movement might disturb the creatures inhabiting this land. Suddenly, a deep and resonant roar shattered the tranquil ambience, causing his heart to leap in shock. He quickly heightened his vigilance, casting his gaze around him. To his astonishment, not far away, a colossal and muscular plant was advancing towards him with slow and steady steps. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this remarkable entity was none other than the renowned earth dragon golden melon, a legendary herb that thrived in the mystical eye of ice and fire. Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, his face a canvas of incredulity. He was profoundly shaken by the breathtaking spectacle of the ice and fire duality before him. It appeared as though two resplendent gemstones were embedded in the earth, one side ablaze with roaring flames, waves of heat radiating as if intent on incinerating all in their path. The other, a chilling spring of icy water, emanating an aura so frigid it sent shivers down one's spine. This locale not only boasted an unparalleled and unique natural environment, but also served as a coveted sanctuary for countless soul masters, a place of aspiration and reverie. Although, for various reasons, Li Xiaobo could not delve into the waters of the spring to uncover its mysteries at that moment. A seed of curiosity regarding the secrets of the spring had already taken root in the depths of his heart. He silently vowed to exert himself with doubled zeal in his cultivation, striving to enhance his strength and wisdom, for only in this manner could he hope, one day in the future, to be truly worthy of stepping into the enigmatic realm of the ice and fire duality, to seek out the immense opportunities concealed within. Pertaining to the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, perhaps then, he would unveil an untold legendary tale, achieving a feat of monumental significance. Li Xiaobo had yet to respond further when the Earth Dragon Golden Melon surged forth like a streak of golden lightning, coming to a halt mere meters before him. This colossal creature was enveloped in a tough layer of scales that shimmered with a dazzling golden light, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. Its robust, sinewy tendrils swayed gently in the air, resembling a pair of keen eyes scrutinizing Li Xiaobo before it. Confronted by such a powerful presence, Li Xiaobo's heart brimmed with caution. Aware that any rash movement could prove perilous, he inhaled deeply, gradually channeling his internal energy, allowing the essence of his true dragon bloodline to unfurl. That pure and majestic aura instantaneously permeated the atmosphere, intertwining with the ancient energy emanating from the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, creating a tense standoff. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon seemed to sense the aura of the true dragon bloodline that Li Xiaobo released. Its previously restless tendrils calmed slightly and retracted a bit. Yet, despite this momentary equilibrium, a palpable tension still enveloped the surroundings, imposing a sense of vigilance. At that moment, Li Xiaobo inadvertently caught sight of a small herb glowing faintly beside the eye of ice and fire. Drawing upon his years of experience and knowledge acquired from wandering the martial world, he instantly recognized it as the coveted ice spirit grass, the pivotal objective of his quest for celestial herbs. This herb possessed remarkable efficacy in enhancing a cultivator's prowess, a true gem that was both rare and precious. However, the Earth Dragon Golden Melon guarded this area, making the acquisition of the ice spirit grass far from straightforward. With a furrowed brow, Li Xiaobo fell into contemplation. Suddenly, he recalled having read in ancient texts that the Earth Dragon Golden Melon was fond of a particular type of soul energy fluctuation. He attempted to manifest that specific soul energy, sending forth a friendly signal to the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. The creature paused momentarily, its hostility gradually dissipating. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaobo swiftly approached the ice spirit grass and carefully plucked it. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon merely observed, offering no resistance. After securing the ice spirit grass, Li Xiaobo bowed in gratitude to the Earth Dragon Golden Melon before joyfully continuing his search for other celestial herbs. He remained in the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire, and before long, he sensed a vibrant life force emanating from a concealed corner. Following the sensation, he discovered a peculiar celestial herb. One side of this herb radiated a lush green vitality, while the other was a deep, somber black. The two colors sharply delineated precisely the yin-yang illusory herb he had long sought. Yet, just as he reached out to harvest it, the temperature plummeted, and a transparent ice spirit materialized before him. This spirit was none other than the guardian of the ice spirit grass, which had not appeared when he had taken the herb but now obstructed his attempt to gather the yin-yang illusory herb. Left with no choice, Li Xiaobo engaged in negotiation. He expressed his willingness to assist the spirit in achieving a higher realm. After a moment of contemplation, the ice spirit acquiesced to the arrangement, allowing Li Xiaobo to successfully procure the yin-yang illusory herb. Subsequently, guided by his keen perception, he located the life-affiliated celestial herb known as the Holy Healing Star Fungus, which was encircled by a gentle protective aura. Li Xiaobo harnessed the power of his bloodline and resonated with the halo, successfully breaching the protective barrier to acquire the celestial herb. At this moment, he had procured the life and yin-yang celestial herbs. Just as Li Xiaobo was preparing to depart, he sensed a subtle yet formidable energy fluctuation. Intrigued, he followed the source of the disturbance and discovered Nestled within a crevice at the edge of the ice and fire duality, an extraordinarily peculiar celestial herb. The stem of the herb resembled that of amethyst, while its leaves shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, subtly enveloped by arcs of lightning. This was the thunder source amethyst herb, an exceedingly rare celestial plant that greatly aids in the cultivation of lightning attribute techniques. However, surrounding this herb was a dense web of electricity, where even the slightest contact would provoke a violent electric shock. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, he summoned the vital energy within him to form a protective, insulating shield. Cautiously, he extended his hand and swiftly plucked the thunder source purple crystal herb, placing it into his storage pouch. He then recalled that in the fantastical realm of Douluo continent, these divine herbs were remarkable plants, often found in the enigmatic region known as the Eye of Ice and Fire. Not only did these herbs enhance a soul master's spiritual power, but they also bestowed various unique abilities and medicinal effects. He pondered briefly before gathering the celestial herbs described in the original text. The ethereal fragrance wonder herb, renowned as the nemesis of all toxins, could neutralize any poison in its vicinity with its enchanting aroma. The eight-angled ice grass, characterized by its extreme coldness, could instill a chilling dread, being a rare and potent cold toxin. In contrast, the fiery apricot blossom was a lethal herb of supreme fire toxicity. The marvelous mushroom chrysanthemum served as a neutral herb that could enhance fortune and bloodlines, aiding Daimubai in breaking through his limitations. The eight-petal celestial orchid was a gentle herb that could strengthen the foundation and accelerate cultivation speed. The enigmatic gold tulip facilitated Ning Rongrong's martial soul mutation into the 9-treasure glazed tower, elevating her spiritual power by 6 levels. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower was ideal for Ma Hongjun, whose mutated evil fire phoenix martial soul benefited from its ability to filter impurities, enhancing his strength by 5 levels. The water narcissus jade skin bone nourished tendons and bones, harmonizing the body's meridians and aiding Zhu Shuqing in increasing her spiritual power by 7 levels. The heartbreak red, a divine treasure among celestial herbs and the king of flowers, possessed miraculous effects, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones. The 9-grade purple Ganoderma, while not classified as a celestial herb, fortified the foundation and enhanced energy, assisting the master in surpassing level 30. These celestial herbs played a pivotal role in the narrative of Douluo continent, empowering the protagonist to overcome challenges. Now, they belonged to him, as these divine herbs were perfectly suited to the needs of the Li family. With a final glance at the Eye of Ice and Fire, he departed from this wondrous place, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 60. The distribution of celestial herbs. As Li Xiaobo stepped through the grand entrance of the Li residence, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped him. The once vibrant courtyard lay shrouded in a haunting silence, and the servants, upon noticing his return, offered hasty bows before quickly retreating. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting an urgent stride toward his father's study. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld his father seated behind the desk, his expression grave. Before Li Xiaobo could utter a word, his father spoke. "Xiaobo, have you stirred up significant trouble during your excursion to the Sunset Forest? Today, several enigmatic individuals arrived at the estate, inquiring about your whereabouts." Taken aback, Li Xiaobo reflected on his experiences in the forest, unable to identify any incident that might have attracted such attention. At that moment, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of noise from outside, echoing like tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. Exchanging a glance with his father, they both set aside their scrolls and swiftly made their way toward the door to discern the cause of the commotion. As they emerged from the study, the sight before them elicited a sharp intake of breath. In the expansive courtyard stood a group of mysterious figures cloaked entirely in black, merging seamlessly with the shadows of the night. At the forefront, a tall man with a stern countenance commanded attention, his gaze piercing and a chilling smile gracing his lips as he fixed his eyes upon Li Xiaobo. The leader of the cloaked figures let out a cold laugh, his voice low and laced with menace. "Li Xiaobo, do you still remember the spiritual fruit from the Sunset Forest? We have been searching for it tirelessly, never expecting that a mere boy like you would reach it first. Hand over the fruit without delay, or you shall face our wrath." Li Xiaobo's heart raced at these words. In that instant, he comprehended that the myriad troubles and dangers he had encountered were all tied to the spiritual fruit he had fortuitously obtained in the Sunset Forest. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt his nails dig into his palms, oblivious to the pain. His expression hardened with resolve. He vowed to vanquish these unwelcome intruders, particularly the insidious leader. He understood that if he failed to overcome them today, the safety of his family would be in jeopardy. Thus, a heart-stopping battle for survival was on the brink of unfolding. Li Xiaobo was the first to launch an assault. His figure flickering as he surged toward the man in the black robe. He unleashed a thunderous barrage, the wind from his gun howling as it sped toward his opponent. Yet, the black-robed man remained unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping the attack, and with a swift motion of his hand, a blade of dark energy shot toward Li Xiaobo. In midair, Li Xiaobo forcefully twisted his body to evade the strike. Li Xiaobo understood that a direct assault would be futile. Thus, he began to maneuver swiftly around the man in the black robe, searching for an opening. Suddenly, he sensed a faint fluctuation of energy behind his adversary. Focusing his strength in his legs, he propelled himself into the air with great force, raising the reverse divine spear above his head, and shouted, "Thunder God's Spear." A dazzling blue beam erupted from the spear, hurtling towards the back of the man in black. Sensing the imminent threat, the black-robed figure hastily turned to defend himself, but was still propelled backwards several steps by the overwhelming force. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xiaobo advanced once more, unleashing a flurry of spear strikes. The man in black roared in fury, his robe billowing as countless shadowy figures surged forth to ensnare Li Xiaobo. Trapped within their grasp and unable to move, Li Xiaobo found himself in peril just as the black-robed man prepared to deliver a fatal blow. At that critical moment, Old Zheng intervened, casting the Break Cloud spear to disperse the shadows. The two stood side by side, rekindling their fighting spirit, ready to face an even fiercer battle ahead. Li Xiaobo cast a glance at Elder Zheng, expressing his gratitude with a nod. In the silent exchange of their gazes, a silent understanding was forged between them. With hands forming intricate seals, Li Xiaobo summoned his seventh soul technique. A golden radiance enveloped him as he invoked the celestial and earthly manifestations. In an instant, his form expanded dramatically, towering like a giant over the assembly of cloaked figures. The black-clad man, witnessing this transformation, changed countenance and commanded his subordinates to mount an assault. Countless spheres of dark energy hurtled toward Li Xiaobo. With a sweeping motion of his colossal hand, he effortlessly dispersed the oncoming projectiles. Subsequently, he stomped his foot upon the ground, causing a tremor that sent several of the black-robed individuals sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Zheng executed the phantom steps, weaving through the ranks of the cloaked assailants to launch unexpected strikes. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the black-clad leader amalgamated the strength of his followers, significantly enhancing his own power. He charged at Li Xiaobo, and the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, with each clash generating formidable shockwaves. At the opportune moment, Li Xiaobo seized the diminutive sprite and hurled it far away. The sprite landed heavily, coughing up blood. Observing their leader's defeat, the remaining black-robed figures scattered in disarray. Li Xiaobo reverted to his original form, exhaling a sigh of relief, for this perilous crisis had finally been averted. Li Xiaobo approached the fallen sprite, his eyes still tinged with caution. The sprite glared at him fiercely, yet could not retaliate due to its injuries. "Why must you seize the spirit fruit?" Li Xiaobo inquired. The sprite let out a cold huff. "That spirit fruit could have aided my evolution. Now you have destroyed everything." In that instant, a tremor coursed through Li Xiaobo's heart. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary spirit fruit could evoke such profound malevolence within the sprite. His gaze instantly grew steely, and without hesitation, he waved his hand, summoning a mysterious spear imbued with arcane energies, the reverse divine spear, which materialized in his grasp. Accompanied by a fierce shout, Li Xiaobo thrust the spear towards the sprite with the speed of lightning. A soft sound echoed as the reverse divine spear effortlessly pierced through the sprite's frail form. In that fleeting moment, the light of life within the sprite rapidly dimmed, and its diminutive body slumped to the ground. However, an astonishing event unfolded. As the sprite lay motionless, a vivid and resplendent red halo began to materialize above its lifeless body, upon which 3 radiant golden patterns could be distinctly seen. Clearly, this was the precious soul ring possessed by the sprite. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of surprise danced in Li Xiaobo's eyes. He quickly advanced, settling himself into a cross-legged position, adjusting his breath and mindset before he began to absorb the soul ring with all his might. As time ticked away, it was not until over an hour had passed that Li Xiaobo finally succeeded in incorporating the soul ring into his being. Subsequently, he gently closed his eyes, fully concentrating on the subtle and extraordinary changes within his soul power. Each thread of soul energy seemed to resonate deeply within his spirit. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Perhaps the body of the little sprite concealed a precious soul bone. With this revelation, he abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze intensifying as it fell upon the lifeless form of the little sprite. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing emotions, he slowly rose to his feet. His steps were soft, as if he feared awakening a slumbering giant. As he cautiously approached the sprite's body, he bent down, extending his hands to meticulously explore the surrounding area inch by inch. As time passed, a flicker of anxiety began to rise within him, when suddenly, a faint wave of soul energy emanated from the soil beneath his feet. His heart leapt with joy, and he quickly crouched down, gently brushing aside the dirt that lay atop it. Before long, a soul bone shimmering with a subtle glow and exuding waves of soul power materialized before him. This soul bone radiated a pale blue hue, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by nature itself. Upon seeing the soul bone, an unmistakable joy illuminated Li Xiaobo's face. He nodded in satisfaction, a spark of excitement glimmering in his eyes. However, he refrained from immediately stowing the soul bone away. Instead, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings to ensure no other dangers lurked nearby before carefully placing the soul bone into the storage ring he carried. After completing these actions, Li Xiaobo did not hasten to depart. He was acutely aware that this fierce battle would undoubtedly leave behind many traces, and if left unattended, could invite unnecessary troubles. Thus, he summoned several subordinates, instructing them to take time to meticulously clean up the remnants of the battle, including bloodstains, footprints, and various shattered items. Once everything was in order, Li Xiaobo returned to the sprite's body, opening the illustrated volume of herbs in his hand. A flash of green light surged forth, and in an instant, the sprite's body vanished, absorbed into the tome. After accomplishing this, he finally turned and strode purposefully towards the hall. Upon returning to the hall, Li Xiaobo took a moment to regroup before summoning the talented disciples of the Li family, along with several esteemed elders. The assembly gathered, eagerly awaiting Li Xiaobo's announcement of the forthcoming important matters. Li Xiaobo spoke with a grave expression. You have all witnessed this fierce battle with your own eyes. I trust that each of you understands the significance of the rare celestial herbs found in our mystical and fantastical Douluo continent. These extraordinary treasures have long been the object of desire for all soul masters. The effects of these celestial herbs extend far beyond merely enhancing a soul master's spiritual power. They possess remarkable properties that can significantly improve a soul master's physique and even bestow upon them unique and formidable abilities. Upon concluding his remarks, Li Xiaobo carefully cradled the hard-earned celestial herbs and gradually approached the crowd. He retrieved the herbs, yet his heart remained composed and undisturbed, for he had devised a meticulous plan for their allocation long before his return. His gaze settled upon a vibrant, emerald-green herb that sparkled like jade, not far from him. The base of this herb resembled a delicate jade plate, adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns, as if it were a masterpiece sculpted by the great artist of nature. With petals as white as snow, it was the Wangchuan Chou Shui Lu, known for enhancing mental acuity. Li Xiaobo intended to present this herb to Yin Weisher to further elevate her spiritual power, enabling her to seize the initiative in battle. Gently, Li Xiaobo produced an exquisite jade box from within his robe and opened it, revealing a resplendent Qi Luo Eugene Xiang that radiated a dazzling golden light. The flower resembled one forged from gold, captivating all with its brilliance. Cradling this precious flower in both hands, he approached his mother, Fenglinger. Her face was alight with surprise as she gazed at the celestial herb, her eyes shimmering with emotion and anticipation. Standing before her, Li Xiaobo raised the Qi Luo Eugene Xiang above his head and solemnly declared, Mother, this is the Qi Luo Eugene Xiang, which I have specially sought for you. I hope it aids you in breaking through the limits of your martial soul and enhances your strength. Fenglinger, overcome with emotion, received the Qi Luo Eugene Xiang with trembling hands, tears of joy brimming in her eyes as she choked out, Thank you, my dear child. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo retrieved another extraordinary herb from a different pouch. This herb, ablaze in fiery red, resembled a burning flame, crowned with a golden comb that made it particularly striking. This was none other than the coveted Ji Guan Feng Huang Kuei, which Yin Weisher had long desired. With a smile, Li Xiaobo handed the Ji Guan Feng Huang Kuei to Yin Weisher, softly saying, Weisher, this herb will purify your fiery power and enhance your soul force. May it prove beneficial to you. Yin Weisher received the herb with heartfelt joy, gratefully expressing, Thank you, Xiaobo. I will not let this generous gift go to waste. Lastly, Li Xiaobo approached Li Yangjia with a smile, holding a uniquely shaped herb known as the Qi Rong Tong Tianqiu. This herb boasted a sturdy stem and sword-like leaves, exuding a delightful fragrance. Li Xiaobo presented the extraordinary Qi Rong Tong Tian chrysanthemum to Li Yangjia, sincerely stating, brotherly. This remarkable Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum possesses the ability to fortify one's foundation and enhance resilience, aiding you in transcending your cultivation bottleneck and ascending to greater heights. I implore you to accept this token of goodwill and swiftly realize your aspirations. Grasping the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum tightly in his hands, Li Yangzhe bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Your kindness, dear brother, shall remain etched in my memory. Should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." With a gentle smile, Li Xiaobo approached Ma Ronghua, presenting him with the mysterious Di Long Jin Gua, softly declaring, "Brother Ma, I bestow upon you this Di Long Jin Gua. It possesses extraordinary properties, not only enhancing your golden bloodline's potency, but also potentially facilitating the evolution of your martial spirit." Subsequently, Li Xiaobo turned to face Li Lingtian, carefully extracting two peculiar celestial herbs, the eight-pointed Xianlan and the Lihua Xingjiaoshu. With utmost seriousness, he addressed Li Lingtian. "Respected father, behold the eight-pointed Xianlan, which embodies an intensely frigid essence. Upon contact with the human body, it induces a chilling sensation that is a rare cold toxin in this world. In stark contrast, the Lihua Xingjiaoshu is a potent toxin of the highest caliber. Remarkably, should one consume both herbs simultaneously, not only will there be no risk of poisoning, but one's physical constitution may be significantly enhanced, potentially reaching a wondrous state of dual immunity to ice and fire." Next, Li Xiaobo moved to Li Yuanmei's side, tenderly placing an 8-petal Xianlan in her hands. His eyes brimming with concern as he said, "Sister, this is the 8-petal Xianlan, whose medicinal properties are exceptionally gentle, significantly aiding in consolidating one's foundation and nurturing vital energy, thereby greatly accelerating your cultivation speed. I hope this herb assists you in advancing your prowess." Finally, Li Xiaobo surveyed the gathered elders, bowing respectfully before proclaiming, "Esteemed elders, I must divulge that these celestial herbs are exceedingly precious. I regret to inform you that I possess no further treasures to offer. However, I have prepared a 9-rank purple mushroom for each of you. While it may not yet fully attain the status of a celestial item, it is indeed a worthy half-step towards such excellence. I sincerely hope you do not disdain this humble gift." Li Xiaobo stood solemnly at the forefront of the crowd, methodically organizing the distribution of the celestial herbs. Once everything was settled, he straightened his posture, his gaze sweeping over each individual present, before raising his voice to proclaim, "Esteemed members, today we are fortunate to acquire this batch of celestial herbs, a momentous occasion for our clan. Given time, with the power of these herbs, our strength shall undoubtedly soar to new heights. However, at this critical juncture, we must not entertain any thoughts of complacency. Remember, to row against the current is to advance. Stagnation equates to regression. This matter is of utmost importance, and we must not disclose even a whisper to outsiders. Know that our Li clan has merely embarked on its journey across this vast Douluo continent, and a long road awaits our exploration and endeavor." As his words echoed, the assembled crowd responded in unison, "We shall heed the teachings of the young clan leader." Their voices thundered, resounding through the heavens. Time flew by, and within a mere few days, the Li residence was bustling with activity and fervor. Those fortunate enough to receive the celestial herbs hurried back to their abodes, filled with joy, securing their doors tightly as they devoted themselves wholly to secluded cultivation. As the clan leader, Li Xiaobo was no exception. In a fleeting motion, he vanished into a hidden chamber, a forbidden area of the Li estate, where only he was permitted entry. In the silence of the chamber, only the steady rhythm of Li Xiaobo's breath could be heard. He sat upon a mat, eyes gently closed, immersing himself in the inner world, meticulously reflecting on the skills and techniques he had gleaned from his previous fierce battle with the sprite. Simultaneously, he endeavored to integrate the potent energies of the newly acquired soul ring and soul bone into his already profound soul power system with even greater perfection. While Li Xiaobo immersed himself in his training, the outside world was not as tranquil. From time to time, spies, both overt and covert, would arrive to glean information about the Li estate. Fortunately, having learned from past painful lessons, the Li residence had significantly bolstered its defenses, becoming as impenetrable as a fortress. Moreover, the clan members, while focusing on their cultivation, willingly dedicated time to assist in safeguarding the estate, just in case. Chapter 61. Cultivating and Building the Clan. As time swiftly passed, it had been a full 3 months since the celestial herbs were distributed. During this lengthy yet fleeting period, many astonishing transformations occurred. Those who successfully broke through their personal bottlenecks embarked on the journey to acquire soul rings, accompanied by the esteemed Elder Zhou. Notably, for individuals attained the soul Douluo realm, 3 elders and Li Xiaobo's mother, Fenglinger. Amidst the jubilant celebration of Wind Bell's successful ascension to the rank of soul Douluo, her originally advanced martial spirit, the Qianyun map, underwent a remarkable evolution, transforming into the more powerful and enigmatic Shangyun map. Just as the crowd was enveloped in the euphoria of this breakthrough, Li Xiaobo, standing amidst the throng, suddenly brightened with inspiration, as if struck by a brilliant idea. He proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed elders, I have a bold proposal. Let us take the venerable elders of our clan to the Eye of Ice and Fire for cultivation." These words, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirred ripples of excitement among the attendees. Whispers of discussion arose, and soon the chorus of agreement grew louder. After all, the legends surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire were deeply ingrained in the hearts of many. It was a place teeming with potent soul energy, an unparalleled opportunity for any practitioner seeking enlightenment. Thus, following a brief period of preparation, a clandestine expedition composed of the clan's elite and esteemed elders set forth towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. Each member of the party harbored a heart full of anticipation and dreams, envisioning the extraordinary journey of cultivation that awaited them. As they drew nearer to their destination, a peculiar aura began to envelop the air. At last, upon nearing their destination, the astonishing sight that unfolded before them left all the elders wide-eyed in awe, their gasps of wonder echoing through the air. Before them lay a vividly contrasting panorama. On the left, a ferocious sea of flames roared, with fiery tendrils twisting and dancing like dragons in the sky, the heat so intense it seemed capable of melting the very heavens. On the right, a chilling abyss of ice lay, encased in a thick layer of frost, emanating an eerie coldness that could freeze all life in its vicinity. The coexistence of such extreme elements was nothing short of breathtaking. However, as they reveled in their joy, danger stealthily approached this intrepid group. The mysterious and formidable Eye of Ice and Fire resembled a slumbering beast, its surrounding soul beasts acutely aware of the uninvited guest's intrusion. In an instant, the previously serene atmosphere shattered, replaced by a palpable tension and unease. A colossal flame lizard, engulfed in raging fire, surged forth from the shadows. Its maw agape as it unleashed an inferno upon the group. The flames erupted like a ferocious dragon, clawing and snapping at the crowd, incinerating all in its path, igniting the very earth beneath them. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the elders remained composed, swiftly responding to the threat. They clasped their hands together, chanting incantations. As a formidable wave of soul power surged around them, in swift succession, beams of light intertwined, coalescing into a formidable soul power shield, resembling an impenetrable fortress standing resolutely before the team. Simultaneously, Fenglinger emitted a commanding cry, channeling the full force of her evolved cloud-patterned martial spirit. The martial spirit in her grasp radiated a gentle yet potent energy, flowing forth like a crystal-clear spring, ceaselessly surging towards the flames of the fire lizard. This soft power clashed and entwined with the fiery assault, gradually subduing its onslaught. The other members of the team, too, unleashed their unique abilities, targeting the fire lizard's vulnerabilities or assisting the elders in fortifying the soul power shield's defensive capabilities. A dazzling array of soul skills illuminated the air, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. After a fierce battle, united in purpose, the team finally overwhelmed the fire lizard, forcing it to retreat. As it withdrew, the surrounding soul beasts, sensing the formidable strength of the team, hesitated to provoke them further. Having successfully repelled the soul beasts, the group remained vigilant, acutely aware of the lurking dangers that could ensnare them at any moment. Thus, they proceeded with heightened caution, each step laden with vigilance. Leading the way, Li Xiaobo's eyes suddenly brightened as he discovered a relatively gentle area adjacent to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Despite the persistent energy fluctuations surrounding it, this locale appeared remarkably stable. Upon closer inspection, Li Xiaobo felt a surge of elation. This site was perfect for constructing a stone dwelling, providing a space for rest and research. With determination, the team sprang into action. They dispersed to search for suitable stones, employing their soul power to transport the heavy materials back to the designated site. Some members focused on cutting and polishing the stone, while others began assembling the framework of the house, each contributing diligently and methodically to the endeavor. Throughout the arduous journey of erecting these stone houses, they encountered numerous formidable challenges. Most notably, the seemingly ordinary stones had inexplicably been influenced deeply by the powers of ice and fire, rendering them extraordinarily hard, akin to forged steel, making intricate carving exceedingly difficult. In the face of such adversity, the venerable elders were not inclined to surrender easily. They each employed their unique skills and specialties. Some wielded their robust soul power, gently softening the obstinate stones like spring rain, while others utilized their unmatched martial spirit strength to precisely carve the required shapes, akin to a skilled chef dissecting meat. Thus, after several days of relentless and arduous effort, several seemingly simple yet robust and highly functional stone houses finally rose from the ground, akin to an oasis in the desert, bringing forth hope and warmth. As the construction of the stone houses concluded, the elders eagerly entered, quickly immersing themselves in a state of focused cultivation. At this moment, the wondrous eye of ice and fire, brimming with potent soul energy, surged forth like a deluge, relentlessly flooding into the stone chamber. Time, akin to a fleeting shadow, slipped away in the blink of an eye. As days passed, the elders immersed in their cultivation gradually began to emanate a faint, ethereal glow, mysterious and elusive. Yet, as the saying goes, fortune often harbors peril. This intense absorption of soul energy, while significantly enhancing the elders' strength, simultaneously attracted a far more formidable and terrifying presence, a colossal ice spirit snow ape, stealthily advancing towards the stone chamber. The ice spirit snow ape exuded a chilling aura that instilled dread. Wherever it tread, flowers, trees, and even the very earth became enveloped in a thick layer of frost and snow, transforming the surroundings into a silvery, frozen realm. At that moment, Li Xiaobo, who had been vigilantly guarding outside the stone chamber, suddenly sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. With a furrowed brow and keen eyes, he scanned his surroundings with heightened alertness. It was not long before he discerned the ominous approach of the ice spirit snow ape. Aware of the dire situation, Li Xiaobo wasted no time. He raised his voice, urgently calling out to his companions to prepare for the impending life-or-death battle. In an instant, the tension in the air reached its zenith, as a heart-stopping new crisis loomed ominously on the horizon. Li Xiaobo was the first to charge at the ice soul snow ape, his reverse divine spear shimmering with a cold light as it aimed directly at the creature's vital points. The ice soul snow ape, however, remained unfazed, preparing to raise its arm to effortlessly block the attack, only to be pierced through by Li Xiaobo's spear, resulting in its demise. The spectators, initially taken aback by how easily Li Xiaobo dispatched the ice soul snow ape, soon erupted into cheers. Yet, Li Xiaobo did not relent. He understood that the ice and fire duality was exceedingly enigmatic and harbored unknown dangers. The crowd quickly gathered around, their gazes fixated on the lifeless body of the ice soul snow ape. However, just as they began to scrutinize it closely, Li Xiaobo, standing among them, suddenly sensed an unusual sign. He noticed a fleeting, peculiar blue light flickering from the ice soul snow ape's once tightly shut eyes. Before he could utter a warning to the others, that faint blue light intensified instantaneously, shooting downwards with the brilliance of a meteor streaking across the night sky. In an instant, the ground began to tremble violently, as if a formidable force was surging up from beneath. Amidst the quaking earth, a 9,000-year-old ice crystal scorpion emerged, radiating an eerie blue glow. Although the scorpion was somewhat smaller than the previously vanquished ice soul snow ape, the chilling aura it exuded was no less potent. Without pausing for a moment, the newly emerged ice crystal scorpion lifted its spiked tail and unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes towards the crowd. In response to this sudden onslaught, the spectators hurriedly scattered, employing their agility to evade the rain of ice projectiles. Simultaneously, they swiftly repositioned themselves, forming a tightly coordinated battle formation to confront this formidable new adversary. Among them, Fenglinger, positioned at the forefront, did not hesitate to channel her cloud image martial soul once more. With a focused thought, a gentle yet resilient force surged from her hands, flowing like a lively ribbon towards the ice crystal scorpion. Fenglingo aimed to envelop the scorpion with this power, effectively restraining its movement and creating more opportunities for her comrades to launch their attacks. Li Xiaobo's figure flickered, swiftly maneuvering like a phantom to position himself behind the colossal ice crystal scorpion. At that moment, the scorpion was rendered immobile, ensnared by an unseen force. Gripping the reverse divine spear tightly in his hand, he raised it high and summoned all his strength to thrust it fiercely into the creature's back. To his astonishment, the scorpion's exoskeleton proved to be incomprehensibly resilient, the spear barely penetrating its surface. Just as he found himself in a perilous situation, a brilliant light streaked across the sky. It was an esteemed elder, timely intervening by launching a specially crafted soul-guiding device. With a thunderous roar, the device detonated in midair, unleashing a powerful shockwave that reverberated like thunder.